As the saying goes, the rich rely on technology to become stronger, while the poor rely on mutation to become stronger. And I became stronger by relying on system plugins. My name is Shun Bei, and I have just traveled to this world where everyone is fleeing for famine. But I didn't expect that at the beginning, my teammates would abandon me as cannon fodder and give me a broken LV-1 pistol and a broken battle armor. What a joke. Who said poor people can only wait to die? I have a plugin. Upgrade. I saw that my pistol instantly turned into LV-2, the muzzle flashed, and its power was greatly increased. Looking at this pistol, I couldn't help but whisper to myself, is it so mysterious? This energy world really ignores the rules of physics. Deciding to give the upgrade another try, I disassembled the pistol and reassembled it, but this time I didn't gain any experience points. The corner of his mouth twitched. Is this the end? There must be other ways. I thought to myself, a chaotic stream of thoughts running through my mind. Hurry up, there's not much time left. Xiaolong urged. The rotten wolves outside are too strong, and I can't resist them for a while. But right now, several guns are pointed at me, and if I delay even a little, I will die. Just then, a memory suddenly came back to me. Xiaolong once sent someone to place a lookout on the top of the cave to prevent any danger from approaching. In theory, once an abnormality occurs, the lookout should send a signal immediately. But the fact is, we didn't receive any warning when the carrion wolves surrounded us. This can only mean that the lookout was quietly dealt with by the Wolf King. That lookout is a sniper, carrying a Barrett. A thought of conspiracy flashed through my mind, and I couldn't help but sneer. It seemed that they really wanted me to die. Deciding to break the impasse, I slowly walked to the cave entrance. The sky was gray, the dark clouds kept changing, and suddenly the blue sky appeared, and the sun sprinkled on the dry earth like fire. In the distance, a strong rotten wolf was wandering among the rocks, its saliva dripping on the rocks, emitting steaming white smoke. The pack of rotten wolves stopped 500 meters away, seemingly aware that the power of guns in that area had been greatly reduced. If I leave the cave rashly, they can tear us apart with just a command. But now, it's my turn to be the victim. I observed these rotten wolves carefully, and suddenly I saw a giant black wolf that was different from the others. It was standing there with sharp eyes, looking extremely majestic. This is no ordinary carrion wolf. It can make multiple syllables and seems to be commanding other wolves. My heart suddenly shook. Could it be that this is really a rotten wolf? Do you want to say goodbye to us? Xiaolong asked impatiently. Yes, the last time. I responded with a smile, but my heart was filled with coldness. No, just complete the task, he said calmly. With a bang, a blood hole suddenly appeared on Xiaolong's head. The bullet pierced his head, and blood splattered everywhere. Damn it! You gave me a broken pistol and still want me to die. I laughed secretly in my heart, put away the smoking pistol, and looked smug. Unexpectedly, this shot actually gave me experience points. Pistol. 2. Everyone else in the cave was stunned by the scene before them. Fuck, that pistol is obviously broken. How can it still fire? Unbelievable. How could a bullet be fired? Why do you care about this, you idiots? Beat this bastard to death. While they were in chaos, I had disappeared at the entrance of the cave. The guys were firing in anger, but their aim was no longer at me. I ran as fast as I could, but instead of charging straight toward the pack of rotten wolves, I turned left and quickly ran toward the top of the mountain. I don't want to be caught up by them. The only way is to get that sniper rifle. When the leader wolf saw me running, he did not immediately order all the rot wolves to attack, but instead sent a few to chase me. It stood there, commanding the rest of the rotten wolves, its figure hidden among the wolf pack, as cold and ruthless as a commander. I couldn't help but curse. The speed of this rotten wolf is even faster than a sports car. As they got closer, my heart nearly beat out of my chest. Finally, the rock wall in front of me came into my sight. I rushed over, took advantage of the momentum and jumped, grabbing the edge of the cliff. Looking down, I saw corpses that had been eaten by rotten wolves scattered all over the ground, and my target, Barrett, was right there. I didn't hesitate at all. I rolled over a few steps, grabbed the sniper rifle on the ground, and pulled the bolt. A prompt popped up in the corner of my eye. Sniper rifle, 0. Remodeled Barrett. Range 900 meters, 5 rounds of ammunition, missing bipod, rear adjustable monopod missing, missing scope, high lethality. I thought to myself, although the lack of a bipod will affect the recoil, this gun has an efficient muzzle brake that can reduce the recoil by 70%, so I have to do it even without a bipod. As I turned around, The nearest rotten wolf had already jumped onto the top of the mountain and pounced on me with its bloody mouth. The distance between us was less than 1 meter, and I could even smell the stench coming from its mouth. I took a deep breath to calm my racing heart. I didn't have time to aim. Close range, blind sniping. Bang! The recoil hit my shoulder hard, and the numbness almost broke me apart. Pistols pose no threat to rotten wolves, but firepower above that of automatic rifles is definitely useful. These rotten wolves are becoming smarter and smarter. They know how to set traps and avoid the most lethal range of gunfire. They dare not cross that invisible line, and they behave like an army. They are afraid, so they behave like this. The power of a sniper rifle is more deadly than an automatic rifle. Sure enough, at the moment of blind sniping, blood bloomed on the rotten wolf's body, and the bullet blew off its belly. The 30-kilogram male wolf was thrown several meters away by the impact and rolled several times on the ground. It continued to struggle to stand up, swaying and growling, until another male wolf jumped to the top of the mountain and broke its neck. An injured rot wolf cannot hunt and will eventually die. I didn't have time to marvel at the vitality of the rotten wolf. I just fired another shot. The other rotten wolf had its waist broken and fell to the ground in 2 pieces, but it still pounced on me desperately. I ignored it. It wouldn't last long. I turned the muzzle of my gun towards another rotten wolf that was about to jump up and shot directly. The bullet pierced its mouth, and the rotten wolf fell off the top of the mountain like a rag doll, twitched a few times and then died. After I dealt with the rotten wolf that was chasing me, I lay on the top of the mountain, locking my sights on the wolf leader below, ready to kill it with one strike. I want to escape from the encirclement of the rot wolves, so I must kill the leader first. Only by killing it will the other rot wolves become chaotic. When I observed, I found that some of the rotten wolves in this pack did not obey the command of the leader wolf and were provocative and rebellious. The structure of the wolf pack was loose. Once the leader wolf died, the pack would surely collapse. I adjusted the gun, slightly exposing a portion of it, and aimed at the wolf leader 1,000 meters away. This Barrett has been modified to fire more powerful bullets, and its range could reach 2,000 meters, but due to poor maintenance, its condition is worrying. The gun body shook slightly, and every adjustment was made for accuracy. A huge gunshot echoed through the valley, and the bullet flew through the air and hit the wolf's chest directly, almost bursting its entire chest cavity. After it looked down and saw the horrific wound, it fell heavily to the ground. The leader of the wolves fell, and the pack immediately fell into chaos. Most of the rotten wolves were enraged and ran around in all directions. A few with the most sensitive sense of smell rushed to the top of the mountain, but found that there was no one there. The other rot wolves began to rush towards the cave, but such a charge was doomed to suicide. The charge of more than 40 rot wolves only consumed 1/3 of the team's ammunition. Half an hour later, the group of rot wolves became more restless, and a new strong male wolf began to roar, challenging the position of the alpha wolf. The people in the cave became nervous. Although this new wolf was not as smart as the original wolf, who knew what changes it would bring. Bang! There was another deafening gunshot, and the new alpha wolf fell. The enemies in the cave finally saw the wisp of green smoke. Everyone used telescopes to see the rocks, but saw nothing. They discussed, is it Shinbei? He went to attract the wolves, but he went somewhere. Isn't it possible? He shot so accurately from 1,200 meters away. He also said, someone else must have saved us. Shinbei should be nearby too. The enemy in the cave said, no matter who it is, we survived. The wolf pack has lost its leader, so we probably won't charge again. The enemies in some caves even said, it's a pity that Xiaolong died so miserably. I will definitely settle the score with Shinbei after I get out. They relaxed and began to accuse me again, forgetting how they had persecuted me. The valley regained its tranquility, and the afternoon sun became even brighter. The group of rot wolves that lost their leader finally began to disperse, until the last rot wolf left. The survivors in the cave walked out of the cave entrance and saw me standing among the rocks in the distance, with my tawny hooded cloak almost blending into the surrounding environment. You are too happy too early. It's time to pay the price for your actions. I showed no mercy, but I was secretly excited. This is my favorite hunting moment. When the guys in the cave saw the rot wolves disappear, they were as excited as a group of brainless monkeys and rushed out one after another, not caring about Xiaolong and me at all. Their eyes were all focused on the dead bodies of the rotten wolves. The enemies in the cave said, haha, it's not in vain this time. The crystal source cores are everywhere. What a great harvest. Hurry up and collect the heads. This thing is currency. Leave 5 for me. I want to buy a new arrow rifle. It's time to replace this broken gun in my hand. Haha, I plan to buy 2 pairs of wheels to avoid being squeezed dry by the landlord in the shelter. While chatting and laughing, they began to peel out the crystal core from the rotten wolf's head. These crystal source cores are not only currency, but also valuable items for psychics to recharge their energy, and gradually became the main medium of transaction. However, no one knew that I, trapped among the rocks on the other side of the valley, had already locked onto their heads. In my eyes, the moment I was driven out by them as bait, our hatred was doomed to never end. Revenge means only one of us will die. A twisted smile appeared at the corner of my mouth unconsciously, and I whispered, "May there be no escape from hell." This is a common saying in this world, usually only heard at funerals. I held my breath and held the sniper rifle in my hand tightly, feeling my heart beating synchronously with the gun body. The fingertip gently pulled the trigger, and at that moment, time seemed to freeze. Bang dash, a violent explosion broke the tranquility, and the bullet sprayed out with the mark of death, traveling through the air at extremely high speed, leaving a hot trajectory. One of the guys who was digging for the core of the crystal source was directly hit by the bullet. His butt exploded, his internal organs were scattered, and blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing half of the sky red. This scene shocked the others, who fled in panic. Enemy attack. Someone is sniping at us. Is it Shenbei? Whoever he is, find cover quickly. Everyone ran around like cocks with their feathers standing on end, trying to avoid my deadly sniper attack. There was an open area in front of the cave, with very few places to hide, and not much cover at all. I replaced the magazine, pulled the bolt, and aimed again. Every bullet I fired was accurate, and after continuous shooting, 3 bodies fell to the ground. I retreated and began to circle, quickly changing the magazine. Only 3 left. Hide behind the boulder. I narrowed my eyes slightly, crouched like a cheetah, and approached silently. Upgrade, and take the opportunity to strengthen my sniper rifle. The current Barrett has a range of 900 meters, 5 rounds of ammunition, lacks a tripod, the rear adjustable monopod is missing, the scope is missing, and the lethality is relatively large. I decided to upgrade it again. The modified Barrett, with a range of 1,000 meters, 5 rounds of ammunition, no tripod, no rear adjustable monopod, no zoom lens, and greater lethality. The range of my sniper rifle has been increased by 100 meters, and it feels more powerful as well. I continued to quietly maneuver through the valley and returned to the position where I had sniped the Wolf King before. I positioned my sniper rifle and aimed at the 3 enemies who were trying to fight back. Bang! The bullet pierced through the air and hit the enemy's head. The second bullet, bang! The man's head exploded. The enemy on the left had fear in his eyes. He turned around suddenly, only to see the gun barrel pointed at him. Before he could react, he heard a whistling sound in his ear, and then was hit accurately by a bullet, and his head exploded instantly. No, he let out a hoarse growl, not even able to react in time. And I still calmly pulled the trigger and emptied the magazine. I breathed a sigh of relief, a smile on my face. Upgrade. I examined the modified Barrett sniper rifle and was a little surprised. My upgrade this time brought a new feature. The accuracy was greatly improved in mobile warfare. I knew from thinking about it before that it was impossible to shoot accurately while running, and the pistol was impossible to control. The only weapon I could deal with was an automatic rifle. But this gun seems to be able to solve my problem. It seems that my cheat is really practical. I thought silently to myself, put away the gun, hung it on my back, put on the hood, tried to hide my face in the shadows, and then walked towards the valley. In the valley, corpses were scattered all over the ground, with rotten wolf and human remains mixed together, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. After enduring the pungent smell, I began to clean up the battlefield. I know that the ferocious beasts in the wilderness will leave behind crystal source cores. This thing is not only currency, but also an important resource for psychics. I picked up the dagger on the ground and began to look for the crystal source core. It was discovered that some had been dug up by the enemy, but many were still scattered on the ground. Most of the crystal source cores emit a deep blue glow, with milky white lines flowing slowly on the surface. They are about the size of a fingertip and are diamond-shaped in shape. I picked up one of them and observed it for a while, but I couldn't help feeling a little regretful. The original owner's memory told me that my current body is unable to awaken superpowers, and I can only use these crystal source cores as currency. But it doesn't matter. I smiled to myself, my mood not dampened by it. Even though I don't have any special powers, I can still survive well in this wilderness. After all, These crystal source cores and my plugins are enough for me to make a big splash in this world. After collecting all 37 crystal source cores, I began to search through the enemy's bodies. In addition to a few rifle bullets, there was a bottle of water, dry biscuits, and even a cigarette. It seems that the situation is really urgent, and we have to break out as soon as possible. I laughed at myself, sat down, and started eating dry biscuits in small bites to replenish my energy. After eating, I lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and enjoyed a moment of peace. 3 or 4 minutes passed before I slowly exhaled the smoke. Apparently, I was still a person who knew how to enjoy myself. Finally, I put out my cigarette and prepared to continue on my way. He cut 30 pounds of wolf meat, put on his backpack, and headed east. The moonlight is as silver, illuminating the road ahead. The shelter number 36 in the original owner's memory is in the east. Although the shelter will move, it can always be found as long as the direction remains unchanged. As the night deepened, I continued to move forward. The surrounding wilderness was silent, and occasionally I could hear the roar of wild animals in the distance. I know that ferocious beasts are not too difficult to deal with, but once you encounter an evil species, you must run as fast as you can, otherwise you will die. At daybreak, I finally saw my target. In the distance, giant creatures, titans, were slowly moving across the wasteland. It is 5 kilometers long, 300 meters wide, and more than 10 meters high, and its body is like a giant wriggling slug. It is shelter number 36, which is completely different from the Titan, I know, but humans call it Titan because it can provide shelter for humans. Behind the Titan, a huge rope stretched to countless houses. These houses are like mobile homes that follow the Titans, filled with the sounds of ruts and the Titans' bodies rolling over the ground, bringing a sense of movement to this wasteland. I know that although there is a relatively safe area behind the Titan, only a few lucky ones can enter its back shelter. People like me can only wander around its periphery. I walked to a store and went in to get supplies. The shop sign has a water drop pattern painted on it. The boss was a bald man. He took the crystal source core I handed over with a smile, 5 crystal source cores for a bottle of water. I was stunned for a moment. The price increase of water is quite outrageous. The water bottle in my hand is not big. It is just an ordinary 500 milliliters mineral water bottle. Just one bottle of water requires 5 crystal source cores. 5 crystal source cores were only exchanged for such a small bottle of water. It's incredible to think about it. How do humans in this world survive? Water is hard to come by. In this world, groundwater and surface water are almost all polluted, and drinkable water depends entirely on giant creatures like Titan. The Titan would stop at a certain place and use its hollow flesh tubes to drill into the ground and extract water. The water is purified by special filters in its body and stored in its stomach to provide its life needs. Humans would drill a channel in its body and pump water directly from its stomach. Although it is not easy to obtain water, fortunately there is enough water in shelter number 36. The shop owner's explanation made me understand the increase in water prices. Titan has not stopped drawing water for nearly 2 months. Scarcity makes things more valuable, so the price of water has naturally risen. The boss put the bottle of water on the counter and smiled at me. "Thank you for your patronage." I nodded, handed over the 5 crystal source cores, and left the water shop. Walking on the street, I carefully put away the bottle of water and walked between the mobile homes according to the original owner's memory. Finally, I came to a 3-story apartment, and a small room in the corner of the 3rd floor is my current residence. "Are you back?" The landlord was a greasy, middle-aged man who was gnawing on the bones of some unknown ferocious beast. His teeth were yellowed, and the half-cooked meat was stuck to the corner of his mouth. I calmly replied, "All failed." "This is the King world," he continued, wiping his hands. "Yesterday you were drinking, today you're gone." I nodded and turned to go upstairs. He poked his head out. "Why are you pretending to be confused?" I stopped and turned around to ask, "What?" The landlord said, "It's time to pay the rent." I then remembered that the original owner's purpose of going out on an adventure was to collect the crystal source cores for rent. I took out 20 crystal source cores and handed them to him. The landlord smiled proudly and said, "Not a bad harvest. I thought you would have to go out more often to pay the rent. Come on up." I smiled and continued to go upstairs. According to the original owner's memory, the landlord was once a person with special abilities and enjoyed great success for a period of time. Later, during a fight with a ferocious beast, he was hit by the divine punishment miasma. His supernatural powers were sealed, and he became an ordinary person. Fortunately, I earned a lot of genuine cores, bought 4 pairs of wheels, built this 3-story apartment, and lived a good life. Divine punishment miasma is a kind of irregular gas. Once a person with special abilities is contaminated by it, his special abilities will be sealed and he will become an ordinary person. People believe that this was God's punishment, so they called it divine punishment miasma. I opened the door to my apartment. The room was not big, and the bed took up most of the space. Although the room was clean, the bedding was a little shiny and dark. Water resources are really rare in this world, and even the upper class are rarely willing to bathe in pure water. Generally, filtered secondary water sources are used. Although there is radiation, the body will be a little numb after washing, but it is better than not washing at all. I opened the drawer and dug out some items of little value. Hidden inside a package is a photo. The photo shows a little boy and a little girl with the words on the back. In the 67th year of the new calendar, my sister Shun Nan followed me to Sanctuary Number 7, the Crimson Queen, with her own handwriting. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't inherit this memory at all. If I hadn't opened the drawer, I wouldn't have known about it. Scarlet Queen? This name doesn't sound simple. I put the photo down and stopped thinking about it for the moment. I don't have the ability to look for shelter number 7 right now. The alarm clock on the table caught my attention. I tilted my head and my eyes lit up. Although this alarm clock is broken, I can fix it. After taking it apart, I quickly reassembled it and found that it had been upgraded to become a complete alarm clock that tells accurate time. I smiled slightly, thinking that if the crystal source core was installed in it, perhaps it could become a detonator. I was stunned for a moment. Time bomb? Looking at the small alarm clock in front of me, I suddenly realized that it's not just guns that can be upgraded, but all mechanical objects can. I had an idea and thought it would be really cool if I could use this principle to make a mecha or high-end weapon. However, I am currently in the lower level, and there is no condition to manufacture such things. On the upper level, on the back of the Titan, there is a processing plant for manufacturing weapons. Thinking about this, I decided to go out and try my luck to see if I could get some resources to make a mecha or something. After all, combat effectiveness is the most important. Before I left, I bought a piece of earth powder cake, which is the staple food of ordinary people. It tasted sandy, like chewing tree bark, but I could only swallow it with difficulty. I came to the stairs, which are the only way to the back of the Titan. There are 2 ways to go up. One is walking, and the other is taking the elevator. The elevator was controlled by an electric-powered person. He held the electric wires with both hands. His face flushed red, the electric current flickered, and he slowly pulled the elevator up. I handed in 10 kilograms of rotten wolf meat, and after being inspected by the guards, I was finally allowed in. Although it was a bit painful, especially since I didn't cut the meat carefully, this is also the rule. Residents of this shelter can enter and exit the upper level as long as they return before sunset. When I reached the top, my mood suddenly lifted. If we ignore the current nationwide escape from famine and the threat of evil species, the scene on the back of this giant creature is like a small city. The factories are closely connected, producing everything from canned food to weapons and equipment, and even small power plants to provide power. Although the scale of these production cannot be compared with that of the old days, such facilities are particularly important in today's turbulent times. The streets are lined with luxurious shops, the smooth roads are full of greenery, and in the distance are large tracts of farmland and steam-emitting generators. Even in the end times, the powerful still live well. I couldn't help but sigh. I walked along the street for a while and suddenly saw a small modern factory. This is where humans use technology to purify polluted water, and it is also a bathhouse. I couldn't help but frown when I smelled the stench on my body and decided to take a shower. After all, it was better than enduring it like this. Entering the courtyard, the rumbling sounds of machinery and the rushing sounds of water are intertwined. The superpowers coming in and out of the door are dressed differently. It is obvious that taking a bath here is not only for cleanliness, but also for maintaining their image. I looked down at myself and realized that if I wanted to find a job, I had to clean myself up first. I walked in without hesitation and approached the counter. How much is the bath? The staff behind the counter looked up at me, his head lowered so low that I could hardly see clearly. Are you a psychic? Please show me your license plate. License plate, the mark of a superpower. The shelter in the wilderness will issue license plates to its superpowers so that they can enjoy some conveniences. For a psychic bath, you can get 3 crystal source cores. Any shelter can use this price. For a non-psychic, you can get 5 crystal source cores. The staff continued. I gasped. 5 crystal cores? A bottle of water is only worth 3. This bath is so expensive. Seeing the stunned expression on my face, the staff member obviously noticed my surprise. Where do you think our water comes from? As long as the Titans are moving, the water treatment plant will not be able to absorb surface water. I nodded, understanding the tension of the water source. In this case, I gritted my teeth and handed over 5 crystal source cores. Private Room 7, you only have 2 minutes, the staff reminded me. I was stunned for a moment and cursed in my heart. Only 2 minutes? This is such a ripoff. I quickly ran to Room 7. I quickly took off my clothes and turned on the shower head. The water rushed over my body with power, and I felt numb all over as if I had been electrocuted. Time was limited, so I moved quickly and wiped my whole body, and the dirty black water washed away with the flow. I know that even though this water has been treated, it still cannot be wasted. Taking a bath for too long may cause irreparable damage to the body. As the water flow gradually became smaller, the last drops stopped on my shoulders, popped up like small splashes of water, and flowed down my smooth skin. After taking a shower, I simply wiped my body and felt a lot more relaxed. I breathed a sigh of relief and thought to myself, I finally feel like a normal person. As I got dressed and prepared to leave, I passed the counter and the staff stared at my new face, obviously reacting to my transformation. My slender eyebrows, shining eyes, and well-defined face seemed to have suddenly become another person. His throat was slightly dry. Even though I looked like a man, in this apocalypse where the only struggle is survival, desire and violence have long transcended gender and boundaries. Hey, the staff suddenly shouted. I stopped and turned around to ask, what's wrong? He gave a toothy smile. I just want to remind you that sometimes dirtiness is also a protective color. I hope you understand. As he spoke, he drew circles on his face with his fingers. I was stunned for a moment, then I understood what he meant and nodded gently, thank you. I returned to the street and pulled my hood up. As I took a few steps, there was a sudden and violent shaking under my feet, as if there was a small earthquake. The shaking soon stopped, and then the people around started cheering. The Titan has stopped. The price of drinking water can be reduced. I looked at the busy scene around me and knew that this was the busiest time for the entire shelter. Mining, lumber, house repairs, everyone was busy racing against time to survive. The Titan's stop meant that all shelters had a chance to search for resources, especially the lower-class people, whose lives now had some hope. I could have chosen to follow others and do some temporary work, but my goal was not here. Customizing mechas was what I really needed. Soon, I came to a private workshop. There were all kinds of guns piled up around me, scattered on the ground like scrap metal. The boss actually used a Type 98 rifle as a fire stick, skewering large pieces of meat and roasting them over the fire. Want to buy a gun? Take a look. It's the price of scrap metal. The boss saw me come in and excitedly recommended it. I looked around. Are there any revolvers? I know you like antiques. The boss patted his thigh. You've come to the right place. You can't find revolvers in other shelters, but we can find them here. The guns I saw in this private workshop raised my understanding of weapons in this world to a higher level. To be honest, if these guns were brought back to Earth, those small African countries could form an armed thug. But here, they are just ordinary people's toys. I now have a pistol and a sniper rifle. The sniper rifle is working fine and is gradually improving, so I can't continue to use it. But that pistol was so bad that I couldn't believe it. The revolver has more power and is exactly what I want to replace. The boss rummaged through a pile of weapons for a long time, finally found a revolver, and threw it to me casually. I took it and looked at it. The pistol was rusty and had not been maintained at all. The trigger was so hard that it was almost stuck and had no flexibility at all. System prompts, revolver, 0, no bullets, abnormal trigger movement, slightly stuck revolver shaft, insensitive pawl. Rifling intact, great lethality. Many faults, not recommended for use. The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. This revolver is more powerful than the Desert Eagle on Earth. It can kill a rhino with one shot. Now, it looks like scrap metal. But I don't worry, the cheats allow me to be free from the constraints of physical laws, and I can fix it with an upgrade. Where are the bullets? I asked. The boss was stunned. Aren't you collecting it? For combat use, I replied. The boss scratched his head. The bullet type of this pistol is quite special. What is it called? I can't remember it clearly. I said directly, 500 bullets. Yes, that's it. The boss complained. I don't have this kind of bullet ready-made here, but if you need it, I can make it for you on the spot. The boss pointed to the lathe and production line in the inner room and said proudly, to be honest, all the bullets in shelter number 36 were produced by me. I can't handle the new weapons used by the superpowers. New guy? I asked. It's the kind of weapon that can use the crystal core as kinetic energy. The boss smiled. Oh, I responded calmly, but I was shocked. The weapon of the superpowers was something beyond my knowledge. I really wanted to see it. I looked at the revolver in my hand and asked, "How much?" The boss answered bluntly, "This antique is given to you for free, but you have to customize it with no less than 300 rounds of bullets, and the cost is 50 crystal source cores." I rummaged through my pockets and found 6 crystal source cores left, and then I put another 20 kilograms of rotten wolf meat in there. "I don't have that much right now. Can I use this as a deposit?" The boss touched his chin and said, "Let me see your residence permit." I took out the original owner's residence certificate. The boss looked at it and nodded. "Old resident." The boss thought for a moment and said, "The rotten wolf meat counts as 4 crystal cores for you. Process 300 rounds of bullets, and you can make up the remaining 80 crystal cores tomorrow." I thought the interest rate was a bit high, but I also understood the boss's concern. After all, who can guarantee to live long in the wilderness? I nodded, "Okay." After the two parties reached an agreement, the boss went to get the bullet drawings and went to the workshop to process them. I sat on the floor and began to disassemble the revolver and reassemble it. Revolver. 5. I figured out a rule. As long as the parts can be disassembled, they can be improved by upgrading. Except for special equipment like alarm clocks. Upgrade. The system prompts, revolver, 0. No bullets. The rotating shaft is slightly stuck. The pawl is not sensitive. The rifling is intact, and the lethality is high. It can be used, but pay attention to the lag and observe the status of the pawl when shooting continuously. Well, the trigger is no longer stuck. From unusable to usable, the effect is remarkable. I held the pistol, found sandpaper and started sanding, cleaning, and polishing. Soon, the revolver was almost 80% new. This pistol has a unique appearance, and its gray and black design reminds me of alien weapons in science fiction movies. Just then, I found an engraved bullet on the table. I asked the boss curiously what this meant. The boss said cheerfully, "This was made by a mysterious superpower. It is said to increase the power, but I have never seen the effect." "Like consecrating a pistol?" I smiled and stuffed the bullet into my pocket, planning to study it slowly later. Then, I continued to walk inside the shelter. Soon, I came to a place with a gear sign hanging on it, where many psychics were working. I watched them turn ore into metal, and then turn the metal into various parts and things that I couldn't understand. My eyes are dazzled. It turns out that this is the most reasonable way for superpowers to use their productivity. An old man looked at me through the fence and asked warily, "Who are you looking for?" "I want a custom piece of gear," I said bluntly. The old man smiled and said, "Customer, I'm Chinanji. Come in and talk." He took me into the office. "Tell me, what do you want to customize?" Chinanji asked directly. I thought about it and expressed myself as clearly as possible. "I want to customize a portable mecha. Is that okay?" "Portable mecha?" Chinanji was a little stunned. "What do you mean?" He didn't seem to believe it. I continued to explain. "I hope it can be folded up like a box and carried around. When I want to use it, I can press a button and turn it into a mecha." Chinanji showed a surprised expression, and after a while he said, "Young man, this kind of mecha consumes too much energy in this era, and it is not realistic to produce it. What we make here is not some black technology." A mutant who was transforming metal couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you want that kind of mecha? Do you think highly of us?" I didn't feel embarrassed. I was just testing their abilities to see if they could make some special equipment. Since I couldn't make this kind of mecha, I lowered my requirements. "How about making a close-fitting combat armor? That's even more demanding." Chinanji almost jumped up. "We don't make that kind of stuff here at all." "What can that accomplish?" I asked. Chinanji said, "Make it simpler and more portable, the better." My question is obviously somewhat contradictory. How can a set of close-fitting armor be simple? This thing contains a large number of components and modules, such as exoskeleton, armor skin, power module, etc. Each part is extremely precise and complex. Chinanji touched his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "In fact, our research institute has tried to design armor. Although there are many people with special abilities, there are also many ordinary people. Equipping them with such armor can greatly enhance their combat effectiveness." He continued, "Through the special molding materials of the psychic, plus the crystal source core, it is theoretically possible to design this kind of close-fitting armor." When I heard the word theory, I had a hunch that they might have given up halfway. "So what is the extent of your ideal armor?" I asked tentatively. Chinanji pondered for a while, rubbed his chin gently, and replied, Let's not talk about the research progress for now. The question is whether you want it or not. I nodded. If I didn't want it, why should I waste my time? Chenanji said, give me 1 million crystal source cores, and I can provide you with a set of armor regardless of cost and manpower. Me, this joke is not funny at all. Chenanji is really humorous. I forced a smile. Chenanji shrugged and said with a wry smile, if I had that much money, I would have bought a fighter jet directly. Yeah, that money can buy 10 fighter jets. Chenanji smiled helplessly. We have been researching power armor. Since the world changed, the emergence of new materials and new energy has made our research progress rapidly, but we are still some distance away from the final power armor. What's the difference? I asked curiously. The difference lies in power. Chenanji paused, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He continued, our power armor can hardly support high-speed movement. Heavy armor can hardly run like a human, unless we use the crystal source core as energy, but that consumes too much energy and the gain is not worth the loss. I was inspired. How heavy is the armor you developed? How big is it? Chenanji said, 1 ton, 2.5 meters tall, in human form. Chenanji said, in order to ensure the ability to withstand impact, we try to use the lightest material, and this is already the lightest. My eyes lit up. If we use ordinary materials, can we reduce the weight? Chenanji looked at me strangely. If you give up defense, you can indeed reduce a lot of modules, and the materials can also be cheap, but to be honest, it is a waste to buy them. Poor materials are easy to wear and tear, and they will break in a few hits without the enemy's attack. I thought about it and asked, what can this kind of power armor do? How much does it cost? Chenanji, I just want to experience the feeling of wearing power armor. As for whether it can be used in battle, it doesn't matter. Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. Chenanji was a little speechless, but still said, it can make you run. It weighs about 100 kilograms, but your speed may not be as fast as your own. As for the price, he thought for a moment and said, if you only want the shell, without the weapons, I can make 1,000 spirit cores for you. I replied, 1,000. I thought for a while and asked, is the material you use bulletproof? What if it's not bulletproof? Pistol bullets are fine. I just want to look like Iron Man. As long as it can move, it has to be fully functional, like propulsion engines for hands and feet. The appearance is fine, performance is not important. As for the color, camouflage color. Chenanji's eyes turned suspicious. Are you trying to steal the technology? Do you have a way to improve the performance? I said, these days, there are all kinds of people with special abilities. Who knows if he has any special abilities that can modify technology? Haha, you figured it out. I responded with a smile. My usual hobby is to disassemble remote controls, alarm clocks, and the like. I was thinking about whether I could modify the power armor and challenge myself. Okay, come with me to the lab. I'll assemble this for you right away. Chenanji shook his head, thinking that he might be able to make some money, but in the end I even had to take the outer shell. However, I didn't follow him because I suddenly remembered something. What's wrong? Chenanji tilted his head. I paused and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I wanted to tell him directly that I had no money, but I shut up when the words came to my lips. If I really said I had no money, Chenanji would definitely kick me out. Next time when I had money, he would definitely raise the price or simply ignore me. It would be better to let him make it first, and then he will have no choice but to sell it to me. With an idea in mind, I smiled and said, it's okay, let's go. Stand here. I want to scan your body data. Height and body shape are very important. Otherwise, the armor will be uncomfortable to wear. Arriving at the laboratory, Chenanji operated the computer for a while and pointed to the platform next to him. I hesitated for a moment and walked over. 8 infrared cameras overhead lowered themselves and began scanning my body. Okay. After Chenanji operated for a few minutes, the 3D printer next to him started working and automatically screened the materials. As I watched, modules began to be printed one by one. In addition to the necessary parts, many modules were even made of plastic. Some parts cannot be made by 3D printers and require psychics to use special methods to shape them. The way this technology and mysterious power are combined really opens my eyes. Chenanji picked up the parts and checked the data and showed it to me, as if he wanted to tell me, if you want crispy skin, I will make you a crispy armor. But I don't care, I can upgrade anyway. Seeing more than a dozen robotic arms begin to assemble automatically, I was even more amazed. Is the technology in this world so advanced? Can I assemble it myself? I asked quickly. Although it is a simple version, it is also a high-precision high-tech product, and I dare not disassemble and reassemble it casually. Chapter 10. Are you too angry? Team leader Chun, who was operating the computer, pointed his finger. You want to assemble it yourself? This kind of armor, even if many modules are deleted, still has thousands of parts. The robotic arm can be assembled in a few minutes, but it will take at least several hours manually. Are you sure you want to assemble it yourself? Yes, I hope I can assemble it myself, but I hope you can give me an assembly sequence. Shunbei said. If you don't understand power armor, even if I give you a video of the assembly sequence, you may not be able to assemble it. If a screw is missing, you may not be able to move it, Team Leader Chun said. Then can you guide me? Yes, you can, but my time is precious. Team Leader Chun paused, thought for a while and said, I can only give you an assembly video. If you don't understand anything, ask me. Shunbei nodded, no problem. Chenanji shrugged. He felt relieved, but he muttered in his heart, I really don't understand. If you can secretly learn technology, I will eat this computer. Even if you learn how to assemble it, it is useless if you don't know how it works and can't make various parts. Team Leader Chen shook his head speechlessly, then asked the robotic arm to dismantle the newly assembled modules, and then controlled the robotic arm to move the newly printed parts to the assembly table. Come here, let's get started. After Chenanji finished speaking, he left the assembly table and ran to the other side of the laboratory to study his own things. Shunbei rubbed his hands and opened the assembly video on his computer. Follow along and learn to assemble it in a decent manner. Without automated robotic arm assembly, manual assembly is indeed slow, but Shunbei doesn't mind it. These are all experience points. Experience value. Experience value. Every time Shunbei assembles a module into parts, he will gain an experience point. A little adds up to a lot, and sand gathers into a pile. Time passes. It took a full 3 hours to assemble a camouflaged power armor that resembled Iron Man. This powered armor is only 2 meters tall, perhaps because many modules have been deleted. When the last part is installed, a white light flashed that only Shunbei could see. The power armor in front of you also showed its own data. Pseudo power armor 1000. The armor has no practical value, cannot fight, cannot provide defense, and has no attack power. Maybe when celebrating a holiday, you can wear it out to add to the festive atmosphere. The corner of Shunbei's mouth twitched. The word pseudo in front is very spiritual. It all goes to show that this thing is a plastic toy. But Shunbei was still very excited. After just assembling it by hand, the experience points can already be upgraded. With upgrade data, that's no problem. Of course, Shunbei will not upgrade now. After all, there is Team Leader Chun in the laboratory. If something is discovered, he will cause unnecessary trouble. This thing. Team Leader Chen was embarrassed to say that this was powered armor, so he directly referred to it as this thing. It has all the functions you want, but they are all super castrated versions. It weighs about 20 kilograms and is just a crispy skin. Not to mention bulletproof. Ordinary people can probably cut it with a sword. It is the most valuable thing on it. It's the energy converter on your chest. You'd better not wear it to fight, otherwise don't blame me if you die. Don't worry. Shunbei grinned. Team Leader Chen took a crystal source core, manually opened the energy slot on the armor's chest, and put the crystal source core into it. The next moment, the power armor's eyes lit up. Okay, you can go in. He pressed the outside of the energy tank on the chest of the armor again, and saw that the front half of the armor was completely contracted. The helmet, chest, abdomen, hands, and feet have all shrunk by half, allowing people to stand directly inside. Shunbei stood in. After returning the hands, feet, and head to their proper positions, the armor automatically closes. Immediately afterwards, he discovered that he seemed to be able to control the armor through his thoughts. There seemed to be a weak artificial intelligence in it? No, it has nothing to do with artificial intelligence. It seems to be a technology that links neurons, allowing him to control various functions of the armor with his thoughts. He was a little surprised. There are technologies for linking neurons. The technology in this world is really not weak anymore. Because all functions are super castrated versions, the ventilation system is also very poor. You'd better open the mask, otherwise you will easily become hypoxic. Team Leader Chan said. Okay. Shunbei had a thought. The mask automatically shrinks to both sides to expose the face, but the shrinking speed is a bit slow and the power is too poor. He tried walking around and found that it was like he was wearing a heavy shell. Although the armor was very light and the movement speed was not slow, it seemed that there was no extra power. Immediately afterwards, he tried the engine functions of his limbs and found that the palms and soles of his feet could indeed eject light particles, but he could hardly feel the thrust. In addition, there is a hidden shooting port on each shoulder, which can hold 10 pistol-type bullets. But the power is, don't try. The power is almost non-existent. All the functions you want are available, but as you wish, it's just a fake. You can only rely on your own strength to move it, but the joints are flexible enough. In theory, as long as the force is strong enough and the movement speed can be increased, but the parts are prone to wear. Team leader Chun shook his head helplessly. One crystal source core can last for 3 minutes. You can replace it yourself when it is used up. This set of energy converters is also a castrated version, which will cause a huge waste of energy. Shinbei slowly widened his eyes. Only, can you hold on for 3 minutes? His uncles. Is the time too short? I'm too embarrassed to say it out loud, as it's easy for others to misunderstand. However, Shunbei soon discovered a surprising point. Just now, Shunbei put on his battle armor, and just a minute passed. The text in the corner of my eye jumped. Pseudo-war armor. Experience value. Could it be that you gain a little experience every minute? Can you gain experience by wearing it? He was delighted. In this case, the power armor could gain experience faster than a pistol. Shinbei summed up his experience. Anything can only be assembled once to gain 1 wave of experience points. If you want to gain experience points, you must use this item, such as the firing of a gun. But shooting requires not only bullets, but also hitting people or beasts. This is also the reason why Shinbei emptied the magazine when he was sniping his teammates. Only when you hit it will your experience points increase. As for this armor, gaining experience points is surprisingly convenient. As long as you keep wearing it, you can keep gaining experience. So cool, right? At this time, Chinanji said, okay, according to your requirements, the armor is finished, 1,000 crystal source cores, please pay. Shinbei withdrew from the armor and smiled strangely. I don't have that many crystal source cores now. What? No ability to pay? Chinanji's mouth twitched. He could tell that Shunbei should be a lower-class resident. If Shinbei didn't smell bad, he wouldn't have received Shinbei. But why are you talking to me if you don't have any money? Good guy. Now that this toy is out, if you tell me you have no money, who the hell am I going to sell it to? Can I borrow money temporarily? Shinbei asked tentatively. I am an old resident of shelter number 36. Chinanji squinted at Shinbei, his face turning green with anger. Chapter 11. Evil seeds appear and kill indiscriminately. Shinbei left the research institute amidst Chinanji's curses. Although Chinanji was unhappy, he still gave Shinbei a 10-day deadline. If he did not come up with 1,000 crystal source cores after 10 days, the toy would be destroyed directly. But Shinbei knew for sure that Chinanji would never destroy it. After all, it was money. Except for selling it to myself, no one else would even take a look. I am not willing to sell junk. Chinanji had no choice. Back at the weapon shop, the boss has 300 rounds of ammunition ready. Shinbei thanked him repeatedly and took it away. At the end of the day, Shinbei was in debt. But Shinbei felt no pressure at all. Plugins are the biggest source of survival. Finally, Shinbei used the remaining meat strips to replenish some sniper rifle bullets. After the sky darkens, Shinbei returned to the rental house. There is little entertainment in this world at night, namely gambling in bars and brothels. Shinbei didn't like it at all and could only stare at the setting sun in a daze. At this time, there are still many residents in the wilderness rushing to the shelter. Some of them had to carry coal in the mine, and some had to carry ore. There are also wild fruits picked in the wilderness and dense forests, etc. Right now, the far distance in Shinbei's field of vision, between the sky and the horizon. Suddenly, several streaks of shocking black air, like wolf smoke, rose into the sky, forming 7 smoke pillars, which seemed to pierce the sky. In these thick, black smoke pillars, countless ferocious faces condensed into black smoke. Shinbei looked at it intently, his heart beating heavily. That's... Shinbei exclaimed, evil seed. At this time, a shrill warning suddenly sounded throughout the sanctuary. The residents stretched their necks and looked to the west. The noise is endless. Those outside, run quickly. The evil seed is coming. Damn it. This is the evil species of serious poison smoke. Is this evil species still active? According to the records, the last time it appeared, it destroyed a city with a population of 1 million. No one survived. All died. Fuck. Those of you who haven't entered the safe zone yet, what are you still thinking about? Drop everything and run for your lives. Fuck. Are you an idiot? You're running with your stuff on your back. Right now, those humans who were still 500 meters away from the Titan shelter heard the warning. They all turned around to look. When he saw that it was a horrible evil creature, His legs became weak with fear, and he ran towards the shelter like a ghost howling like a wolf. All the minerals or wild fruits obtained after a hard day's work were thrown on the ground. The entire wasteland was in chaos because of the sudden appearance of the evil species. People in the shelter kept cheering and cheering for residents who had not yet entered the shelter. At this moment, a cloud of black smoke suddenly flew out from the 7 smoke pillars and condensed into a terrifying human face as big as a football field. It flew over, opened its bloody mouth, and bared teeth. Even in the wind, there was a faint sound of the devil's hideous grin. The wind in the sky was so strong that it could even scatter people, let alone the smoke. However, the cloud of smoke remained intact, as if it was really a devil, which made Fong Han terrified. Wherever the wolf smoke passed, the sky was dark and the sun and moon lost their light. Those humans who ran slowly inhaled the poisonous smoke and immediately started bleeding from all 7 orifices. It was as if all the bones in the body were sucked out in an instant, and the whole person turned into a pile of meat paste. In the blink of an eye, the meat paste looked like bubbles bubbling in boiling water. With a bang, exploded into blood mist fireworks. At this time, a resident had a horrified and ferocious look on his face. He took out his rifle and turned back to shoot while running. The bullet hit the black smoke, sending out sparks. But there was no way to resist the speed of the evil species' advance. No. Help. Give me a hand. Black smoke swallowed up humans one after another, and balls of blood mist fireworks exploded in the darkness. Miserable and beautiful. Among these desperate people, there is also a person with special powers who keeps moving among them. But I saw the air flow all over his body spinning, and 3 meters away from his body, purple electric light was crackling and spreading. Thumbs up. A blade-like beam of dark lightning swept across the sky, swallowing up the heaven and earth, stirring the sun and the moon. A powerful electric current penetrated the void and struck directly at the evil species. There was a flash of thunder in the sky. Shin Bei shook his head. Although this superpower's attack was fierce, the black smoke was an evil species. Even though the thunder blade struck in, it was still unable to cause any damage. However, people with superpowers are naturally much stronger physically than ordinary people. He ran extremely fast, and he didn't forget to grab a few residents who were lagging behind and take them with him. After all the residents ran into the Titan shelter, they all fell to the ground, panting and even coughing up blood. And the black smoke evil species, after approaching the 500-meter range of Titan, seemed to encounter an air wall, unable to move forward. The residents in the shelter once again started to discuss the situation. How many people died this time? I did a rough calculation and found that there are almost more than 30 people. Damn it, this is such a shitty world. There is nothing we can do. Once Titan stops, it will be a good opportunity for us to replenish supplies. If we don't go out to get supplies, everyone will not have anything to eat or drink. The key is that the location of the shelter this time is not good. It is too far from the mine. Well, it didn't take long. The evil black smoke floated across Shelter 36, headed east, and disappeared. The evil seeds leave just as quickly as they come. Only blood-red round pits were left in the wasteland. The residents have long been accustomed to life and death. In almost a moment, it was time to play cards and drink. Sitting in the hut, Shin Bei witnessed how fragile life is and couldn't help but feel dazed. Strong. I need to be stronger. Not only do you want to kill the evil seed, but you also have to run faster than the evil seed. The scene that just happened deeply stimulated Shin Bei. To put it bluntly, if I were to encounter an evil species in the wasteland, I really wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, it is urgent to upgrade the armor. I have to go hunting tomorrow. Collect 1,000 crystal source cores as soon as possible and get the armor. As long as the armor is worn on the body, Shin Bei believes that it will not take long before it will be upgraded to Iron Man's button armor. The sun has completely set. Night falls. The stars shine. The starry sky in this world is particularly charming. It's like countless diamonds are set in it. Shin Bei blinked, feeling sleepy. Before going to bed, Shin Bei tied a metal wire at the door as an alarm. Then, he tilted his head. Go to sleep. This was his first time sleeping in this world. Shin Bei had a strange dream. In the dream, he transformed into a huge spaceship. He is constantly processing massive amounts of data and repairing the spacecraft. But there is no way to repair the parts that are constantly damaged. In the superintelligence data, there will be a red alert at that time. Half asleep, a signal immediately sent out from the depths of Shin Bei's consciousness. Like a computer running at high speed, Dozens of data were instantly transmitted to all parts of the body, so his body suddenly and strangely moved 30 centimeters sideways. Then he suddenly sat up, holding the revolver in his left hand, and moved it forward like lightning, touching the chin of the uninvited guest. This series of actions was so fast that Shin Bei's eyes didn't really open until the pistol was pointed at the target. In the darkness, his pupils flickered with a faint light. Shin Bei was stunned. When did you raise your gun and sit up? Uncontrolled conditioned reflex? In a short moment, he realized that there was an uninvited guest. Who are you? Shin Bei shouted in a low voice. Deliberately lowered, his soft voice added a vague magnetism, but the rough revolver was completely contrary to this gentle voice. Chapter 12 Uninvited Guests, Too Violent. Shin Bei woke up from his sleep. It was almost a conditioned reflex, and even the brain did not receive the body signal. His pistol was already raised. The huge revolver in Shin Bei's hand, with its huge size, ultra-long barrel and shocking black hole muzzle, leaves no doubt that at any range, this gun is powerful enough to blast the skull of the most powerful armored bear into powder. This is not a weapon that ordinary people can control. Its violent recoil is comparable to the firepower output of ancient war machines. When shooting this gun with one hand, even if your wrist is not broken or broken after the first bullet, the ensuing recoil is enough to significantly shift the position of the gun, greatly increasing the time and accuracy required for subsequent aiming. But at this moment, this brutal revolver was already placed on the intruder's jaw, and the problem of aiming no longer existed. Even if Shin Bei's wrist was really broken after the launch, it would only happen after the intruder's head turned into fragments all over the sky. The head under the muzzle of the gun looked fragile and thin. Whether it was this extremely domineering revolver or the least powerful ordinary pistol, it could easily penetrate her skull. However, few people can easily pull the trigger, especially after seeing the appearance of the intruder clearly. Almost all men will not make the decision to shoot in the first place. Because she is an extremely beautiful girl, who at first glance appears to be less than 20 years old. In a time when people are fleeing for famine, the actual age of women is often much younger than their appearance. Perhaps she is only 18 years old, or even younger. She has short dark chestnut hair and a healthy weak complexion. Her sexy lips are painted with a strange purple-gray color, and her big bright eyes are staring closely at Shin Bei. Those eyes flashed with panic, but also mixed with a little excitement and expectation. The girl was wearing a short leather jacket with a very low neckline and a short hem that just outlined the outline of her plump breasts and tight and flawless waist, as if there was no other cover under the leather jacket. The lower body is paired with a pair of tight jeans, which tightly hug her plump buttocks and slender and powerful legs, like her second skin. The girl not only has outstanding appearance and graceful figure, but is also filled with strong vitality and excess energy, which can be seen from the lingering strong smell of alcohol on her body. Apparently, the alcohol she drank had made her nervous system overactive, focusing on seeking stimulation and excitement, but becoming indifferent to the fear of life and death in front of her. Although there was a pistol hanging directly under her chin that could send her to the sky at any time, her eyes, slightly blurred by alcohol anesthesia, only stared at Shin Bei's charming eyes and the hand holding the gun. Shin Bei's clean hands, whether it was smooth lines or delicate skin, eclipsed the girl's proud hands. A trace of murderous intent flashed across Shin Bei's eyes. He had already noticed the metal wire falling on the ground. This woman actually cracked his alarm trap in a drunken state. His slender index finger on the trigger contracted slightly, and with just a little more force, the gun's thunderous strike would be triggered. The girl finally noticed this fatal change. Her eyes instantly cleared, and fear spread. Shin Bei stood up while keeping the pistol pointed at her. As long as his fingers twitch a little, the girl's beautiful face will turn into a mess of blood and flesh. The pistol was kept pressed against her, forcing her to stand on tiptoes and maintain an extreme posture that only a ballet dancer could achieve. Any small movement could cause the pistol to accidentally discharge. However, at this critical moment, Shin Bei made an unexpected move. Shin Bei searched her roughly. Make sure she doesn't pose any threat to you. But she didn't dare to make any move. She could only let fear and tension spread throughout her body, and sweat began to slide quietly down her cheeks and neck. The girl frowned in pain, and Shin Bei's body search process came to an end temporarily. He stepped back and put away his pistol. After confirming that she was unarmed, that her drunken state was not a disguise, and that she did not appear to have any obvious malice, Shin Bei asked in a low voice, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" With burning fire in the girl's eyes, she replied, "My name is Bai Luo. When you came out of the shower, I thought you were so cool. I've been here many times before, but why didn't I notice it? Hee. By the way, I'm a master at picking locks. Shinbei is no stranger to such situations. In this era of rampant violence, women have a low status due to physical and strength disadvantages. Many women can only use their own bodies to exchange for basic survival supplies, such as food and water. With Bai Luo's youth and beauty, he can indeed survive in this way, but if he wants to live a better life, he must master excellent skills and provide actual value to the shelter where he is located. As a mercenary in his past life and a wilderness hunter in this life, Shunbei has long been familiar with the nature of money, violence, women, and transactions. However, the situation at hand does not seem to be in line with his operating principles, because it touches some bottom lines that he is unwilling to compromise easily. I have no money. Shinbei doesn't have a single crystal source core in his body now, and it has long been turned into bullets and rent expenses. Only a pound of meat sticks remained. This girl is obviously much more than this price. The flames in the girl's eyes burned even more fiercely, and she suddenly pounced over like a female leopard, with such force that she directly pressed Shunbei onto the bed. While panting heavily, she tore Shunbei's clothes hard, and what came out of her mouth was a voice mixed with desire and growling. No money this time. You searched so hatefully just now. Give it to me now. But Shunbei's revolver was pressed against her chin again, pushing her up. I have a lot of things to do tomorrow, so I have to save my energy. The girl was almost driven crazy by the change from hot to freezing cold, but she had to leave under the force of a pistol. Almost completely naked, she hugged her clothes and watched the door slam shut and locked in front of her. Shunbei sat upright beside the bed, with the pistol placed across his knees. I heard the gnashing of teeth and hysterical threat coming from outside the door. Shunbei, sooner or later, I'm going to rape you. Shinbei. Chapter 13 Revenge cannot be overnight. After dawn, Shinbei took out the strips of meat, tore them off piece by piece, and ate them while drinking water. Then he put a Barrett sniper rifle on his back and a revolver on his waist. The bullet was in the satchel. A small bag on the back. Go out. The landlord looked at Shinbei meaningfully and bared his big yellow teeth. Are you going out? Shinbei nodded. Young man, don't be discouraged. What happened to the 3-second god of war? The main purpose is to solve problems quickly. The landlord said inexplicably. At first, Shinbei couldn't understand it at all. It took him a while to realize what he was saying. He asked in astonishment, You know? Hi. The landlord smiled and said, There are also girls who come out to look for work. However, I think this girl is not dedicated. So? You pay the bill so quickly, and she still looks unwilling. Shinbei. Of course I don't want to. Shinbei explained, I'm not a prostitute. Ah. The landlord nodded knowingly. No wonder he cursed and left. Shinbei waved his hand and left directly. Shinbei did not leave the shelter directly to enter the wasteland. Instead, he turned towards the mission hall. There is a blackboard hanging here. It has supplies for shelter needs, or other employers are temporarily hiring. Generally speaking, people with special abilities have more tasks. After all, the individual combat power of a person with superpowers is unmatched by ordinary people holding guns. Even though it's a shelter in name only. But it's actually very big. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a small town. This does not include the house on wheels following the Titan. The shelter is medium-sized. The population is approximately 90,000 residents. Some large shelters can reach 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Therefore, once the Titan stops, there are many various mercenary tasks. Shinbei squeezed through the crowd and looked at the blackboard. There are many tasks above. Many of them are mining, felling trees, and other tasks. This kind of work does not have to fight with ferocious beasts, and it is better to be safe. There are also long-term missions issued by the General of the Sanctuary. That is the intelligence of the direction in which the Titan is heading. This task is rarely undertaken. After all, we have to stay ahead of the Titans. Titan's route is not controlled by any human being at all. It goes wherever it wants. It is estimated to be a straight line, but it may turn the next day. When the scouts come back, you can look for a shelter and keep silent when you find one. But this task is still of certain importance. On the wasteland, there are many huge city ruins. It is home to all kinds of cunning and cruel mutant creatures, mutants, zombies, ferocious beasts, etc. There is no need to be afraid of this, as the psychics in the shelter are not just there to do nothing. The only problem is, once the Titan enters the ruined city, it will experience a huge overturning angle and a sense of bumps. Shelters need to be reinforced in advance. The wheelhouses following behind must all untie their ropes and walk in a circle. This is a huge project. Naturally, advance warning is needed. Every time we pass by the ruins, there are many people who go bankrupt. Shinbei took a look and focused on a task. That is to explore an abandoned coal mine, find out if there are ferocious beasts entrenched, and give 30 crystal source cores. If there is a ferocious beast entrenched, clear it out and give 200. In fact, the underground world is not suitable for snipers. Above-ground cities with many buildings and vast areas, and mountains and forests are the paradise for sniper activities. But the reward is too tempting. Generally speaking, the mines in the wasteland have been mined repeatedly. Shelter number 36 is here today, and shelter number 30 may pass by tomorrow. It was natural to search the nearby mines. There is a small chance that there is a vicious beast inside. Shinbei secretly wrote down the location of this mission. Turn around and walk out of the mission hall. Suddenly, a person stood in front of Shinbei, blocking his way. Shinbei, right? Hearing this, Shinbei slowly raised his head and looked over. The man in front of him was wearing a leather combat uniform, which did not look like the uniform of a regular army, and half of the buttons on his chest were open from top to bottom, revealing his chest muscles that were covered with hair and tangled. His eagle-like nose and deep gray eyes gave him a charm full of strength and heroism. This appearance is somewhat similar to Xiaolong. Shinbei remembered this person's name in the memory of the original owner, Owl Eagle. He is one of the combat-type superpowers in Sanctuary number 36. Why did you come back alone? Where is my brother Xiaolong? Owl Eagle asked with a solemn tone and an evil look. Shinbei shook his head. I don't know. They lost me halfway, so I came back. Huh. Owl Eagle looked suspicious, a little unconvinced. Abandoned you? Yes. What's the problem? Oh. The Owl Eagle's eyes were condensed and stern. His face changed with gloominess, and a violent expression flashed through his eyes. The direction of your original mission should only be ferocious beasts like rot wolves, which are not dangerous at all. How could you be regarded as a dangerous beast? Dumped the oil bottle? Shinbei was too lazy to talk nonsense. Then ask your brother. Let me ask your uncle. Owl Eagle immediately got angry and said, What the hell is going on? Tell me clearly. Where is my brother? Shinbei reiterated, I don't know. After saying that, Shinbei passed by him directly. As long as a first-level superpower user is not attacked by a sneak attack, Shinbei is not afraid of facing him head-on. Guns still have threats and advantages. Especially the firearms in Shinbei's hands can be upgraded. Owl Eagle's eyes were fixed on Shinbei's back. He seemed to have a bad feeling in his heart. He would not believe even a single punctuation mark of what Shinbei said. After thinking about it, Xiaoying's eyes flashed, and he walked out of the shelter and walked in the direction where Xiaolong had done his mission. Damn it, if my brother is still alive, you Shinbei will be fine. If something happens to my brother, you will be buried with him. The Owl Eagle had a cruel look on his face, and Shinbei was hiding in a hiding place, looking in the direction where the Owl Eagle's figure was retreating, squinting his eyes. As long as he sees Xiaolong's body and thinks about it with his toes, he will be an important target of suspicion. After all, when everyone is shot to death by bullets, ferocious beasts don't know how to use guns. From now on, it will be Owl Eagle who is hiding, and he who is understanding. There's no telling when revenge will be launched. Shinbei gritted his teeth and ignored the mission for the time being. Follow directly. Shinbei must find a good location to ambush and kill the Owl Eagle as well. Never suffer from future troubles. In this world, let alone an overnight feud, even if you kill someone just 1 second too late, you will regret it for the rest of your life. An hour later, depart from Shinbei. The sunlight with strong ultraviolet rays scorches the earth mercilessly. However, Shinbei's thick cloak blocked out all the sunlight. He didn't walk very fast, but at a constant pace, and it wasn't until 3 hours later that he stopped in front of the ruins of a lonely house. Shinbei relaxed after carefully checking the villa that had lost half of its roof and confirming that there was no deadly creature hiding, nor was it the lair of some large predator like an armored bear. That's it. Shinbei is lying in ambush on the only way for the Owl Eagle to return. This is the cemetery Shinbei chose for him. What about people with superpowers? Either you die or I live. Chapter 14. Can bullets be upgraded? Done. Shinbei waited quietly alone. Just as I closed my eyes and prepared to take a nap, I suddenly remembered something. Take a bullet out of your pocket. This bullet was taken from the desk of the owner of the gun-selling shop in the shelter. There are complex lines carved on it. Touching it gently with your fingertips, you can feel the unreality of these lines. It's not like it's carved at all. It's the natural texture of the metal. But if you touch it carefully, you can still feel the grooves carved in it. It's just that the groove is very shallow, so shallow that it can't be identified by the naked eye. It can be seen that the skill is as superb as a high-precision machine tool. Mysterious superpower. People with superpowers in this world are roughly divided into two categories: combat and auxiliary systems. The combat power is powerful and indestructible. Except for evil species, it cannot be killed. Theoretically, it can kill any ferocious beasts, zombies, etc. At the same time, there are many branches of the combat system: common natural elements, genetic expansions, and more. The auxiliary system lacks strong combat power, and its main function is to improve the life and equipment needs of the shelter. But there's something weird about the mystery side. Some mysterious side superpowers have combat abilities comparable to those of the combat type, such as controlling space, time, etc. However, some mysterious side powers can only help the combat system improve their combat effectiveness. Now, the bullet with carved lines in Shinbei's hand came from the mysterious side superpower. At this time, the information about this bullet also appeared in the corner of Shinbei's eyes. Rifle bullets, fully level. Disposable item. This bullet is imbued with mysterious energy, which can increase the range by 500 meters, greatly increase the lethality, greatly increase the accuracy, and have strong armor-piercing ability. The bullet's trajectory can be adjusted if necessary. After Shinbei read the message, he felt numb all over. An ordinary bullet, carved with lines, actually produced such shocking changes. Just increasing the range is definitely a fatal trick to confuse the enemy. The enemy predicted that the shooting distance of the gun was not enough, but the bullet cheated. This is nothing. The most perverted thing is that it can change the trajectory of movement. Shinbei couldn't imagine how to change. Is it gun shaking? Even in such a weird world, the shooter has no control over the bullets fired. I can't figure it out. Right now, a bright light flashed in Shinbei's consciousness. Somewhere in the air, there seemed to be a divine power connecting the bullets in his hands. Shinbei suddenly discovered that the bullet in his palm had shifted slightly to the left. Turn right. The bullet head slowly turned around and pointed to the right. Sky! Shinbei exclaimed. It turns out that changing the trajectory of the bullet starts from the level of consciousness. In other words, after the bullet is fired, it can turn according to its own will during the flight trajectory. Shinbei was suddenly pleasantly surprised. He is indeed a mysterious superpower. Anyone can use the bullets he carved out. Shinbei smacked his mouth, feeling that the owner of the gun shop was blind and missed a lot of business. At that moment, Shinbei took out his bullets and rummaged through his backpack. He took out an alloy file less than 10 centimeters each. Start carving according to the grained bullet. Although Shinbei is not a superpower, but I feel that as long as I continue to imitate, I will definitely gain experience and be able to create such a bullet. Rub, rub, rub. Soon, Shinbei realized that he had acted a little too hastily. The bullet lines of these strange patterns are quite complicated. There are some interlaced lines, and I don't know which line was written first. At the same time, due to lack of experience, the control accuracy is also insufficient. After the first attempt at characterization was completed, the text in the corner of the eye gave a prompt. Rifle bullets, 0. There are scratches on the surface, but they do not affect use. Shinbei. Work in vain. You have to be more careful. Shinbei looked up at the wilderness. There was no one there, and he continued to immerse himself in carving. Swish, swish. Shinbei started copying and sculpting from the simplest textures. Experience. Yes, there has been progress. Continue. The second pattern was slashed, and no experience points were gained. Without any disappointment, Shinbei continued to paint. Experience value. Experience value. It wasn't until Shinbei gained 5 experience points. There is no place for engraving on the entire bullet, but compared with level 5 bullets, there are still many lines that have not been carved into it, mainly because the lines drawn by Shinbei are too thick. The distance between the two lines is incomparable to a level 5 bullet. There's something wrong with the tools, and there's something wrong with my technique. Shinbei summed it up. Then upgrade the bullets directly. Rifle bullets, 0. There are scratches on the surface, slightly increasing the shooting distance and slightly increasing the lethality. No more. The results are there, but they are incomparable to level 5 bullets. However, this is a huge gain for Shinbei, no less than discovering a new world. Especially for people like Shinbei, who has no special powers and can only rely on firearms to make ends meet. This is undoubtedly a huge help. If I had more precise tools, I would definitely be able to carve out level 5 bullets. Then Shunbei was not idle and tried to depict the bullets of the revolver. A moment's work. Carving completed. Revolver bullets. 5. Upgrade. Revolver bullets. 0. Disposable item. There are scratches on the surface of the bullet. After the bullet is fired into the target, it will produce an explosion effect. At the same time, accuracy and shooting range are lost. Shunbei frowned. The revolver's killing radius is within 250 meters, and its effective range is within 50 meters. After this bullet gained the bonus effect, it actually lost part of its accuracy and range. However, Shunbei didn't care at all. As for the loss of accuracy, he was no longer within the scope of his consideration. According to Shunbei's vision, when he was about to use his revolver, he would never be more than 20 meters away from the target. Shunbei handled the bullets calmly, one after another, as if he would never get bored or tired. In the blink of an eye, a box of bullets has been processed, and the pattern engraved on each bullet is exactly the same. Even if a precision machine tool is used to engrave it, it seems to be nothing more than that. During this period, all the bullets that Shunbei could carve were level 2, and level 3 bullets had not been carved yet. Shunbei was not in a hurry. After handling the matters here, he would just find this mysterious superpower and ask for advice. Shunbei carefully put away the bullets, then took out the second box of bullets and opened it. It seemed that the 2 hours of repetitive work did not make him bored. The experience of the special forces in his previous life taught him that enough patience is necessary to survive. Shunbei raised his head and looked outside again. Suddenly, in the wilderness in the distance, a figure appeared, carrying a corpse and running at an average speed of about 30 miles in his own direction. The Owl Eagle is back. Shunbei put away the bullets and tools at an incredible speed and took Barrett in his hand. With a flash of his right hand, he loaded a modified bullet into the chamber. Then he took a few steps to the wall and looked out through a crack in the wall. While doing all this, Shunbei made no sound at all, except for the metallic clang of the rifle being loaded. At this time, Shunbei's rifle had no sight at all. But this did not prevent Shunbei from sniping. Shunbei squinted his eyes slightly to block the reflection in his eyes and looked outside carefully. He himself is good at long-range shooting, so he certainly knows what will give away his whereabouts. Getting closer, Shunbei's gun slowly poked out. Chapter 15: Sniper Fight Against Superpowers. The Owl Eagle on the opposite side was carrying the body of his brother Xiaolong and running in the wilderness. At this time, he was already furious. He had a premonition that his brother had died. But they never expected that after finding the location of the incident, not only all the members were killed. Moreover, they were all killed by snipers. After checking each corpse, he found that except for Xiaolong's forehead, which was shot through by a pistol bullet, the other members were all shot to death by sniper rifles. From this, Xiaoying instantly thought of the sniper rifle on Shunbei. It's him. He must have killed everyone. Owl Eagle's face was twisted ferociously. If I had known this, I should have beaten him to death in the morning. Owl Eagle thought, it's not too late now. As long as Shunbei appears in Shelter 36, he will kill him instantly without saying a word. The shelter doesn't care whether an ordinary person dies or not. Thinking of this, the Owl Eagle's running speed increased by 1 section. Jumping back and forth among the grass and trees in the wilderness, he rushed back to the shelter in a hurry. At this moment, Shunbei's eyes were watching the sound of the Owl Eagle in the distance. His crosshairs followed the slowly twisting barrel of the gun, and he quickly caught the 2 little legs flying rapidly through the vegetation. I originally wanted to shoot the opponent's head or chest, but due to the lush branches and leaves hanging from the tree, the target's upper body was obscured. The sight of the dense forest floor within the line of sight was very limited, and he could only see 2 legs flashing across each other, running backwards and forwards at a fast pace. The upper body of the Owl Eagle is at an angle that is completely impossible to guess. Blindly shooting at the head will not only fail to hit anyone, but may also miss the target and alert the owl. This first shot is crucial. Slow down, look back and stare at your evil seed. Shunbei's lips were silently murmuring, while a few pieces of soft grass were constantly rubbing and squirming his cheeks. Whoosh! Seize the opportunity, just when the Owl Eagle's running calves suddenly stop, waiting for the brain to convey the instruction to change direction. Shunbei pulled the trigger decisively, and a screeching bullet burst out of the gun barrel, smashed the grass in the way, and flew straight towards the target. The bullets flew extremely fast, touching the ground under the grass and trees, drawing a roaring line of fire. Just as Owl Eagle was about to lift his feet and start running, the bullet hit the convex ball bone of his left ankle, causing the guy to fall heavily. It was like a running horse suddenly hitting the bridle, leaning forward without any reservation and falling to the ground, breaking the bridge of its nose. Broken front teeth and broken lips are naturally too late to avoid. Crouching and writhing among the grass and trees, it soon became quiet. It can be seen that Xiao Ying has a strong sense of combat. Even if he was shot, he did not panic and yell. Instead, he was extremely calm, making no unnecessary movements, as if disappearing in the grass. With lightning speed, Shen Bei pushed and pulled out the cartridge case from the chamber of the gun. His finger was on the trigger. His eyes were always attached to the scope, and he did not dare to relax for a moment to keep an eye on the target. After careful inspection, still found a flaw. There was a hand reaching out from the grass, looking extremely dazzling in the messy grass. Whoosh! The battery sniper rifle in Shen Bei's hand was like a ferocious snake, taking a second bite of its prey in time. The bullet was shot out in a very short period of time along the air trajectory that was still warm. Smashed that exposed palm directly. Shen Bei did not hear the expected howl. Moreover, after the palm exploded, there was no reflex action. Like the palm of a dead man. Shen Bei's heart thumped. It's broken. That's Xiaolong's body. Shen Bei's horrified look was still on his face. He immediately picked up his sniper rifle and retreated behind the wall. He looked around and listened to the sounds around him. Shen Bei was extremely sure that the first shot definitely hit Owl Eagle's ankle. The second shot was baited by the Owl Eagle and hit the dead man. Then, the Owl Eagle in the dark has found its position and should come around in a roundabout way. Left or right? Shen Bei had to move his position. At close range, he would never be able to defeat the Owl Eagle. Bet. Shen Bei walked slowly and ran towards the left side. Proceed all the way. Shen Bei went straight to Xiaolong's position. He wanted to change his position and catch the owl by surprise when it emerged from the ruins, or even shoot him directly in the head. Soon, Shen Bei touched the back of Xiaolong's body and set up his sniper rifle. Almost at the same time, a dark shadow appeared at the position where Shen Bei was originally sniping. It's none other than Owl Eagle. Shen Bei's finger on the trigger gradually exerted force and shot decisively. Bang! A bullet escaped from the barrel of the gun and flew towards the haystack at the ruins. This white line rushes past, only fleetingly in the dense vegetation. The sunlight and shadow on the warhead alternated at extremely fast speeds. In the end, only a few grass stems on the thick green plant shook slightly, and then they dived into the ruins to the bottomless depth. Puff! A cloud of blood mist erupted in the ruins. Shen Bei thought he should kill the target this time. Although Owl Eagle is a superpower, it is only level 1. Plus his sniper rifle is level 3 and his bullets are level 2. It's definitely not enough for him to eat and walk around. But the next second, among the ruins, the muzzle of a rifle poked out, shooting randomly in the direction of Shen Bei. Da-da-da. The gunfire was full of impotent rage and random shooting. Shen Bei moved quickly, pulling up Xiaolong's body to resist the bullets, and then quickly rolled under a big tree. At this time, the gunfire stopped, and the Owl Eagle's cry came from the ruins. Damn it, Shen Bei! It's you, Shen Bei. Shen Bei was also stunned, and once again had a new understanding of superpowers. He was shot twice, but he can still speak. Shen Bei simply responded openly, "That's right. Strike first to gain the upper hand. You won't mind, right? What a shame. You really killed my brother. Do you still want to kill me?" Owl Eagle's vicious voice came again. "Why? Do you still want to kill me with a firearm? I am a superpower. I still advise you to surrender obediently. I will spare your life. Stop talking nonsense at this time." Shen Bei relaxed and continued. "Although superpowers are powerful, they are not invulnerable. If you have the guts, step forward and I will shoot you in the forehead. As long as you don't die, how about I let you kill me?" The Owl Eagle lost its voice. One thing must be admitted, the power of sniper rifles poses a great threat to people with supernatural powers. Especially first-level and second-level superpowers are actually just a little more powerful than ordinary people. Unless you are promoted to level 3 or above as a superpower, your defense can ignore bullets. And now his ankle is broken. Seriously affect operations. He had just been shot again in the shoulder, and the bullet was still lodged in the bone. I almost fainted from the pain. Although I was not shot directly, I was still in danger of my life, and I was too passive. Because his superpower is strengthening. In other words, you can't stick to your body and beat you. You can only be beaten passively. Owl Eagle looked around at the terrain and was a little confused. His ankle was injured, and his movement speed plummeted. If Shen Bei goes around in circles with him, he will kill him sooner or later. What to do? Owl Eagle squinted his eyes and looked at his injured ankle. Shinbei on the other side was also thinking about what to do. He didn't dare to get too close to the Owl Eagle. Once he was entangled by the Owl Eagle, he would definitely be beaten to pieces within 2 moves. But the owl hid behind the wall without showing its head. If the wear and tear continues, once the injury on Owl Eagle's foot is restored to its original state, the only one who will die will be himself. Think of this. Shinbei slowly took out the level 5 bullet. I took one last look at the pattern and remembered it in my heart, even though I was a little reluctant to let it go. But he still pushed it into the bolt. Chapter 16. If you are chased by a monster, you can only fight back. Can't afford it. Shinbei can't afford it. If the snipers were ordinary people, Shinbei would have dared to charge with a revolver. But the opponent Owl Eagle is a superpower. The recovery ability is much stronger than that of ordinary people. No matter what the cost, we must seize this opportunity and take advantage of his illness to kill him. Therefore, Shinbei pushed the level 5 bullet into the bolt. Without hesitation. Shoot decisively. Bang! The warhead was like a finger, pushing aside the soft plants at the edge of the stone pit at an extremely fast speed and shooting into the ruins. In an instant, the owl hiding in the ruins made a cut sound. Shooting randomly? Behind him is a wall that even bullets cannot penetrate. Useless effort. At this time, Owl Eagle's mentality has stabilized, and he is just wasting away. Whether Shinbei retreated, charged, or did nothing, the only one who wins in the end is yourself. Time is on your side. Whoosh. Owl Eagle could see a bullet passing over his head, leaving a white line. But the next breath, the owl's eyeballs exploded. Its expression was extremely distorted, and emotions of terror, depression, and even despair were staged one by one. Because he saw that the bullet dragging the white line was flying in a straight line. Suddenly, the angle changed, and it seemed to be drifting in the air. It turned a corner and turned around to shoot towards him. What the hell? The Owl Eagle turned completely purple, with unparalleled fear in its eyes, looking extremely terrifying. Never had he seen such a horrific scene. It's incredible, unimaginable, unbelievable. I can't even imagine, even if I break my brain, why the bullets fired by Shinbei turned around in the damn way. Is it possible that Shinbei is a person with superpowers? The ability to control bullets? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But a ridiculous scene happened right in front of me. Owl Eagle was completely stunned. At this time, Shinbei connected his consciousness to the level 5 bullet and fired it. A magical scene also happened. You can share your vision with this bullet. After the bullet flew past the owl's head, Shinbei immediately controlled the bullet to turn and shot the warhead towards the astonished Owl Eagle. Bang! The bullet accurately shot into the owl's right eye and exploded in his brain. The explosive force brought by the ammunition destroyed the Owl Eagle's brain tissue from the inside. The skull was opened. The red and white things are like hot porridge in a pot, spraying up. In Shinbei's field of vision, it was like a brain fountain. Shinbei breathed out lightly. After consuming a precious level 5 bullet, all the troubles were finally solved. You won't kill the younger one this time, and then the older one, right? Shinbei put away Barrett, hung it behind him, and returned to the ruins in a few bounces. Crouching on the broken wall, Shinbei looked at the body of Owl Eagle, with a smile on his lips. Superpower, ha! Turn over and jump down. Shinbei began to fumble with Owl Eagle's pockets and satchel. A superpower identity card. Shinbei was still a little envious. With this card, you get at least a 30% discount on purchases at all shelters. It's not a big deal to get 50% off at some places. As for ordinary people, it would be nice without a price increase. Apart from miscellaneous things, the most valuable thing is the crystal source core. Shinbei counted them, and there were a total of 330. The golden belt of murder and arson. It is a universal truth in any world. Killing people and stealing goods is the most profitable business without capital. Shinbei turned the core of Jingyuan into something existing. Take away a pack of cigarettes. Everything else is discarded directly. I simply ate some meat sticks and drank some water. Shinbei began his return journey. His figure was like a ghost, moving quickly and slowly among the ruins. This apocalyptic world is nothing more than what humans can describe. Human beings like a fixed place to live, but now, they are being chased by the elusive evil species. Humanity can only rely on titans to live a life of escape. But for other ferocious beasts, this world is paradise. The wilderness is not deserted. There are all kinds of terrains and ecologies. The return trip takes about 2 hours. Shinbei tried his best to avoid the ferocious beasts and not provoke them. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to offend him, but that Shinbei had to rush back to complete the task of exploring the mine. This reward is more cost-effective, but it backfired. An hour later, Shinbei still bumped head-on into a strange life form. Stone Man. This is a stone man more than 3 meters tall. It looks heavy, but the strange thing is that it makes almost no sound when it moves. On weekdays, he likes to lie on the ground, almost blending into the earth, basking in the sun and taking a nap, hardly moving. But once they are awakened, they will recklessly hunt down the creature that woke them up until they die. The most difficult thing is that the body of this stone man is very strong and difficult to be damaged by swords and knives, and ordinary firearms cannot hit it at all. Generally speaking, when encountering this kind of stone monster, it is best to have an ice-type mutant in the team to freeze it, and then walk away in a swagger. Once the fight starts, it is indeed a waste of time and not cost-effective. The stones in the thatched cottage are smelly and hard. In addition to the psychics, there is also a faster way to kill them. That's 5 bullets, hitting the same part in a very short period of time, piercing his heart. This is also not easy to do. A test of extremely accurate marksmanship. If the shot is too slow, the stone monster's wounds will heal directly. Especially in this world where people with special abilities appear frequently, the pistols in the hands of people with special abilities have gradually become a decoration. And ordinary people don't have that much money to buy bullets to train their marksmanship. Therefore, when you encounter a stone monster, you usually turn around and run away until the stone monster cannot catch up. Shinbei originally wanted to run away, but the stone monster is like a mad dog, pursuing it relentlessly. After running 2,000 meters, Shinbei was so tired that his mouth was dry, and he was panting. Angrily, Shinbei took out his revolver, rolled over, turned sideways, and raised the gun to shoot. Aim for the stone monster's chest, but this thing also moves slowly. Shinbei immediately turned the direction of the gun. It was rough, thick, and simple, and aimed directly at his thick leg joints. Bang, bang, bang. A direct 5-hit combo. The powerful bullet directly broke half of the stone monster's left leg joint, causing the opponent's heavy body to suddenly fall to the left. Boom. Amidst the billowing dust and smoke, Shinbei saw that the stone monster's leg joints were growing rapidly. He is indeed a difficult guy. Revolver. 5. Shinbei ignored the text prompt. As soon as his fingers flicked, the pistol drum was opened. 5 hot bullet cases fell, and 5 more bullets were filled into the drum through dexterous fingers. Then there was a click, and the drum returned to its position. Almost without aiming, the muzzle of the gun was slightly raised. Just when the stone monster was about to get up and couldn't move, the muzzle spurted out a long tongue of flame again. Bang, bang. He fired 6 shots in succession at the stone monster's chest. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets fired from the revolver were very powerful, and the huge recoil made Shinbei's mouth numb. The 5 shots almost all hit the same place, directly making a deep crater in the stone monster's chest. Immediately afterwards, the stone monster trembled and lost its movement. Revolver. 17. Shinbei put away his pistol and lit a cigarette, feeling a little melancholy. Fire bullets down to kill a stone monster. Only 1 crystal source core can be harvested. A crystal source core can only buy 6 bullets. What a loss. Shinbei dug out the core of the crystal source and continued on his way. At the same time, Shinbei took out his revolver. Upgrade. Revolver. 7. 5 bullets. The wheel axis is slightly stuck. The rifling is intact. The damage is slightly increased. The ammunition capacity is reduced, and the recoil is reduced by 20. Shinbei was a little moved. This upgrade works well. Not only is the insensitivity of the pawl completely gone, the ammo capacity has been increased to 6 rounds, giving it a sense of instantaneity with the My Thoughts ability. Cool. Shinbei looked at the pistol and muttered, I feel like one day, this pistol will turn into a small steel cannon. Chapter 17. I will give you more money. Please help me. Shinbei quickly returned to the vicinity of Shelter 36. Can be seen. The giant titan's mouth burrows into the ground and is constantly extracting water. Shinbei kept walking north, beyond the shelter, and saw a large mountain lying across the wilderness ahead. Under the mountain, every few kilometers, there is a dark mine cave. Some of the mines are under mining, and humans are running steam machines and hanging ropes to pull out the mine cars below. The ore or coal inside is then dumped on the ground and transported back to the shelter. These functional steam devices are built from multiple shelters. You can use any shelter nearby. A busy scene. Everyone is working as fast as they can. After all, there is no rule at all when the Titans leave. Sometimes I don't move anywhere for a year. Sometimes the move starts the next day. The time difference between the two is so big. Shinbei came to one of the mines numbered. There are several staff members of the shelter logistics department here who are looking into the inside of the mine. In the wilderness, although resources are ownerless, the power to extract them belongs to the sanctuary. After all, the defense force organized by superpowers cannot be messed up by ordinary people. Shinbei mingled among them and chatted with several logistics staff for a while. Then he got right to the point. I want to do a reconnaissance mission. A staff member named Minji looked at Shinbei up and down with a meaningless smile. You? Right. Let me take a look at the superpower license. Ordinary people. Shinbei said truthfully. Minji slapped his mouth. Brother, it's not that I'm being harsh. Anyone can do the task, but you have to have a life to do it. What if there is a ferocious beast down there? Do you still want to die? Shinbei said in a calm tone. Life or death is up to me. You don't have to worry about this. I think you should work as a laborer. You can earn some living expenses in a day. The other one, Minji continued. 2 superpowers have already taken over this exploration task. I guess they will be back soon. Shinbei smashed his mouth when he heard this. Too late. Sighed. It is impossible to work, and it is impossible to work in this life. Since the task here was taken first, Shinbei didn't hesitate and turned around and left. He wants to head towards the mountains. Look for ferocious beasts that can be hunted, dig more crystal source cores, and buy back the armor as soon as possible. And right now, other workers at the mine entrance shouted in panic. Something happened. Come quickly. Shinbei followed the sound. I saw. At the entrance of the mine, a person with supernatural powers stumbled out. His body was in a state of disrepair. His face was like a crushed persimmon, and one of his eyeballs was missing, as if it had been forcefully gouged out. His body was covered with rodent bite marks and blood. In fact, the muscles on his arms were chewed to the point of leaving no trace of flesh and blood, and the bones were thick and white. After this superhuman fell to the ground, he still had a look of extreme panic on his face, and he only uttered 4 words. Save people, danger. He couldn't say a single more word, so he froze up and died. Minji's expression changed dramatically, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Hey, is Thunder Tiger still alive? What's down there? Talk. Hey. Dead. The staff member on the side snorted, but there was no life left at all. Damn it. Minji's face suddenly became angry. Thunder Tiger must be in trouble as well. What should we do? Another person asked. Thunder Tiger is still down there, maybe still alive. Do you want to go back and invite higher-level superpowers to come over? We must mine the ore in this mine. Minji suddenly turned to look at Shinbei. Do you still have the guts to investigate? Shinbei's eyes were focused. What are the levels of these 2 superpowers? 2 first orders. I accepted this mission, Shinbei said without any hesitation. Originally, Shinbei came to take on this task. He will not be timid because a person with superpowers is uncertain about his life or death, and a person with superpowers is dead. In other words, if you receive this task in advance, you still have to face the dangers you should face. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Just because 2 first-level superpowers have broken, it doesn't mean that I can break. Okay, Minji said very directly. If you can clean up the threats inside, I will add another 100 crystal source cores to you, for a total of 300. If Thunder Tiger can bring it back alive, I will add 100 more to you. Shinbei nodded and rolled in a nearby mud puddle, making his whole body dirty and covered in mud. Ming Yi and other staff looked at Shinbei's preparations, took a deep breath, and couldn't help but say, so damn professional. Is this to block one's own aura? It seems like this guy really has some ideas. Superpowers never do this kind of detail. Chickens don't pee, they all have their own ways. Shinbei cleaned the mud off his eyelids and pulled out a 3-edged military thorn from the dead superpower as a weapon. Without saying a word, enter the mine. He walked cautiously in the deep cave, his steps light and soft, like a flexible cat, moving silently. The thick hooded cloak and earthy smell prevent his breath and body temperature from leaking out, making it difficult for dangerous creatures underground that rely on smell or infrared vision to hunt his presence. After all, a ferocious beast that can live underground must have an extremely developed sense of smell and infrared vision. At the same time, Shinbei held the sharp-edged triangular bayonet tightly in his hand. The front end was sharpened so that it could be swung or stabbed directly. It was a very terrifying weapon. Although the original owner was not good at fighting, Shinbei was a special soldier in his previous life, and his fighting skills for killing people with his bare hands had already come with time travel and were engraved in his genes. In other words, fighting skills are more like data, and time travel is like copying and pasting. Shinbei's modified rifle and pistol are carried on his back and hidden under his cloak respectively. His pistol is powerful but has poor accuracy. However, in terrain such as cave passages, the power of this pistol can be doubled. The problem is that in this deep and quiet passage, the sound of gunfire can travel very far, which is equivalent to telling the monsters within a few kilometers that I am coming. Relatively speaking, the bayonet is more suitable for the current environment. It's not dark inside the mine. At intervals, a kerosene lamp with a lampshade was lit on the wall. This is the oil lamp that the first two superpowers lit while exploring. Normally, when the oil lamp stops coming on, that's where something went wrong for them. At a corner, Shunbei suddenly stopped and retracted into his cloak, slowly disappearing into the darkness. There was a low rustling sound in the alleyway, and a mutated mouse about 1 meter long came out. The disproportionately large nose on its head kept squirming upwards, and its small eyes were dim. It seems to have almost degraded. The mice that lived on the surface decades ago are the same species as this mutant mouse. But now, the world has changed drastically. After being enveloped by abundant strange energy, these animals have also completed drastic changes. Even as the mutated rats grew larger, their strength also increased. But Shinbei's state of mind didn't fluctuate much. Judging from the memory of the original owner, 2 or 3 ordinary people could kill this thing as long as they were careful, so it wouldn't be too dangerous. At the same time, Shinbei was also puzzled. If it was just a mutated rat, how could 2 superpowers be defeated? Too bad. Shinbei had a hunch that there should be something more dangerous than mutant rats below the mine. No time to think about anything else. Shinbei hid in the corner, and the bayonet in his hand began to accumulate strength. Wait. Gradually, the mutated mouse approached the corner of Shinbei. Shinbei, who was quietly dormant in the darkness, suddenly moved. Chapter 18. This scene is so exciting. When the mutant mouse was almost parallel to Shinbei, Shinbei took the lead in attacking. The 3-edged bayonet stabbed out like lightning, piercing the upper end of the mutated mouse's nose, penetrating the upper and lower jaws, and nailing it firmly to the ground. The mutated mouse's nose was its biggest weakness. It screamed like crazy, clawing at the ground with its 4 short, thick, and sharp claws. The gravel splashed everywhere, and in the blink of an eye, a hole was dug into the hard rock. But Shinbei's left hand held the top of the bayonet tightly, and his seemingly fragile arm was as unshakable as a rock. At the same time, Shinbei's body was also swaying to avoid being caught by the mutant mouse's claws. When the claws are removed, the skin is torn and the flesh is bruised, which is nothing. The main reason is that it carries germs. In this world, there is no medical insurance, and medical treatment can definitely make people feel distressed. At this moment, the mutated mouse, whose vital organs were severely injured, could not survive for even a minute. Its body twitched violently and fell to the ground motionless. Shinbei slowly pulled out his bayonet, turned the mutated mouse over, and saw clearly that it was a female mouse. Shinbei frowned, and his expression changed slightly. Mutated male mice are used to moving alone, and if a female mouse appears, she will always be followed by a male mouse. Shinbei didn't waste even a second. Quickly moving a few steps laterally, he stood in the middle of the passage where the mutated rat appeared. He squatted half-crouched with his front legs and planted his hind feet on the ground. He raised his bayonet and aimed it at the deep and dark passage. Almost at the moment when he raised his bayonet, a fishy wind suddenly surged out of the passage, and a thicker mutated male rat suddenly jumped out of the darkness and bit into Shinbei in the air. The bayonet remained motionless, and with the momentum of the mutated mouse, the sharp tip of the bayonet penetrated deeply into the gopher's throat, passed through its internal organs, and almost burst out of its anus. Shinbei let go of his hand and quickly took a few steps back. His posture was light and swift, as if he was gliding on water. With a click, the mutated rat almost used all its strength to close its huge mouth and bite the bayonet's grip hard. Although its incisors can chew through almost any rock, they are still not as strong as this thickened steel. With a clicking sound, the steel immediately dented, and the male rat's teeth also shattered. The male rat charged so hard that he fell from the air and slid a few meters on the rugged ground before rushing in front of Shinbei. Shinbei raised his right leg and stepped on the male rat's head. The male rat screamed and struggled, but it couldn't lift its head from the ground at all. As long as it exerts force, the body penetrated by the bayonet will feel unbearable pain. Even though it was severely injured, it still struggled for more than a minute before stopping breathing. Shinbei drew out his bayonet. I felt sick in my heart. Killing this thing is even more disgusting than killing someone. Shinbei continued to go deeper. In the dark and rugged cave, Shinbei's eyes kept scanning the ground. Look for the mutant rat's paw prints. There are more and more paw prints, and they are very messily distributed in various mines. It didn't take long. The light from the kerosene lamp disappeared. Shinbei's vision was flooded by darkness. Fortunately, glowing moss and faintly glowing sewage could occasionally be seen in the alleyway, which allowed Shinbei's vision to be somewhat clear. Shinbei pursed his lips. I feel the necessity of armor more and more. If you can also obtain infrared vision through the armor, in this darkness, it will be like daylight. Shinbei's vigilance has reached its peak at this time. The two superpowers were probably attacked here. Shinbei knelt down and looked at the ground carefully. Sure enough, there were messy human footprints and a lot of blood mixed into mud. Looking inside the alleyway, you can see traces of being dragged. Shinbei was almost squatting, tightly wrapped in his cloak, and like a ghost, silently followed the traces towards the depths of the passage. Surprisingly, in some places in this rugged alley, empty cans seem to have been placed intentionally. These cans are also hung on ropes and placed horizontally in the lane. Is this an alarm device? Shinbei was a little surprised. This is something that only intelligent creatures know how to make. Have mutant mice evolved to this level of intelligence? This reminded Shinbei of the leader Gongfu Lang. Shinbei rubbed his temples. These simple traps couldn't do anything to him, but they slowed down his movements. Carefully cross over. After a long time, Shinbei saw an iron door. At the same time, the traces of being dragged disappeared inside the door. This iron gate should be the refuge chamber of the mine. Shinbei took out his revolver. Take a deep breath. A squeak. He suddenly opened the heavy iron door and rushed out. This is a hall with an area of hundreds of square meters. There are more than 30 mutated mice of various sizes in the hall. The big ones are almost adults, while the small ones have not yet opened their eyes. It can be seen that these gophers belong to 3 different litters. Judging from the 3-month adult period of mutant mice, they can basically give birth to 1 child per month. This is fairly normal. What made Shinbei's eyes pop the most was that there was a conspicuous big bed in the center of the hall, and her physical signs indicate that she is female. But the sharp mouth and fangs are still exposed, and the long tail is swinging behind it. At the same time, she actually wore a suit and pencil skirt that were worn by working women in the old days, and her skin was not covered with lush fur like other mutant mice. Her skin can be said to be somewhat smooth, and her appearance is more like that of a human professional woman from the old era. She has a slightly petite figure. However, judging from the fact that the other mutant mice were cautious and did not dare to approach this bed, as well as the brighter red light in her eyes than that of ordinary mutant mice, it was clear that she was the queen of this nest. At the same time, Shinbei looked at the human on the bed. Recognizing him at first glance, he must be the Thunder Tiger mentioned by Minji. Lei Hu's clothes had already been stripped off, and he had a look of despair on his face, unable to survive or die. He can only bear the insults from the Mouse Queen. Shinbei was in a trance for a moment, and his whole body felt numb. This scene is so fucking exciting. As soon as I looked over, I felt a cold air rushing from my heels down my spine to the back of my head. Thunder Tiger was raped by a mouse. Although the queen resembles a human being, she is still similar in form, but in essence she is still a mouse. Shinbei almost vomited. Help me. Help me quickly. After Lei Laohu saw Shinbei, his voice became hoarse and his face trembled violently as he screamed. Although he didn't know him, there was no doubt that he must be the rescue personnel sent from above. At that moment, Shinbei raised his revolver without hesitation. The muzzle of the black hole was in a straight line, fixed between the Mouse Queen's eyebrows. At this moment, the Mouse Queen's mouth suddenly opened wide. Her eyes suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light, and her 2-inch-long fangs flashed out, and she pounced forward faster than an ordinary mutant mouse. The extremely open mouth made her entire face distorted. Bang, 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 bang. After the revolver has been upgraded, the recoil has been significantly reduced. Shinbei held the gun with one hand, and without any hesitation, 6 bullets were fired almost at the same time. The first bullet penetrated her neck, and the remaining 5 bullets drew an arc along her collarbone. Thus her head was completely severed from her body. This scene gives people the impression that the bullets in Shinbei's pistol look like a chainsaw. Thunder Tiger was dumbfounded. Chapter 19. Killing you with one shot is my kindness to you. Thunder Tiger's eyes widened. Seeing that the Mouse Queen's head was easily shot through by Shinbei, Gulu Gulu fell to the ground. His eyes showed disbelief, and his face suddenly became suffocated. This Did this kill the Mouse Queen? Didn't you even use your powers? Etc. Lei Hu frowned. This person seemed to be either a superpower or just someone who was very powerful with his pistol, bold and careful. Thinking of this, Lei Hu couldn't help but feel a trace of contempt. Although it was embarrassing enough for him to be raped by a creature like a mouse, as long as his life was no longer threatened, he still looked down on ordinary people showing off with guns. At this moment, Shunbei slowly took back his pistol. The other adult mutant rats in the hall finally realized what they were doing. They roared hysterically one by one and rushed toward Shunbei like crazy. Shunbei retreated again like gliding on the water, just out of the mutant mouse's attack circle. Then with fast and delicate steps, he jumped out of the gate and disappeared into the deep passage. Squeak! The mutant rats suddenly started to stir, and each one instinctively rushed out of the hall, chasing down the passage towards the depths where Shunbei disappeared. Shunbei ran to distance himself, while shooting wildly. Hot bullet casings clinked onto the ground. Bang bang! Dull and heavy gunshots sounded from time to time, traveling in waves along the winding passage into the distance. 10 minutes later, Shunbei slowly returned the same way and walked into the hall. At this time, Thunder Tiger had broken free. Not even wearing any clothes, he was naked and full of rage. His face was distorted, and he waved his fists covered with steel elements. He smashed the remaining mutated rat cubs in the hall into mud with one punch. The extreme shame and rage made his eyes almost burst open. Smashed over and over again. He also dragged the body of the Mouse Queen over, smashed it and smashed her head. Shunbei leaned against the door and watched with a smile. After venting his grievances, Lei Hu slowly raised his head. His face was covered with the smelly blood spattered by the mutated rat. What's your name? Shunbei. Shunbei. Lei Hu's face was filled with a twisted and nervous smile. You are so brave. Even an ordinary person dares to come down. Where's my buddy? Dead. Lei Laohu twisted his neck. What a pity. From now on, you will follow me as my younger brother. Go and get some clothes. Shunbei raised his eyebrows, feeling unhappy. Who has spoiled you with such an arrogant habit? Want me to be your little brother? Shunbei smiled coldly and didn't move. Didn't you hear what I said? Lei Hu's eyes were full of violence, cruelty, and ruthlessness. You are an ordinary person. It is a great honor for you to follow me. Shunbei's eyes were cold and deep, and he slowly said, Are you going to be raped by a mouse with you? You fucking say that again. Thunder Tiger's eyes were full of horror, resentment, and disbelief. Are you looking for death? I'm warning you. If you dare to say even a word about this, I will kill you. Shunbei squinted his eyes. Is this idiot simply mentally ill? Saving people also saves someone from trouble. These 100 crystal source cores are so worthless. This guy Lei Hu must have suffered huge psychological trauma. If he goes out, he may suspect that he is saying behind his back that he was raped by a mouse every day. It makes me very troubled just thinking about it. Shunbei's tone was cold. A useless superpower who can't be beaten by a mutated mouse speaks so loudly in front of your savior. After the scar is healed, the pain will be forgotten, right? Fuck you. Are you looking for trouble? Did I ask you to save me? Didn't the people above offer a bounty? Lei Hu continued with a fierce look. You took the money to do what you should do, but my status is still higher than you. Don't want me to be grateful. Don't forget that you ordinary people serve people with superpowers. And bang. Shunbei was not in the mood to listen to Lei Hu's nonsense, so he directly raised the revolver and pulled the trigger decisively. One bullet directly exploded Thunder Tiger's head. To put it bluntly, at such a close range, the upgraded pistol and bullets are more powerful than Barrett. A first-level superpower cannot handle it. The world is purified. Shunbei felt very happy and relaxed. For an ungrateful trash like Lei Hu, burying him is the best way to cut off the cause and effect. However, Shunbei also suffered some losses. 100 crystal source cores are gone. Minji had set a mission at the beginning. If he could bring this guy back alive, he would be rewarded. But this guy wanted to die on his own, so you can't blame yourself for being ruthless. At this time, Shunbei had completed the task of exploring the mine. The income is 300 crystal source cores, plus owl eagles killing and selling, and the output of mutant rats. The total assets reach more than 700, not far from 1,000 crystal source cores. Then, Shunbei dragged Lei Laohu's body away, entered an abandoned mine tunnel, found an underground wellhead, and threw it directly. Then returned to the hall and dig out the core of the crystal source from the head of the Rat Queen, which has been turned into pulp. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something, turned around and walked back to the avoidance room hall, Thunder Tiger. This guy should have something, right? Shinbei rummaged around and found Lei Huhu's luggage in the corner. Open it and take a look. A piece of blue light emitted, and Shinbei's eyes suddenly widened. There are almost more than 300 crystal source cores inside. Can you pay off your debt in just one day? It's really profitable to kill people and steal goods. Shinbei put it away happily. Afterwards, Shinbei left the refuge chamber and continued deeper into the mine. Generally speaking, mutant rats have a strong sense of territory, and there should be no other mutant rats occupying this hole. But out of caution, Shinbei continued to investigate, until the way was blocked by a barbed wire gate. He moved the debris blocking the door away, shot the rusty iron lock on the door, and then pushed open the wire mesh door. After walking up for more than 100 meters, Shinbei's eyes immediately narrowed slightly, and a bright ray of sunlight shone on his face. After being active in the dark for a long time, this ray of sunlight made his eyes uncomfortable. After a little adaptation, Shinbei walked onto the ground. The warning sign, pedestrians do not use vehicles, vehicles do not use pedestrians on the stairs is still very clear and has not become completely blurred over the years. This is another exit from the mine. The scenery outside is nothing special as at the entrance, just as desolate, full of life. Looking around, I saw a vast wilderness to the west, and countless high-rise buildings hidden in the mist to the east, which were the former homes of mankind. Now it has been occupied by all kinds of strange and ferocious beasts. Shinbei returned to the original route and carefully checked back and forth along the mine tunnel twice to confirm that there were no problems or any mutant rats left behind. Then returned to the entrance. The handover process went smoothly. Shinbei briefly described the mutated mouse and did not mention the traces of Thunder Tiger. Minji asked, but he didn't know anything. Shinbei didn't want to be like Xiaolong and Xiaoying, fighting the young one before the old one came. The mission rewards were settled on the spot, and 3 crystal source cores were obtained. That's right, 3. It's just that it's relatively large, and is called the Intermediate Crystal Source Core. 1 Intermediate Crystal Source Core can be exchanged for 100 Crystal Source Cores. The harvest from this mission is quite generous. After deducting the consumption and debt repayment, there are still 100 Crystal Source Cores left. Shinbei didn't stay long. Returned directly to Shelter 36. He wants to buy the unique custom-made armor. Take the time to upgrade, that's the right way. Chapter 20 Upgrading the Armor. Unexpected Surprises. No. Shelter. Shinbei climbed onto the back of Titan. Go to the weapons selling shop first. All previous debts were settled, and a batch of bullets for sniper rifles and revolvers were customized. Looks like you got a good harvest. Shinbei smiled and nodded. With the gold belt of murder and arson, the harvest must be very exciting. By the way, I have something I want to ask about. After Shinbei put away the bullet, he continued, I once saw a striped bullet here. Do you still remember the maker? Shinbei thought that instead of groping blindly, it would be better to ask the right person directly, even if it costs money, it would be worth it. But unexpectedly, the boss sighed, I just got the news that he is dead. Dead? The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched. Wasn't he too unlucky? Although it was a pity, Shinbei didn't have much fluctuation. In this world, not to mention ordinary people, even people with superpowers die every day. People with superpowers also need to eat and drink, and they also need to go hunting to earn crystal source cores. What's more, the Jingyuan core is also related to their promotion level. I went out to the wasteland with someone and was beaten to death by explosive ape. The boss said it calmly and easily. Get used to it. Shinbei shrugged, chatted for a while, and then left. A moment's work. Shinbei once again stepped into the Institute's courtyard. In the laboratory, Shinbei took a look. Chenanji is at work. The customized armor was left to gather dust. It's good that you're still here. Chenanji was busy working. After seeing Shinbei, he became a little impatient and continued to stir up the things in his hands and said, Your things are still there, and they are not lost. You don't have to look at them every day. When will you have enough 1,000 crystal sources? Core, come back anytime. I don't take credit here. The words are not finished yet. Chenanji heard a few clicks on the table. Looking up, I saw 3 intermediate crystal source cores and some other crystal source cores spinning and rolling on the table. At this time, Shinbei had already walked to the other side of the laboratory and dragged the armor out of the pile of items. I didn't have any money yesterday, but I made it so quickly today? Chenanji looked at Shinbei in shock and weirdness. You know, even for a person with superpowers, it is quite difficult to earn 1,000 crystal source cores in one day. How come Shinbei, an ordinary person, makes money so fast? Didn't this guy stab the beast's nest? But Shinbei smiled and didn't answer. Originally, Shunbei wanted to wear it and go back to the rental house. But this thing is so clumsy so far. You can wear it and walk back, as long as you ignore the mocking looks of others and use up your energy. Shunbei thought for a while and decided to carry it back. He picked up his armor with a look of joy on his face. It's like holding a girlfriend. Don't tell me, it's quite heavy. However, this is not a drawback. As long as it can be upgraded, sooner or later it will become a button-type armor.
Thanks.
Shinmei happily took the armor away. Chinonji rolled his eyes and secretly thought that it was a waste of money. With the money he finally earned, he actually bought a large toy. As for why Chinonji didn't call Shunbei a prodigal, there was a reason. If you are rich, you are called a prodigal. If you have no money, you are called a prodigal. Shinbei hugged the armor and returned to the lower level and returned to the rental house. The landlord was shocked. He walked around the armor several times, marveling at it. A tall guy. Although most of it is made of plastic and looks like a toy, the design still has that flavor. I'm thinking about charging you 2 rent. The landlord propped up his chin and yawned. Shinbei said, "This is not a human being." Haha. The landlord joked, "So, do you plan to sleep with it?" "No, sleep in them," Shinbei said half-jokingly. In fact, Shunbei is serious. If you want to upgrade quickly, you must wear it to sleep. It will be uncomfortable at most. The landlord said, "I sincerely suggest you stop doing these fancy things. Once you make money, it would be great to find a wife and have children." Shinbei was at a loss. Isn't this fucking world looking for trouble for children? That being said, the landlord choked. But why do people live? Shinbei was stunned, and the answer he gave was very straightforward. Of course, just to live. It's superficial. The landlord suddenly said like a philosopher, "What is the meaning of life? Leaving something remembered by future generations, in most cases, leaving behind one's own descendants and creating copies of one's own product, produce seeds, and pull them to grow." Shinbei smacked his mouth, rolled his eyes, ignored it, and went upstairs. In a peaceful world, this rhetoric is already old. Stop talking about this dangerous world. Return to the room. Shinbei put the armor on the bed, and there was no place for him to lie down and sleep. However, Shinbei still looked excited and happy. This energy is a bit like buying an inflatable doll and can't wait to get in it. But Shinbei still endured. To open the battle armor, you need a crystal source core. It can only last 3 minutes. It's just getting dark now, and it's not time to rest yet. Otherwise, if I take it off just once to go to the toilet, it will be a big loss. Shinbei decided to upgrade the armor first. A thought. Information about the warframe pops up. Pseudo Power Armor 1001. The armor has no practical value, cannot fight, cannot provide defense, and has no attack power. Maybe when celebrating a holiday, you can wear it out to add to the festive atmosphere. When it was assembled, this armor had already gained experience in upgrading. However, due to the presence of Chinonji at the time, he was afraid that he would notice something strange in the armor, and he would not be able to explain it at that time. Now, it's finally time to upgrade. Upgrade. Pseudo Power Armor 1. A battle armor with almost no use, it is irrational to use it in combat, but its defense ability has been slightly improved, its walking speed has been slightly increased, its mind connection reaction speed has been slightly improved, and an infrared vision system has been installed. During the festival parade at night, you can keep up with others and see the road clearly. After Shinbei read the information, he smacked his mouth. There are changes, but they are still far from combat. Although this is a small step, it is a big step in improving Shinbei's overall combat effectiveness. Put down the armor for the time being, and while waiting for a rest, be sure to give this little slutty armor a good nap. Go out. Shinbei came to a bar. He was in a good mood today. He wanted to drink some wine and have dinner. The dark blue glass curtain wall of the bar was spotlessly clean, and a huge billboard was erected on the roof, with the jumping flame mark on it very eye-catching. Fire Bar. This is one of the favorite places for civilians in the lower classwell society. The bar was dimly lit and smelled of alcohol and hormones as scantily clad women milled about, trying to find men willing to pay for their services tonight. On a small stage, 2 dancers wearing almost nothing were twisting their bodies wildly. Under the combined influence of LSD and alcohol, they could dance almost crazily for 2 hours, and they would be carried off after exhaustion. There are many men who like to vent their desires on their extremely tired bodies. Of course, these dancers are all good-looking, and their worth naturally matches their faces and figures. Shinbei found a seat and just sat down. An uninvited guest sat on the chair opposite and said carelessly, "You're in for a treat today." Chapter 21. Scared to the point of peeing? Just teasing you. The speaker looked quite arrogant. A pair of steel ring-like beard, as if it had not been groomed for more than 10 years. There is even a scar on his face that extends from the corner of his left eye to the corner of his right mouth, like a twisted earthworm. A memory of the original owner suddenly appeared in Shun Bei's brain. His name is Rock, and he is a staff member of Shelter 36, working for the employment agency. That is to say, whenever there are any employment tasks, he will issue them. It can be said that he has many opportunities for others to work and make money. But any job that is thrown out is not a good job. The real money-making tasks were all digested by friends in his circle. The relationship between the original owner and Lord Luo was pretty good. However, since the original owner was not a superpower, many tasks could not be performed. However, there was no financial relationship, and they could no longer be purely friends. How about a bottle of whiskey, man? When Luoku smiled, he twisted the scars on his face, as ferocious as a coiled snake, and asked Shun Bei. Shun Bei smiled. The previous owner didn't need Roque, and now Shun Bei is different. Then he nodded and paid, 12 crystal source cores. The price is pretty normal. I like this place. Rock poured a sip of strong wine, hissed, bared his teeth and spit out the alcohol, and continued. The atmosphere of decadence, desire and lasciviousness is everywhere here. Take a sip of wine. This is life. If Shun Bei wasn't in a good mood today, he wouldn't like to come to a place like this. The smell here is so strong that it is almost indissoluble, and to most people it is almost equivalent to hallucinogens and aphrodisiacs. It will make you lose your mind and degenerate into only the instinctive desires of beasts. Shun Bei could not help but think that a bottle of whiskey was worth 20 bullets. In the wilderness, these ammunition could often save Shun Bei's life, but whiskey would not. But Shun Bei also took a sip of the whiskey. It doesn't taste very good. This is not a high-end product left over from the old days, but simply the wine produced by Shelter 36 itself. This kind of wine doesn't have the rich fruity wood aroma of old whiskey, but it is at least strong enough. Rock's drinking capacity is actually not that great. I am a newbie who loves food and drinks. After a glass of wine, he started to talk about his past deeds in a daze. According to the memory of the original owner, Rock is a repeater, and he can almost memorize those things. You can even predict what Rock will say next, and what kind of expression and tone he will use. Shun Bei was a quiet listener while eating dinner. He couldn't interrupt, or in other words, Rock didn't answer his words. He still told about his heroic deeds that were not contaminated by the miasma of divine punishment. Shun Bei has only one comment about Rock: poor and lucky. Even though he lost his powers, he could still get a good job, which was enough to support himself. He was one of the lucky few in this world. At this time, Rock drank a full glass of wine for himself and exhaled with satisfaction. I saw you going in and out of the upper level of the shelter today to get a large toy? Shun Bei nodded. It's just for fun. Are you confused, or have you been deceived by that research institute? How to say? Rock raised his head and took a sip of wine, and said with a mysterious look in his eyes, the guy you fucked is of the wrong gender. Shouldn't he have a female shape? Shun Bei. That's not a play doll. Shun Bei explained. Roque chuckled. I'm just saying, you don't have to do it if you want to play with women. Just at this time, a half-drunk young woman sat next to Shun Bei and said almost into his ear, You are already so handsome that I feel like it, little brother. What do you want me to do? Rock laughed loudly. Look, your luck is about to come. With that said, he took out some crystal source cores and threw them on the table, with an expression that I'm going to treat you. The girl laughed playfully, put away the fee, and stuffed it into her own gully. This was also an invisible show-off, showing that her chest was big enough and deep enough. Shun Bei. To be honest, this woman has a good figure and appearance. Shun Bei was inexplicably reminded of the girl by Luo who made a surprise attack last night and wanted to force herself on him. But Shun Bei never had time to love his son and daughter, and when he wanted to sleep, he would sleep with his armor in his arms. Not in the mood to hang out with women. However, trouble always seems to come with women. Shun Bei hasn't figured out how to refuse tactfully, without losing his grace, and at the same time, he can take out Roque's crystal source core from the girl's chest and return it. A big dark hand pressed on the wine glass in Shun Bei's hand, crushing the glass heavily on the bar. Then, the big hand fluttered in the air in a showy manner, and the glass shards fell to the ground, but there were no scratches on the palm. Shun Bei slowly raised his head. He was a giant man almost 2 meters tall. The muscles all over his body shone like copper under the light, as if they were greased. The big man leaned down. His eyes were gloomy and formidable, and his tone was like steel rubbing against each other. Boy, Are you trying to steal the woman I like? This is obviously provocation and trouble-seeking. It was obviously this woman who took the initiative to stick to Shenbei. At this time, the entire bar fell silent, and almost everyone was looking at this side. There are ordinary people, people with superpowers, women who need to earn bread for tomorrow, and many employees of Shelter 36. The boss stood at the counter with his arms folded, looking like he was waiting for a good show. Shenbei slapped his mouth. I don't stop even after eating. Shenbei didn't look moved at all, but said lightly, You disturbed my meal. Eat. The big man's mouth was cracked to the base of his ears, and his face showed an extremely cruel evil spirit. Do you want to eat my fist? It's like a pretty face. After saying that, the big man raised his fist. But I saw that every pore on his entire arm began to become enlarged, constantly stretching and closing to swallow air. The big man's fist, which was originally huge, now expanded more like a big inflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, a fist bigger than a washbasin appeared in front of Shenbei. The big man was showing off and proud. His eyes were not only cold and cruel, but also showed disdain for Shenbei. The occurrence of this scene caused other people in the bar to shout one after another, adding fuel to the fire as if they were watching the excitement and not despising the big deal. Fight, fight. We're short of food to go with our drinks. Mengshan, if a woman sees your fingers, she will love them to death, haha. Pull him down. I know his superpower. It can last for 3 minutes at most. Ha, this is pitiful. Why don't you take some blue Xiaoyao pills? Dehan Mengshan didn't care about other people's teasing. He just wanted to teach Shenbei a little lesson. You don't have to have money to play with women. Mengshan coughed a few times, and a mouthful of thick phlegm reached his throat. He was going to spit a mouthful of phlegm on the face of this thin and pretty boy, and then punch him in the neck. However, when the phlegm reaches the throat, it is no longer possible to spit it out. His expression that seemed impatient to vent suddenly changed. However, Shenbei just remained silent and waved his arm. A large revolver nearly 30 centimeters long was thrust into his forehead. Mengshan's mouth opened wide and his eyes widened. He had no idea how this gun appeared. However, the huge gun body of nearly 30 centimeters always reminded him that this pistol could easily smash his head, which was no more difficult than breaking a cup. At such a close range, even a person with superpowers cannot withstand the power of bullets. Brother, you have something to say. Mengshan was timid, and his tone became softer and less aggressive. However, Shenbei smiled calmly. Just pulled the trigger. Click. Mengshan's fierce face suddenly became dull, with green and white alternating. He never expected that he would shoot so decisively before him. But, as expected, after the trigger sounded, there was no louder gunshot. The strong man, who had fainted from fright, fell to the ground, knocking over 2 tables and taking down several wine bottles and countless glasses. The women in the bar screamed one after another. I don't know if they were being laughed at by Mengshan's coward, or they were cheering for Shenbei. Shenbei picked up the bottle of very expensive brandy on the table, poured some on the muzzle of the gun, and then lit a cigarette. It wasn't until the light blue flame burned out that he opened the drum and reloaded the 6 bullets in the palm of his right hand. Rock laughed. It's really yours. Shenbei tugged at the corners of his lips. Save a good job for me next time. You want to use firearms to prove that you are not weaker than those with supernatural powers? Shenbei, wake up. You really drank too much. Shenbei said, Who has the best idea? Chapter 22. I didn't dare to fire a shot. Boom. A shell came. After a little farce, Luoku and Shenbei left the bar. Right now, on the outskirts of the shelter, on the originally dark wasteland. Light up the most dazzling lights. Shenbei squinted and looked over, seeing the headlights of rows of vehicles. They are not our people. Roque muttered. Either a certain shelter comes to trade and exchange what they have, or they covet the control of our shelter. In this world, gasoline has long since disappeared. Because everyone was fleeing famine, even if some refineries were left intact, they were unable to gather skilled personnel to carry out production. The price/performance ratio is really too low. The ferocious beasts are easy to deal with. The key is that wherever the aliens go, it is like purgatory, and humans can only survive by relying on titans. If you stay in the same place or do production work for a long time, death is only a matter of time, and there is no chance of luck. Therefore, the engines of vehicles in this world have been modified and driven by crystal source cores. Even so, it is a price that most people cannot afford. Often, 1 kilometer of consumption requires an advanced crystal source core. Only big shots or shelters could be so wasteful. At this time, shelter number 36 also shone searchlights at the convoy. After a while, the convoy stopped 500 meters outside Shelter 36. There are about a dozen modified vehicles with buckets lined up in a row. At the same time, many people wearing black military uniforms jumped down. Several of them set up machine guns on the trunk and pointed them at Vault 36. Looks extremely arrogant. It seems to be attacking and occupying. In the shelter, many people came out to watch. Many people looked extremely panicked. Some even screamed out of fear. You know, in this world, shelters are safe for alien species. But for humans, there will also be fighting wars. Every Titan is the scarcest resource. Whoever can control it will be the boss of the world. There is an endless stream of people salivating over it. Being the leader who controls the Titan is also a high-risk job. Who knows, someone might be eliminated and someone else might take the throne and rule. This included the inevitable cleansing of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Often, every fight results in a huge bloody conflict. At this time, General Yu Wuchang, the controller of Shelter Number 36, was also standing on the fence, watching. Yu Wuchang's figure was tall and straight. With the help of the moonlight, one could vaguely see that the person coming was a middle-aged man with a pale complexion and a sinister look. He was wearing combat boots and a scarlet military coat decorated with skeletons. His eyes emitted a faint red light in the dimness as he stared at the people present below, as if he was looking at a group of lambs to be slaughtered. General! Luo Ke raised his head and saw General Yu Wuchang clearly through the moonlight and hurriedly shouted, "It seems that the person who came here is evil." Yu Wuchang's military uniform rang in the night wind, but he just smiled lightly. "With me, they don't dare to fire a single shot." Boom. The unknown person below directly set up a mortar and fired one round at Shelter 36. Shinbei. Ah, this. Have you been slapped in the face? However, the shell did not hit the shelter, but passed over the shelter and exploded on the other side. Under the moonlight, General Yu Wuchang stood with his hands behind his hands and immediately let out a sarcastic laugh. "By Luo from Shelter 7, can you stop making trouble?" The next moment, in the vehicle below, a pair of straight thighs stretched out of the door, making a rustling sound on the ground. At this time, Bai Luo was wearing a straight uniform of a senior officer with a dazzling gold star on the shoulder straps. His short hair was all tied under a beret. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and his eyes were shining with a charming smile. When the residents of Shelter Number 1 saw it, they immediately sighed and dispersed immediately. Some residents went home, took out supplies, ran out, and traded with the convoy. Some continued to go back to the bar and get drunk. Rock snorted and rolled his eyes. This tiger girl still has the same style as always. She just deals with each other. She always shoots a gun or fires a few shots to satisfy her. It's as if no one knows she's coming. But Shinbei's eyes widened and his expression paused. Bai Luo? Shinbei was in a daze. At this time, Bai Luo was completely a fierce soldier who dominated the battlefield. How could he still have the aura of malaise that was drunk and infatuated that night? What's going on with her? Shinbei couldn't help blurting out. Rock made a puzzled hum. "Do you still know her?" Shinbei frowned. "We had a chance encounter." "I'm warning you," Rock said earnestly. "Bai Luo is a subordinate of the tribunal established by the Spider Queen, and her status is not low. Don't provoke her if you have nothing to do. Her nickname is Widowmaker." Shinbei groaned. Whoever provoked her should be the one to find him. Who knows why this woman looked like a prostitute last night, but today she transformed into the leader of the convoy. What kind of trick is this? Shinbei was a little confused. Etc. That's not the point. The point is the Spider Queen. Shinbei remembered that he still had a younger sister in the hands of the Spider Queen. "I don't know what the situation is now." Right now, Bai Luo looked around Shelter Number 36, and in a blink of an eye, his eyes met Shinbei. Shinbei's whole body stiffened. Bai Luo slowly raised his hand, pointed at Shinbei, pursed his lips lightly, and outlined a beautiful arc around his mouth, with an ambiguous smile at the corner of his eyes. She believed that she could understand the meaning of Bai Luo's expression, and Shinbei really understood it. But the corner of his mouth twitched, and his eyes showed no fluctuation. Bai Luo squinted his eyes, and his eyeballs were about to burst into flames. Her lips spoke silently. "Sooner or later I will rape you." Shinbei smacked his lips, thinking that he could have a good chat with Bai Luo and find out about his sister Shan Nan's current situation. But looking at the situation, it seems like we can only talk in bed. For the sake of his own integrity, Shinbei thought about it and let it go. "I will try to find out more about my sister when I get the chance in the future. I guess nothing will happen to my sister. After all, it was the Spider Queen who took her away." That was a being even more awesome than General Yu Wuchang. Shinbei turned to Rock and said, I'm going back to rest. Rock waved his hand. Go ahead. I'll watch the fun for a while. Because the Titan is now at a standstill, the various wheelhouses are scattered. The wooden boards connecting the houses to each other were also removed. Shinbei walked on the ground, afraid that Bai Luo would rush out and push him down. Even if you are raped in public, others will just watch and applaud. For people in this world, public pornographic performances are the norm, and their shame is fed to dogs. Walking back to the rental house fearfully, Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief. Go back to your room. I sat on the edge of the bed and carved bullets carefully for a while. Revolver bullets. 0. Disposable item. There are scratches on the surface of the bullet. After the bullet is fired into the target, it will produce an explosion effect. At the same time, accuracy and shooting range are lost. For others, level 2 bullets have been quite the surprise. But for Shinbei, it can only be described as failure. If he wants to survive longer in this world, Shinbei can only rely on guns and bullets. Shinbei hopes to obtain level 5 bullets. Keep practicing. Chapter 23. Everyone is on board. The beast tide is coming. Each bullet is carved with lines. Shinbei kept recalling the details of the level 5 bullet. The engraving technology has improved, and after upgrading, the efficiency of secondary bullets is very high. Finally, after consuming hundreds of bullets, Shinbei only had one sniper rifle bullet left in his hand. Sniper rifle bullets. 0. Sniper bullet. Good workmanship, stable gunpowder performance. Russell. Shinbei immersed himself in carving meticulously, and tried his best to continuously compress the distance between the carved lines. Experience value. Experience value. After the experience points are recorded, Shinbei directly chose to upgrade. Sniper rifle bullets. 0. Sniper bullets, with scratches on the surface, have a range of meters, slightly increase the lethality, and slightly increase the straight line distance. There is still room for characterization this time. Shinbei held the bullet and looked at it in the moonlight. In this shelter, electricity is a precious resource. It is expensive and must be supplied to the research institute in limited quantities. There is very little power that can be allocated by others, not to mention the lower-class residents. Only commercial establishments will turn on the lights. For ordinary people, lighting candles is a luxury, and more often than not, they spend the night in the dark. Of course, Shinbei's room also has lights, but there is no electricity. If you need electricity, you have to find the landlord and pay extra. Shinbei didn't think it was necessary. The moonlight alone was bright enough, at least several levels brighter than the Earth's moon. At this time, the more Shinbei looked at his masterpiece, the more delighted he became. You know, after hundreds of bullets were carved previously, there was no space left on the surface of the bullets to be carved. But this time, the technique was even more skillful. Control and understanding of lines become clearer. I hope there will be a level 3 bullet this time. Shinbei picked up the carving knife again. His expression was focused and serious. The tip of the knife drew lines bit by bit on the copper-cased bullet. Experience value. Experience value. Call. Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief, shook his hands, and continued to draw. Upgrading bullets requires not only space for drawing, but also the direction of the lines must be consistent. Shinbei is not a supernatural person and cannot figure out the meaning of these lines. It's not even a machine tool that can do precision machining. Shinbei works entirely by hand, and even a single breath can affect the depth and misalignment of the lines. Experience value. Experience value. The last stroke of the carving knife went in just right, and the bullet was fully engraved, although not as meticulous as the lines of level 5 bullets. But I also gained 10 experience points. Upgrade. Shinbei held the bullet excitedly, and with a flash of consciousness, he upgraded directly. Sniper rifle bullets. 0. Range, lethality increased, penetration increased, straight flight distance increased. Shinbei read the message and felt a little melancholy. It seems that I have overthought it. That mind control should be a unique attribute of level 5 bullets, and there is no need to think about it below level 4. Shinbei rubbed his temples. Collect all the bullets. Went to the toilet. The so-called toilet is actually a place you can find whatever you want. After all, people are fleeing famine and don't have to worry about health issues. A shot, a change of place, and a toilet. Just drain nature. After cleaning up the housework, Shinbei took out a crystal source core and placed it on the chest of the armor. The armor automatically opened after receiving the energy. Shinbei quickly turned in. If it's too slow, you have to add a crystal source core, which is really not worth it. Once you're lying in it, adjust to a comfortable position. Go straight to bed. Every minute that passes, you can gain an experience point. This is called lying down to win. Shinbei. Experience value. Experience value. The next day, when Shinbei woke up, his spine felt a little uncomfortable. After all, sleeping in a suit is not a good choice. But for the sake of experience points, Shinbei had no choice. Push away the armor. Shinbei jumped out and stretched his muscles. I'll have to put on some blankets next time. Look out the window. Bai Luo from the shelter had left, and Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief. After rubbing my neck for a while, I felt relieved. He turned around and glanced at the armor information. Pseudo, power armor, 601. A battle armor with almost no use. It is irrational to use it in combat, but its defense ability has been slightly improved. Its walking speed has been slightly increased. Its mind connection reaction speed has been slightly improved, and an infrared vision system has been installed. During the festival parade at night, you can keep up with others and see the road clearly. Shinbei was quite satisfied with the increased experience points gained by the armor. It feels much more convenient than upgrading firearms and bullets. But there are also disadvantages, that is, too much experience is required. Shinbei thought for a while and decided not to go out in the near future, so he would just stay in the suit. At least it must be able to cooperate with your own activities, have a lot of defense, and be able to save your own energy and provide acceleration during running. Other functions can be upgraded slowly. After all, in this world, you don't need to be awesome if you want to survive. There is another true fragrance law. You just need to run faster than others. Shinbei still has some crystal source cores. If he lives frugally, it will be enough for him to stay away from home for a few days. During these days, Shinbei has only one goal, which is to lie in the armor, gain experience points, and continuously upgrade. You must arm yourself before going out to do things. Made a simple breakfast. Shinbei chewed slowly and slowly, sending the food into his stomach and converting it into his own energy. Just finished breakfast. I heard the landlord yelling from below. A tide of beasts. A tide of beasts is coming. Copycat. The entire rental building instantly became restless. Many people ran out, armed with guns, weapons, or bare hands, and hurried downstairs. In this world, evil species cannot harm or approach the mountain and sea titans, but various ferocious beasts can bite the titans to death. Therefore, once a beast tide attacks the shelter, humans must coexist with the titans. It is a relationship of mutual survival and death. It can be said that titans protect humans, and humans must also protect titans. At this time, the landlord waved in the hallway, 8th stage defense, quick. The so-called 8th stage defense is a numbered node. Everyone living in the shelter has a unified defense mission. When the beast tide comes, everyone stands in his or her own defensive position, whether it is a person with special abilities or an ordinary person. This is a mandatory requirement of the shelter. If anyone disobeys, punishment will be given later. In serious cases, he will be killed on the spot by General Yu Wuchang. For humans living in shelters, the impact of the beast tide is an impact on their homes and assets. Needless to say, as long as there is an alarm, residents will spontaneously stick to their defensive positions. The only thing that can make all residents unite and cooperate is the arrival of a beast tide. Even if others attacked Vault 36, there were still many people watching. A country is easy to change. The power struggle only occurs at the top. The lower the people are, the less likely they are to be implicated. No matter who rules, it will be so arrogant. Shinbei's plan to lie down was interrupted, so he also grabbed a sniper rifle and followed the landlord to the 8th defense area. At this moment, Shinbei looked into the distance, but I saw sand and dust billowing in the sky. The earth rumbled and trembled. Endless roars filled the sky and the earth. A black mass of beasts ran wildly across the wasteland without restraint. All kinds of strange and ferocious beasts are like thousands of troops with raging ferocity. The body is more than 20 meters long including the tail, and it looks like a ground dragon. Its scales are as hard as those of an alloy. An ape-like species with white hair all over its body and protruding fangs, leading the way. Its arms hung to the ground. Its bloody mouth occupied nearly half of its face, and there was a hideous tumor on the top of its head. Its blood-red eyes were bigger than copper bells, and its huge body was so huge that it was breathtaking. It was truly ferocious. This is the explosive ape. Also, above the sky, the black shadows swooping down were actually dozens of strange birds as big as calves. These strange birds had 4 claws on their abdomens, and each claw held a rock bigger than a basketball. The sharp chirping sounds are so clear and creepy. The sheer number of them makes one's scalp tingle. At this time, General Yu Wuchang was still standing on the fence, his scarlet eyes slightly narrowed, and his voice was not loud, but it was unusually loud and said, "Everyone, defend our homeland. Resist the beast tide. Artillery ready. Volley." Chapter 24. Attacked from both sides. Tragic scene. Boom. Shelter number 1 is under the command of General Yu Wuchang. The large-caliber artillery pieces revealed their hideous and dark barrels. It was like the sound of thousands of cannons. A large number of shells were fired into the sky, turning into parabolas and falling into the beast tide. For a while, a huge explosion rose into the sky, turning into a mushroom cloud with a powerful shock wave, which blew the ferocious beasts within a range of more than 10 meters into flying limbs and corpses. The smell of explosives mixed with the smell of blood and burnt flesh continued to irritate everyone in the shelter. Although this wave of volleys caused considerable damage, countless monsters were killed. But there were too many ferocious beasts, and some of them could withstand artillery bombardment. It was completely unable to withstand the crazy charge and impact of the beast tide. The roar of the beast shook the sky and the earth trembled, as if thousands of troops were galloping. However, a large number of ferocious beasts were killed by artillery fire, forcing the beast tide to change its route. Only some of the panicked monsters continued to rush forward recklessly. Those who were lucky enough found a gap and approached the safe zone, but were then turned into a hornet's nest by the dense machine gun bullets. Boom. The artillery fire from shelter number 1 was still pouring in. More and more ferocious beasts are charging into the Titan safe zone. At this time, the superpower fighting team stood in front, forming an impenetrable defensive position. Once these superpowers take action, they are extraordinary. Or smash the 5-meter-tall ferocious beast Bakuza with one punch. Or thunder and lightning are flying all over the sky, jumping back and forth among the ferocious beasts. Every time a bright light flashes, some ferocious beasts freeze up and are electrocuted to death. There are also people with superpowers who lean on the ground with one hand, and a large ice sheet extends out. Any ferocious beast that accidentally enters will be frozen in an instant and become a living target. With the full cooperation of the superpowers, it became an insurmountable barrier for the beast tide. Shinbei was amazed when he saw it. If a superpower is taken out alone, it may not be so effective. But when many superpowers cooperate with each other, it is not as simple as one. But as time went by, some ferocious beasts broke through the defense line of the superpowers. Launch an attack on the shelter. At this time, ordinary people need to have the courage to fight. Ordinary people are not as physically strong as those with superpowers. You can only rely on the gun in your hand to shoot the beast that sneaks in. Da-da-da. Many residents set fire to it, and the ferocious beasts fell one after another. The overall defensive effect is still solid. But right now, in the sky, there was a croaking sound. Black shadows swooped down from high in the sky. Are these strange birds going to attack Titans back? Shinbei looked solemn. Logically speaking, even if he had the power of the sky, he would have to give priority to assisting other ferocious beasts in attacking those with superpowers. Head straight over the shelter. What is this going to do? Shinbei had no intention of showing off and immediately retreated into a house next to him. After all, the sky above the shelter was not a node that he had to defend. Just when Shinbei retreated into the room, bang, 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 bang. There was a series of rapid gunshots, and the upper-level defense personnel yelled and cursed while using their guns to shoot at the strange birds hundreds of meters in the air, as if to attract their attention. Bah! However, the next moment, a particularly loud cry resounded through the sky. As if receiving some instructions, dozens of strange birds in the sky ignored the people who were shooting. Instead, he suddenly accelerated his dive, and when he was about to approach the center of the shelter, he loosened his claws and threw hundreds of rocks down. Amid the whistling of the dull wind, the rocks were thrown down at an accelerated speed like cannonballs. It was like a fierce bombardment to the upper levels of the shelter. A series of loud bangs were heard, and these dense rock shells collapsed the roofs of low buildings or factories. Many unlucky people were hit by the rock shells, and their blood splattered on the spot and turned into meat paste. Damn it, they're targeting the factory. We can't hit it at all, it's so high. What's going on? How did these beasts become so smart? Shit, we're attacked from all sides. There were roars, screams, and roars everywhere. It was no longer possible to tell who was giving the orders. The faces of the upper-class people changed wildly, and they fired into the sky in vain. However, The guns in their hands were all pistols with a range of less than 50 meters, which could hardly threaten the winged vultures circling and chirping in the sky. These wing-clawed stone vultures seem to have a lot of wisdom. The objects they focus on are not the people guarding the upper levels, but the factories with the largest targets. The effect was also very obvious. When the roofs of each factory building were blasted, a large number of panicked children rushed out and fled in a hurry. A dense crowd of children poured out of the room, and the wing-clawed stone vultures hovering above let out excited chirps, and then swooped down like lightning toward the fleeing people on the ground. Go to the factory to support, and go to the upper level to save the child. Seeing this scene, Yu Wuchang immediately mobilized his defense forces, and some superpowers and ordinary people immediately rushed towards the upper level. In such chaos, Shun Bei was also mobilized to follow closely. When he reached the upper level, Shun Bei was shocked. Help me, help me. Bang, 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 bang. The wing-clawed stone vultures were circling and swooping in the air. Whether they were ordinary people or children, their miserable howls could be heard everywhere. In the streets and alleys, people with special powers who could still fight were shooting wildly with ferocious faces. Fire, roars, screams, and the creepy chirping of strange birds filled the sky above the shelter. Shin Bei saw a supernatural being holding up a very large rifle that could be 2 meters long. The shape is unusually rough, and the lines are filled with the aura of violence and death. The muzzle of the gun can be as big as a fist. But I saw this superhuman open the back cover of the rifle, grabbed a handful of intermediate crystal source cores, and stuffed it inside. Tap the lid tightly. Raise your gun. With a ferocious look on his face, he roared, "Bastard! Die!" In an instant, faint stripes appeared on the arms of this superpower, as if the superpower in his body was activating the gun. After the gun erupted with a flash of light, a ball of blue light emitted from the muzzle. Boom, boom, boom. The gun fired blue light bullets. An air explosion like a small blue sun exploded in the sky. Kill 3 strange birds instantly. Shin Bei hissed. This was the first time he saw a gun used by a superpower. Too sci-fi, right? Not only does it require the use of the ultimate crystal source core, but also the superpower user needs to activate his or her own superpowers to activate it. The power is good, but Shun Bei is not envious, just a Krypton gold gun. I can't use it myself. At this time, Shin Bei had no time to look around. He quickly climbed up to a small turret that was collapsed by rocks and looked up. Taking advantage of the height advantage, Shun Bei immediately saw strange birds circling in the sky waiting for opportunities to move. From time to time, their bodies dived and pounced towards the ground, and frightened and struggling children or residents appeared on their paws, such as if he had caught his own food. He flapped his wings excitedly and flew straight into the sky. And these strange birds began to tear and gnaw the children in their paws hungrily in midair. The sharp mouthparts directly tore the desperate, struggling children apart like rag dolls. For a while, the blood mixed with the internal organs was empty. It was so bloody that it was too horrible to watch. The strong smell of blood drifted away in the wind. In Shin Bei's sight, strange birds in the sky kept circling and swooping over the entire territory, avoiding the people who were shooting randomly, and all their targets were those who were running around like headless flies. On children. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen children were snatched away like an eagle catching a chicken. These strange birds are relatively scattered, and their movements are fierce and evil, coming and going like the wind. Coupled with the air-to-ground advantage, except for the super-large rifles of the superpowers, most of the time everyone else is in vain. Except for a few strange birds that were unlucky enough to be shot down by focused fire, there was not much loss in number. Shin Bei immediately set up his sniper rifle and cocked the bolt. Just when you want to shoot a moving target bird. In the chaos, Shin Bei spotted several distinctive figures suddenly jumping out and launched a sharp counterattack against the strange birds that kept swooping down. Chapter 25: The Powerful Fighting Methods of Superpowers. In Shin Bei's field of vision, a supernatural being named Yin who was as fast as a cheetah, moving through the crowd like lightning. At this moment, a strange bird swooped down in front of him and grabbed a citizen. However, before the strange bird could flap its wings and take off with its excited cry, Yin whose figure had already swooped down. He swung his arm, and the long whip in his hand wrapped around the claws of the strange bird in the nick of time, instantly pulling it into the air. Ting! Ting! Suddenly, the claws of the strange bird were entangled, and the wings flapped violently, the airflow whistled, and the sand and rocks flew up. However, the instigator, Yin Hu, seemed to have his feet firmly nailed to the ground, not moving at all, but his face was filled with viciousness. "Get down here, you beast!" Boom. Inhu held a long whip in his hand, stepped back, twisted his waist and bent over, his muscles and bones crackling, and tremendous power burst out from his arms. The strange bird, which was flapping its wings like a calf and struggling desperately, was swung violently by Inhu's long whip. It had no power to resist and crashed into a nearby earth wall, knocking it down directly. With a flick of his arms, the calf-sized winged stone vulture was unable to resist at all and crashed into the earth wall like a cannonball. This shows the amazing power of Inhu, the psychic. As the strange bird fell and was still struggling, the people around Inhu opened fire. The strange bird was shot into a sieve by the close-range bullets, and it twitched wildly for a few times and then stopped moving. Inhu continued to move through the crowd, holding the long whip in his hand like a poisonous snake, waiting for any opportunity to strike. His attacks almost never missed. In just a few minutes, he found a chance to kill 2 more strange birds. He was extremely ferocious. Seeing this scene, at the height of the turret dozens of meters away, Shun Bei's eyes flickered, silently calculating something in his heart, and then turned his gaze to another place. Then he saw the fierce mountains that had clashed with him. This person with special powers was holding an exaggeratedly large saw that was more than 1 meter long. He jumped quickly on the roofs of various low-rise buildings like an ape. Whenever a strange bird swooped down nearby, his feet suddenly jumped. With one step, he leapt out, and the big saw in his hand accurately and fiercely chopped directly on the wings of the strange bird, cutting off its wings like tofu, with a ferocious arrogance. Shun Bei narrowed his eyes, and his gaze kept switching between the several superpowers. There is no doubt that these superpowers have demonstrated strength, speed, physical strength, reflexes, and combat skills that are far beyond ordinary people. Each one of them is extremely fierce. Judging from their strength performance, they are simply like little supermen. There were constant curses, roars, and screams, and the scene was in chaos. Just when Shun Bei was about to shoot, Rock climbed onto the half-collapsed turret, sweating profusely, and said, "Why are you hiding here? These beasts are as strong as cattle and fast. It will be troublesome if they are used as prey targets." Shun Bei said without looking back, "Of course I plan to fight." Rock shrank into a blind corner, looked at the chaos on the ground, and said bitterly, "These flat-haired beasts, the wing-clawed stone vultures, completely treat us as food, and they seem to be getting smarter and smarter. In the past, they only knew how to dive and catch people, but they actually learned to throw rocks some time ago. Damn it. If I hadn't been contaminated by the miasma of divine punishment, I would have been the first to tear them apart." Shun Bei felt relieved. These strange birds have flying advantages, and ordinary firearms are naturally difficult to deal with them. These strange birds have a ferocious temperament, are as big as calves, and come and go as fast as the wind. They are extremely difficult beasts to deal with, but Inhu and others can deal with them calmly. They have obviously already experienced them. Without the intervention of Inhu, Mengshan, and other superpowers, the shelter would have been attacked from the back and rear of this beast wave, and the casualties from the attack from both sides would have been even more severe. At this moment, a burst of excited and fanatical shouts suddenly broke out from the chaotic place ahead. "That's the general! The general is coming! The general is coming! Ha ha ha, damn beasts, you are the one to watch!" Hearing the word general, Shun Bei suddenly followed the sound and looked around. At this moment, the road was in a mess, but Yu Wuchang appeared with his hands behind his back, as if he was walking slowly forward in a leisurely manner. The people scattered in various locations were shooting in the air and howling excitedly, as if to welcome them. "King!" Screech! A loud cry resounded through the sky, as if it was a signal of urging. At this time, the number of winged stone vultures in the air had been reduced by half. Among them, except for the winged stone vultures biting the prey in their claws in midair, there were a few that seemed to have not caught their prey yet. They were still chirping and circling in midair impatiently, looking for opportunities. At this moment, Yu Wuchang, who was wearing a conspicuous blood-red military uniform and strolling leisurely on the road, immediately became the target of several winged-clawed stone vultures. Cry! Amid the sharp cries, for winged stone vultures could no longer hold back due to the stimulation of the smell of blood in the air. They neighed excitedly, spread out a pair of wings that were 4 meters wide, extended their iron hook-like claws, and swooped down towards Yu Wuchang in the open area. "You beasts deserve to die." Facing the wing-clawed stone vultures attacking from different directions, Yu Wucheng slowly raised his head from the ground, with a cruel smile on his sinister face. Because what you are destroying and plundering is my property. Bang! Yu Wucheng stepped hard, and the earth and stone under his feet exploded with a huge explosion, and his figure disappeared in the splash of earth and stone. The people who were close could only see Yu Wucheng disappearing on the spot, but Shun Bei in the distance could clearly see that Yu Wucheng himself soared into the sky like a cannonball, leaping more than 10 meters high in the blink of an eye. In a flash, he jumped under the strange bird that swooped down first. Then Shun Bei saw that at the last moment, Yu Wucheng, who jumped more than 10 meters in the air, stretched out his hands like lightning and instantly grabbed the claws of the strange bird. At the same time, he laughed wildly and raised his arms to tear it apart. With a swish sound, it was as if he was tearing a thin piece of paper instead of a flesh and blood body. The body of the eagle-like calf was torn apart directly, and blood and internal organs splattered in the air, floating down with the wind. Boom! The next moment, amid the vibration, Yu Wucheng landed steadily on the roof of a low building with 2 pieces of corpse in his hands. The other 3 winged clawed stone vultures that swooped down from different directions didn't even have time to react and change direction before Yu Wucheng bent over, took a step forward, and threw the 2 pieces of corpse in his hands out, throwing them out fiercely like hidden weapons. Bang! The next moment, no one knew how much power was contained in Yu Wucheng's swing. The 2 pieces of corpses, with a sharp whistling sound, accurately hit the other 2 winged clawed stone vultures that were more than 10 meters above the ground, breaking their wings immediately and causing them to fall to the ground, as if they were hit by a speeding car. The 2 winged clawed stone vultures let out shrill screams and struggled frantically on the ground. However, Yu Wucheng didn't even look at them. He raised his head and saw the last winged clawed stone vulture in the air 10 meters away, which was flapping its wings hastily trying to take off. With a hook and a kick, dozens of fist-sized pieces of gravel shot out like hidden weapons, making a sharp scream that broke through the air. Puff, puff, puff. Pieces of rubble exploded on the body of the last winged clawed stone vulture. Its wings were immediately severely damaged by the flying rubble. The winged clawed stone vulture screamed miserably, staggered to the ground, and also struggled desperately. At this point, the 4 winged clawed stone vultures that attacked Yu Wucheng were all shot down in no more than 10 seconds. In just a few seconds, 4 winged clawed stone vultures were shot down with ease, showing Yu Wucheng's inhuman strength and brutal fighting skills to the fullest. Shun Bei's eyes were unblinking, staring at Yu Wucheng's figure in the distance, his mind rapidly digesting the scene he just saw. The general is mighty. The general is still awesome. I'm just saying, once the general comes, these beasts won't be able to be proud. Applause and compliments erupted like a tsunami. People from all directions rushed out, gathered fire, and smashed the 3-headed wing-clawed stone vultures that were not dead on the ground into a sieve. Seemingly very satisfied with the force and prestige he displayed, Yu Wucheng smiled slightly and looked up at the sky. By this time, this predatory activity seemed to have come to an end, and nearly half of the wing-claw vultures had died. Under such heavy damage, with a particularly loud neighing sound, there were only about 20 wing-claw vultures left in the air. The eagles had also eaten and drank enough, and they all turned around and flew in the direction they came from without any hesitation. Chapter 26. 1 dozen and no one said a word. When the wing-clawed stone vulture's figure and scream completely disappeared from the sky, it doesn't mean the beast tide is over. There are still plenty of ferocious beasts to deal with on the lower levels, and Shun Bei is equivalent to accompanying him throughout the whole journey. Nothing was done, and the strange bird was driven back under the clean and decisive action of the superpower. At this time, Yu Wucheng directed several people to go to the research institute. He found Chenanji and took out weapons that looked like frisbees. Shun Bei also held one in his arms. I looked at the name of the label above, Cluster Fire Frisbee. This is the latest air suppression weapon developed by our institute. Chenanji quickly explained and taught how to use it. To put it simply, after the flying disc flies in the air, it will tilt the ammunition inside, covering the natural area with full firepower. After the ammunition is poured out, it will automatically return to the takeoff position. You can just reload the ammunition. All you have to do is press this button, adjust the distance and altitude, and release the fire disc. You don't have to worry about anything else. Remember, the flight distance is only 5 kilometers. Chenanji wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued. This thing is still under research and development and has not been officially produced. If there was not a tide of beasts today, this thing would not be used. If this weapon doesn't respond or something unexpected happens, don't panic. After all, it's in the research and development stage. Just report it to me directly. Shinbei looked at the weapon in his hand, his curiosity rising again and again. According to Chen Anji, the ammunition in this thing should be small special artillery shells that are fired through a barrel similar to that of a railgun. In addition to huge penetration, they also cause explosion damage. At this time, Yu Wucheng nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Director Chen. Let's go. We have to continue fighting. With that said, Yu Wucheng left only a few people on the upper floor to clean up the mess. Everyone else returned to the next level and continued to fight the beasts. Shinbei returned to the number 8 defense section with the clustered fire disc in his arms. The landlord looked at the thing in Shinbei's arms strangely. What is this? A newly developed weapon. What a waste of research money. The landlord fired a shot at the beast and continued. If you don't do research to improve the quality of people's lives, such as researching on stronger wheels, it is better than anything else. It is useless to spend all day researching. Shinbei twitched his lips. This seemed to have nothing to do with the research institute. Isn't it because Yu Wucheng said that you should study whatever you want to study? Right now, from each defense node, dense black discs rose up, quickly dispersed in all directions, and then fired out dense cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. The stone forest area in the distance was leveled by dense shells, and many invisible beasts were blown to pieces. I have to say that this thing is much easier to use than artillery. Really, hit it wherever you go. Moreover, although the flying disc is not big, it is equipped with high explosive bombs, which are as powerful as artillery. After a series of explosions, the entire beast wave was torn apart into a death zone. But there are also some monsters that are very powerful, jumping high up and bombarding the black discs. When? Boom. Bang. Some ferocious beasts with very strong jumping ability can jump dozens of meters high, blasting the black discs away or directly exploding them in midair. Those intact firepower flying discs began to return automatically to their takeoff positions and continue to be loaded with high explosives. After adjusting the bombing location, take off and bomb. This scene boosted the morale of the people in shelter number 36. Regardless of their fatigue, the psychics started fighting again, and colorful psychics flew all over the sky. The corpses of the ferocious beasts were piling up higher and higher. Hey, what are you looking at? Release your fire disc, the landlord urged. Shinbei said oh, and started doing some operations. Press the start button. A fire-flying disc with a diameter of 1 meter rose into the sky. Although Shinbei couldn't understand what powered the fire-flying disc, there was no flame jet port or gas-propelling port. But he was shocked. However, after Shinbei, the fire brazier flew out unsteadily. He did not stop when the ferocious beast was in the sky, but flew straight to an unrelated area, towards the mountains. Finally, it turned into a small black in the sky and disappeared. The landlord looked confused, pointed at the go-away fire frisbee, and asked, "Why is yours different from others?" Shinbei opened his mouth in astonishment and groaned. The Research Institute said that this is a product that is still under development. There must be some unknown and uncontrollable faults. Maybe I encountered it? After saying that, Shinbei sighed, set up his sniper rifle and said, "Shoot the beast." The landlord didn't care, nodded, and fired one shot after another. In fact, Shinbei deliberately set wrong parameters to make the fire disc disappear. In his mind, if this thing could be upgraded, it would be a great weapon. It's equivalent to having air support, which enhances your strength. This kind of good opportunity cannot be wasted. If you don't do it for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. After doing this quietly, Shinbei concentrated on shooting the ferocious beast. Not only is this for your own safety, but it also provides experience with the gun. Moreover, there are people with supernatural powers in front of them, so I just need to shoot without thinking. Bang! Barrett breathed out tongues of fire. Push the bullet out of the gun chamber. Whoosh! An armored explosive bear that slipped into the safe area had its eyes pierced, and the powerful two-stage bullet directly opened its skull. Accompanied by heart-rending wails, the armored explosive bear fell to the ground, twitched several times, and died on the spot. Sniper rifle experience. Fuck. The landlord, who was lying on the side with his hands in his hand, was shocked. He looked at Shinbei in surprise and said in disbelief, "You shot to kill an armored explosive bear directly?" Shinbei turned the muzzle of his gun, continued to aim, and said, "Is there anything surprising?" Bang! Shinbei pulled the trigger. Another bullet shot into Rolong's eye, sending him flying to the ground. Sniper rifle experience. Hiss. Another shot. When did your shooting skills become so accurate? The landlord was deeply shocked and his eyes were distorted. To put it bluntly, if you let yourself hunt the armored blast bear or rot wolf alone, the only option is to escape. He didn't have the ability or courage to face such a vicious beast alone. Even if I have a gun in my hand, I can't do it. I can't do it with marksmanship. This is no longer a gunshot to the head, but a gunshot to the eyeballs. In fact, even a person with special abilities who is proficient in shooting is nothing more than this, right? The more the landlord looked at Shin Bei, the stranger he felt. What kind of perversion was this? Especially the crude, and outdated modified rifle, Barrett, which didn't even have a scope. But in his eyes, it became a rough, concise work of art that represented the aesthetics of violence. Shin Bei was in no mood to chat with the landlord. The tide of beasts isn't just inviting guests to dinner, it's trying to overturn the table. Bang bang. Shin Bei didn't care about bullets at all. Anyway, the shelter will compensate afterward. At most, it's just a loss of some 2-level bullets. Shot after shot. Keep shooting. Sniper rifle experience. Sniper rifle experience. Shin Bei discovered that with a level 3 sniper rifle and 2 levels of bullets, sometimes the technique was wrong. Even if it hit the golden armor dragon beast with high defense, the bullet could break through the defense and penetrate into the flesh, although it cannot cause fatal injuries. But the guns in other people's hands were impenetrable to bullets. Every shot fired sparks, and every shot was silent. To deal with this kind of ferocious beast, we can only ask people with superpowers to come for help and fight violence with violence. The superpower responsible for supporting happened to be Meng Shan. After a fight at Defense Node number 8, all the ferocious beasts that slipped in were eliminated. Shin Bei temporarily got a chance to take a breather. He glanced at his gun. Sniper rifle. 50. The modified Barrett has a range of 1,100 meters, 5 rounds of bullets, the detachable bipod is missing, the rear adjustable monopod is missing, the magnification lens is missing, greater lethality, sports shooting, accuracy bonus of 20. It's time to upgrade. But there's no rush. Empty all the bullets. Right now. Shin Bei was hit on the head and stepped on. Chapter 27. Don't be afraid of killing people. There are people above us. Shin Bei was resting. Unexpectedly, that blind dog stepped over Shin Bei's head. Shin Bei's face changed, and he looked like he was angry. He directly cursed. You have eyes that eat dry food? Are you blind? Oh, what if I step on you? The tone of the speaker was quite rough. Shin Bei looked up and saw that it was no one else, but he was climbing up the mountain. His tall figure completely enveloped Shin Bei. He looked condescending and full of resentment, and had an extremely cruel smile on his lips. It's okay, it's okay. The landlord stood up at this time and said with a smile, it's not intentional. Now is the period of defense against the beast tide. The situation is urgent, and bumps are inevitable. Are you right, Shin Bei? Shin Bei's expression was cold and indifferent, and he reached for his revolver with one hand. At this time, Meng Shan exuded extremely strong resentment and malice. I stepped on it on purpose. You don't accept it? Meng Shan was so angry when he thought of the humiliation he received in the bar yesterday, even though that revolver could kill him. But being played is the real shame. I was laughed at by the other people in the bar until I blushed and felt ashamed. The way he fell down was so embarrassing that he was thrown into Grandma's house. Now I see Shin Bei resting while I go around putting out fires and wiping my butt. Is this the treatment of a person with superpowers? Damn it, you Shin Bei are more chic than me. Meng Shan was even more furious and stepped on him in retaliation. Shin Bei didn't dare to do anything to him, even if he was left alone. Let's go, let's go. Seeing that something was wrong, the landlord hurriedly pushed Meng Shan away. Meng Shan looked back 3 times with each step, cursing, spitting at Shin Bei. He even let go of his harsh words. I'll fucking kill you sooner or later. Shin Bei stood up, his face expressionless, his eyes full of extreme indifference. Yesterday I gave you a lifeless death, but today you are still seeking death, right? Shin Bei shouted, Meng Shan. Meng Shan stopped, pushed the landlord away, and strode back, menacingly, with an extremely ghastly look on his face. His expression suddenly turned cold, and he shouted through gritted teeth, Why? Do you still want to spar with me? From Meng Shan's point of view, Shin Bei would not dare to shoot and kill a person with superpowers even if he had 100 courages. And it's in public places. But if he kills Shin Bei, no one will care. In this world, the status of superpowers is naturally 1 level higher than ordinary people. Meng Shan came closer and grabbed Shin Bei's collar. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and evil energy burst out of his body. Now, kneel down and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I will throw you into the beast tide. But Shinbei's handsome but sinister face was full of plain expression. Say nothing. Shinbei raised his revolver and pressed it directly against Mengshan's chin. Haha. Mengshan showed no fear at all, with a ferocious face, and a ferocious smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you dare to shoot? Do you know the consequences of killing a person with superpowers? There was an indescribable depth and coldness in Shinbei's eyes. I will naturally bear the consequences, and you dash. Shinbei flipped the hammer and exhaled again. And you won't see how ugly your death is. Mengshan's eyes flashed, and he sneered with an expression that showed what you could do to me. Shoot! Let me see how brave you are, dash. Boom. Shinbei didn't hesitate at all, and pulled the trigger decisively. The huge recoil of the revolver caused Shinbei's arm to drop suddenly. At the same time, the gunpowder flashed from the muzzle, in a puff of blue smoke. Not to mention 2-level bullets, even ordinary bullets, at such a close range, the head of a level 1 superpower would be bombarded into popcorn. And the moment Mengshan heard the gunshot, all his rage and resentment were frozen on his face. His eyes were full of dizziness, and he was as twisted as if he had seen a ghost. How dare he? How dare you shoot? Moment. Driven by the violent gunpowder, the bullet penetrated directly through Mengshan's jaw and rolled into his brain, flying away the skull. All kinds of red and white brains and minced meat were mixed with blood and exploded with a bang, sputtering in the air, flying everywhere. Shinbei pushed Mengshan's body away and wiped his face. Sitting aside as if nothing had happened, he carefully cleaned the meat residue from the revolver. The landlord and others were dumbfounded. None of them expected that Shinbei would shoot as soon as he said he would. Without any hesitation or procrastination, he killed the mountain with one shot. Mengshan is a combat-type superpower, even though it's only 1 level. But he is also a superpower. Everyone's faces were filled with indescribable shock and astonishment, like a stormy sea. The landlord is even more upset. Shinbei and Mengshan were just arguing, but in the blink of an eye they were killed. Although human life is not valuable in this world, but it also depends on who the other party is. That was a person with superpowers, and his head was blown away. The landlord's eyes were filled with surprise and uncertainty, and his face was so gloomy that he could drip water. He gritted his teeth and said, Shinbei, you are crazy. You killed Mengshan, the superpower, and General Yu Wuchang will not let you go. And Shinbei stood in Yuanting. His eyes were deep, like an old monk in meditation. There were no waves in the ancient well, and his voice was quiet and cold. It doesn't matter. Grass. The landlord had a good impression of Shinbei. But if something like this happens, there is only one way left for Shinbei. He immediately took out a piece of high-grade crystal source core and gave it to Shinbei. A high-grade crystal source core can be exchanged for 1,000 crystal source cores. This is no small fortune. The landlord's voice was a little hoarse, and he lowered his voice. Let's go. Get out of Shelter 36 quickly. Go find other shelters in the wasteland and never come back. Although the landlord's words were unpleasant, Shinbei knew his kindness. In this fucked up world, there are still people who are overflowing with love. It's really rare. But Shinbei did not pick up the Jingyuan core, but threw it back, stood up, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Thank you. Don't be too compassionate in the future. Otherwise, you will have to bear the other person's suffering. With that said, Shinbei put away the revolver and left the number 8 defense node with Barrett on his back. Where are you going? The landlord asked. Shinbei waved his hand. Find someone to calm things down. Otherwise, I will only end up dead. How could Shinbei not know that in this situation, killing a person with superpowers would simply be seeking death? In the wilderness, kill quietly and kill. But in the shelter, and it was still the time of the beast tide, it was necessary to give General Yu Wuchang eye drops. The Wrath of Thunder must be indispensable. Shinbei doesn't want to leave Shelter 36 yet. In fact, outside the wilderness, there are many dangers. My physical strength is simply not enough to cope with continuous battles. At least you have to upgrade your armor before you are qualified to trek long distances in the wilderness. Shinbei traveled through various defense nodes. In the chaos, return to the upper level. Find Rock and tell him his story. Rock frowned slightly upon hearing this. You kid, are really good at getting into trouble. Rock smacked his mouth. Shinbei said, I'm really good at finding people. Come less. Luoku touched his chin, thought for a while and said, you continue to defend your nodes. I will take care of Yu Wuchang's side. Thanks. Just remember that you owe me a favor. Shinbei shrugged, left the upper level, and returned to his defense node. Shinbei knew that Luoku was absolutely sure to help him settle the matter. Before he was contaminated by the miasma of divine punishment, he was not bragging about his bravery, but he was really brave. Controlling the thunder with one hand, the world exploded. He even saved Yu Wuchang. It can even be said that without Luoku, Yu Wuchang would not be where he is today. That's why Shinbei dared to shoot in public without restraint. There is someone above us. Chapter 28, Upgrade the Sniper Rifle. The attack of the Beast Tide continues. Cluster Vitality Frisbee has become a main force that cannot be ignored. Every time they go out, they can clear out a large number of ferocious beasts. This allows the superpower below to save a lot of energy. After all, no matter how powerful a person can fight, it is not a perpetual motion machine. There are always times when you are tired. And Shelter number 36 encountered an animal tide not once or twice. Both people with superpowers and ordinary people have experience in dealing with it. The only surprise is that the strange bird will throw stones this time, causing considerable damage to the upper-level residents. Fortunately, General Yu Wuchang led his men to fight back in time. Although there were casualties, it was still bearable. At this time, after dealing with his own troubles, Shinbei went into battle again. Shot after shot, missless shots, gunshot hits. The landlords around me were doubtful about life. When Shinbei killed Meng Shan, the superpower, he thought about letting Shinbei sleep and escape from Shelter 36. The sky is vast, you can go anywhere, and there is more than just Shelter 36 in this world. You can survive in any shelter. But Shinbei just left for a while and came back as if nothing had happened. Moreover, there was no worry about the future, and the shooting was still so accurate. If it were him, he would have been so distraught that he would not have any thoughts to resist the ferocious beast. The landlord was stunned, and he didn't know what Shinbei's state of mind was now. Can't figure it out. The fighting continued into the afternoon. The corpses of the ferocious beasts in front of the shelter had piled up to more than 10 meters high. A considerable number of wheeled houses in the shelter were also collapsed by the impact of the murderer. At the same time, many people died. Disasters can happen at any time, and people in the shelter have no time to be sad. After the beast tide receded, everyone became busy. This house needs renovation. The psychic began to dissect the beast's skull and take out the crystal core. By the way, cut off the valuable things from the ferocious beast and store them for future use. To ordinary people, the beast tide is a disaster. In the eyes of those with special powers, it is a treasure trove that is delivered to their doorstep. It just requires some caution and a few deaths. Is there ever a day when people don't die in the wilderness? At this time, Shinbei had fired all the bullets. Because the landlord's house was still intact and did not need to be repaired, Shinbei went back to rest directly. Of course, Shinbei can also choose to log wood and sell wooden boards to the landlords who have suffered a lot to make some money. But relatively speaking, it is more cost-effective to lie in the armor. The landlord followed Shinbei, looking suspicious and frightened. He was afraid that Yu Wuchang would come out at this time, capture Shinbei, and implicate himself again. But until dark, he didn't find anyone coming to Shinbei aggressively. Logically speaking, Yu Wuchang must have known about this news. The landlord patted his head. Is Shinbei related to Yu Wuchang? If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. At this time, there was shouting outside the door. The landlord ran out in a hurry. The people outside are staff from the logistics department of Shelter number 36. They were dragging 2 large bags and distributing them door to door. One bag contains the crystal source core, and the other bag contains various animal meats. How many people? The staff asked the landlord. The landlord gestured and said, 9 tenants, plus me, 10 people. Nonsense. The staff member pointed at the list and said, obviously one person died. The landlord looked miserable, but the one who died had a family, his wife and children needed to eat. Life and death are determined by fate. The staff member said bluntly, I am also following the rules. If you break the rules, others will take advantage of you. The landlord sighed and reached out to take his share of the reward for defending against the beast tide. Return to the house. The landlord pulled his neck and shouted. All the residents came downstairs one after another. Take your fair share. Shinbei was the last to receive it. There are a total of 50 crystal source cores and 100 kilograms of animal meat. No one knows how this is distributed. Anyway, you can take whatever General Yu Wuchang gives you. Finally, the landlord also suggested that everyone take care of the deceased family and give them some points. Others are given more or less meat. But Shinbei gave the little boy a pistol. This pistol was still the one Shinbei used to shoot Xiaolong. but it had been upgraded. It is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. If you can't become a superpower, then a pistol is your guarantee of survival. The landlord was stunned and his teeth ached. Don't they need animal meat? Yes. Shinbei bared his teeth and said with a smile, what I gave you was food. No one eats iron. But ferocious beasts eat bullets. After saying that, Shinbei turned around and went upstairs, seizing the time to lie down. The landlord looked at Shinbei's back thoughtfully. He went back to the house to get a box of bullets and gave them to the little boy, and rubbed his head. Shao, your father is dead. It's time for you to grow up. The little boy named Shao was not very old, probably around 10 years old, but his eyes were clear and he nodded very firmly. At this time, Shinbei was sitting cross-legged on the bed. He stared at the Barrett sniper rifle in his hand. A piece of information pops up. Sniper rifle. 80. The modified Barrett has a range of 1,100 meters, 5 rounds of bullets, the detachable bipod is missing, the rear adjustable monopod is missing, the magnification lens is missing, greater lethality, sports shooting, accuracy bonus of 20. Upgrade. Sniper rifle. 50. The modified Barrett has a range of 1,300 meters, 5 bullets, greater lethality, sports shooting, accuracy increased by 20, blind sniper accuracy increased by 20, silencer effect increased by 20, recoil reduced by 20. Shinbei's eyes flashed. This upgrade has changed a lot. Not to mention the increased range. Even blind sniping can increase accuracy. It's simply outrageous. There is also a silencer effect. Although the effect of reducing it by 20 is not significant, the emergence of this new attribute undoubtedly does not mean that after upgrading to the limit, it will be 100% silencer. This effect is simply explosive. You know, even if the pistol is equipped with the best silencer, it cannot be 100% silenced. The last one is recoil. It's also quite awesome. The recoil of this Barrett is much greater than that of a revolver. When the revolver was fired with one hand, Shinbei's arms were numb from the shock, and he could easily dislocate if his posture was wrong. But if this Barrett is not holding the gun with both hands, or lying down and shooting and firing bullets with one hand, no matter what the posture is, the huge recoil will inevitably dislocate it. Guns are man-made, but people cannot necessarily fully control it. The other revolver was fired only once today, killing Mengshan. Nothing to see. Then, Shinbei took out his alarm clock. After Shinbei dismantled and assembled this object, it had turned into a time bomb. Just add 10 crystal source cores. Shinbei tried to put the crystal source core in. What is strange and surprising is that the alarm clock clearly has no opening or place where the crystal source core can be placed, but every crystal source core placed on the outer shell can be absorbed into it. Very good. Newton's coffin boards can't be pressed anymore. After putting in 10 crystal source cores, look at the alarm clock again. Alarm clock, full level. Filling progress, 10. In addition to being absolutely on time and setting the alarm on time, it is also a time bomb. Shinbei clicked his tongue twice. I just don't know how powerful the explosion is. Maybe I can buy more alarm clocks to experiment. If the effect is good, it can be used to kill enemies. Put down the alarm clock. Shinbei continued to fight for his most important equipment. Battle armor. Make the bedding. Lie in it comfortably. War armor experience. War armor experience. Shinbei yawned and made a rough calculation. I lay down for 6 hours in the afternoon and 12 hours in the evening, a total of 18 hours. 60 experience points per hour. You can get 840 experience points tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, you can level up the day after tomorrow. I hope there will be a surprise. Chapter 29. The Blue Enchantress is so domineering that your scalp will tingle. Blazing bar. When Shinbei entered early in the morning, the inside of the bar was in a mess. Various wine bottles were thrown around, and food remnants were everywhere. The drunken people fell to the ground and slept soundly, their grunts rising and falling like a symphony. The pungent smell of alcohol and vomit spread throughout the bar. Yesterday's intense beast tide and harvest allowed everyone to obtain a lot of crystal source cores. For humans on the run with today and no tomorrow, indulgence and alcoholism are eternal themes. Naturally, he would drink until he was so drunk that he lost consciousness. Shinbei found a clean place to sit down. Not a moment. Rock came in a hurry. Shinbei waved consciously. Waiter, whiskey? No one answered. The waiters were all asleep. Shinbei stood up and went behind the counter alone, took a bottle of wine, dropped the genuine core, and returned to his seat. Rock took a sip of wine, hissed, smashed his mouth, touched the stubble on his face, and said, "The matter of you killing the superpower Mengshan has been settled." Shinbei raised his glass to show respect. Thank you. But it's not that simple. Rock added. Shinbei snorted and asked, what conditions are attached? Luoku said in a very low voice, it's not that Yu Wucheng insists on imposing conditions. My face, General, still has to be given. Without me, he wouldn't be where he is today, you know? But Inhu is a good brother of Meng Shan. He insists on jumping out and making trouble. In the end, he compromises. You owe Yu Wucheng a free mission. Shinbei understood it and said bluntly, I owe Inhu a mission, right? You can understand it that way. Rock shrugged. No matter what task, as long as it is in the name of a shelter, it must go through me. If it is unreasonable, I will reject it. Shinbei didn't care, as long as he gave himself time to upgrade his armor. Even if Inhu wanted to go into the wasteland and kill himself in the name of a mission, it would not be that easy. The two chatted for a while. Shinbei left the bar. For 2 days, Shinbei had nothing to do. His main task was to lie down. When I was really tired, I walked around the shelter. The wasteland is not a place you can just go in and out of. Encountering a vicious beast is nothing. If you encounter an evil species head-on, there is no safer place than a shelter. The pile of meat piled up by the beast tied a few days ago has become an entertainment place. The smell of a large amount of flesh and blood attracts many ferocious beasts to come looking for food. And ordinary people picked up guns and started hunting. Although the effect is minimal, it is simply a waste of bullets. But the entertainment effect is quite good. Without him, there is a stake on one side. Bet on whether this shot can hit the beast. Shinbei had nothing to do, so he went to play. The landlord happened to be there too. After seeing Shinbei coming, his eyes lit up and he knew how to place his bet. He winked and asked Shinbei to cooperate and make a pig-killing plate for cutting leeks. Shinbei nodded gently. The sniper rifles used here are not very good. A handful of 98. Before Shinbei traveled through time, the 98 famous names were known to everyone in the gaming industry. But in this escape world, there are still some shortcomings. Although it comes with a scope. However, after the gun was randomly modified, all the indicators were already messed up. Come on, Shinbei is coming next. The host raised the bottle and cheered. Not a superpower, let alone a shooting expert, but an ordinary person. Bet on the good news. The people around him discussed for a while and placed their bets on whether Shinbei would miss a single shot. The landlord smiled happily. The landlord has seen Shinbei's marksmanship before. Absolutely one of a kind. To put it bluntly, you will not be at a disadvantage against a person with special powers who specializes in shooting. Shinbei climbed on the shooting platform, and the crosshair of the high-power scope was set on the head of the ferocious beast that was looking for meat. That's a carrion lizard. Its appearance is both weird and terrifying. Its whole body is covered with uneven and mottled carapace. These carapace shines with an eerie light in the sun, as if it is made up of countless rotten bones. Its eyes are 2 deep black holes that shoot out blue flames from time to time, making them look weird and terrifying even in the daytime. Shinbei estimated the distance. It's about 500 meters away. This distance is nothing to worry about for mercenaries like Shinbei. When Shinbei was sniping at his teammates at the Rulon Cave, the distance between the two sides was as much as 800 meters. Shinbei adjusted his posture and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A puff of blue-white smoke filled the barrel. Everyone looked at the rotting bone lizard. Next breath. Driven by the kinetic energy of the bullet directly exploded its eyes, and black blood mixed with silver-gray broken eyeballs collapsed onto the rock. It didn't run away. The bullet may have directly damaged its brain tissue. It wailed sharply, rolled at the entrance of the cave, and kept hitting the rocks. After a few breaths, the rotten bone lizard died. Oh yes. The landlord looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, and put all the bets into his pocket. The other gamblers took a deep breath and were shocked. You know, the rules of this game only require hitting the beast, not killing it. And Shinbei's shot directly killed the beast. This kind of shooting technique is really amazing. Come again. I bet Shinbei can defeat the beast. My marksmanship is good. I'll bet on you too. I don't know if my performance can be stable. I won't be able to hit it with one hand. Are you stupid? Look at Shinbei's shooting posture and calm aura. He has a 100% chance of hitting the target. Shinbei turned around and glanced at the landlord secretly. The landlord bets that Jinyuan Core will not hit. Shinbei understood. Next shot. Missed directly. There was a burst of dust on the ground. Gamblers can be said to be yelling and swearing, speaking outly about their bad luck. For the next few bets, whatever the landlord bets, Shinbei will bet on it. After several attempts, the landlord cut off nearly 300 crystal source cores. The landlord's eyes signaled Shinbei to retreat. Enough is enough. On the way back, the two of them started to get very dirty. Shinbei obtained more than 200 crystal source cores. You take the extra portion, and I'll drink the soup with you. The landlord had a smile on his face. This is quite the crystal source core obtained by cheating, and he is not greedy. Shinbei will not give in and will directly take it into his pocket. These idiots are all going crazy, haha. The landlord recalled the scene just now and felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Shinbei thought of the wise saying, 9 times out of 10 you will lose. Sometimes, you lose without even knowing how. Right now, a girl wearing a black cloak suddenly came out from the side and reached out to stop the two of them. The girl slowly raised her head. Her facial features were extremely delicate, and she had a good face. She looked like a porcelain white doll. However, her pupils were shining with a faint blue light. Shinbei couldn't tell whether her eyes were blue or whether they were decorated with supernatural powers for the sake of beauty. The Enchantress. You are the blue enchantress with superpowers. The landlord blurted out names. Most of the girl's face was hidden under the hood. She pointed at the landlord with one hand and only uttered one word, "Get out." If the landlord is obedient, get out immediately and never look back. But he didn't run far, but hid in the distance and watched. Shinbei was a little confused and asked, "What do you want from me?" Blue Fairy's tone was cold. Your marksmanship is good, comparable to that of a shooter who specializes in shooting. There were a lot of mistakes. Did you just see that? Deliberately set up a trap to win money. I've seen it a long time ago. Shinbei. The blue demon girl spoke again. My team happens to be short of a sniper. Although you are not a superpower, you are qualified to join. Shinbei had no expression on his face and said calmly, I'm used to being alone. There are always times when you need teammates. The blue enchantress passed Shinbei, turned back and said again, I will call you if necessary. A feeling that cannot be refused. Chapter 30. Major upgrade of war armor. This little girl is wild. On the way back, the landlord kept chattering. Last time, a drunk guy stood outside the wheeled house and relieved himself. Isn't this a normal thing? Guess what? The landlord asked and answered, Good guy. I fired an ice gun and killed her. He said it was contaminating her eyeballs. It's simply unreasonable. Too cruel. While the landlord was telling the story of the blue enchantress, he turned around and covered his crotch, fearing that the blue enchantress would come back to kill him. Shinbei smacked his lips when he heard this. There is no reason for people with superpowers. If I were awesome, I would be unreasonable. Whoever has a strong fist will have a strong speech. Shinbei killed the superpower Mengshan and still had to find a relationship to make things right. Shinbei, who had been mentally prepared for this for a long time, was not surprised by what happened in this deserted world. Return to your residence. Shinbei continued to lie down. Take the time to upgrade your armor. In terms of physical strength and physique, Shinbei was unable to compete with those with supernatural powers. Naturally, it has to be in technology. The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. Lie. 2 days later, Shinbei climbed out of the armor. His eyes sparkled with excitement. I took a look at the armor information. Pseudo, Power Armor, 2320. A battle armor with almost no use, it is irrational to use it in combat, but its defense ability has been slightly improved, its walking speed has been slightly increased, its mind connection reaction speed has been slightly improved, and an infrared vision system has been installed. During the festival parade at night, you can keep up with others and see the road clearly. Coming. The experience points are fully prepared. Shinbei's consciousness moved. Upgrade. Power Armor. 320. A somewhat useful armor, it can assist in running, has improved defense capabilities, has a certain load carrying capacity, and has a slightly improved mind connection reaction speed. Each crystal source core can maintain the armor running at high speed for 5 minutes. After Shinbei read the information, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Level armor is ready for use. Although not satisfactory in every aspect. There is no super defense, no huge strength, no fire system, and it is not button portable. But at least it can help yourself increase your running speed. This alone is enough for Shinbei to be ecstatic. Moreover, the utilization efficiency of the crystal source core is greatly improved. It originally could only last for 1 minute, but now it can last for 5 minutes. This is undoubtedly a huge improvement. What surprised Shinbei even more was that the armor was originally about 2 meters long. Now it has shrunk to about 1.8 meters, which is exactly my height. The surface of the armor no longer has a rough texture, but changes to a matte black color. The more I watch it, the more I like it, and the more I watch it, the more delighted I am. Shinbei couldn't wait to re-enter the armor. He carried his sniper rifle on his back and jammed his pistol. Step out of the room. The expected creaking sound of joint friction did not appear. The armor itself did not make much extra noise during movement and walking. Moreover, all parts are exceptionally silky and smooth, with no feeling of blockage or sluggishness. Also, the armor is extremely close-fitting, as comfortable as wearing a coat. It can be seen that with this upgrade, this armor has evolved in all aspects. Shinbei kept moving his limbs, squatting and jumping up, adapting to the rhythm brought by the armor. Went downstairs. The landlord exclaimed with confusion on his face. Why haven't we seen you for a few days? This toy has changed a lot. Shinbei opened his mask and said with some show-off, of course it's a bulkhead modification. The landlord said, you have this skill, you should work in a research institute. That's not the life I want. People want stability after all. That's for you. Shinbei waved his hand and left the rental house. He planned to go to the mountains to the north and retrieve the cluster fire flying disc that was deliberately abducted during the beast tide. Let's see what happens after upgrading. At this time, the entire Shelter 36 was still busy. Mining for mining, collecting wood for collecting wood. Shinbei swaggered all the way to the upper level of the shelter. Residents passing by were not too surprised when they saw Shinbei's dress. After all, among people with superpowers, there are also people who are armed to the teeth. For example, those who specialize in shooting, or those with special powers who can fight in close combat. However, the protective suits of these superpowers are designed to protect certain parts, rather than full coverage. Everyone's evaluation of Shinbei has only one word: cool. Coming to the weapons store, Shinbei replenished some ammunition. During the last beast wave, almost all the bullets were fired. Without bullets, a gun is just a fire stick. While collecting bullets, Shinbei asked the boss, why haven't I seen the large guns used by superpowers here? Last time I saw a superpower shooting strange birds, it was very fierce. The boss held a cigarette in his mouth and smiled. What, you want to buy one? Shinbei blinked and had this thought, can I use it too? Thinking too much. The boss said jokingly, the kind of gun that uses the crystal source core as kinetic energy is not as simple as just plugging in the crystal source core and firing it. The user also needs to catalyze the source energy to eject the light bomb. Otherwise, the light bomb will just explode on the spot. The speed of light bullet flight is related to the level of the superpower user. If you are specialized in shooting, you will be able to control the gun better. Only then did Shinbei suddenly realize. No wonder I saw the superpower use a large source energy firearm to kill the strange bird a few days ago. The flight pattern of the light bullet was a bit weird. It always feels so slow, and the parabola is too early. The co-authorship was caused by the lack of strength of the superpower. Completely giving up the idea of owning an energy firearm, Shinbei said goodbye and left. Leave Shelter 36. The Shinbei hike started heading north. There was a gap in the low-hanging clouds in the sky, which just revealed the low-hanging sun, and a large swath of golden sunlight shone down. Not long after hiking in the wilderness, Shinbei discovered the weaknesses and shortcomings of the armor. That is, under the high temperature, the inside is like an oven. Shinbei was soaked all over, as if he had been fished out of water. In fact, this armor has a temperature control system inside, which can even reduce the temperature to 0. But it requires consuming crystal source cores. Shinbei felt a little distressed and did not turn on the temperature control system. You can only open the mask and let yourself breathe. Shinbei's pace was still gentle, neither urgent nor slow. Every step was the same distance, and there was absolutely no mistake. About 3 hours later, just when Shinbei was approaching the edge of the mountain, behind Shinbei, there was a sudden roar of an engine. Shinbei turned to look back. There seemed to be a Tyrannosaurus suddenly roaring up into the sky in the smoke and dust, and the roar immediately overwhelmed the roar of the two speeding off-road vehicles. Then a motorcycle painted in dark black suddenly rushed out of the dust cloud, past two off-road vehicles at an incredible speed, and headed straight towards Shinbei. This motorcycle is extremely wildly modified, and the roar of its engine perfectly matches its incredible speed. Shinbei was somewhat familiar with this look. After thinking about it for a while, I suddenly remembered. This is Bai Luo's car. The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched. The ghost is still here. With almost no hesitation, Shinbei took out the crystal source core and inserted it directly into the kinetic energy device. In an instant, the armor's power system was activated. Shinbei ran away. This bitch cannot be offended. She is even more unreasonable than the Blue Enchantress. The most Blue Enchantress will do is force you to invite you to join the team. And Bai Luo is greedy for his own body. In this fucked up world, If a woman goes crazy, 10 cows can't hold her back. You tell me this is an ordinary person? A big man sitting in the cab was holding a cigar, looking at the speedometer, and then at the man running in front. This damn speed is already reaching 40 kilometers per hour. Bai Luo was sitting in the passenger seat, holding a slender steel needle in his mouth, twisting his hair, and inserting the steel needle into the ball's head. He looked at Shun Bei running in front of him with interest. Look, an ordinary person can run at a speed of 40 per hour. The person I'm interested in is definitely the right one. The big man on the side chuckled. If you are sure he is an ordinary person, then the problem lies in the protective armor he is wearing. The big man took out the core of the Zhongji crystal source, stuffed it into the engine feeding port, stepped on the accelerator, and the vehicle suddenly accelerated, kicking up a cloud of dust. After nearly 100 meters of painful and shuddering braking, the car body used the last bit of kinetic energy to right itself lightly, fully demonstrating the big man's near-perfect control skills. The vehicle stopped just in front of Shun Bei, less than 3 meters away. Bai Luo kicked open the car door, put his hands on the edges of the car, turned over, and jumped onto the roof of the car. She sat with her legs crossed on the roof of the car, smiling brightly. She stretched her waist and stretched out her subtle and pretty curves. Bai Luo looked at Shun Bei and said word by word, I have fallen in love with you. Whether you will or not, give me a happy word. Chapter 31 Shame. Shun Bei faced Bai Luo's declaration. Touch your face. Only then did he realize that what the staff member said when he took a shower in Shelter 36 was true. A good skin is indeed the beginning of trouble. If you are a woman, stick it to yourself. So annoying. Shun Bei was not polite, took out the revolver with his backhand, and pulled the trigger directly. Bang bang. Continuous roaring gunshots, at such a close range, exploded in Bai Luo's ears. For a moment, she thought the bullets sprayed from the muzzle were being shot at herself. Especially the cold, cruel, heart-stopping muzzle, like a demon roaring. She had never felt that a pistol could make her feel so close to death. I even felt chills running down my spine and the hairs on my hair standing on end. Bai Luo turned over and slid off the roof of the car. He poked his head out again, only to see that Shun Bei had rushed out of the mountains and dense forests and disappeared. Bai Luo was furious and climbed into the car. His innocent and charming face instantly became extremely distorted. Chase me. However, the big man on the side was holding a cigar in his mouth and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What a fool, the tire is punctured. Only then did Bai Luo realize that Shun Bei's 2 shots had hit the tires. Bai Luo kicked the car door. As soon as she stepped on it, the ground exploded, and her body shot out. I want to see how far you can run. Bai Luo's steps were light and fast. Every time he jumped and landed, the curved lines of his body looked quite pleasing to the eye, but his stride length and pace were far beyond that of ordinary people. Behind him, a pillar of dust rose into the sky. Shun Bei kept walking through the mountains and dense forests, and heard Bai Luofa running towards him from behind. His face froze. Bai Luo's speed was comparable to that of a cheetah. If you are not wearing a battle armor, it provides super fast movement speed. He was afraid that he would be captured by Bai Luo in a matter of minutes. Shun Bei climbed over a mountain. A ruined town appeared not far ahead. It should be some abandoned town. By the time Bai Luo climbed over the mountain, Shun Bei had disappeared into the ruined town. The long run made her blood surge, her face flushed, and she was panting. What the hell is he wearing? He's comparable to a superpower. Bai Luo couldn't help but exclaimed. Then, she took out a thin and small dagger from her boots and held it in her hand. With a wolf-like light in his eyes and a cold smile on his lips, he walked straight towards the ruined town. Bai Luo saw an abandoned town in front of him. A small river passed through the city, and the green light flowed, which could be called rippling green waves. With abundant water, surprisingly tenacious shrubs sprout everywhere. It has been abandoned for decades, and some trees have even grown to tens of meters high. Although it was still morning and the sun was very bright, the ruin still had a gloomy feeling without any warmth, and Shun Bei was hiding in a small building. He looked outside through the already cloudy glass window. It was vaguely visible that Bai Luo was like an agile ocelot. Every time he jumped between the ruins, he landed as gently as a feather. And the shining dagger in her hand, if put in the hands of ordinary people, can cut some meals. But Shun Bei believes that if placed in Bai Luo's hands, it will undoubtedly explode with huge lethality and give the enemy the most fatal blow. Shun Bei didn't know what level of superpower Bai Luo was. But not all superpowers are omnipotent. For example, if a superpower's defense reaches the 3rd level, even if his other attack methods are 1st level, he will be called a third-level superpower. Looking at Bai Luo's compact leather jacket, which showed off his figure to the fullest, Shun Bei could guess that Bai Luo's special ability should be an attack. The kind of hand-to-hand combat. Thinking about it this way, the defense level should not be high. There is an inference at the moment. Shun Bei decided to deal with Bai Luo here. This guy is very difficult to deal with. There is no way that he will be bitten by her every time he goes in and out of the wasteland. That way he will not be able to accomplish anything. All you need is patience, and what Shun Bei lacks most is patience. Taking one last look at Bai Luo's figure, Shun Bei's figure silently retracted into the wall. Turn on the temperature control system inside the armor and drop the temperature to 0 degrees. To prevent Bai Luo from having any special abilities like heat induction detecting him. And Shun Bei's clothes were enough to keep out the cold. Because this town is not small, there are many houses like Shun Bei squats. If Bai Luo wanted to search them one by one, it would take some time. Shun Bei prepared all the bullets and placed them in front of him. At the same time, we began to carve textures on the bullets and increase the bullet level. Shun Bei didn't dare to think that one shot would hit the target, but it had to be threatening enough. The sun sets in the west. It was getting dark. Bai Luo, who was blindly searching the ruined town, fell into a trance. It is suspected that Shun Bei has left here quietly. I was left to play the game stupidly. You know, she has a lot of experience in surviving in the wild. Apart from evil species, I have never encountered prey that I couldn't find. This was the first time she met someone like Shun Bei, who left no scent, traces, or clues to her. Now Bai Luo's physical strength has been consumed by more than half, and his energy and alertness are no longer as good as during the day. She had to admit that Shun Bei was an extremely cunning ordinary person. Bai Luo was sure that Shun Bei had not left, but was watching him somewhere, waiting for him to tire out. She looked around again. Dark. Suddenly, there was a mosquito bite-like sensation on her neck. He reached out and touched it, and a dark red flesh needle appeared in his hand. Bai Luo's heart skipped a beat. Poison spider bee. This ferocious beast is not big, about the size of a hand, but it's a combination of a bee and a spider. The abdomen of the poisonous spider wasp is abnormally swollen, resembling both a bee's honey sac and a spider's egg sac. Not only can it spray out poisonous needles with anesthetic effects, but it can also bind its prey with spider silk. Spider silk does not pose much threat to those with special abilities as it is sprayed at an extremely slow speed and can be easily avoided. But once the anesthetic needle is injected and there is no time to break free, the spider silk wrapped around the body will solidify over time and become harder and harder. Even if the psychic wakes up again and uses all his strength, he will not be able to break free. It's quite a big trouble. The next moment, the anesthesia began to take effect in Bai Luo's body. Boundless fear began to envelop her. Her vision began to blur. Her steps became weak. She stumbled twice and fell to the ground with a thud. Then, before her will had completely fallen asleep, she heard a rustling sound. A poisonous spider wasp flew over, circled twice above her head, and sprayed spider silk to catch its prey. Right at this moment, in the corner of Bai Luo's eye, 100 meters away, in a small building in the ruins, the glass windows suddenly shattered. A sniper rifle poked out. Then there was a flash of fire from the muzzle of a gun. Bang! A blazing line of fire was coming straight towards him. Bai Luo only had one thought in his mind: to add insult to injury and cause a disaster. Unable to withstand the invasion of anesthesia any longer, Bai Luo passed out. Cold and stinging, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh and blood, Bai Luo's consciousness was drifting alone in the ocean of pain. In the midst of the chaotic consciousness, there seemed to be a faint low laugh coming from it. TSK. Boss Wu, what do you think we should do if Captain Bai wakes up? What do you mean? Isn't this a wish come true? But Captain Bai is passive. Who cares? Whoever gets on top doesn't get on top. They just don't enjoy it. All sorts of vague and indistinct voices seem to be whispering in the darkness, causing ripples in Bai Luo's scattered will due to extreme pain. I'm alive. In Bai Luo's spiritual world, it was as if the first ray of light in the world broke through the darkness, and a milky white ball of light gradually dispelled the darkness like the warm sun in winter. Hoo-hoo. Cold, tingling, itchy, numb. All kinds of maddening feelings spread from the empty spiritual world to her whole body, making her breathe rapidly like a bellows. His eyelids trembled slightly, and he gradually regained his weak awareness of his body. Bai Luo opened his eyes little by little. I found myself in a relatively intact abandoned house. There is a bonfire next to me, which is very warm. The members of his team were laughing and chatting around the campfire. Hey, are you awake? Boss Wu, a big man, asked with a playful smile while holding a cigar in his mouth. Bai Luo propped up his body and found a sudden, tearing pain in his lower body. Bai Luo's eyes slowly widened. He reached out and touched his lower body. When he took it out, he saw there was blood, and he suddenly took a breath. Boss Wu joked, "When we came here, Shinbei had just gotten off of you." "Grass!" Bai Luo shouted angrily. "Where are the others?" "Gone." "Leaving? Why didn't you stop them?" "All men are like this." Boss Wu laughed. "Just pull up your pants and go." The other team members rolled on the ground laughing. Boss Wu said earnestly, "If you lose this game, isn't the price you paid exactly what you expected? It's not a loss." Bai Luo's mouth twitched, "But I'm not satisfied yet." "It's never fun the first time." Boss Wu grinned. Bai Luo closed his eyes and took a long breath before he calmed down the anger and humiliation in his chest. "It's so fucking embarrassing. Next time I see him, I will definitely be on top. I have ambition." The team members cheered loudly, and the laughter lasted for a long time. Chapter 32: Disassembly and Reverse Reconstruction. The jungle at night is undoubtedly dangerous. Any creature that dares to come out to look for food at night is a potential threat to ordinary people or people with supernatural powers. But Shinbei's pace was not slow, and even though the armor he wore was far from enough in a hand-to-hand combat with a superpower, but the poisonous needles ejected by those small creatures trying to sneak attack cannot penetrate the armor at all. In addition, the armor is equipped with an infrared vision system, making it effortless to walk in the dark. He kept walking north, toward where the cluster fire disk had fallen. The so-called Wangshan race to death. Although the straight line distance is very short, there are too many mountains to climb. The journey to Shanbei seems to be infinitely longer. Recalling the scene that just happened with Bai Luo, Shinbei couldn't help but feel funny. If a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water will hurt his teeth. After playing hide and seek throughout the day, Bai Luo actually relaxed his vigilance in the dark. He didn't even notice the poisonous spider wasp behind him, which was really wrong. Finally, he was hit with a poisonous needle that was enough to anesthetize the explosive ape. He fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Shinbei had the intention to kill Bai Luo, but the gun was still aimed at the poisonous spider wasp. Finally, in order to discourage Bai Luo and end Bai Luo's stalking, Shinbei took advantage of Bai Luo's coma to have sex with her. During the whole process, Bai Luo was like a dead pig. But it's also very cool. In short, Bai Luo lost the game and achieved the result she wanted. The process doesn't matter. Long journey. Shinbei was standing in a ravine at this time. According to the budget, his current position should be the direction where the cluster fire flying disc fell. Search every tree and plant along the valley. Extremely careful. When the sky is dark and bright, Shinbei found a cluster fire flying disc on a big rock. Found it. Shinbei's excitement increased incomparably. Picked him up immediately. After inspection, there were bumps and dents on the surface. It's not a big problem. The internal parts should not be damaged and remain intact. Shinbei thought for a while. Now there are two problems that need to be solved. First, dismantling and assembling the firepower frisbee requires a clean and stable environment. It's definitely not appropriate in the current situation. If a screw falls into the grass, it will never be found. Second, this cluster fire flying disc is too large, with a diameter of 1 meter. If it is taken back to the shelter and it is too conspicuous, it will definitely be taken back by the Research Institute and subject to investigation. You know, at the beginning, I reported that the cluster fire flying disc deviated from the course, hit the mountain and crashed. Now holding an almost complete firepower frisbee back, then it is purely to find trouble for myself. Therefore, Shinbei needed to find a hidden place to hide it. Upgrade slowly and see what changes happen in the future. Thinking of this, Shinbei walked along the valley and deeper into the valley. Not long after, we walked out of the valley. Suddenly it becomes clear. On the edge of the horizon, a large city ruins appeared. Shinbei consumed the crystal source core and turned on the accelerated movement mode of the armor. It took about half an hour to reach the edge of the city. After entering, find a relatively hidden place. After walking around inside to confirm that no vicious beasts were entrenched, Shinbei put down the cluster fire disc. Rub your hands together. After staring at the cluster fire disc for a few seconds, a message popped out. Cluster fire frisbee. 0. An aircraft capable of air-to-ground strikes, with strong firepower and a cruising range of 5 kilometers. Needless to say, the power of this cluster fire flying disc was witnessed by Shinbei with his own eyes. All that remains to be done is disassembly and assembly. Take out the toolbox. Shinbei drank some water and ate some dried meat to regain some energy. After taking a rest, Shinbei grabbed the tools and started trying to dismantle it. First is the shell. This is easier to do. Just unscrew a few number 12 high-strength screws. I have to say that the manufacturing process of this world is still worthy of praise. For the screws above, no matter how hard you use the wrench, you will just hear a click. You can put down the wrench and use your fingers to easily unscrew it. Remove the casing. Inside is an extremely complex structure and circuit library. Shinbei knew that without the guidance of the Research Institute, he could not rush to disassemble it at this time. To record, taking out a pen and paper, Shinbei began to draw a diagram of the internal structure. When Shinbei was a Special Forces soldier in his previous life, he also studied basic courses on mechanical principles and structures for a period of time. Let's put it this way, it won't do anything too complex, and it's more than enough to repair a car. Of course, the structure of cars in this world is very mysterious, and they use crystal source cores as power. Although Shinbei doesn't understand the principle, he can still get a glimpse of it by treating it as gasoline. Driving gear, flying disc output shaft, linkage gear, gyroscope, fire output module, crystal source core kinetic energy output module, small artillery, high explosives. Originally, Shinbei didn't know the names of the various parts. But this batch of technical firepower flying discs are experimental products, and the parts and modules on them are labeled, presumably for the convenience of assembly by researchers. During normal production, these labels will definitely not be affixed, and there is no time to affix them. This is actually cheaper for Shinbei. Then, as Shinbei disassembled it, he redrawn the connection diagram of each component on paper. According to normal assembly, there should be a component assembly diagram here. What are the front view, top view, left view, section view, half section view, etc.? But Shinbei's firepower frisbee was picked up, stolen. It was impossible for Shinbei, and he did not dare to ask the Research Institute for drawings. Only crude methods can be used to record. Fortunately, the installation between each wiring harness is relatively simple. The module wires of the wiring harness are all bundled together to form a plug-and plug. There is no chance of plugging it in incorrectly, and it cannot be inserted. Like an ant eating an elephant, Shinbei dismantled the clustered firepower frisbee bit by bit. At the same time, Shinbei also disassembled a cannonball. Pour out the gunpowder inside. There was an unexpected discovery. Gunpowder is composed of two colors. The black one is naturally high explosive. There is also a kind of blue broken crystal. Shinbei reached out and touched it. Is this the core of the crystal source? Shinbei's expression changed a little. This thing can also be condensed into a solid to preserve energy? Shinbei couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. No wonder the cluster fire frisbee is so powerful. The crystal source core serves as a special energy expression. Essentially, the inside is like a semi-solidified liquid. But how did the Institute achieve solidification, preserve energy, and participate in the gunpowder reaction? Is it possible that this kind of firepower flying disc has been researched for a long time, and this gadget that breaks into crystals is the latest research result of the Institute? Shinbei thought about the details of transporting the cluster fire flying disc. When Shinbei got it, it seemed like someone was wiping dust off the surface. Are bullets also added to this thing? Shinbei touched his chin and thought for a while. This is not critical. The key is how to smash the core of the crystal source without destroying the energy contained in it. Shinbei couldn't understand. After all, he was not a professional researcher. If you have the chance, you have to trick Shinonji. Put aside this unexpected discovery about gunpowder for a moment. Shinbei glanced at the parts all over the floor. Rub your hands together. Start assembling. Only the assembly process can gain experience points. Moreover, according to past rules, as long as the assembly is successful, it can be upgraded to a level. As for how to upgrade in the future, it's just a matter of exploration. Kaka. Shinbei looked at his missing drawings and began to restore them step by step. Experience value. Experience value. Chapter 33 Upgrade, Unexpected Disaster. 3 hours later, when Shinbei closed the shell and tightened the last screw. Take another look at your handiwork. Cluster Fire Frisbee. 100. An aircraft capable of air-to-ground strikes, with strong firepower and a cruising range of 5 kilometers. Okay, just enough experience points to level up. Shinbei didn't hesitate. Upgrade. Cluster Fire Frisbee. 0. An aircraft capable of ground-to-surface strikes, with strong firepower, a cruising range of 10 kilometers, increased wireless connection, slightly increased bombing lethality, slightly increased bombing speed, double the ammunition capacity of the ammunition compartment, and can be automatically loaded. Shunbei blinked. Ignore the message that pops up for now. Instead, he stared at the appearance of the cluster fire flying disc. Why are you getting bigger? Shunbei was completely confused. What he wanted was a cluster fire disc that he could carry with him. The smaller the better, preferably if it can fit in a pocket. It would be better if it could grow bigger when thrown out. But the fact is that this cluster fire flying disc not only did not get smaller, but actually reached 2 meters in diameter. Shunbei's mouth twitched. Does it only get bigger with upgrades? Shunbei touched his chin. It's a bit difficult. The more you upgrade, the bigger it gets. How do you hide this thing in the end? Skull hurts. However, Shunbei didn't have too many worries. Big is big, and the wilderness is even bigger. Not everywhere humans have set foot. Throw it in a random place and pass by too many places without taking a breath for a year and a half. After all, if the entire population is fleeing from famine, the scope of human activities cannot be too far away from Titan, otherwise the danger will be unpredictable. Right now, a message also popped up on Shunbei's armor light screen. Wireless connection detected. Do you want to connect? It's pretty smart. Connected. This suit of armor had a computer module at the beginning of its design. Although the memory is very small and not powerful, it is probably like a castrated version of the car system. But the intelligence is acceptable. Soon, Warframe light screen pop-up message. Connected. Data resetting. Reset? Shunbei probably understood that this was restoring factory settings and deleting the control rights of the shelter center. After waiting for a long time, the reset has not been completed yet. This is a weak point. Shunbei looked at the updated information from the cluster fire flying disc. It was originally capable of cruising for 5 kilometers, but after upgrading, it became 10 kilometers. This is undoubtedly a considerable progress, and it is double the progress. At the same time, this is not just an expansion of distance. In other words, it also greatly improves the efficiency of crystal source core utilization. This cluster fire disk requires an intermediate crystal source core to activate. It can be said that with the same energy, it can fly farther, and its main feature is to save money and do things more efficiently. Originally, the firepower system of this firepower flying disc only had 12 firepower lines, arranged in a clock pattern. That is to say, there are shooting holes at all 360-degree angles, whether it is around the perimeter or above and below. There are a total of 9 32mm caliber gun muzzles in the surrounding circle, which is the side of the flying disc. There are 3 gun muzzles on the top and bottom. In other words, this fire disc has a total of 12 32mm caliber muzzles. As for the damage increase and shooting speed increase, you don't need to worry about them, as they are attributes that are required for every upgrade. At this time, the reset that had been silent for half a day was finally completed. Warframe Light Curtain Information Update. Reset completed. This cluster fire disc belongs to you alone. Wireless connection range, 1 kilometer. Within 1 kilometer, you can transmit signals through the armor and activate the cluster fire disc for cruise and support. Shunbei tried to control it. Because the neurons were bound, there was no need to select a button. He just moved his mind and the wireless signal was transmitted to the fire flying disc, which floated silently. Controls the movement of the fire disc. I saw the flying disc rising silently and then flying around in the empty factory building. The speed of the frisbee was very slow at first, but gradually accelerated to 40 kilometers per hour. This speed is good. It can already be compared with the battle armor. Letting the frisbee fall to the ground, Shunbei thought for a moment, then tried to sit on it, and then control the frisbee to take off. I saw the flying disc with a diameter of 2 meters and a thickness of 30 centimeters slowly rising. The speed was very slow, but it was indeed rising. This stability is so strong. Not bad. Suddenly he screamed in surprise, because the fire flying disc suddenly tilted and threw him down. At the same time, the word overweight appeared on the virtual light screen of the power armor. Fortunately, after he fell, the fire frisbee returned to normal again and was not damaged. Is this overweight? Shunbei dusted himself off. I don't know what this thing will look like if it continues to be upgraded. In a daze, Shunbei felt more and more that the concentrated fire disc in front of him seemed like a dream he had that day. Turn into an extremely huge spaceship. It's a bit ridiculous. Shunbei shook his head. Then, Shunbei circled around the clustered fire disc. Find other ways to gain experience and level up. Whether it was hovering or flying, Shunbei tried it all, but to no avail. Eliminate all incorrect options, and there is only one answer left. That's the need to fire. Toothache. In fact, firing and bombing upgrades are faster. By firing cannonballs, plus the 12 rounds in the magazine, You can gain 24 experience points with one shot. It takes 5 times to reach level 3. But the problem is, the ammunition fired was high explosive. Moreover, it is still high explosives mixed with crystal source core fragments. This thing is more difficult to handle. Shinbei was melancholy for a while. We can only look back and think of a solution. This place is 50 kilometers away from Shelter 36, so it should be safe. Shinbei hid the cluster fire disc in the corner of the factory and covered it with weeds. Go back and get the high explosive gunpowder bomb, then come back and continue upgrading. After doing all this, Shinbei packed up his things and began to return to the shelter. No matter which area of the wasteland it is, it no longer belongs to humans. Humans can set foot on it, but they cannot stay for long. Besides the danger, another point is the water source. Only Titans can purify water that humans can drink. Both surface water and groundwater are polluted to a level that humans cannot bear. And human beings can't live without water, just like the desert world cannot live without Titans. Shinbei walked carefully in the dilapidated city. The city is also a place where ferocious beasts reside. Shinbei didn't want to provoke him for the time being. After all, the terrain is too complicated. If you fire a gun, it will easily alarm other ferocious beasts. It is far less empty and tactical space than the wilderness. However, right now, Shinbei suddenly heard the dull and impactful sound of gunshots on the road he must pass. Da-da-da. Some bullets were fired in the direction of Shinbei's position, causing a burst of smoke. Shinbei was shocked. He immediately lay down on the road, using his hands and feet to crawl towards a half-collapsed house on the side of the street. Bullets don't have eyes, but the shooter also has eyes? Shinbei hid behind the corner, wiped the dust off the armor's visor. He pulled out the sniper rifle on his back and ejected the magazine, which was filled with secondary bullets. Of course, Shinbei's technique of carving textures has become more and more exquisite. He also has a full magazine of level 3 sniper bullets, but they are not used and can be kept as spares. Pull the bolt backhand. Shinbei climbed to another window, stuck his head out, and observed the situation outside. But see you. 100 meters away, there were 2 groups shooting each other. A group of humans in black clothing were running away, quickly diving into the houses on both sides of the street, trying to use the terrain to fight back in place. Another group of people wearing khaki clothing set up machine guns and fired. For a moment, bullets flew across the battlefield. Shinbei shrank his head. In this case, bullets are invisible and cannot guarantee safety. Luck is the real guarantee. Shinbei didn't want to get involved in the dispute between them. Just want to stay away. Shinbei jumped out of the ruins and took advantage of the buildings to take a detour away from the place of right and wrong. But the other party didn't seem to want to let Shinbei go, and shot Shinbei on the way forward. Shinbei was almost shot to death. Shinbei rolled over, hid behind the wall and shouted, "I'm a passerby. Don't hit me. Stop talking nonsense. Except for our suppression team, everyone else will die today." A man on the other side roared in response. Shinbei cursed and shot blindly with his backhand. Whether you win or not is secondary. You must show your attitude. Chapter 34: Disputes and Siege. Facing unforeseen disasters. Shinbei never thought of continuing to reason. In this fucked up world, reasoning is the most useless thing. All you can do is shut up the other person and regret it. As for the so-called suppression team, Shelter 36 also has a team of the same nature. But Shelter 36 is called the Punishment Brigade. The Sanctuary is called the Judgment House. It is a suppressive team that deals with traitors and disputes internally. Shinbei didn't want to know which shelter this group of people came from. All he knew was that he was a soy sauce shopper passing by and seemed to be very unlucky. Therefore, when the other party clamors that he must pay himself, Shinbei hit back with a blind sniper. Originally, Shinbei just wanted to suppress the opponent's firepower and took the time to move his position. After all, in the process of shouting, his position was also exposed. But I never thought about it. This blind sniper shot unexpectedly hit the target, killing the man who was about to reply. Experience value. Shinbei was full of surprises. It's just that a random shot can kill someone. The other party's luck is so bad that the King of Hell himself knocks on the door. Shinbei found a hidden location. The muzzle of his sniper rifle burst into flames again. The assault rifle roaring most ferociously in the opposite room died down in an instant. The sound of shooting from the rifle in Shinbei's hand was shocking, and each roar was enough to drown out the roar of other firearms. After each gunshot, an enemy must lose the right to live forever. The gunfire was like a mechanical death, coherent and dense, as if the sniper could accurately harvest lives without having to aim. This sight greatly boosted the morale of the armed personnel who were being hunted just now. Several experienced personnel seemed to be inspired. Although they did not know where the personnel who helped their side came from, at this moment, they were undoubtedly helping their side to annihilate the enemy. They jumped up from the ground, took advantage of the gap in the enemy's firepower, and decisively outflanked them from the left and right sides, intending to wipe out the suppression team hiding in the house in one fell swoop. One enemy after another appeared in Shun Bei's sight and then disappeared, with different faces before their death. And Shun Bei's eyes hidden behind the mask were calm and profound, silently watching the lives come to an abrupt end. Tada! The dull and soul-stirring sound of heavy machine gunfire echoed again, and the two armed men in black clothing who rushed to the front were instantly nailed in the air, and several fountains of blood burst out from their front and back chests. The others were once again suppressed by the dense rain of bullets and could only huddle on the ground, unable to raise their heads. Almost at the moment when the heavy machine gun sounded, Shun Bei quickly adjusted the muzzle of the gun and brought the shooter operating the heavy machine gun into his sight. At this time, the heavy machine gunner took the time to turn his muzzle and suppress fire at Shun Bei's position. However, Shun Bei's finger on the trigger was not in a hurry to press it. The person controlling the heavy machine gun was actually a little girl who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old. He is able to control a machine gun at this age, and he is also a newly awakened superpower. On that delicate face, which was rare among the suppression teams, was a pair of big eyes filled with tears. She bit her lower lip tightly, and her lip had been bitten. The bright red blood fell from the corner of her mouth, and the flames of the heavy machine gun sprayed out. Her face full of hatred flickered. Shun Bei didn't know where her hatred came from or what she had experienced, but he was involved in an unprovoked fight, and everything was out of his control. Through this little girl, Shun Bei seemed to catch a glimpse of another figure, a little girl he thought he had forgotten in the depths of his memory. In the few seconds that Shun Bei hesitated, a shrill scream rang out again on the battlefield. A prostrate armed man in black was mercilessly baptized by a heavy machine gun bullet belt, and several fountains of blood spurted out instantly. Shun Bei sympathized with no one. Just like this world, it has no sympathy for any human being. Either you die or I live. Anyone who stands and gasps is committing a crime. Shun Bei's pupils shrank into needle gleams. The muzzle of the gun was slightly deflected, and he decisively pulled the trigger. The specially made bullets carried the power of thunder and went straight into the muzzle of the heavy machine gun. The roar of the heavy machine gun suddenly stopped, and then the sparks of the explosion flew everywhere, and the hot parts flew everywhere. The little girl stood there for a few seconds, then slumped down, and a heavy machine gun component was deeply embedded in her forehead. The dense clouds were blown open by the strong wind, and the scorching sunshine poured down. In this ruined city, the gunshots did not stop even if no one died. The firepower of the suppression team was still very fierce. After all, the number of people is more than 10 times that here. In fact, under the outflanking, the originally small number of armed men in black were completely killed by various roundabout tactics. At this time, an armed man in black climbed to Shun Bei's position and asked Shun Bei for shelter in a panic. Shun Bei glanced around. It seemed that only he and this stranger were left on the entire battlefield. Although he killed many enemies, there were still almost 100 people left on the opposite side. Shun Bei asked, "Which shelter are you from? What did you commit?" "Shelter number 20. The man said very quickly, "I am a member of the Research Institute. Because of some disagreements with some ideas, I was ostracized by others. I killed the team leader and then escaped. Those armed forces who protected me, the personnel, are all sent by Shelter 22. As long as you can send them to Shelter 22, I will give you glory and wealth." Shun Bei thought of the little girl who was filled with hatred just now. Did you kill that little girl's father? He wants to monopolize my research results. The man's eyes were red and he continued, "I promised to give it to him, but he wants to silence me." He was so excited when he spoke that he even forgot to hide his figure. By exposing his head outside the wall, he seemed to be trying to find excuses for his reputation as a traitor and his unwillingness to do so. But the next moment, the dense firepower net of the suppression team on the opposite side was tilted directly towards him. It was sieved in an instant. "Shun Bei, this is seeking your own death." At this time, the clearing team on the opposite side burst into strong cheers. Obviously, their mission target is this traitor. Shun Bei didn't want to analyze who was right and who was wrong between them. Perhaps the team leader wanted to silence him about his intention to escape with the research results. Maybe the team leader wanted to seize the results and silence him. No matter what the reason, this has no bearing on whether you can survive. At this time, the clouds in the sky had closed again, and the wilderness was once again gray and gloomy. The heat caused by the scorching sun still lingered, and when you set foot on the land, the heat wave was still steaming under your feet. Susu. Within 100 meters of Shun Bei's location, the sound of chaotic footsteps kept ringing. The suppression team began to surrounded by hundreds of people. Even if Shun Bei had extraordinary abilities, he would still be beaten into a sieve under a random shooting. After all, the armor at this time has not yet reached a level that can resist the power of bullets. Force me to use bigger tricks. Shun Bei was lying on his back in the roofless ruins, squinting his eyes flashing, his pupils becoming bottomless, and a violent expression instantly shot out. Shun Bei's consciousness moved, and the consciousness connection was transmitted to the wireless connection. Extremely far away, in that empty factory building, the cluster fire frisbee, which was originally covered by weeds, soared into the sky, constantly changing the angle, traveling through the ruins of the city, heading straight to Shun Bei. At this moment, the members of the suppression team continued to compress the encirclement. At the same time, they seemed to be in sight of victory and began to ridicule, trying to suppress Shun Bei's mind. Boy, you are the only one left. Surrender now. Don't touch our target. I'll give you a decent death. I'm so sorry for you. Come out here. Wait a minute, look. What is that thing in the sky? With reminders, the members of the suppression team looked up at the sky. Frisbee hovered over the center of the circle surrounding Shun Bei. Shun Bei, who was hiding in the ruins, raised his lips. The next moment, Shun Bei's consciousness moved. The cluster fire flying disc artillery system is activated. Kaka. 12 cannon barrels stretched out. Chapter 35. Lots of luck. Unexpected surprises. At this moment, facing the encirclement of the suppression team, Shun Bei was naturally unable to use firearms. Under the premise of ensuring safety, he could break out of the encirclement or kill all the enemies. Shun Bei could only use the firepower frisbee. No need at this time. When to wait? After receiving the wireless command from Shun Bei, the fire-flying disc was already floating above Shun Bei's head. Those 12 cannons were like the eyes of 12 bloodthirsty dragons, glaring fiercely and coldly at the enemies on the ground surrounding Shun Bei. The mopping-up team all looked up, puzzled and bewildered. What the hell is that? It looks like a fire disc. I've seen this thing before when I went to Shelter 36. Is it amazing? Bullshit. When they were experimenting, the bombing firepower was insufficient. Let's put it this way, it's similar to setting off firecrackers. The key is that the warhead is too small, and not much gunpowder can be put in, so the lethality is very small. But we still have to be careful, just in case we get our skin broken. Haha, from what you said, I don't think even the roof can be blown up, right? I just suspect that shelter number 36 should be still very far away. How did this thing fly over here? Don't use any smoke bombs or anything like that. Everyone, pay attention. Don't let that guy run away with his tricks. Push him in. The people from the suppression team below were still laughing and joking, as if they were watching a joke, and they didn't care at all about the firepower frisbee above their heads. In their eyes, how many powerful shells can be fired from such a small barrel? No need to worry. Just rush in and that's it. Kill that bastard who killed so many suppression teams. The suppression team once again compressed the encirclement, but Shun Bei's eyes were sarcastic and cold, and his consciousness moved. Firepower frisbees received bombing orders. In an instant, the 12 artillery pieces on the fire disc roared at the same time, and the fiery tongues of fire tore through the air in an instant, turning into 12 fireballs shooting out like meteors, dragging long flame tails, and rushed towards ground enemies. The bombing process was like the earth shattering, with hot barrages pouring down from the sky, turning the entire battlefield into a purgatory-like Shura field. The moment the warhead of high explosives and crystal core fragments mixed with explosives hit the ground, there was a continuous sound of explosions, forming a hellscape woven of flames, smoke, and debris. The shock wave swept across like a violent wave, and all buildings in its path were mercilessly destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. Cluster fire flying disc bombs 360 degrees without blind spots. Looking down from a high altitude, it looks like fireworks of death wreaking havoc on the ground. And in the middle of this place filled with strong smoke and the smell of death, Shun Bei was lying on his back, looking calm and calm. Just like this artillery fire, it is his stage, his death movement. At the same time, those clearance teams who had been laughing at the lack of firepower of the frisbee were instantly dumbfounded. They found that whether they were hiding in houses or among the remaining rocks, they were all blown away by the blast wave. Some people were blown to pieces on the spot. Their flesh and blood bodies exploded into blood foam and meat residue, and were washed away to unknown places. The members of the mopping up team were hit head-on. They were all stunned, their pupils suddenly dilated. Their eyes were filled with extreme shock and disbelief, and they roared in fear and regret. Gosh, gosh, gosh. Help me. Damn it, this is what you said is nothing? It can only break the skin? My legs were blown off. Hiss. Help. Help. Run. Run. The members of the mopping up team were terrified by the sudden firestorm and died in the flames before they could react. Their limbs and arms were scattered everywhere, and their blood mixed with dirt was particularly dazzling under the firelight. The bombing lasted a short time, but every second seemed like an eternity, and every explosion announced the end of several or dozens of lives. After the artillery fire subsided, the entire ruined city also fell silent. It's like the players suddenly cut off the tape. Faintly, only the enemy's tragic wails and painful groans could be heard. Shin Bei stood up and looked up at the concentrated fire-flying disc, his eyes as ruthless as a ferocious beast filled with uncontrollable joy. Fierce. So fierce. This bombing almost wiped out all the enemies. Those who are still alive have long lost their combat effectiveness. They are either missing arms or legs, or are dying. Shin Bei waved his hand. The cluster fire-flying disc returns according to the route it flew from and enters the standby state. And Shin Bei jumped out of the ruins and randomly picked up a rifle. Or an assault rifle. If this gun were on Earth, it would be an excellent rifle. But this world can only be reduced to a toy for ordinary people and a fire stick in the eyes of superpowers. Shin Bei pulled the bolt and pushed the bullet into the chamber. Take a leisurely walk among the bomb-riddled ruins. A few steps away, an enemy of the suppression team was buried among the rocks. Struggling in pain, Shin Bei's gun was pressed against his forehead. The man was suddenly startled and raised his head suddenly, his face covered in blood like a snake. You can't kill me. I am a member of Shelter Number 20. Shin Bei's tone was calm, but the content was chilling. May there be no escape from hell. Bang. A bullet was fired into his forehead. Experience value. Shin Bei ignored the pop-up message and continued to search for other surviving squad members along the ruins. For Shin Bei, although using a revolver to kill enemies can increase experience points, but not worth it. The bullets in Shin Bei's revolver were all level 2 and level 3 bullets. It is not cost-effective for killing and destroying teams. Bang bang. The crisp sound of assault rifle gunfire continued. Every gunshot was accompanied by either curses or howls of pain and begging for mercy. But Shin Bei was indifferent, whether he was cursing or submissive, kowtowing like pounding garlic. All were shot to death. After a few minutes, Shin Bei dropped his rifle and returned to the ruins where he had taken refuge. Shake out a small bag. Inside is Shin Bei's harvest, a courier from the suppression team. More than 100 crystal source cores. Poverty. Shin Bei only had one word to comment on this. With so many people, so many crystal source cores could be found. So it's no wonder that there isn't even a single superpower in the suppression team. Wrong. Shin Bei touched his chin. It's not that there are no superpowers, but the superpowers from Vault 20 encountered the superpowers from Vault 22. The battlefield was divided between the two sides. Shin Bei was just wondering why there were ordinary people in the suppression team. There are no supernatural beings in the escort team. It's not that there is no co-authorship, but they are entangled together and haven't come over yet. Think of this. Without any hesitation, Shin Bei immediately put the Barrett sniper rifle on his back and left without any hesitation. Shin Bei has certain strength to fight against superpowers, but it also depends on the number of people on the other side. More than 2 will be difficult. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. If a person with superpowers catches up, he will be in trouble. He was about to leave just now. Shin Bei stepped on a backpack. This backpack belonged to a defector from Vault 20. After being shot in the head, the backpack rolled to the side. Shin Bei picked it up and wanted to see if there was any crystal source core inside. Open it and take a look. Shin Bei was a little confused. The huge backpack was filled with papers. Shin Bei took a cursory glance and couldn't understand what was described above. There are all kinds of strange-looking drawings, but it's hard to tell whether they are equipment. However, Shin Bei still saw a keyword on the drawing: Jinyuan reorganization and refining process. Shin Bei was half suspicious. Could it be the core fragments of the crystal source contained in the explosives of the firepower flying disc, right? I can't believe it. Shin Bei never doubted his luck, but this was too outrageous. I was still worried about how to get the core fragments of Jinyuan, and I fell asleep in a blink of an eye and gave him a pillow. Time is also fate, Shun Bei sighed. However, Shun Bei still had a skeptical attitude. After all, the words reorganization and fragmentation are completely unrelated. Maybe it's my own associations or preconceptions. Shun Bei immediately closed his backpack and stuffed a crystal source core into the armor's power module. He rushed out of the ruins and ran out of the city. Stay away from this land of right and wrong. As for the drawings, go back and study them slowly. There is no time to waste them again. Then began to move at a constant speed across the vast wilderness. Night fell quickly, and the cold wind dispelled the heat of the day. Right now, two psychics wearing black robes appeared at the edge of the devastated ruins. The man named Gonamo lifted his hood, revealing a pair of pupil-less, porcelain-white eyes. He sniffed the air and said in a somewhat cold tone, "Death, gun smoke?" Another psychic stretched out his hands hidden in his sleeves. There was no flesh or skin on his hands, only white bones. Tisk, TSK. Is this a field being plowed by organized artillery fire? Chasing the horses, we are too late. Gonamo squatted on the ground, grabbed a handful of bloody soil, and licked it with his tongue. Our people in shelter number 22 are also dead. Chasing the horse, he moved his skeletal hands and looked back into the wilderness. Apart from the howling wind, there were almost no other sounds in the wilderness, and no traces of activity could be seen. Yes, Juema chuckled. Both our people and the people in Shelter 20 are all dead. At this time, Gonamo sniffed the air, jumped without any hindrance, and fell into the ruins where Shun Bei had hidden. He took a deep breath, and the various smells lingering in the air entered his brain. That can only mean one thing. Gonamo curled his lips. There is one person still alive. Juema laughed. Nonsense, everything is lost. Of course there are people alive. But tell me where they went. Gonamo squatted on the roof, lowering his head. He didn't leave a drop of blood. I can't smell his scent. Chaima scratched his head. I remember that the nearest shelter from here is number 36. If Titan didn't turn a corner. Gonamo raised his head and faced south. Then let's go and have a look. Chapter 36. Upgrade the armor. Are they looking for it? No. Shelter. The Titan has begun to move. In the chaos, the wheelhouses were hung with iron ropes and stretched for several kilometers, being dragged by Titans to continue their escape. As long as the evil species does not die, human beings cannot stop and can only watch large tracts of land unused. This is an endless escape. When Shun Bei returned to the rental house, it took me quite a while to find it. The sorting position of rental houses is not fixed every time. If you want to be in the front, you have to grab a position. Obviously, the landlord in Shenbei is not good at this, and this time he lags behind the huge and numerous fleet of wheeled houses. Shenbei locked himself in the house. Take off your armor. It was like unloading a huge boulder, and my whole body felt relaxed. Go out and buy some water and food. The price of drinking water has dropped from 6 crystal source cores to 3 crystal source cores. For the shelter, as long as Titan absorbs enough water and has enough drinking water, the price will be reduced. Ensure that all residents do not die of thirst. After a simple meal, Shenbei focused on the armor. After these few days of wandering outside the wasteland, the armor will gain an experience point every minute. Power armor, 3160. A somewhat useful armor, it can assist in running, has improved defense capabilities, has a certain load carrying capacity, and has a slightly improved mind connection reaction speed. Each crystal source core can maintain the armor running at high speed for 5 minutes. It's time to upgrade. Shenbei felt a little moved in his heart. For Shenbei, firearms are for fighting. The armor is for life-saving purposes. Only by constantly upgrading your armor can you have the confidence to fight when you encounter a person with superpowers, instead of being like an ordinary person who has only one way to retreat when you see a person with superpowers. Upgrade. Shenbei didn't hesitate at all. Power armor, 160. A relatively useful armor, with a defensive ability that reaches the second level of defensive abilities. When the power module is upgraded, every time a crystal source core is consumed, a second-level power-type superpower can be unleashed to strike with full force. The joint connection parts of the armor have been upgraded, allowing for more complex movements without feeling blocked. This upgrade made Shenbei almost scream in surprise. After level 4, the armor actually clearly stated that it could fight against level 2 superpowers. Major upgrade. Explosive upgrade. That is to say, I can now fight in hand-to-hand combat with second-level and below supernatural beings. Shenbei was trembling with excitement. You know, the upgraded firearms and bullets in Shenbei's hands can now kill people with superpowers. But that won't completely solve the problem. Once someone with superpowers gets close, firearms become a burden, and hand-to-hand combat is the only option. In the past, Shunbei was afraid at the thought of being approached by a person with supernatural powers. Now, I'm not afraid at all. The technology tree is my way out. However, even though Shunbei was surprised, he did not get too carried away. The superpowers in this world have all kinds of strange abilities, which are not abilities that can be dealt with by super high defense. Regarding this, Shunbei knew clearly that there was still a long way to go to upgrade the armor. At least, it has to reach Iron Man level. At present, it seems that there is still a lot to be desired. Dealing with armor matters. Shunbei took out the backpack obtained in the ruined city. Spread out the drawings inside one by one. There's no room for the table, so it's attached to the wall. Soon, the small room was as if the walls were covered with paper. Shunbei looked at them one by one according to the page number. All theoretical data were removed and burned directly. Shunbei does not need theory, let alone research principles. I am not inventing or creating. Furthermore, I can't understand it even if I look at it. Then all other craft papers were burned. Not a moment. Cut the paper on the walls by more than half. All that is left now are drawings about Jing Yuan's reorganization and refining equipment. The drawings are almost all hand-drawn, but every stroke is comparable to computer printing. Its professionalism can also be seen. Regarding the drawing of the parts, take it off and put it aside. This is a type that can be used or not used, and can be seen or not. There are still more than 10 drawings left on the wall. 2 of them are the entire composition of the overall device. The other pictures are all assembly parts. Shunbei touched his chin and studied for a long time, and found that if this thing was made, it would require an area of more than 300 square meters to fit it. Of course, this specification is also designed to cope with mass production. If Shunbei uses it alone, the floor space will be much smaller. At the same time, there are dozens of individual assembly components. This does not include other parts in the final assembly, which is impossible to count. Shunbei's head hurt a little. Don't know where to start. If you ask a research institute to manufacture these devices, no matter how big or small the equipment is, you will be wary of the research institute simply by making a request. After all, the institute has similar research and practical applications. It's a bad intention for a person to do this. If he reported backhand, Roque might not be able to protect himself. What if I just want a shell? Shunbei looked at the conceptual diagram of the overall equipment. You don't need to mass produce it, just enough to use the cluster fire flying disc. Shunbei estimated that it would only be 1 square meter, completely attachable to firepower frisbee. The only question is, with the shell, will my plugin be upgraded? Practice brings true knowledge. There is no point in guessing, just try it and you will know. Therefore, Shunbei began to rebuild the shell based on the equipment. Even the research institute is trying not to know what kind of device it is from the outer shell. Add a circle here and a circle here. Shunbei wrote and drew, changing the original concept drawing of the equipment beyond recognition. The original appearance is completely unrecognizable, but only Shunbei knew that after removing the excess parts, it was the shell of Jing Yuan's reorganized refining equipment. Just do it. Shunbei collected all the other drawings and hid them. Go out with the crystal source core. Come to the back of Titan, the second level of the shelter, and go straight to the research institute. When Chunanji saw Shunbei, the prodigal son, reappearing, his face was full of confusion and ridicule. How is the battle armor? Shunbei praised. Your craftsmanship is still good, very good. Chunanji snorted. Just be tough. It's hard to walk on that thing. It's so funny. I hate taking up space even if it is just a decoration. You know, even on the back of a Titan, the places that can be moved and used are limited. Not to mention the houses on wheels below. Shunbei coughed, spread out his ghostly drawings, and explained his purpose. I want to ask you to help me make something today. Chunanji asked with a smile. Let me see what you are going to do. Take a look at this. Chunanji was completely confused. Messy, like an iron hedgehog. What the hell is this? A toy I designed. Can you kill ferocious beasts? Cannot. Chunanji held his forehead and sat on the sofa. It's just for fun. And you don't install any power modules or fire systems? Shunbei nodded. Chunanji licked his lips. Okay, let's play with it if we have money. After all, lying on a woman's belly is just a matter of shaking, right? This toy can at least leave something for yourself. Shunbei laughed. Funny, really funny. To be honest, the drawing you drew is too sloppy, and there are too many weird things on it. It requires 300 crystal source cores. Come and pick it up tomorrow. To be honest, the price is a bit expensive. But it doesn't matter if it's expensive. If you don't add more to cover up other parts, it's easy to expose the real device. Once exposed, it is not a problem that 300 Jinyuan core can solve. Shinbei paid the money on the spot. Leave the institute. Shinbei returned to the lower level and went to the blazing bar. Although it was afternoon, there were still many people in the bar. They are all drinking and eating meat, especially the vanilla bacon. The fat is overflowing and the aroma is overflowing. The price of meat is also falling now. It's just because there's no way to finish the beast meat left over from the last beast wave. More were smoked into hard strips of meat. Meat sticks are not as delicious as fresh meat. Shinbei just sat down. Luoka led the two strangers to sit opposite Shinbei, laughing and joking. Let me introduce you. Rock pointed at the two of them and said, "This is Zhue Ma and this is Ganemo. They are from Shelter 22 and happened to pass by us. According to tradition, it is a great pleasure to have friends from far away." Shinbei was suddenly startled. There was no fluctuation in his expression, but his eyes secretly looked at the two of them. His right hand subconsciously touched the revolver at his waist. Chapter 37 Jinyuan reorganizes equipment. Hope is in sight. At this time, Shinbei was extremely nervous, especially when Rock introduced the two of them as coming from Shelter 22. My heart jumped into my throat. Luoka may not know, but Shinbei himself knows it well. Shelter number 22 also had a fierce fight with Shelter number 22 because of the traitor incident. After fighting back and forth, the only one who benefits in the end is yourself. Shinbei didn't believe that they happened to be passing by. I'm afraid he came here for me. But Shinbei couldn't figure it out. Did he leave any clues? Looking back briefly, I didn't leave much of a tale. This is Shinbei. Even though he is an ordinary person, he is very brave. Rock introduced. Ordinary people are worthy of bravery, and they are also extraordinary people. Chaima's bones crossed his hands together, making a harsh sound, and looked at Shinbei with a smile. Ganemo stretched out his nose and sniffed. Herb barbecue, plain but delicious. Shinbei suddenly felt that the other party was not coming for him, and there was no hostility at all. Maybe they came to Shelter 36 with a purpose, but they had absolutely no idea that the real target was sitting right in front of them. Otherwise, there is no need to be polite and just do it. Shinbei let go of the revolver and waved, "Waiter, add 3 portions of herb barbecue and whiskey." Soon, the barbecue was delivered. A few people were eating, drinking, and chatting all over the place. Rock found an opportunity and asked, "What is your mission here this time?" Zhuema's head hurt when he mentioned it, and he glanced at Shinbei. Rock waved his hand. "It's okay. These are our own people. Then I'll tell you the truth." Zhuema took a sip of wine, straightened his words and said, "We lost something, an earthy yellow backpack." Rock laughed and said, "It's just a broken bag. I'll give you one." Ganemo chewed the barbecue and made a not very clear sound. "This is not a backpack matter." Rock blinked. Although the other party said it simply, he also realized that there might be something important in the backpack. "Is it very important?" Rock asked again tentatively. Zhuema nodded. "It's optional for you, because you already have it, but for us in Shelter number 22, we don't have it yet. Then you can buy it from us." Rock suggested. In this world, not every shelter is self-sufficient. It is also necessary to trade between shelters to make up for the needs of supplies. For example, Shelter number 18 produces a lot of cigarettes, and almost all the cigarettes that people smoke are produced by them. Shelter number 36 is quite good at alcoholic beverages, which have always been a part of external trade. Zhuema heard Rock's suggestion and smiled. "We do want to buy it. We just met with General Yu Wuchang, but he doesn't sell it." "What can't be sold?" This was the first time Rock heard that there were things that were not for sale in Shelter number 36. Anything can be traded, including people. "Let's not talk about this." Zhuema raised his wine glass and shook it. "We too may stay here for a while to find our things. Thank you for your help." Rock curled his lips. "As long as you have money, you can stay as long as you want. But from what I understand from you, it was our people who took your things." "It is everyone's freedom to doubt," Ganemo interjected. Rock continued with a hint of warning. "Don't cause trouble, and guests can't break the rules of Shelter number 36. Zhuema laughed loudly. "I hope Bai Luo can listen." "Don't mention her." Rock said. She relied on the Spider Queen. No matter which shelter she went to, she would always fire 2 shots when she opened the door. It was even more excessive a few days ago. Yu Wuchang just said that she didn't dare to fire. He fired a few shots at us. Zhuema and Ganemo laughed loudly. After meal, Zhuema and Ganemo leave. Luoku and Shinbei leaned on the corner of the wheeled house, looking out at the vast wilderness. There are also many residents returning from work and chasing Titan to climb up. I heard that the Blue Enchantress is looking for you? Rock asked. Shinbei nodded. Maybe he fell in love with my skin. If you think so, death is not far away. Luoku said earnestly. Every mission of the Blue Enchantress is full of crises, and those who have no ability are just cannon fodder in her team. Shinbei rubbed his nose. Is there any excuse to refuse? Become a corpse. Rock gave a fatal answer. What a breathtaking suggestion. Shinbei let out a hearty laugh. Shinbei transferred his body protection to Zhue Ma and Gonamo and asked, these two won't cause trouble, right? Just stay away from them. Rock spit out a breath of alcohol. They are all second-level superpowers. They don't dare to cause too much trouble. They are still not enough in front of our Shelter 36. Shinbei said, oh, second-level superpowers? Heh. That night, Shinbei left the shelter in the dead of night with a khaki backpack. I ran 50 kilometers southward in one breath. He found a crack in the ground and threw it down. Then back to the shelter. Copy all the remaining useful drawings and change them into paintings that only you can see. The original manuscript was burned. Look for it. If you can check it on me, you are considered very powerful. Shinbei clapped his hands, and all the evidence was eliminated. Zhue Ma and Gonamo can only check lonely. Inside a hotel, which is a place designed to house people from other shelters. The price is not cheap. It costs 30 crystal source cores a night. At this time, Zhue Ma was leaning against the window, looking out and smacked his lips. Gonamo, how do you think we should investigate? We can't search every household, right? General Yu Wuchang will not tolerate our behavior. Gonmo's porcelain-like eyes rolled around, and he touched a bullet shell in his hand and said firmly, I have a feeling that the thing is here, and we will find him soon. What do you mean? Gonamo held up the bullet shell in his hand and touched the lines on it. What a strange bullet. Why are there lines carved on the bullet? I'm bored. Zhue Ma closed the curtains, lay down on the bed, and said, it's like someone can't help kicking stones. But the pattern is very regular, and it's obviously done with care. Gonamo put the bullet to his nose and sniffed it. I feel that this pattern may be more important than what we are looking for. I have no research on firearms, and I don't care about them. Those are things that ordinary people tinker with. Zhue Ma yawned. Gonamo lowered his head. If an ordinary person can kill a superpower with bullets, who is an ordinary person? In other words, are the lines on this bullet prepared for killing high-level superpowers? But the contradictory point appeared again. This is obviously an ability that a person with superpowers should have. But people with special abilities look down on gunpowder firearms. Specialized shooters all use crystal source weapons. If it is the work of ordinary people, what is the use of depicting it? Gonamo couldn't figure it out. The next day, Shinbei came to the research institute. Take your stuff away. According to the design, the original size of the item was only 1 square meter. But there are a lot of eye-catching decorations added to it. The whole thing is an iron hedgehog with no way to start. In the end, Chinanji packed a wooden box, and Shinbei carried it back to the rental house. After unboxing, Shinbei spent a lot of time dismantling all the redundant branches and leaves, mainly because the institute is lazy. Some things are not removable, but formed in one piece. It is convenient for those with shaping abilities. Just stretch it and pull it, and it will be done like plasticine. But when Shinbei dismantles it, it will be a problem. Several saw blades were broken into pieces, busy for a long time. Finally, the small crystal source reorganization equipment was restored to its original appearance. At this point, the device simply has a shell. There is nothing inside. Shinbei stared at the equipment. Soon, the message pops up. Jingyuan Recombination Equipment 0. A simple version of the Jingyuan Reorganization Equipment toy with an empty appearance. It does not have any production functions. If you want to produce Jingyuan core fragments, it lacks the 001 crushing module, the 008 engine module, the 016 packaging module, and the 089 compression mold. Set 5 necessary internal parts for the 170 cooling module. After Shinbei read the message, he was pleasantly surprised and shocked. Although this empty shell cannot produce crystal source core fragments, but give the missing parts directly. You know, there are hundreds of parts drawings alone. Some pieces of paper have several parts drawn at the same time. Now, you just need to follow the prompts to make all 5 parts, and you can start production. It can be used in mass production and personal treatment. There is really a huge difference. Shinbei licked his lips, immediately found the equipment drawing with the corresponding number, and then burned all the other drawings directly. There are some commonly used parts in these parts. If they are all produced by the Research Institute, The intention seems to be very obvious. Shinbei touched his chin, just to be on the safe side. He decided to try his luck at a used equipment recycling store first. Chapter 38 Modified Bullets. Major additional attributes. In this world, due to the scarcity of resources, materials and supplies are more precious. Therefore, when inheriting and developing technology, we all follow one principle: fungibility. Because of the use of Jingyuan core, many parts can be converted and used on different devices, such as the engine. The size is only a few specifications, and the power is definitely enough. It's just that the output shaft length is different. Therefore, Shinbei wanted to avoid purchasing too frequently or too much at the research institute. Shinbei plans to go to a second-hand store to try his luck. The store is not far. It took Shinbei a few minutes to arrive at the door. Any second-hand civilian items except guns can be seen here. Even, there are mineral water bottles. This is a must-have for everyone. If Titan passes by the city, there will be many people who go to dig for it in the ruins of the city. After entering, Shinbei walked around inside. Sure enough, we found a lot of parts required for Jingyuan's reassembly equipment. The engine module is a small engine. Boss, how much does this cost? I don't want to trick you. The boss yawned behind the counter. That thing has been scrapped. If you are confident in your repair skills, you can take away 100 yuan. Shinbei didn't hesitate. Regardless of whether it's good or bad, this thing is an engine mod anyway. Even bad things can be upgraded to good ones. Otherwise, when Xiaolong first traveled through time, he gave himself a bad pistol. How could he upgrade it to a good one? I want it. Shinbei threw 100 crystal source cores. The boss was obviously taken aback, thinking that the business would not work out, so he slapped his thigh and said, "If you fix it, I can recycle it for an additional 10 yuan. What a profiteer. A working engine module, even a second-hand one, would cost at least 200 yuan. Later, Shinbei rummaged through a pile of junk and found 016 packaging modules, 089 pressurization modules, 170 cooling modules, and other components. Packed together, the total cost is more than 1,000 yuan. Shinbei's wallet was almost emptied. Shinbei looked at the pitiful less than 20 crystal source cores in the bag and felt distressed for a while. These efforts to make money are all spent in the blink of an eye. However, Shinbei didn't feel uncomfortable for long. He felt much better when he thought about people with superpowers. If playing with technology means spending money is a bottomless pit, then it is a black hole for superpowers to spend crystal source cores in order to upgrade. Shinbei left the store carrying the parts. Return to your residence. Place the engine module in the Jingyuan reassembly equipment. Experience. Have experience. This means that even bad engine modules are recognized by plugins. Then put the packaging module and other components in. Experience. Experience. Then look at the device information. Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment. 5. A simplified version of the Crystal Source Recombination Equipment toy with only an appearance, without any production functions. If you want to produce crystal source core fragments, you are missing 5 necessary internal parts: 001 crushing module, 008 engine module, 016 packaging module, 089 pressurization module, and 170 cooling module. Upgrade. The device shook slightly a few times, like a magic jar. The information is also updated. Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment. 0. A simple and low-profile version of the Crystal Source Recombination Equipment has low production capacity, low efficiency, low pass rate, and high energy consumption. Although the text prompts indicate that this thing is junk equipment, but as long as it can be produced, you can slowly upgrade in the future to improve efficiency and pass rate. As for how the thrown parts are connected together and how they work, Shinbei doesn't care. All he wants is the core fragments of the crystal source, energy fragments that can increase the lethality. Shinbei did some research. First, put a crystal source core into the power port on the engine module as the power raw material. Shinbei looked at it curiously. This engine module has a mechanical claw. After grabbing the core of the crystal source, a slender hollow alloy tube will extend from the inside, drill into the core of the crystal source, and extract the liquid inside as source of power. It's kind of like a gas tank. Shinbei slapped his mouth. Then throw a crystal source core into the input port of the broken module. Surprisingly, the equipment prompts that the input quantity is not enough. Shinbei threw another one in. Still not enough, isn't it? Do we still need to invest? How much can we produce? Shinbei looked a little ugly and muttered to himself, "Keep investing." It wasn't until 10 pieces were put in one after another that the equipment turned on the green light, indicating that the input was completed. Then, the device operates autonomously. Shinbei can just wait with peace of mind. Just at this time, Shinbei heard the landlord below shouting, "Welcome the Blue Enchantress to condescend to my apartment." Blue Enchantress. Shinbei immediately walked out of the room and locked the door. This guy is definitely here to find himself. Shinbei didn't want to expose the things in the house, so it was better to go out in advance. Went downstairs. I happened to see the landlord leading the Blue Enchantress upstairs. "You're down, so there's no need to go up." The landlord greeted Shinbei with a smile. "I'm looking for you." The Blue Enchantress still looks like someone who is far away from her. She is cold and impermanent, resembling a big walking ice sculpture. She slowly raised her head, looking directly at Shinbei with a pair of blue eyes, her tone without any warmth. "Tomorrow, gather together and do the task." After saying these 7 words, the Blue Enchantress turned around and left, just like she comes gently, without taking away any clouds. The landlord nodded and bowed before sending her away. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm really afraid that this bitch has a bad temper and blows up my apartment." "Your worries are unnecessary," Shinbei said. "Why? Will you step on ants?" The landlord said, "Oh," and felt something. But he also said, "But if you really step on it, you will have no resistance." "So?" Shinbei narrowed his eyes and said, "Weakness is the original sin." For landlords, this is certainly true. The same is true for Shinbei. Shinbei dared to say no to the Blue Enchantress's order. The blood spatter on the spot was minor. Just be afraid. You can't live, but you can't die. From this point of view, every time Shinbei kills someone, he always gives the other person a good time. Strictly speaking, Shinbei is still a good guy. Return to the room. Jingyuan reorganization equipment has completed production. Also gain an experience point. Every time you produce, you can get an experience point? Shinbei nodded calmly. The upgrade method was quite satisfactory. Opening the outlet, Shinbei was immediately confused. There are only fragments of the crystal source core that are less than the size of a fingernail. This output ratio is frighteningly low. The corners of Shinbei's eyes, mouth, and eyebrows all twitched. 10 crystal source cores produced this fragment. According to the proportion of high explosive gunpowder and fragments in the cluster fire frisbee bomb, you can barely survive a bomb. The initial investment is huge. The pass rate is low. It's too expensive. Shinbei almost vomited blood. The hope that he had been thinking about upgrading the firepower frisbee quickly was dashed in an instant. If we continue at this pace, it will be an investment of countless money. Shinbei held his forehead helplessly. "Even if my body hurts, I still devote myself to it." You have to commit even if you grit your teeth. We can only hope that after the upgrade of Jingyuan's recombination equipment, the pass rate will increase and the consumption ratio will become lower and lower. Shinbei carefully collected the Jingyuan core fragments. Then pull out Barrett's magazine. A bullet with one hand. Orange bullets clattered onto the table. Use a tool to pry out the ring groove. Take out the detonating powder and fire felt under the primer. Pour out the propellant powder from the detonator hole. Mix a certain proportion of crystal source core fragments, fill the propellant back, and seal the shell. Shinbei looked directly at the bullet. Information pops up. Rifle bullets. 0. Range. With the addition of crystal source core fragments, the lethality is greatly increased. The penetrating armor-breaking ability is increased, and the straight-line flight distance is greatly increased. If the bullet stays in the body of the superpower, it will mutually repel with the crystal source energy in the superpower's body, with a concussive effect. The message has changed. A few more descriptions. In addition to greatly increasing various effects, it also comes with a shock effect. Although it must be stuck in the body of the superpower must either be shot, or the superhuman must suffer a second blow from the bullet due to his strong physique. This is a bit mysterious. The shock effect is equivalent to the feeling of being hit head-on by a hammer, with brief dizziness and loss of consciousness. This is undoubtedly a great help to Shinbei on the ever-changing battlefield. Even if one shot doesn't kill the person with the superpower, it can still make him lose consciousness for a few seconds. Whether you are running away or continuing to snipe, it is an excellent choice. Shinbei thought for a moment, and the cluster fire frisbee shells did not have this effect. Could it be that level 3 bullets can activate this effect? Shinbei doesn't know how to draw cannonball patterns. I haven't figured out the texture of the bullet yet. After so many days of practice, I can guarantee that 6 out of 10 bullets will be level 3. I don't know how long it will take to achieve level 5 bullets. However, this time the bullet was loaded with crystal source core fragments, and the effect of the bullet was immediate. Shinbei didn't waste a single second and began to modify the bullets and gunpowder. A full hour. After Shun Bei used all the Jingyuan core fragments, he obtained 10 bullets with concussive effects. Good. Shin Bei pressed the bullets into the magazine individually and used them when necessary. After all, the core fragments of the crystal source are hard to come by at this stage. It's all fed by money. The next day, Shin Bei put away his satchel, put on his battle armor, and locked the door. Leave the rental house and meet at the designated location of the Blue Enchantress. It's time to go out and make some money. I just don't know how dangerous this trip is and how much reward I will get. Soon, other people kept appearing at the meeting place. Everyone looked at Shin Bei and was stunned. An ordinary person carrying an antique sniper rifle is our teammate? What a joke. Chapter 39 Performing Tasks Alone. When Shin Bei appeared at the meeting place, this look is really weird. Wearing armor that looks useless but looks useless. In the eyes of others, this kind of armor is just fake. The real armor is not armor, but armor. Only special locations need to be protected. In other words, specialize and excel. Use limited materials to build key parts. Obviously, if Shin Bei's armor was made entirely of high-grade materials, it would be an unimaginably huge investment. With this kind of money, who would come out to do the mission? And being fully armed is something ordinary people can do. At this time, Shin Bei faced everyone's gaze calmly, without any fluctuation in his mood. These people probably also vaguely guessed that Shin Bei should be a sniper. He just had doubts about his ability and did not mock him. In this world, this is not rational behavior, especially for snipers. He is the one who does bad things, and he is the one who makes things happen. Gradually, at the meeting point, more than 100 people came one after another. There can be more than 10 people with superpowers, and the rest are ordinary people. Ordinary people carry rifles. Shin Bei was a little surprised at the size of this team. What mission are these people doing? Soon, the Blue Enchantress appeared in everyone's sight. The originally chattering crowd began to quiet down. She lifted her hood, and her black hair fell down. The Blue Enchantress looked around, as if counting the number of people, then nodded and said, "This mission is to go 300 kilometers away to connect supplies with the personnel of Shelter 10. Our mission is to protect the supplies to the designated location and then pull the supplies back. Now go to the number 1 defense section and drive out all the vehicles. We will set off directly." Shin Bei followed the crowd. I was a little surprised. Is it just as simple as an escort mission? Is it worth summoning so many superpowers? It feels like ordinary people equipped with heavy firepower can complete the mission back and forth. Shin Bei didn't think much about it. Come to Section 1. This position is located at the very front of Titan. The so-called garage is an iron house hanging on the body of the Titan. Lower the deck, close to the ground but not touching it. Otherwise, the Titan's movement speed would cause the deck to shatter like plastic. Driving the vehicle out of the garage still requires certain skills. After all, the Titan is moving, and the vehicle cannot go too slow. It is almost like being ejected. Once the speed slows down, it is easy to fly off the deck. It took about half an hour. 10 vehicles left the shelter and sped through the wilderness. In the convoy, there is an off-road vehicle with an antenna on the roof, which should be a radio transceiver used for walkie-talkies. This off-road vehicle is naturally the one that Blue Rose rides in. 7 pickup trucks followed behind. Each pickup truck carries artillery. 3 of them were loaded with supplies and were covered with raincloths. It was unknown what they contained. However, from Shin Bei's observation, they should all be light goods. After all, the tires haven't changed much. The other 2 vehicles were people transport vehicles. Shin Bei and others were crowded in the carriage, bumping along the way. The convoy crawled like a small snake in the billowing dust and smoke. The dense clouds were blown open by the strong wind, and the scorching sunshine poured down. All kinds of colorful creatures that were still moving on the ground immediately fled in all directions, each looking for a dark place to hide. The temperature of the directly exposed ground rose rapidly, and soon the rising hot air distorted the scenery on the ground. Fortunately, there was a carport above Shin Bei's transport vehicle, so he would not be exposed to the sun. The only sounds around were the whistling wind and the dull crunch of wheels rolling over the ground. It was mid-afternoon, and although the scorching sun was obscured by clouds, this desolate land was still as hot as a furnace, scorching the earth mercilessly. On this slightly flat wasteland, the convoy moved forward with difficulty, the vehicles roaring incessantly, as if they were fighting tenaciously against invisible resistance. The carriage carrying the crowd was crowded with people, and there were even 2 people sitting on the roof of the cab. They held tightly in their hands the rifles that had gone through 100 years of vicissitudes and were still in use, and looked around vigilantly at the seemingly endless wasteland. The people in the car were of different shapes and sizes, some fat, some thin, and wearing all kinds of clothes. The weapons in their hands were in a mess, and some even held old gunpowder guns that could only be used against small birds. They looked tired, their eyes were empty, they were drowsy under the scorching sun, and their heads seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Shun Bei held the eye-catching modified rifle in his arms and leaned against the wall of the carriage, his body swaying as the vehicle bumped and undulated. He occupied a relatively spacious position at the rear of the last passenger truck. In this carriage, there are several fierce characters who also dominate the corner. They are all first-level superpowers. Even in this makeshift team, no one dares to provoke them easily. Compared with those tough men, the thinner Shun Bei was able to enjoy the same treatment because of the carefully modified sniper rifle in his hand. These ordinary people who have survived countless life and death battles know very well that in fierce battles, an excellent sniper can often turn the tables and save their lives. Therefore, they do not want the sniper's precious physical strength to be wasted in vain while traveling. So Shun Bei could sit in the truck and close his eyes to rest without any trouble. The convoy traveled for a full 5 hours, and the terrain began to become rugged. Not far away was a collapsed highway, and abandoned country villas could be seen from time to time. After marching for so long, even the superpowers on the truck became listless before they reached the scheduled location. Right now, the vehicle suddenly stopped. The Blue Enchantress came to the truck where Shun Bei was and waved. Everyone jumped out of the truck. Shun Bei looked around. I didn't see anyone except the people from Shelter 36. The Blue Enchantress called Shun Bei aside alone. As a sniper, there should be no problem with stealth missions. The Blue Enchantress spoke without any questions, but simply stated, as stiffly as if she was talking about dogma. Shun Bei nodded calmly. Stealth is a compulsory lesson for snipers, even as important as marksmanship. A sniper who cannot lurk is a moving target. At 9 o'clock, 10 kilometers away, there is an urban ruin. Go in early, find the central garden, and lurk nearby. The Blue Enchantress looked at her watch. We will drive into the city under night in 2 hours. After saying that, the Blue Fairy took out a headset and said, You can hear my command within 5 kilometers of us. Go ahead. Shun Bei smacked his mouth, carrying a sniper rifle, and was about to go on a mission when he stopped and asked with doubt, If I find someone who is not good for me? The Blue Enchantress stared at Shun Bei with her deep blue eyes, which was full of meaning. Shun Bei shrugged and understood. No one's life is as important as your own. Even the people in Shelterton are like this. Shun Bei did not turn on the armor power module. Instead, he walked slowly. 2 hours is plenty of time. Avoid the vicious beasts scurrying around all the way. Gradually, the sun was setting in the west, in an orange-yellow afterglow. In Shun Bei's field of vision, he could already see the outline of the ruined city ahead. A black shadow, like a large beast that fell to the ground. From the sign information on the broken highway, I learned that this city is called Jiangqing. Shun Bei is not very clear about the geographical location of this world. There is no way to compare it to the Earth. However, as a sniper, the most important basic skill is to adapt to various complex environments. Even in a strange place, you can escape or fight your way out. Shun Bei quietly touched the edge of Jiangqing, weaving around and heading towards the ruins. It was quiet all the way. Shun Bei found the bus stop sign and compared the almost faded text with the map. Find the location of Central Park. It's about 3 kilometers away from Shun Bei. Shun Bei started to circle around, avoiding the sun's rays, and climbed to the top of a tall building 1 kilometer away. Rusty iron doors are almost effortless to fix. Shun Bei bent down, lowered his body, and crawled under the parapet. Shun Bei took a look. There was no one in Central Park in the distance, and no signs of activity were found. Shun Bei shrank down and began to rest with his eyes closed, waiting on the spot. Chapter 40. Being attacked and dying? It didn't take long. Shun Bei's headset rang with the sound of electric current. He hurriedly opened his eyes, rubbed his face, and regained consciousness. In just a few seconds, Shun Bei fully woke up from a state of near hibernation and entered the state before the battle. Shun Bei, have you seen anyone? In the headset, the incomprehensible electronic tone of the Blue Enchantress came. Shun Bei stuck his head out again. Central Park in the distance was still quiet. No one was found. Shun Bei answered briefly. Impossible. The Blue Demon Queen was silent for a moment. We agreed to conduct the transaction in Central Park and observe. Shun Bei pursed his lips. Some understand. The Blue Enchantress may want to take advantage of others. If it is a normal transaction and it is entered openly, there is no need to make such preparations. Shun Bei took a sip of water. He raised his head again and looked down. This look shocked Shinbei. On a low building opposite, there is a sniper observing Central Park with a telescope. But it seems like this guy is a newbie, or careless. He forgot that he was facing the sun. The telescope instantly refracted bright light. This reflection disappeared very quickly, but it did not escape Shinbei's eyes. Shinbei immediately started to move along the parapet. Stick your head out again. Then he looked down and saw the sniper lying on the roof, smoking leisurely. Shinbei's gaze began to extend around the short building. In the green trees and grass, I found a shadowy figure. Are these people from Shelter 10? Shinbei couldn't tell, but it should be them. Immediately reported through the headset, they were found, hiding in the southeast corner of Central Park. Good. Blue Enchantress is just one word. Soon, the originally silent urban ruins were instantly broken by the sharp sound of piercing the air. Shinbei raised his head and looked back alertly, only to see 3 black spots in the air speeding towards him at an alarming speed, and in an instant they fell into Jiangqing Central Park, the heart of the area. Immediately afterwards, a deafening explosion resounded through the sky, and 3 blazing fireballs rose into the sky. Under the raging shock wave, the high-rise buildings around the square were crumbling like fragile sandcastles, and they collapsed and spread outward along the square. Confirm the impact point of the cannonball? Blue Fairy asked calmly. 10 degrees to the left. Move 10 degrees to the left, fire 5 rounds. Execute immediately. In just a few seconds, 5 sharp tracks crossed the sky again. Another round of artillery shells slammed into Central Park, and suddenly smoke billowed and wails filled the air. Although Shinbei's hiding place is more than 1 kilometer away from the central square, the air is already filled with heat and burnt atmosphere. I'm afraid these shells are filled with fragments of the core of the crystal source, right? Shinbei took a deep breath. Ordinary artillery shells could not produce such a shocking effect. Only a place like a shelter can manufacture such weapons on a large scale. My small-scale production is simply child's play. Although he was unable to witness the fate of the residents of Central Park Shelter 10, under such a powerful blow, there was little hope of survival. However, the Blue Fairy's artillery offensive did not stop. According to Shinbei's accurately marked targets, the subsequent attacks were more intensive and accurately covered the entire area. There were constant whistling sounds in the air, and fireballs exploded over Central Park one after another. Some people even flew into the air with the explosion, which was extremely miserable. Those who managed to escape began to run away, shouting at their best to get people to disperse. Shinbei's black hair flew wildly in the shock wave, and he could feel the earth trembling. Battles in the past were all contests between individuals, but the scene in front of you is a true portrayal of war. In just a few minutes, hundreds of artillery shells rained down on Central Park, blowing everything into pieces. The artillery fire continued to roar, and everything was wiped out in the destructive firepower. Blue Enchantress worked closely with Shinbei, and with the help of the precise coordinates provided by Shinbei, the impact point error of the cannon was controlled within 10 meters, blasting all the targets hiding in the building into bloody mist and bone fragments. Shinbei shuttled through explosions and smoke, using the chaos as cover and never staying in one position for too long. He knew that the next wave of shells could roar overhead at any time. Constantly changing positions to increase the difficulty of locking him is an essential survival skill for every sniper, and it applies equally whether the enemy or friendly forces attack. The Blue Enchantress can completely deduce her position. It is not uncommon for donkeys to be removed and killed. After several consecutive transfers, Shinbei found that no shells had landed on his previous position, and his tense nerves relaxed slightly. The sudden bombardment has passed, and occasionally 1 or 2 heavy artillery shells will fly in and accurately hit a specific building. The heavy artillery shells fired at this time are more powerful than before. A direct hit can destroy a small building below the 3rd floor. The building was easily razed, and the number 10 shelter personnel hiding in the small building naturally had only one fate. Shinbei went to the top floor of an abandoned building and looked out through the window. From this angle, you could just see the square of Pendulum City, where the fire was blazing and the surrounding buildings were almost completely destroyed. Bodies were strewn across the square, and the charred remains of living organisms could also be seen. Shinbei silently calculated in his mind that at most only 1/2 of the enemies in Shelter 36 were destroyed or killed in the square. Some superpowers run away too fast. It takes time for the cannonball to fly. With their strong senses, they jumped out a few steps before the cannonball hit the ground. At most, he would be blown away by the shock wave and not seriously injured. Even ordinary people with tense nerves and more concentration can spot cannonballs flying over. But ordinary people can't defend against shock waves. The most common people who die are these ordinary people. Shin Bei took off his rifle, loaded the bullet into the chamber, and then sent his judgment through the headset. After an initial panic, the people at Shelter 10 reorganized. Judging from the layout, although Shelter 10 was prepared, it obviously did not expect to receive such a violent long-range attack, and thus suffered heavy losses in an instant. But their response speed was also excellent. The surviving personnel organized quickly and were busy but not chaotic. Soon, Shin Bei received the order to cover. Blue Demon Queen began to command the team to divide into several groups and surround Central Park. Street fighting breaks out. Gunshots, explosions, screams, curses, and accusations came one after another. The fighting was very fierce. Shin Bei was lying on the roof of the building, the muzzle of his gun sticking out, constantly scanning the entire battlefield. At this moment, Shin Bei saw a member of Shelter Number 36 hiding behind the corner, holding a gun and shooting casually. He didn't realize that an enemy person had been approached behind him. Shin Bei shot decisively. A bullet with a hot white line penetrated the enemy's head instantly. Like a burst tomato, it exploded in the air, and the red and white ones were thrown into the wind. The enemy also succumbed to the wall and slowly slid down, leaving behind a bright red blood trail. It's like a plum tree in full bloom, and the enemy's corpse is the trunk. The rescued man was stunned for a moment, and then he realized the enemy behind him. He looked up and saw Shin Bei on the tall building, and was secretly surprised. This is a distance of nearly 1,000 meters. From such a distance, he hit with one shot. He gave Shin Bei a thumbs up. Shin Bei nodded and continued to inspect potential enemies. Right now, a blue halo flashed in front of Shin Bei's eyes. Jingyuan Giant Spear. Shin Bei was suddenly startled, and his eyes instantly locked onto the enemy's shooting direction. It was a superpower bullet fired by a superpower wielding a 2-meter-long gun in a building almost parallel to his own. Shin Bei thought it was too late to escape. In a short moment, a loud noise like thunder rang in Shin Bei's ears. The wall around me seemed to be covered with paper. It burst directly. The powerful shock wave tore through the air, and the surging air wave threw Shin Bei away in an instant. It smashed another wall hard and fell directly from the 6th floor. And this scene was also seen by the Blue Enchantress. She shook her head in disappointment. An ordinary person was bombarded by a giant crystal gun used by a person with special abilities in firearms and fell from the 6th floor. He was doomed and destined to die. Chapter 41 Monster-like Power Mecha. Wow. Mud, dust, masonry, Shin Bei. Like garbage, it tilted down from the 6th floor. Boom. Shin Bei howled miserably and fell to the ground. Lots of bricks falling. Bury it instantly. Oh shit. Shin Bei felt that the skin, muscles, and bones, the 3 layers of body defense built into the human body, were being torn apart like paper, and an overwhelming pain hit him. Shin Bei's whole body went numb. Because of the armor's protection, falling from the 6th floor was not a big problem. At most, the internal organs will suffer some shock. But the shot from the superpower just now almost killed Shin Bei. If the wall hadn't resisted some shock waves, his armor would have been torn to pieces. At this time, Shin Bei had a new understanding of supernatural beings who specialize in firearms. It is also a killer-like existence. Shin Bei lay on the ground for a full minute before regaining consciousness. Push away the rubble. Shin Bei took a breath and let his body return to normal. Pick up the sniper rifle and pull the magazine with one hand. As soon as there is a crisp sound, the magazine automatically falls off. Shin Bei used the fastest hand speed to replace the 3-level crystal source core fragment bullet magazine. At the same time, throw a crystal source core into the armor power module. Buzz. Warframe power system recharges. Shin Bei wiped the dust off his mask and stepped on it, causing dust and smoke to billow. Under the strong kinetic energy output of the armor, Shin Bei rushed out of the dark alley in an instant. A superpower, right? Wait for me. Shin Bei slowly moved the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that was more ferocious than a devil. This high-intensity melee made Shin Bei feel the passion that he had not seen for a long time. It was the excitement of taking the enemy's head in the hail of bullets in the previous life. It was the genes cheering and the cells beating. At this moment, Shin Bei felt like a huge computer, constantly calculating various routes, from which angles to insert detours, and how to kill the person who specializes in firearms. At this moment, the battlefield was in chaos. Shin Bei could be seen approaching the building opposite. Although the Blue Enchantress launched a sneak attack, but the personnel in Shelter 10 opposite are of extremely high combat quality, still resisting tenaciously. Bullets from both sides were flying like they were free. Gunfire flashed in every alley. Although it is a casual shooting method, bullets do not have eyes. At the same time, the superpowers on both sides were also fighting. The fight was so dark that the sky and the earth were shaken. At this time, Shun Bei emerged from the shadows into a dark alley and saw the blue enchantress and the leader-like figure opposite each other confronting each other. The man looked very rough, and his muscles were as strong as iron. Enchantress, is this your attitude towards trading? You are so sinister, and you are not afraid of losing your Yangshou. The blue enchantress with flying red hair said in an indifferent tone, Iron Xiong, you offended me first, so why not pay with blood? Fart. The man named Taichung was furious. In the last transaction, your personnel took the initiative to take the goods to my shelter number 10. We accepted the order. Why not? The blue enchantress slowly raised her hand. Cold air burst out from her palm, and an ice-pick spear emerged from the ice air. She held it tightly with one hand. Like the goddess of doom, her expression unchanged. If you dare to eat our defectors, you must be prepared to pay the price with blood. Ha 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 ha. Taichung's laughter became louder and louder. The sound was rolling, shaking the void, and he opened his arms. Okay. I want to see what a 5th-level superpower like you is capable of. Don't let me capture you. Otherwise, I will be cruel ravage you and let you enjoy the pleasure of being a woman. Right now, Shun Bei, who had just ran out of the dark alley, instantly attracted Taichung's attention. You little bastard. Die first. Shun Bei. I was just passing by the soy sauce shop. Unexpected disaster. Taichung laughed evilly and stepped on his foot. Driven by the violent force, the streets trembled, and his whole body was like a cannonball, flying towards Shun Bei in the blink of an eye. But Shun Bei didn't sit still and waited for death. He just flicked his hand and made a blind sniper. Bang! Gunpowder is sprayed from the muzzle and the warhead is ejected. The warhead detached from the gun barrel, rotated at high speed, pierced the air, and caused distortion in the surrounding space. The moment the gun fired, the bullet hit Taichung directly in the chest. Bang! It can be seen with the naked eye that although the bullet broke Taichung's skin, it was only embedded in his thick muscles and could no longer penetrate even an inch. Shun Bei was secretly surprised. This was a level 3 bullet. This Iron Dome's defense ability is too abnormal. For Shun Bei, this feeling was like stabbing a person wearing thick cotton clothes with a dagger. It didn't penetrate at all, and only left small red spots on the skin. Oh, you dare to shoot? You are really brave, but you will die miserably. Taichung originally didn't care about the damage from Shun Bei's bullet. Still maintaining the momentum of the charge, he headed straight towards Shun Bei. But the next second, his consciousness suddenly paused, as if it was down. His limbs suddenly lost coordination, and he fell to the ground with a thump. What's going on? Taichung's eyes widened, and his expression showed a hint of panic. He felt that his energy was rejecting his own use, as if there was energy that he did not belong to causing trouble. Taichung struggled and tried to stand up. But my hands and feet just don't obey my orders. It's like my hands and feet don't have any friction, so I can't stand up. The blue enchantress looked obviously stunned. But without any hesitation, Taichung took advantage of the loss of coordination in his limbs. She raised the cold ice spear and stabbed it out. The sharp spear tip pierced the air, squeezing, blasting, and collapsing layer by layer, forming pure white air waves flowing along both sides of the blue enchantress's arms. An extremely dull burst of air, mixed with strong energy fluctuations, directly penetrated Taichung's head. This is not over yet. The blue enchantress is like a revengeful fire. After a fatal blow, she keeps stabbing Taichung's body into a hornet's nest. Taichung grabbed the ground with his head. His face was covered with blood. His body was broken. His whole body was shaking, and his bones and internal organs were shattered countless times by the continuous violent thrusts of the ice spear. At the same time, there was a large amount of blood spreading out from under his body, and his whole body was as dilapidated as a rag doll, and he was killed directly by the Blue Demon Queen's brutal and violent death. At this time, the Blue Enchantress slowly breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Shun Bei. She was dumbfounded by Shun Bei's appearance. Her pupils suddenly dilated, and her eyes were extremely shocked and unbelievable. Surprise and astonishment flashed through his eyes. You're actually still alive? Shun Bei shrugged. This word is actually very inappropriate. The Blue Enchantress frowned. For her, no one has ever corrected or refuted her statement. However, what surprised her at the moment was not that Shun Bei was still alive, nor that he was the one who committed the crime, But that shot was so weird. Did you hit the enemy, Num? It has no lethality, but it causes the opponent to appear in an abnormal state of shock. How is this possible? It was completely beyond her knowledge. The blue enchantress was just about to ask Shinbei how he did it, but he saw Shinbei waving his hand, diving into an alley on one side, and disappearing in the blink of an eye. The blue enchantress was stunned again, running so fast. At this moment, Shinbei didn't have time to chat with the blue enchantress. He kept his head down and ran, rushed to the building where the firearms expert is located again. Shinbei could already see that the guy was still shooting randomly with a gun, and every blue light bullet was equivalent to a cannonball. It's simply a humanoid fort. Under the suppressed fire, the personnel of Shelter 36 could not raise their heads, and there were constant calls for people with supernatural powers to take action. Shinbei held the sniper rifle and rushed out of the alley again. As long as he climbs to the opposite building, a distance of 200 meters, Shinbei is confident that he can kill this superhuman with one bullet. But Shinbei just emerged from the alley, just heard the rattling sound of machine guns. The bullets poured down like a torrential rain, shooting out a dragon of dust and smoke on the ground. Shinbei rolled back into the alley, his body pressed against the wall, panting heavily with lingering fear. Machine gun? How could there be such heavy firepower? Moreover, the sound of the gunfire was very dull, but it had an impact that made people's hearts beat faster, and it was continuous. It is conceivable that almost no living thing could survive under such a dense rain of metal bullets. Shinbei quietly poked his head out, and when he saw it, he was dumbfounded. But see you. An enemy in the shelter had most of his body buried in a strange and powerful armor. It was a suit of armor that was more than 2 meters tall, standing tall. Its back was covered with exhaust ports, which continuously spewed out hot air. What was particularly eye-catching were the gear dials embedded in the joints. Whenever the enemy made a move, those gears would spin wildly, like the beating pulse of life. This power armor is equipped with an extraordinary power system and excellent handling performance, and is as flexible as a second skin for the enemy. What was even more horrifying was that the enemy was holding a rare multi-barrel rapid-fire cannon in their hands. This weapon was usually only installed on heavy tanks, and was not something that an ordinary soldier could operate. Only a monster with special abilities specializing in firearms could operate it with ease. I saw the barrel of the terrifying rapid-fire cannon spinning rapidly. Under the enemy's control, it was like the scythe of the god of death, easily penetrating the walls of the buildings on both sides and ruthlessly tearing apart the lives hiding in them. The giant ammunition box behind the armor is like the mouth of a giant beast, continuously feeding ammunition chains directly into the barrel of the rapid-fire cannon. At this time, the enemy stepped forward, half-crouched to accumulate strength, bowed his body and lowered his elbows. The rapid-fire cannon in his hand instantly adjusted the angle, and once again let out a deafening roar. In an instant, the gun barrel danced like a tornado. The bullet chain shot out like a meteor, and nearly 100 shells swept through a 3-story building 100 meters away like a torrential rain. The personnel in Shelter 36 had not had time to scream, has been instantly turned into fragments of flesh and blood, and it is even impossible to tell how many people were hiding in it. However, Shinbei's eyes accurately captured a fatal flaw of this power armor. It was not a completely closed structure. The enemy's head was exposed, and he only wore a helmet with limited protection. This weakness undoubtedly became an excellent entry point for him to counterattack. At a distance of 1,000 meters, Shinbei was 80% sure that he could hit the enemy's head. Even if it only hit the helmet, the impact of the bullet would break the neck of the enemy inside. Shinbei took a deep breath and stuck out the barrel of the gun. The crosshair is inserted into the enemy's shaking head. Bang! Without even looking at it, Shinbei ran out of the alley and headed straight for the building opposite. Chapter 42: Chase and Hunt. Shinbei probed the sniper rifle, pulled the trigger, retracted it, and started running. As for the guy driving the power mecha, Shinbei didn't even look at it. If the shot still misses at a distance of less than 200 meters, Shinbei feels that there is no need to survive in this world. At this moment, the enemy's defense mask on the power mecha exploded directly. A cloud of blood mist bloomed like fireworks. The sudden death of the enemy caused the barrel of the high-speed multi-barreled machine gun to shift upwards, meaninglessly consuming all the bullets, and then collapsed. At this time, Shinbei had already entered the building and reached the predetermined location. His current position is 300 meters behind the firearms expert. Shinbei stuck his sniper rifle out of the window. The crosshair sinks into the enemy's head. Only then did Shinbei see clearly that the enemy was wearing a thin piece of armor. The leather base was covered with armor pieces as thin as paper. It seemed that the decorative significance was greater than the protective effect. In addition, he also wore an antique-style helmet, which matched the armor on his body. This guy was still chewing gum vigorously, his temples bulging and denting on the crosshairs of Shun Bei's crosshairs. Just when Shin Bei was about to pull the trigger, the enemy suddenly turned around and looked directly at Shin Bei. The eyes on Shun Bei's face were extremely deep, flashing with a fierce light that had reached freezing point. Point your thumb at the enemy. And the enemy's deathly pale face showed a look of fear. Everyone's Adam's apple rolled and their hairs stood on end. He never expected that he would hit this man wearing full armor, and that he would be thrown away and fall from the 6th floor. Not even dead? However, when he faced Shun Bei suddenly behind him, he didn't feel any panic in his heart, because he saw that the gun in Shin Bei's hand was just a modified Barrett. This kind of firearm from the old era can also threaten those with first-level defensive abilities. 4 Level 3 firearm specialization, Level 2 defense plus a defensive helmet on the head. At best, it would be injured, not fatal. He looked sarcastic and even raised the corners of his mouth, gesturing at Shin Bei with his middle finger. Provocative. Shin Bei pulled the trigger decisively. Boo! A dull gunshot sounded. A gold-bronze bullet shell jumped out of the gun chamber with a bright light and clinked on the ground. The bullet travels at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. The next second, a cloud of sparks flew from the enemy's forehead, and he didn't even shake his body. At the moment of death, the enemy didn't even understand why an ordinary person's bullet would penetrate his second-level defense. Is this reasonable? Then his brain, shattered by bullets, did not allow him to think anymore. Immediately die. Shin Bei put away his sniper rifle and smiled softly. It's okay to look down on ordinary people, but don't look down on upgraded firearms and bullets. Right now, Shin Bei's sixth sense suddenly called the police. He felt like someone was watching him. He stuck his head out and took a look. 100 meters away, there was a tall figure looking directly at him. The height is 2 meters away. The giant man revealed a cold light, like the gaze of death. A superhuman from Shelter 10? Without any hesitation, Shun Bei directly set up his sniper rifle and was about to shoot. The next moment, as if feeling an invisible threat, the giant man's eyes became sharp and cold. He licked his lips and shouted loudly, "I want to tear you apart." Shun Bei made a sound, and the crosshair had already been inserted into his forehead in the next life. However, the next moment, that giant man looked clumsy, but his movement struck Shin Bei's eyeballs. In fact, one step would cover 10 meters, and the momentum was so fast and violent that even Shun Bei could feel the earth tremble when he landed. Shin Bei's heart skipped a beat. This speed. It's impossible to aim at all. Shin Bei immediately took out a crystal source core and inserted it into the power module. Holding the window with one hand, he jumped, turned around and disappeared into the ruins. Mao Buer let out an earth-shaking roar, like a tiger descending a mountain, leaping tens of meters away in an instant, and followed closely behind him at a speed comparable to Shin Bei. Shin Bei galloped at full speed among the broken walls and dead trees among the ruins. The unprecedented speed turned the surrounding scenery into blurry afterimages. He continued to squeeze the ultimate potential of the power module, and the flashing red data on the mask warned that the power module had reached 100 overload operation status. However, Shun Bei turned a deaf ear to this and continued to shuttle between abandoned houses and dead trees like an arrow from a string. He was so fast that he could use the momentum to sprint continuously on the wall for tens of meters, maximizing the performance of the armor. The terrain of Jiangxing was quickly constructed in Shun Bei's mind, and possible travel paths emerged clearly like a living map. He knew the environment near Central Park well, making clever use of every corner, avoiding all obstacles, and running at high speed without any hindrance. Compared to Shin Bei, who was as vigorous and agile as a cheetah, Mao Buer was like a powerful and unstoppable heavy tank. Every time he took a step, he was more than 10 meters away, and the ground around where he landed instantly sank. Mao Buer's way of advancing is completely different from Shun Bei's. If there is a house or wall blocking the front, a slightly thinner person will be directly smashed by him without slowing down. All obstacles will instantly collapse like paper, unable to cause any hindrance to him. Viewed from a high altitude, it looks like a gray dragon billowing with dust and smoke rushing through Jiangxing. And those huge obstacles that might slow down his pace have never appeared on his route. It can be seen that this seemingly rough giant actually has amazing instant calculation capabilities and can always find the best tangent to gradually approach. Shun Bei. Every 10 seconds, Mao Buer would find the right opportunity to shorten the distance with Shun Bei. After a few minutes of high-speed pursuit, Shun Bei still took the initiative. He cleverly bypassed his own team members scattered on the battlefield and led Mao Buer straight to the combat troops in Shelter 10. In fact, in a city of the size of Jiangxing, a battle of several hundred people should not be considered a big deal. However, because the intensity of firepower on both sides far exceeded that of the old times, explosions continued one after another, as if thousands of people were fighting. A fierce battle was going on. Many times, Shun Bei and Mao Buer rushed directly through the center of the exchange of fire between the two sides. The difference is that Shun Bei used buildings and terrain blind spots to block stray bullets, while Mao Fujier rushed directly through the hail of bullets. As a third-level defensive ability user, Mao Buer is not even afraid of sniper rifle bullets, so how can he care about the bullets of these automatic rifles? After going back and forth several times, the battle formation in Shelter 10 had been completely disrupted. Shun Bei's purpose is obvious. If he comes into direct contact with Mao Buer, a person with special powers, he will probably be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Shun Bei adopted the method of constantly walking the dog to consume Mao Buer's physical energy. And Shun Bei's running speed comes from the armor. At least 90% of the power comes from the armor, which allows Shun Bei to save a lot of energy. However, Mao Fuji also seemed to see Shun Bei's intention. For ordinary people to run so fast, Mao Fuji felt unprecedented humiliation. Mao Fuji suddenly burst out with a shocking roar. His physical fitness instantly increased to a higher level, and his speed soared again. At the critical moment when the distance between the two widened to nearly 200 meters, Mao Fujier jumped up again. This time, the height and span of his flight were greater than ever before, and one of his giant hands was raised above his head, with his palm wrapped around him. A light blue arc spark. And Shun Bei showed extraordinary calmness and reaction speed at this critical moment. He suddenly stopped, turned around quickly, pulled out the revolver from his waist, and with dazzling hand speed, he ejected all the original bullets from the cylinder, and then accurately inserted a special bullet inlaid with a third-level crystal source core fragment, and without hesitation, he pressed it into the barrel of the gun and aimed it at Mao Fuji, who was about to attack in midair. Every movement was so fast that it was almost difficult to catch, but it was clearly visible in Mao Fujian's eyes. For Shun Bei, these tactical actions such as aiming with a gun, emergency stop shooting, crouching shooting, jumping shooting, shooting while moving, and rapid reloading have been practiced to perfection in his previous life. Just as Mao Fuji was preparing to release a thunderous strike in the air, he suddenly fell straight down as if being pulled by an invisible force and stood firmly on the ground. At this moment, the distance between him and Shun Bei was less than 100 meters. He stared at the black muzzle of the gun and then looked at Shun Bei's eyes, but did not interpret any information from it. However, the special bullet that Shun Bei had just loaded made Mao Buer feel a chill in his heart, just like the instinctive vigilance of living creatures when facing natural enemies. At that moment, Mao Fuji saw clearly the mysterious lines on the bullet. Although he could not determine its meaning, he guessed that it might greatly increase the lethality of the bullet. Mao Fuji clenched his fists, and flashing electric lights surrounded them, gathering energy without concealment. When Shun Bei saw this, he frowned and asked sternly, "Do you want to experience the power of this thing?" Mao Fuji responded with a heroic laugh. "What power can a mere pistol have? Die!" Before he finished speaking, the duel between the two sides was about to begin. Chapter 43 Potion, worth 100,000. Shun Bei's revolver fired instantly. In this world, remember one thing. Start first, and you will win early. You can never go wrong. The loud bang sound was deafening, as if thunder was exploding in the ears. The reverse impact of the revolver caused Shun Bei's arm to retract suddenly. From the barrel, a scorching fire shot out, instantly cutting through the darkness. It was blazing and dazzling, like fire spewing out from the abyss of hell. Driven by this flame, the level 3 bullet was shot out at lightning speed. The speed of the bullet was so fast that one could not capture its trajectory and could only see a blur of silver light. Mao Buer showed an astonishing reaction speed under Shun Bei's attack. He quickly tilted his head back to avoid the critical point of his throat. However, Shun Bei's precise shot did not miss and hit Mao Buer's mouth directly. Even though Mao Fuji was protected by the third-level defense ability, a shot from close range still almost shattered his jaw. At the same time, Mao Buer counterattacked quickly. He waved his palms forward, and the electric fire released from his palms instantly intertwined into a wide and towering bright blue grid, several meters in diameter and 2 meters high, covering his ears with lightning speed. The potential will completely envelope Shun Bei. This ultra-high voltage current instantly penetrated Shunbei's battle armor, and the skin under the battle suit was burned black. Although Shunbei had expected Mao Fuji's counterattack, the power of the power grid far exceeded his imagination. As soon as the power grid came into contact, Shunbei's skin and flesh instantly charred. When the dazzling blue power grid came into view, Shunbei seemed to have felt death approaching. With a heavy falling sound, Shunbei, whose whole body was as black as charcoal, fell straight to the ground. Under the strong electric shock, his charred shell began to break into pieces, and the bright red tender flesh was exposed, and reddish blood continued to ooze out. Shunbei fell to the ground without any movement. If it had been anyone else, such injuries would have been fatal. However, under the protection of the armor, Shunbei's chest was still rising and falling slightly, indicating that he still had a trace of life left. On the other side, Mao Buer's situation was equally tragic. After suffering a heavy blow, he did not completely eliminate Shunbei. At this moment, he even lost the ability to step forward to confirm Shunbei's life or death. He covered his face tightly with his hands and let out a roar of extreme pain. His huge body rolled on the ground, and every impact was enough to destroy several buildings. And in this chaos and pain, Mao Fujin was also suffering from severe pain, which was like thousands of knives cutting each and every one of his nerve endings. He stumbled to his feet, but very unexpectedly, he fell down again. Mao Fujin tried to stand up again, but fell down again. Do this several times. Mao Buer's eyes widened in disbelief. The energy in my body is restless? After struggling for a few seconds, Mao Buer finally regained control of his body and stood up shakily. I have to say that the psychics are really strong. If an ordinary person had been shot by this gun, he would have died long ago. But Mao Buer was able to stand up. Level 3 defense, so terrifying. However, the horror in Mao Buer's heart lingered for a long time. He couldn't imagine that his level 3 defense couldn't protect him from a revolver. What kind of bullet is that? The power is comparable to that of a supernatural being specialized in firearms. Boy, you are attracting my curiosity more and more. At the same time, Mao Buer also felt uneasy. According to his knowledge, not to mention the small Shunbei, not even an armored Tyrannosaurus could withstand the overvoltage grid he emitted. But for some reason, Mao Buer always had a vague worry in his heart, feeling that the ordinary human being in front of him was extremely dangerous, and this feeling of danger did not disappear when he fell. Mao Fuji finally understood where the uneasiness came from. It's the armor on Shunbei's body. Whether it's running speed or defense level, it's comparable to a second-level superpower. Is the technology of Shelter 36 so advanced? Mao Fuji's chin was still leaking a lot of blood. This kind of injury is enough to threaten his life, but as long as he returns to the shelter immediately, he can still be saved. But regardless of it, the ordinary person in front of him was too mysterious. Whether it's the unexpected bullets or the armor. If you can get the shelter back, it will definitely be a special achievement. Mao Buer finally walked to Shunbei's side, raised his big foot, and stepped heavily on Shunbei's chest. Although he was seriously injured, every move Mao Fuji made was still full of irresistible power. The foot he stepped on would easily crush an elephant even if it was under his feet. Then, right now, there was a faint shrieking sound in the night. Mao Fujio turned back suddenly. But see you. Amidst the screams that covered the sky and the earth, there was an ice spear that was so fast and ferocious that it was indescribably violent. It burst out from a dark corner around the ruins in an instant, tearing the night sky apart with unparalleled momentum. Blue Enchantress. Mao Fuer was horrified. His heart seemed to be pinched tightly by a big hand, and an unprecedented and unparalleled danger and crisis arose. How could it be? How could Blue Enchantress appear here? Is the leader dead? Mao Buer has not yet received an answer. The ice spear had pierced his heart and his body froze in an instant, as if time had stopped at this moment. Plop. Mao Buer knelt on his knees, and a vicious, painful roar suddenly floated out. You fucking sneak attack. The figure of Blue Fairy slowly walked out from the darkness, and her pair of azure eyes clearly revealed a look of contempt. I can kill your leader. For you, the result will be the same whether you sneak attack or not. Blue Fairy gently pushed Mao Buer's forehead with her finger. May there be no escape from hell. Boom. Mao Buer died with his eyes open and fell to the ground. The Blue Enchantress squatted next to Shunbei and tapped his mask. Are you still alive? Shunbei responded extremely weakly. I'm almost dead. Ha. The Blue Enchantress sneered. How dare you to fight against a third-level electric energy and third-level defensive superpower? Shinbei didn't want to dwell on this issue, so he just said, "Why don't you think of a way to make me survive?" Abel. The blue enchantress simply replied with one word. Then he took out a bottle of yellow medicine and poured it into Shinbei's mouth. A matter of moments. Under Shinbei's charred, cracked skin, all the flesh and blood was squirming crazily. If you observe carefully with enhanced vision, you can even see the tiny blood vessels in Shinbei's body growing and extending like tentacles. They turn into pieces of nets, covering the body tissues, and then on themselves, regenerate a new layer of tissue. These newly formed tissues are like soil, with countless branches and buds immediately sprouting from them. When the branches and buds grow up, you will find that these are new blood vessels. Shinbei gritted his teeth and endured the strange and sharp changes in his body. My whole body felt like thousands of ants were biting me, and the itching pain was unbearable. The blue enchantress said in an indifferent tone, "This is a super repairing potion. One potion is worth 100,000 crystal source cores." However, Shinbei's eyes kept flashing, "I owe you." "No." The blue enchantress looked playful and laughed. "It's for you. But I have to say that it is extremely rare for even a person with superpowers to get this treatment, let alone an ordinary person. And you are different from ordinary people." The blue enchantress leaned down and looked directly at Shinbei with her cold crystal eyes. "It's really different, not in terms of fighting will, but it makes me unpredictable." She stood up and continued, "You will be back to normal in half an hour at most. I have to go to the front line, just follow me." After saying that, the blue enchantress buttoned up her hood, walked lightly, and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Chapter 44. There are always bugs looking for trouble. At this time, Shinbei had no time to think about the blue enchantress's nagging thoughts. His will was almost destroyed by the side effects of the medicine. Half an hour later, the strange feeling on Shinbei's body completely disappeared. After regaining control of his body, he stumbled to his feet. He took off his armor and all his clothes. Give it a little shake. A lot of black dead skin fell off. At this time, Shinbei's skin was back to its original state, even whiter and tender, like a child's. This potion is indeed expensive for a reason. Shinbei felt joyful at being reborn. Generally speaking, if you are injured or die while performing a mission, you will be responsible for the loss. The blue enchantress gave away the super-modified repair potion for free, so Shinbei accepted it calmly. Peace of mind. It's okay to be shameless. Put on the armor again. The will connection is normal, and the system self-test starts. Everything works fine. Shinbei's heart dropped to the ground. I'm really afraid that high-voltage current will cause irreversible damage to the armor. Judging from the system self-test, the system decisively cut off all circuits and sensing components at the moment Malbour's current invaded. It directly turns into an iron sheet, and no matter how large the current passes, it is released and flows back to the earth. Restart the warframe. Shinbei jogged all the way back to Jiangcheng. The war at this time was over. Shelter number 36 was bombarded indiscriminately by shelter number 36. In addition, the leader did not appear for a long time, and the morale of the army was already in chaos. The powered armor that could have suppressed the personnel in Shelter 36 was also eliminated by Shinbei with one shot. Shelter number 1 completed its mission almost overwhelmingly. After defeating the enemy's main resistance force, the search for remaining enemy forces also progressed steadily. Under the influence of the overwhelming reconnaissance and battlefield support systems, sporadic enemy resistance cannot pose a threat to the Blue Demon Queen and the combatants of Shelter 36. That is, they will be killed by intensive firepower. The only outcome that awaits these enemies is its destruction. After Shinbei resumed action, he did not just follow the hot-blooded combatants to chase down the enemy. Instead, they gathered around Central Park and started picking up corpses. Cigarettes, bullets, Jingyuan cores, kettles. As long as they can be sold for money and can be used, Shinbei packs them all and takes them away. An hour later, Shinbei picked up a bag full of bits and pieces. That night, the Blue Enchantress ordered to withdraw from Jiangcheng. We found a sheltered place and set up camp to rest. However, there are a few more vehicles than before. Shinbei glanced at the mark on it, which belonged to shelter number 10. Moreover, the tires were flat, so there must be a lot of supplies in the car. Hello. At this time, a person with supernatural powers came to Shinbei and reached out to grab his bulging bag. All the spoils must be handed over and redistributed. Shinbei had some impression of this person. He seemed to be the vice captain, known as the Third Master. But he is not very old, only about 30. Those with Master in their title are usually the ones who are not easy to mess with. But at this time, Shinbei didn't let go. His eyes changed slightly, and his brows knitted into a knot. I've never heard of this rule, let go. Fart. Didn't you hear that? The third master looked indignant and continued, don't find fault. I've seen too many young bastards like you. Shinbei's bottomless eyes were full of indifference, and then he slowly took out his revolver and put it on his forehead. I obviously saw many people picking up things, but they just grabbed mine. Zai fat sheep, right? Oh. The third master faced Shinbei's gun without any fear. In his opinion, Shinbei's bullets did not pose any threat to him. Of course, if he had seen Malbour's fate, he would put away this idea. Lay down. At this time, the gentle voice of the blue enchantress came from the tent. Whether it was Shinbei or Sanyi, one put down his pistol and the other put down his big bag. The blue enchantress opened the door curtain and lightly opened her red lips. Although the temporary rules are also rules, they also have some points. The third master was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the blue enchantress would actually favor Shinbei in her words. Captain, he took too much. Third master defended. That's his thing. What's his skill? How many enemies did he kill? Why didn't I see it? Didn't he just guide the direction of the cannonballs? In the third master's understanding, Shinbei did nothing but guide the cannonballs, just like a dog. At the same time, although I didn't see Shinbei's position during the melee, I didn't see him killing the enemy during the pursuit. Therefore, the third master thinks that the blue enchantress is too partial. It's not like he's a superpower who is hesitant about his status. Why? At this time, the blue enchantress slowly turned her head and stared at the third master, with a frosty face, but a rare wave of anger in her eyes. You talk too much. The third master's eyes trembled, and he felt an uncontrollable sense of absurdity. He shook his sleeves, snorted, and turned around to leave. It's so unruly. Shinbei slapped his mouth and said, you are the one who has no rules. The blue enchantress had deep eyes and warned in a deep voice. Shinbei pointed at himself. He was the one who robbed me. Lan Lan looked at Shinbei expressionlessly. I said, temporary rules are also rules. He is the vice captain, and you only have to obey. Shinbei gritted his teeth and let out a sigh. Shinbei figured it out. If you don't have a hard fist, you will have to suffer. The blue enchantress shows up today. Who cares about you tomorrow? Rest, we have to travel tomorrow. The blue enchantress left a soft word, turned around and got into the tent. There are no tents in Shinbei at all. For ordinary people, this is a benefit for people with superpowers. Shinbei came to a place where ordinary people gathered and found a place to sit down. In the center is a roaring bonfire. The campfire crackled, sparks rising in the hot wind, like brief sparks blooming in the dark night sky. The aroma of burning wood fills the air, intertwined with the unique smell of the wilderness, creating a unique and reassuring taste. Some people were grilling cans and meat strips, chatting and laughing. Shinbei. A man leaned next to Shinbei and said hello, thank you for saving my life today. Shinbei turned around and took a look. It was the guy who was almost shot to death by the enemy. Please eat meat strips. Shinbei chewed a few mouthfuls, but couldn't taste what kind of animal meat it was. For humans in this world, there is no choice in what kind of animal meat they eat. It's good to have something to eat. The man sighed. This time we lost more than 30 people, including 3 people with supernatural powers. Cold numbers. Shinbei sounded completely emotionless. When will this escape period end? The man kept chattering. Shinbei thinks this is an unsolvable problem. As long as there is an evil species that cannot be killed alive, it is impossible to end the escape. The man poked Shinbei and continued. I have heard rumors that evil seeds can be killed. Do you know that? Shinbei was stunned. Is there such a thing? Some people have seen the corpse of the evil species, but they don't know how they died. The man looked up at the bright starry sky with hope, hugged the rifle tightly in his arms, and said in an extremely excited tone, I always dreamed that it was killed by a person with superpowers. The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched. Then go ahead and dream. The next day, Blue Enchantress reorganizes the team. The convoy began its return journey. Everyone was in high spirits. As long as they returned to the shelter, they could settle their rewards. Chapter 45, Why are you pestering me? All the staff of shelter number 1 set out on their return journey. Those who can still go back standing at this time are undoubtedly lucky. Those humans who died in yesterday's battle disappeared from time. No one will bury their bones, and no one will remember their names. The return trip was smooth, except for encountering some blind beasts along the way that were easily dealt with by concentrated fire. Everyone arrived at shelter number 36 safely. Blue Rose directed everyone to drive the vehicles into the garage. As for what materials were inside the vehicle obtained from the enemy, no one except the Blue Enchantress knew. Then, everyone returned to the upper level of Titan and gathered at the Mission Release Center. The Blue Enchantress left after handing over tasks with Rock, and Shunbei and others began to line up to receive the mission rewards. By the time Shunbei came forward, the other staff had already finished collecting and went to the bar to have fun arm in arm. In this world, things happen frequently where money is spent but life is spent. The spent crystal source cores belong to you. Otherwise, it is the wallet of the strong. Once the mission rewards are received, I can't wait to spend them all immediately. I heard you got into trouble again? Rock held his cigarette in his mouth and blew out a puff of spicy smoke. I don't like the word you. Shunbei spread his hands. Sometimes it's not me who is looking for trouble, but trouble who is looking for me. The third master is also a ruthless character. Rock flicked the ashes of his cigarette. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the vice captain of the Blue Enchantress. Shunbei had some idea. I'm also very fierce. Roque was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Then you can do it yourself? Then, Rock handed the mission reward to Shunbei. Shunbei opened the paper bag and took a look. There are 10 intermediate crystal source cores inside. Shunbei looked confused. Did you make a wrong calculation? According to the mission reward for ordinary people is 3 intermediate crystal source cores. Even if Shunbei is a sniper, there are only 5. Only those with special powers can get 10. Obviously, there was an error in the compensation distributed by Rock. If it were anyone else, Shunbei would naturally not remind him, but Luoku was different. Shunbei did not want to take advantage of him. Rock nodded at the paper bag and said, yes, there are 10. The other 5 are given to you by the Blue Enchantress. Shunbei said, oh. Luoku put his arm around Shunbei's shoulders and said again meaningfully, I don't know how you performed on the battlefield, but you are probably recognized by the Blue Enchantress. I hope she doesn't appreciate your pretty face, otherwise you will suffer. Shunbei said firmly, I said, I am very fierce. Okay. Rock smiled. I hope so. Leave the mission station. Rock followed Shunbei to a weapons store. There are several more bullet sizes and styles available in the weapon shop. It's probably just the difference in materials. Shunbei lowered his head and concentrated on comparing the performance, workmanship, and price of 3 different brands of bullets. Rock held another cigarette in his mouth, struck a match, and lit it. Smoking in a weapons store is an act no different from committing suicide, but Rock didn't care at all, and Shunbei didn't take it to heart either. Only the owner of the weapons store turned a little green. Some of the gunpowder in his batch of bullets is no longer the traditional gunpowder of the old era, but high-energy gunpowder. Some specialty ammunition uses special charges that are even more dangerous. However, the owner of the weapons store could only hold his tongue tightly and say nothing. Of course he knew Roque. Although he was just an ordinary person, he was a pretty awesome person. Shunbei's eye carefully selected bullets. While waiting, Rock was a little impatient. I'm picking and choosing like a girl. I don't feel there is any difference. Rock held the bullet and looked at it, but couldn't see any difference. Shunbei shook his head. That's because you are insensitive to bullets. Boss, this type of bullet has 300 rounds, and this one has 100 rounds. So many? Rock stared slightly. You don't really shoot on the battlefield, do you? What you shoot is your own money. Is it possible that you still want to hang out? You really made me talk. The two walked out of the weapons store, and Rock whispered. Some people just go out and hide in the corner without firing a shot, so no one can find them. When the final charge comes, they jump out and scream. The corners of Shunbei's mouth moved, and he was speechless. Humbling is also a skill. Luoku patted Shunbei on the shoulder. Study hard and rush ahead if nothing happens. People like this will die the fastest. The two came to the next floor. Luoku was going to drink, and Shunbei had his own things to be busy with, so they separated. Shunbei bought some food and water. Returned to the rental house. The first thing to do is to take off the armor that he has worn for 4 days. Hang it on the special bracket and start checking the appearance of the armor. Although this armor has saved his life several times, the various internal modules can still work. But the exterior is already full of holes. There are even scratches and peeling paint in some places. This is not an eyesore. What Shunbei couldn't accept the most was that the entire armor was dirty, very dirty. All kinds of blood stains and meat foam exuded a fishy smell. Shunbei carried the armor out of the house and came outside. Get some water. Start cleaning the armor. These water sources are domestic water that has been simply filtered and is not drinkable, usually used for flushing toilets and washing clothes. Soon, as the Titan moved, A straight line of bright red blood was left on the ground. It was quickly evaporated by the sun. Shinbei, you're busy? Chaima suddenly appeared, squatting on the edge of the RV's wooden board, smelling of alcohol and looking at him with a smile. Shinbei had met him once before. He nodded and said in a neutral tone, "Clean the toys." Toy. Juema looked over curiously and knocked on the armor. The texture was a bit unclear. Like high-strength plastic? From Juema's point of view, the material of this armor has never been seen before, and it is not the mainstream synthetic gold. In this world, synthetic gold is a general term. There are many branches of materials below. The synthesis of these materials usually uses the fur of ferocious beasts. The more advanced ones use the powder smelted from the bones and mix them with the new era alloy to obtain a new alloy material. There was some contempt in his heart. Ordinary people can't afford synthetic materials, so they just like to tinker with these useless things. After Shinbei cleaned his armor, he stood up and wanted to go back. Chaima pressed his hand. "Don't leave, let's talk for a while." Shinbei tilted his head. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm just interested in you. Do you want to go to our shelter number 20? I'll give you a good treatment." Shinbei frowned. Defection. In fact, in this world, people can move between shelters. It's just more troublesome. Both parties currently in charge of the shelter need to sign an order for the peaceful transfer to be accepted. In fact, is there any shelter that dislikes overcrowding? The more the greater the power. Population is the root and foundation of development. Usually the movement of personnel is due to defection. It depends on whether one side dares to clamor and attack the opponent's titan. The most typical example is the last war with Shelter 10. Shelter number 10's resentment for defecting to Shelter number 10 was just to suppress the other party, and they did not dare to organize a large force to find the location of Titan number 10 to ask for an explanation. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Shun Nan, who was taken away by the Spider Queen. General Yu Wuchang didn't even dare to fart. This is also the strength gap between the leaders of the shelter. Yu Wuchang doesn't even have the confidence to challenge. And Shinbei was pretty good in Shelter 36. The connections are also here. The landlord can default on the rent, and Roque is also a big guy. Moreover, the Blue Enchantress will vaguely become his backer. I don't want to go to Shelter 10 for no reason. Shinbei refused directly. Juema chuckled. It's okay. We are talking about something else. Shinbei had no time to chat with him. Maybe if he said too much, he would suspect that he had taken away the things he had lost. Talk less. Absolutely. But Juema seemed to have identified Shinbei and insisted on chatting with him. Shinbei felt strange in his heart. Is this man a psycho? There are so many people in the shelter, so I have to talk to myself. It took more than 10 minutes to get rid of the chasing horse. When Shinbei returned to the rental house, the landlord was found lying on his back on a chair, fast asleep. Hey, aren't you afraid of twisting your neck? Shinbei woke up the landlord. The landlord then woke up with a hiss and shook his head. Damn it, I didn't want to sleep. I don't know where the evil wind came from. It flashed in front of my eyes and I fell asleep. When Shinbei heard this, his heart thumped. Draw the revolver. Looking directly at the steps leading upstairs. Chapter 46 Invasion and Exposure. Dark Wind. From Shinbei's point of view, there is no such thing as evil wind. It must have been a person with supernatural powers who knocked out the landlord with one blow at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In addition to repairing the house and collecting rent, the landlord also has the obligation to guard the door to prevent strangers from entering and causing tenants to lose things. In this world, don't expect anyone to be able to pick up gold and keep their doors open at night. They are not that high quality, and if they don't kill people or swindle goods in the shelter, everyone can be considered as abiding by the rules. What made Shinbei wary was that Chaima had just been dragging him here and there there was no real content in the chat, just to consume my own time. At first, Shinbei thought that Chaima had drunk too much and was so idle that his balls ached. Now I see. I am being targeted. But how was he exposed? There is no reason at all. Shinbei recalled that when he was being pestered by Juema to chat, Juema's partner Ganemo never showed up. Shinbei had an intuition that Ganemo was in his room. Although all the drawings about the fragmentation and reorganization of the crystal source in the yellow backpack have been processed, no idea what he was looking for. But it's absolutely fine. Especially the simple version of the genuine crushing and reassembly equipment left in the room. Even though Ganemo might not know what this was, he was not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Immediately, Shinbei held a revolver and walked slowly upstairs with light steps. For Shinbei, even if he meets Ganemo head-on, he still has the strength to fight. The upgraded pistols and bullets are not just for free. A third-level defense power user can be killed with a single shot at close range. 2 bullets would kill him. Shunbei leaned against the wall. He listened at the door of his room. There was no sound or movement inside. Shunbei took a deep breath and suddenly opened the door. He squatted down quickly and raised his gun to scan. Because the room is not big, just a small single room, you can see everything in almost instantly. Empty. Shunbei put away his revolver. Start looking at where your belongings are placed and how dusty they are. Go out by yourself for several days. As soon as I came back, I went out to clean the armor. Although the dust in the room is thin, there is still a lot of it. Look at the floor. In addition to his own footprints, there is indeed another line of footprints. Moreover, the other party seemed to be unscrupulous and had nothing to hide. He opened the door and walked in without any disguise. His eyes followed the footprints, right to the corner. And hanging on the corner of the wall was his Barrett sniper rifle. Shunbei was greatly confused. There were no signs of movement or rummaging in anything in the entire room. Gonamo knocked out the landlord and sneaked into his room just to see his sniper rifle? Shouldn't I dig through the cabinet and look for my backpack? You should at least take a look at the Jingyuan crushing and reassembly equipment, right? But there aren't any handprints on it. Such abnormal behavior made Shunbei completely unstoppable. Shunbei took off his sniper rifle. Didn't you tamper with my sniper rifle? Shunbei focused his eyes on the sniper rifle. If the sniper rifle has been tampered with, the message should prompt itself. Soon, information about sniper rifles popped up. Sniper rifle, 120. The modified Barrett has a range of 1,300 meters, 5 bullets, greater lethality, sports shooting, accuracy increased by 20, blind sniper accuracy increased by 20, silencer effect increased by 20, recoil reduced by 20. Except for the change in experience value, no other information has been changed. It seems like nothing has been done. Shunbei became even more confused. So why did Gonamo come in? Shunbei pulled the bolt of the gun and a bullet jumped out. Shunbei frowned. Logically speaking, there are no bullets in the gun chamber. It is also to ensure that there will be no misfire. Only when fighting, pull the bolt and push the bullet into the chamber. If a bullet pops out now, it means someone has pulled the bolt. Why is he pulling the bolt? Shunbei looked at the bullet that fell on the ground in confusion, bent down to pick it up, and planned to reload the magazine. Just such a moment. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed in Shunbei's mind. The pupils shrank. His face hardened. Broken. Forgot a fatal detail. Shunbei finally figured out why Gonamo pulled the gun bolt. He's checking for bullets. And his bullets are completely different from the bullets used by other ordinary people. It's textured. But when he was in the ruins of the city, participating in the 20 Shelter Rebellion battlefield, he fired a lot of guns. There must be shell casings with patterns left at the scene. Just by comparing them, you can find that the bullet came from you. And on that battlefield, everyone was killed, and no one was left alive. The only one alive is yourself. Then, it is self-evident to Gonamo who holds the backpack. However, the above assumptions and inferences must be based on a precise premise. That is only when Zhue Ma and Gonamo lock themselves correctly can they stone-hammer the evidence. Otherwise, there would be many people using sniper rifles in Shelter 36. They would sneak in and search one by one, and sooner or later there would be trouble. It's weird. How did they locate me? Shunbei paced back and forth in the room, trying to deduce and complete the chain of evidence from Zhue Ma and Gonmo's perspective. A moment of effort. Shunbei remembered. That is, after the beast wave ended, he and his landlord had a game of shooting scattered beasts and won a lot of money. Even the blue enchantress could see that she was pretending to miss the shot to win money. Then Zhue Ma and Gonamo would naturally find out their own names if they inquired about who has the best marksmanship in Shelter 36. Shunbei twisted his neck and said to himself, "My only oversight was the bullet casing left on the battlefield. It was a fatal flaw. But why didn't they take this opportunity to look for the drawings? It's really weird." Shunbei had a vague feeling that they didn't seem to care at all about Jingyuan's crushing and reorganization equipment. After all, the simple version of the device is placed in the house without being touched. It seems they are looking for something else. However, Shunbei was not in the mood to speculate on what they were looking for. At this time, he was already being targeted by Zhue Ma and Gonamo. What I'm thinking about now is how to deal with these two tales. The only way to solve the problem is one word: kill. Come and kill one by one. Come two and kill a pair. The only thing that made Shunbei relieved was that within the shelter, there were no outsiders chasing horses and Gonamo. Even the locals do not dare to kill people openly and casually. If they dare to force themselves, they will slap General Yu Wucheng in the face. There is no need for them to do it themselves. Both of them will be sentenced to death by General Yu Wuchang. There is still time to prepare. First, upgrade your armor, guns, etc., as much as possible. Then find an opportunity to get rid of the two of them in the wilderness. At this time, Shun Bei was not panicking, but was ready to act, with a desire to kill restlessly. At the same time, Shun Bei was also curious. They are not looking for process drawings of crystal source crushing and reorganization. What exactly are you looking for? Is there anything important that you have forgotten? Shun Bei focused his eyes on the battle armor that had been cleaned. There are many potholes and the paint is peeling off badly. But Shun Bei believes that as long as it is upgraded, it will be restored to like new. Upgrade the armor. Chapter 47, there seems to be something wrong with this upgrade. Faced with the current situation of being targeted by Zhue Ma and Ganemo, there is only one method Shun Bei can choose. Kill. And the confidence to kill comes from your own equipment. It is true that Shun Bei cannot achieve the earth-shattering momentum of a superpower, but Shun Bei's advantage lies in precise shooting. It's a battle between technology and superpowers. Seize every moment and upgrade all the equipment that needs to be upgraded. The first item is the battle armor. Power armor, 160. War armor with some uses, increased running speed, improved defensive capabilities, and increased mind connection reaction speed. Each crystal source core can maintain the armor running at high speed for 10 minutes. The armor can change color as the environment changes, allowing it to be better hidden in the environment. After Shun Bei read the information, the text inside has been significantly changed. Originally, a crystal source core could only last for 5 minutes, but now it can last for 10 minutes. It means that the power module will wait until it is upgraded to take advantage of the efficiency improvement of the crystal source core. At the same time, the most important upgrade is the appearance. It can be said that the current armor is completely a camouflage uniform that can blend into various environments. This has an extremely protective effect on fighting in complex wilderness terrain. Just during the last fight with Shelter Number 10, the psychic who specializes in firearms found his position and shot him to death. Most likely it was because the armor did not blend into the environment, and the color of its appearance was too dazzling, which exposed its position. Now that the armor has been upgraded, you no longer need to worry about this problem. Then, Shun Bei began to upgrade his sniper rifle. Sniper rifle, 20. The modified Barrett has a range of 1,400 meters, 5 bullets, and is particularly lethal. For sports shooting, the accuracy is increased by 30, the blind sniper accuracy is increased by 30, the silencer effect is increased by 30, and the recoil is reduced by 30. The gun barrel can be used normally if sediment blocks it. The entry in front of this sniper rifle has not changed significantly. Add some data, but an extremely important entry is added later. Ignore the sediment. You know, when using this sniper rifle in the past, even in combat, you had to be careful of mud and sand entering the barrel. The last time I fell from the 6th floor, I was still running. I had to clean the barrel to avoid exploding the barrel. But now, just ignore it. Even if you are rolling in the quagmire, you can just pull out the gun and shoot without any problem. This upgrade is so practical. Shun Bei couldn't help but feel happy. Then, take out the revolver. This revolver was rarely used by Shun Bei, but in the last battlefield, I also shot several times at close range. The experience leveling up should be enough. Yunmu glanced at the information. Revolver, 37. 5 bullets, the wheel axis is slightly stuck, the rifling is intact, the damage is slightly increased, the ammunition capacity is reduced, and the recoil is reduced by 20. Upgrade. Only by constantly upgrading can the superpowers fight. Revolver, 7. 5 rounds of bullets, intact rifling, increased damage, ammunition capacity, and reduced recoil by 30%. Continuous fire damage is increased. Shun Bei was stunned. Originally, this revolver also had a stuck entry. After this upgrade, it will disappear directly. This is a brand new pistol with no mechanical problems. Moreover, the new entries added are even more domineering. If it is a combo state, the damage caused by the bullets will increase. This has an absolutely fatal effect on those who can break defenses at close range. Fierce. It's so fierce. After all 3 main combat preparation items have been upgraded. Instead, Shun Bei thought deeply. After the last battlefield comparison, Shun Bei originally thought that the level of firearms corresponded to the level of superpowers. But in the battle with Malbour, it was clearly a level 3 revolver, and it was almost touching Malbour's jaw, but it didn't smash his head, but instead blew his chin apart. You know, that's a level 3 revolver with a level 3 bullet, mixed with high explosives and crystal core fragments. It seems that simply comparing psychics based on their levels is absolutely unreliable. If you want to smash a third-order defensive ability user, you must suppress or surpass the level of your firearms and bullets to qualify. This is merely qualified. If you want to be excellent, you have to do more homework and think more. However, with Shun Bei's current strength, being able to fight against a third-level psychic as an ordinary person is already an extremely dazzling achievement. This is also the reason why Blue Rose was shocked. In the subsequent period of time, Shinbei began to upgrade Jingyuan core crushing and reorganization equipment. At present, this equipment is still relatively large, and the production efficiency is low. You have to invest money to feed them. Shinbei now has 9 intermediate crystal source cores in his hand, which is less than 30 crystal source cores. Leave an intermediate crystal source core as a spare. All other money will be consumed. Others were drunk and dreaming after getting the reward for the mission, but Shinbei was thrown into a bottomless pit. As the device boots up, experience points keep popping up. Experience value. Experience value. Experience value. Shinbei shielded the information, took out the produced crystal source core powder, mixed it with gunpowder, and then sealed it inside the bullet. 1, 2, 3. Work for a while. Shinbei checked the device information. Jingyuan recombination equipment, 25. A crystal source recombination equipment that picks up leaky and low-profile versions has low production capacity, low efficiency, low pass rate, and high energy consumption. Pause work. Upgrade. Jingyuan recombination equipment, 5. A low-end version of the crystal source recombination equipment has lower production capacity, lower efficiency, lower pass rate, and higher energy consumption. The content of the entry has not changed much. From low to lower, it can be considered an improvement, but Shinbei was not in a hurry. As long as they walked out of Shelter 36, Zhuema and Ganemo could only worry but not dare to mess around. Produce slowly and consume all the crystal source cores. At the same time, all bullet modifications are completed. A part of the storage is used for cluster fire discs. By the way, I also need to buy some high-explosive gunpowder. Thinking of this, Shinbei suddenly had a fatal question. What to do with the shell of the cluster fire flying disc bomb? Custom made? 1 or 2 is fine. You can easily get it from the weapon shop owner. However, to upgrade the cluster fire disc, you need a lot of bombs. If the number is large, it will easily arouse the suspicion of the research institute. Regarding various details, Shinbei was very cautious after learning his lesson. The only way to survive is to keep growing. Exposing it too early is the crime of being pregnant with a jade. My head hurts. Shinbei rubbed his temples. There must be a road before the car reaches the mountain. I will tell you later. Shinbei continued to modify bullets and gunpowder. By the way, start carving textures and upgrade the bullet level. After nightfall, Shinbei gained a lot. Needless to say, depicting level 3 bullets is now commonplace. After purchasing new materials and specifications of bullets from the weapon shop owner, it actually depicts a level 5 sniper bullet. In Shinbei's hand lay the level 5 bullet he had been thinking about. Finally, it was born in my own hands. Moment. Information about this bullet jumped out of the corner of my eye. Rifle bullets, 0. Disposable item. This bullet is imbued with mysterious energy, which can increase the range by 500 meters, greatly increase the lethality, greatly increase the accuracy, and have strong armor-piercing ability. The bullet's trajectory can be adjusted if necessary, etc. Shinbei tilted his head, looking suspicious. It seems something's wrong. Chapter 48. The fight begins. Something's wrong. Shinbei immediately realized that this freshly fired level 5 bullet was abnormal. The text description below is exactly the same as the level 5 bullet I picked up in the weapons store last time, but the exception appears at the bullet level. Shinbei clearly remembered that the suffix of the 5th level bullets from the hands of superpowers was full level. Why can I still upgrade this one I have? Doesn't this mean that there are also level 6 bullets? Level 7 bullets? Shinbei took a breath. Could it be that my understanding and manipulation of bullet patterns have surpassed this mysterious superpower? This is a bit. It's happy. Shinbei believed that apart from being unable to awaken his powers, he was definitely not inferior to anyone else in terms of combat literacy and understanding. If this were not an escape world, a place similar to Earth, Shinbei would have the courage and planning to carve out a sea of blood with a sniper gun. That is to say, the mysteriousness of the superpowers restrains oneself. Putting aside his superpowers, Shinbei felt that although he was far ahead in other aspects, he was definitely not the only one with different ideas. So, I stand on the shoulders of giants. Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief. This bullet still has potential. But Shinbei looked at the bullet and saw that there was no longer any pattern on it. Where is the potential? This is a troubling question. The next day, after daybreak, Shinbei continued working. The first thing is to upgrade Jingyuan core reorganization equipment. After upgrading yesterday, Shinbei's eye didn't care because of the emergence of level 5 bullets. Now take a look at the information. Shinbei was stunned. Jingyuan recombination equipment, 880. A low-end version of the crystal source recombination equipment has lower production capacity, lower efficiency, lower pass rate, and higher energy consumption. All crystal source cores have been consumed. Gain 880 experience points. No hesitation. Upgrade directly. Jingyuan recombination equipment, 780. A low-end version of crystal source recombination equipment has low production capacity, low efficiency, low pass rate, and high energy consumption. Keep upgrading. Jingyuan recombination equipment, 480. A crystal source recombination equipment has acceptable production capacity, acceptable efficiency, acceptable pass rate, and acceptable energy consumption. After upgrading 2 levels in a row, the original word, simple, disappeared directly. Production efficiency has also entered the qualified stage. This means that the same 10 crystal source cores can only be equipped with 2 bullets. Can now produce enough for 5 bullets. What a huge improvement. Shinbei sighed, but a little melancholy. Others squandered their money to at least eat, drink, and play. But he could only chew meat strips and upgrade the cold equipment. There is no one who does not want to enjoy life and sensuality. But the situation is so pressing that Shinbei can only call himself an ascetic. At this time, Shinbei touched his chin, said to himself, there are still 20 experience points left to reach level 6, do you want to do it? Shinbei quickly got the answer to his question. Dry. If you have obsessive-compulsive disorder, you must do it. Put in 20 crystal source cores and let the equipment produce first. Pack the produced crystal source core powder and keep it for later use. Go out and get some water and food. Went to the material store again to purchase a batch of high explosives. This thing is not a controlled item, or in other words, General Yu Wucheng doesn't bother to control items for ordinary people. The most useless ordinary people are the most useful ordinary people. The sight of a spear and a shield. On the way back, they happened to encounter Zhue Ma and Ganemo leaning on the fence, pretending to be looking at the wilderness, but in fact they were secretly observing Shinbei's movements. You haven't left yet? Instead, Shinbei stepped forward to say hello. Ganemo was a little surprised and responded, the mission is not completed yet, we need to stay for a few days. Shinbei said oh, turned and left. At this time, Zhue Ma chuckled a few times and asked, when will I go out? Shinbei stopped and said calmly, it depends on what mission there is. I plan to go to the mission station tomorrow to have a look. I wish you all the best. Zwamapi said with a smile. Shinbei nodded and left directly. At this time, the smiles on Zhue Ma and Ganmo's faces gradually disappeared. Ganemo sniffed the remaining warmth in Shinbei and hissed, his blood must be sweet. Don't be ridiculous. Zhue Ma said matter-of-factly, I have drunk human blood. It tastes bitter and salty. That's for you. Ganemo took out a bullet with carved lines and stroked it. I have always been curious, what is Shinbei's purpose of marking lines on the bullet? It's free. Chaima leaned against the fence and put his weight down. We can complete the task soon. As long as Shinbei leaves the shelter, everything will return to our control. You said. Zhue Ma raised his head and asked, where did he throw his bag? Zhue Ma smacked his mouth. But in fact what they were looking for was not the blueprint for the fragmentation and reorganization of the crystal source. That's just a cover. The most important thing is the bag. Leather bags are priceless. Shelter number 10 can gain a group of combat troops who are brave, fearless, extremely obedient to orders, and will fight wherever directed, even if they jump into a pit of fire without fear. It must have been lost. I sneaked into Shinbei's room and never smelled the smell of the bag. Ganemo looked at Shinbei's disappearing back, raised the corner of his mouth and continued. But one thing is for sure, the discarded position is in his mind. Huh. Chaima's eyes suddenly flashed with a mysterious light. I'll do it this time. I prefer to pry open other people's heads. Return to the rental house. Shinbei couldn't wait to upgrade Jingyuan's core equipment. Jingyuan recombination equipment, 0. A crystal source recombination equipment has acceptable production capacity, acceptable efficiency, acceptable pass rate, and acceptable energy consumption. Newly added. Various types of bullet casings can be produced by mixing crystal source core powder and steel. Note: Lack of container module, lack of finalization module, lack of fusion material, true spirit element. Shinbei? Wait a moment. What does this upgrade mean? Can crystal source core and steel be made into bullet casings? Shinbei's jaw almost dropped to the ground, with a look of surprise on his face. Isn't it incredible? Unexpectedly, after the upgrade, this device has been expanded. The problem of cluster fire frisbee shells was solved in one go. At the same time, Shinbei suddenly thought of level 6 bullets and was secretly shocked. Is it possible that level 6 bullets need this kind of cartridge case to depict them? Shinbei's thoughts suddenly opened up in a daze. The capacity module and the stereotype module are easy to understand. Shinbei thought it should be used for high-temperature fusion and shaping of the bullet shell. But what is the key material, the true spirit element? Shinbei had never heard of it at all, or the memory of the original owner knew it, but it was lost. However, Shinbei had a vague feeling that it would not be simple to have two true spirits alone. Seems very difficult to mess with. But Shinbei didn't feel any discouragement or frustration. As long as you collect the true spirit elements, you can produce shells by yourself, and the cluster fire flying disc can be upgraded by leaps and bounds. Shinbei suppressed his excitement. Now is not the time to think about this. Let's kill Zhue Ma and Ganemo first. Shinbei put on his battle armor, put the food he bought into his backpack, and arranged the water source. Don't worry about food. There is no shortage of food in the wilderness. As long as you have the ability to hunt ferocious beasts, that's all. The water source is enough for Shinbei to survive in the wilderness for 10 days. That's almost enough. Fasten the backpack chain. Turn around and inspect the firearm. The largest number of level 3 bullets was placed in the backpack on the back, and 5 level 4 bullets were inserted into the left waist. These level 4 bullets have increased lethality compared to level 3 bullets. Another point is that the bullet does not need to be stuck in the body of the superpower. As long as it hits, it will have a concussive effect. More convenient. The only level 5 bullet was inserted into the left waist, ready for use at any time. At this time, Shinbei had entered a pre-war state. He planned to leave the shelter today and tonight. Presumably Zhue Ma and Ganemo must find a way to catch up with themselves. Let's have a drag race. Shinbei shook the crystal source core in his bag, glanced at the armor, and raised the corners of his mouth. Then, quietly waiting for dark. A few hours later, mid-morning and midnight, Shinbei slowly opened his eyes from his rest, packed the genuine crushing and reorganization equipment, and hang it on the armor. This equipment cannot be placed in a rental house. It is too unsafe. Take advantage of this opportunity and move it quickly. Shinbei opened the window, jumped, and landed easily on the wasteland. Stepping on the moonlight, I walked slowly towards the direction of the fire-flying disc. Fight. It's about to begin. Chapter 49. Wilderness, whose patience is consumed. Dawn. Two figures left Shelter 36. It's Chaima and Ganemo. For the two of them, Shinbei made a false shot and clearly said that he was going to the mission station to see the mission today. As a result, it seems that he ran away last night. Zhue Ma and Ganemo stopped pretending. Direct showdown. A pursuit began. Ganemo sniffed the air and changed from the 9 o'clock direction to the 10 o'clock direction. Their figures gradually turned into black spots in the wasteland. The scorching sun scorched this wasteland mercilessly. The sky showed a turbid gray-blue, and the sun hung high, like a fireball, with dazzling light and unbearable heat. The air is filled with sand and dust, and when the wind blows, it stirs up waves of yellow-brown dust, like ancient ghosts wandering around. Zhue Ma and Ganemo walked at neither a fast nor a slow pace, saving energy while maintaining maximum speed. A few hours later, Zhue Ma raised his face hidden in his hood and could see the faint, undulating mountains. The mountain was not high, it was just a rocky hill at best. There was no snow on the top of the hill, and no plants were visible, only a few dry trees halfway up the hill. Their twisted branches stretched out in the cold wind. His sturdy and heavy military boots reached the top of the hill. The light brown exposed rock apparently could not bear the heavy pressure of the boots and began to groan and crack. An obviously mutated grass stubbornly poked its body out from the crevice of the rock, and with a speed that was not that of a plant at all, it stuck its leaves to the military boots and then kept cutting the boots with the sharp and tough teeth on the edge of the leaves. The seemingly soft grass leaves made a teeth-grinding sound when they sawed against the rough rubber surface of the military boots and left white marks. The horse-chasing boots only gave it a slight squeeze, and the ferocious little grass was crushed into several pieces. Then, military boots took another big step forward and stood on the edge of the mountain. After taking a look, Zhuema shrugged and said to Gonamo beside him, "Are you sure he stayed here last night?" "There was nothing." Gonmo sniffed the air and pointed with his finger. "I can still smell the heat of the fireworks." Zhuema looked in the direction of the finger. About 500 meters away, there was a pile of burntwood ash. "It seems so." Zhuema pulled the corner of his mouth. The two came to the fire, which had already gone cold. Gonamo took a deep breath, turned and walked towards the northwest. Zhuema kicked the wood ashes away. The sky was filled with black as the wind blew by, as if some evil creature was frightened and was fleeing. He broke off a branch, put it in his mouth, grinned, and followed after him. 3 hours later, Zhuema and Gonamo stopped. In front of them was the corpse of a ferocious beast, a manticore. This ferocious beast is huge in size, with the tail and stinger of a scorpion, the body and sharp claws of a lion, and its head combined with the compound eyes and sharp mouthparts of an insect. The skin appears mottled green and purple, not exactly docile. They will attack humans when they see them. This corpse was covered with bullet marks, as if it had been sieved by a high-speed machine gun. Seeing this scene, Chaima couldn't help but sneer. "It's Shinbei's masterpiece, right? This marksmanship is really lousy." Gonamo was also a little surprised. Although this ferocious beast is extremely ferocious, it is just a fake. Ordinary people only need to hold firepower and hit the forehead with one shot. But Shinbei was killed after. More than 10 shots were fired. Gonamo frowned and asked a question. Could it be Shinbei who was playing tricks? The residents of Shelter 36 said they lost a lot of money in his hands. Chaima spit out the already chewed branches. "You lose money?" Sometimes Shinbei loses money even if he can't shoot the beast. This shows that his marksmanship is very good. Gonamo took a long breath. This guy is not an ordinary person. He has a very high level of tactical literacy. He is like a domesticated wild wolf who dare not surrender. Chaima chuckled. Gonamo continued, "Let's go. There was a shooting here, and we didn't hear the sound, which means it's still far away from Shanbei. Step over the manticore corpse and continue moving forward." Chaima kicked the manticore away again and spat. "You are such a difficult guy. Why don't you just let me pry your head open?" An hour later, Gonamo turned a corner. This bend is almost 90 degrees in half, facing north. Strange. Where is he going? Gonamo stood there, sniffing the air. Chaima didn't care. Whatever, the marksmanship is not good, and so are the people. "I suspect he is running in circles," Gonamo said. At this time, Shinbei was traveling at a constant speed in the vast wilderness. He had returned to the ruined city with hidden cluster fire disks last night, and the crystal source crushing and reorganization equipment is also hidden here. He didn't stay long, and then left and entered the wilderness. At this time, the armor's pace control is more stable, and it can accurately make within 2 steps without missing a beat. Shinbei walked almost passively in the armor. The energy required for walking and running is completely different. A crystal source core can last for about 2 hours. Therefore, Shinbei spent almost no energy. His modified rifle weighed heavily on his back, giving Shun Beepingkong some confidence. He has to deal with the chasing horses and the Ganmo group behind him in this endless and complex terrain, which is a competition of patience and maybe luck. After all, a 3rd-level Mao Fuji almost killed himself back then. Now there are 2 3rd-level superpowers. Although they don't know what level their defense is, they must not take it lightly. What Shinbei wants to do is to consume their worries and energy. Therefore, Shinbei has maintained a constant speed. If it is too fast, it will make them think that they have disappeared and will stop chasing. If it is too slow, the purpose of consuming physical energy in the early stage has not been achieved, and it is easy to suffer a loss. The vast world is full of infinite crises and opportunities. Shinbei is a very patient animal, and the initiative will return to his own hands. Shinbei firmly believed. 5 days passed by in a hurry. Shinbei walks for 2 hours and rests for half an hour every day without stopping, alternating between day and night. He walked at a constant speed, maintaining a speed of about 10 kilometers per hour. Of course, Shinbei's speed was much faster than 10 kilometers. This was done to make the 2 people following behind make a wrong judgment. At critical moments, perhaps the smallest mistake can turn the tide of the battle. Shinbei knew that the distance between the 2 sides was getting closer. It's almost time for a close fight. Shinbei was not sure how long this almost meant. It all depends on Shinbei's mood, because the initiative has returned to your own hands. Kilometers away, Chaima looked dusty and unhappy. Depressed, he set up a collapsible army pot, put the rations into the pot, and then poured water. There is a switch under the pot that, when pressed, causes high-temperature flames from the solid fuel to boil the rations in 3 minutes. Higamo took a few random bites. The more I eat, the more angry I become. 5 days. Chai Ma's originally nonchalant attitude had been completely consumed at this time, and restless emotions were surging all over his body. This damn guy slipped away from us for 5 days. Ganemo ate the food without saying a word. After chewing slowly, I took out the water and drank it. I wanted to drink water, but only a few drops of water came out. Ganemo took a deep breath. Originally we were hunters, but now he is a hunter. Ganemo recalled the route he took these days. I found that I had walked in a big circle, like being beaten by a donkey covered with cloth. If Shinbei was a superpower, how terrible it would be. Ganemo sighed. Church. The chasing horse stood up irritably and kept stamping its feet, making a rumble beneath its feet. He raised his head and roared, "Fuck your Uncle Shinbei! Come out to me if you have the guts." Time passed bit by bit, and night soon enveloped the land again. Zhuai Ma and Ganemo are on the verge of collapse. Although they were not as able to move as freely in the dark as during the day, they still refused to give up because they knew that Shinbei would not be able to run far. It's nearby. For such a cunning prey, it was not for them to give Shinbei a chance to breathe. But Shinbei left them little chance to breathe. They were running out of ammunition and food, and almost no water. If Shinbei cannot be found to fight, the consequences will be worrying. Another day and night passed. The night wind at this time was very chaotic and mixed. Ganemo was touching the water stains on the ground and sniffing. It's urine. Ganemo was ecstatic. The urine is not dry yet. Shinbei is here dash. The words are not finished yet. The chasing horse stared straight into the wilderness in the distance and suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Chapter 50. The initiative is in my hands. Just when Ganemo was delighted to see the traces of urine, he was about to catch Shinbei. Chai Ma saw at a glance that there was a sudden flash of fire in the inky black night in the distance. The fire flashed away. Chasing the horse immediately judged that it was muzzle spray. Careful. As soon as Zhuai Ma finished speaking, Ganmo's already tense nerves reacted immediately. But I saw him shout loudly. His hands suddenly pushed forward. An invisible force field barrier supported the two of them. All of a sudden, a ball of fire suddenly lit up 1 meter in front of the two people. Chai Ma Yun looked over and saw that the fire that came out of thin air was exactly a warhead. The warhead is still spinning at high speed. The intense friction with Ganmo's barrier produced flames. The bullet slowed down suddenly as if it had hit an invisible wall, and then the bullet head began to deform violently. Zhuai Ma's expression looked a little strange, even surprised. You know, Ganmo's force field barrier is a second-level mysterious ability. After many tests, it was found that any bullet fired from any gun at a distance of 500 meters would explode in vain if it hit the barrier. But what puzzled Zhuai Ma was that the muzzle of the gun with flashing fire was clearly about 1,300 meters away from the two men, across such a long distance. This bullet didn't explode. Moreover, the momentum of this bullet was huge, far beyond the ordinary. Although the bullet head turned red and shiny due to the high speed and strong friction, it almost melted into a ball of molten iron. What kind of bullet is this? The chasing horse let out an incredible roar. Ganemo remained silent. He also found that the bullet was unusual. He was increasing the output of barrier energy to resist the kinetic energy of the bullet. But, in the end, as the two men stared with their scalps exploding, the bullet finally pierced through the invisible wall with a puff and turned into a stream of hot metal, whistling towards the chest of the chasing horse. Although the speed of this metal jet was much slower than before, its force and high heat could still easily penetrate thin steel plates. But the bullet was blocked for a moment, giving the pursuing horse enough time to react. In an instant, his eyes flashed bright red, and he shouted loudly, and suddenly a scorching firestorm broke out around him. At this point, the bullets were no longer in assembly line shape, but had completely turned into blocks of molten iron metal. After the jet rushed into the burning wind, it was immediately violently swept, pulled aside, and blown away by the violent whirlwind. A large piece of metal droplets passed by the chasing horse and fell on the wilderness, and the ground was scorching. Pieces of green smoke rise. After the faint wind rotated rapidly for dozens of times, it suddenly spread in all directions, igniting everything that could be ignited within 10 meters around the chasing horse. It was only then that the thunderous sound of sniper gunfire came faintly. A cold sweat ran across Chai Ma's forehead. It was obvious that this shot was aimed at his heart. If it were an ordinary bullet, Chai Ma wouldn't care much. Although it would be injured, it would never be fatal. However, the power of this gun is much greater than that of an ordinary sniper rifle. It is comparable to an anti-material gun. If you are hit directly by this gun, half of your chest will be penetrated. The more he thought about Chaima, the more he became afraid. It seemed that he had indeed underestimated Shinbei, but he really couldn't figure out why Shinbei's sniper rifle had been tampered with to make it so powerful. A fire broke out in his heart. His legs burst into flames. One step tramples. A fierce wave of flames suddenly burst out from his body, and the distance of more than 10 meters around him was like a hurricane suddenly erupting, rolling up a burst of flying sand and rocks. Ejected in vain. You little bastard, you're looking for death. Looking at the furious figure chasing the horse, the charging route is constantly changing, drawing shapes, and erratic. Ganemo also started running wildly. In his opinion, the distance between the two sides is so close, 1,000 meters away. How can an ordinary person outrun a person with superpowers? This was in the wilderness. Shinbei had opened up a distance early. If they started running together, they would be enough to overtake Shinbei by several blocks. Victory is in sight. And Shinbei fired a shot, already knowing something in his mind. Ganemo is a mysterious psychic whose main abilities lie in tracking and assistance. Chaima is a combat-type superpower. The primary power is fire. I found the opponent's trump card. At this time, Shinbei took advantage of the cover of the night, like a smart black cat, traveling at a speed of about 20 kilometers. Shinbei didn't intend to fight head-on now. He was going to keep sneaking around them and driving them crazy. Shinbei was betting that these people with special abilities who were accustomed to living a superior life could not be as capable of enduring the pain, fatigue, hunger, and filth in the wilderness as he himself was. As an ordinary person, if you want to deal with 2 level 3 superpowers at the same time, you still need patience in addition to patience. After all, Malbur's psychological shadow on Shinbei was too great. If he hadn't been rescued by the Blue Enchantress, he would have died. The dark night will pass. It's daytime. Shinbei began to accelerate, constantly consuming the crystal source core, increasing the speed of the armor to 40 kilometers per hour. Fuck his uncle. Chaima's mouth was dry and he cursed, his face twisted. I have never been so humiliated. In Chaima's past combat career, it was always head-to-head, fist-to-fist. The maximum duration of the battle is no more than 1 day. That's still on the battlefield. A battle involving several people on this scale can be solved within a few hours. But now, his mentality is broken. Why is Shinbei running so fast? Zhuema asked in confusion. Ganemo licked his dry lips and sniffed the air. The armor is definitely the armor on him. Impossible. Zhuema directly denied. I have seen his armor, and the materials used are all of the lowest grade, almost like a toy. Have you seen what's going on inside? This? No need to doubt it. Ganmo's face became more and more excited. This guy may have something more important than his wallet to dig out. Chaima's eyes suddenly lit up, and his pace became faster now. At this time, Shinbei entered the ruins of the city. Climb up to a tall hotel building that has not yet collapsed. In the past 24 hours, Shinbei kept approaching them, then quickly left, hiding in the shadows again. He repeatedly aimed at and locked on different enemies with his consciousness, and then disappeared immediately. In this way, he tests the sensitivity of his enemy's perceptions and applies pressure. Shinbei's physical strength was declining rapidly, but he believed that Zhuema and Ganmo's physical strength was depleting faster than him. Their water has been exhausted, and there is not much high-energy food left. The most important thing is that the enemy cannot get effective sleep. Shinbei wandered around them like a shepherd dog driving the sheep. Almost. Shinbei began to count the time. About an hour later, Zhuema and Ganemo would also enter the ruins of the city. Close your eyes and rest. Only with sufficient physical strength can we face the real showdown below. Outside the ruins of the city, Zhuema and Ganemo stood at the entrance of the street. This should be the place he chose to fight. Ganemo breathed a sigh of relief. Chaima twisted his neck. He hadn't drank water for 3 days. On an ordinary person, this would have already caused fainting or death. But for those with superpowers, although it is extremely uncomfortable and dizzy, it is not fatal. The most deadly thing is the endless pursuit of Shinbei. Chaima strode into the ruins of the city. Ganemo kept sniffing the air and gradually approached Shinbei's location. On top of a tall building, Shinbei suddenly opened his eyes. Gently stick your head out. Then I saw Zhuema and Ganemo searching below 2 kilometers away. Shinbei took a deep breath. He unbuckled his belt and peed on the tall building to increase his scent. Then take out the alarm clock. Set the timer for 10 minutes. Place behind the brick. It would be best if Ganemo could be killed or injured. Otherwise, I won't be able to hurt them at all through the defense field. Go downstairs and head straight to the building opposite. Cemetery. Start. Chapter 51 Ambush. One dies first. 9 minutes later, Juema and Ganemo appeared in a room on a high floor of the hotel. Ganemo touched the wet urine stain on the ground. It'll be there in less than 10 minutes. Ganemo stood up. Juema was already in a state of agitation and could no longer suppress his emotions. Where has he gone now? Maybe he's watching us from somewhere. Tell me something useful. Walk. After Ganemo finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave the room. Suddenly a bullet came through the window on the other side. Ganemo instantly put up a force field defense. The warhead suddenly slowed down as before and began to turn red and deform under the influence of huge kinetic energy. Finally, it broke through his defensive force field, turned into a metal jet, and shot towards his chest. Ganmo's feet were nailed to the ground, and his whole body suddenly fell sideways, barely able to escape the fatal metal jet. He stretched out his hand and pressed lightly on the floor, and his body bounced back strangely, still standing upright on the windowsill. He looked straight across. Saw it. Shinbei is 800 meters away, holding a sniper rifle. Fleeting. Disappeared into the building without a trace. At this time, the last ray of light disappeared on the horizon on time, and this huge abandoned city completely disappeared into darkness. Ganemo felt relaxed after seeing Shinbei due to his physical exertion these days, even wanting to have a good sleep. It was like fighting a fierce battle, exhausted. But the problem is, in the past few days, I haven't even touched the enemy's hair. He sat on the ground panting and regaining his strength. Chasing the horse, it's your turn. Leave it to. Chasing the horse is not finished yet. There was a sudden clicking sound from the bricks in the corner. Juema and Ganemo looked at each other, extremely puzzled. What the hell? The next second, boom. A deafening roar tore through the originally quiet air, and the fire instantly illuminated every corner around. The shock wave generated by the explosion was like an invisible wall, violently hitting everything around it and shattering the windows. Ganemo wanted to stand up again, but he was too late to react and put up a defensive force field. Under the huge impact, Ganemo was the first to be hit and was directly blown away by the violent explosion. Along with rubble and bricks, he fell from the building and crashed to the ground, leaving no one aware of whether he was alive or dead. The horse in pursuit immediately hid behind the wall, although it was buried by the exploded rocks. But it's no big deal. After he climbed out, he immediately looked for Ganemo. He was found to have fallen downstairs. There is nothing to worry about when chasing a horse. You won't die from falling from this height, but at most you will be seriously injured. As long as I can get back to the shelter, this is a small problem. It only takes a few days to get back to the original state. There was no hesitation in chasing the horse. He stood up and jumped off the tall building, followed the street in front of him, and pursued him directly to the north. He believed that Shinbei would never be able to run far. At this time, he had been tortured by Shinbei and completely lost his mind. Whether it is physical hunger and thirst or mental restlessness, they all drove him to end the battle early and return to the shelter to continue enjoying a good life. In fact, he was somewhat resistant to the wilderness. This is all the mental oppression and destruction brought by Shinbei. At this moment, he ignored any circumstances and just wanted to catch Shinbei and pry his head. Under this extreme anxiety and anger, his eyes spit fire and he gritted his teeth, especially when Shinbei arranged a bomb. It got stuck and exploded just as the two arrived. No, the explosion time was originally missed, but Shinbei blocked it with a shot and made up for the missed time. This cunning calculation ability made Shaima even more angry. Reason is complete. Only the desire to kill is left. And when he has not finished half the distance, just when I flew over the garbage pile on the street, no attention was paid to the abnormal changes in this garbage pile. If he had still retained his sense, he would have discovered that the garbage pile showed signs of being moved. Just when he passed by the garbage pile, there was a crash. A chunk of concrete the size of a fingertip rolled down from the wasteland and garbage. The chasing horse stopped suddenly, turned around, and then saw a figure standing on the garbage pile. The figure raised the revolver with one hand. Chasing the horse's eyeballs exploded. Not someone else. It's Shinbei. He never expected that Shinbei not only did not escape, but instead traveled in the opposite direction, hiding in ambush on the road he must pass. Is this person still an ordinary person? At this moment, Zhue Ma saw Shin Bei with a cold face and deep eyes, and pulled the trigger extremely decisively. The muzzle of the gun lit up with a bright flame. At this moment, Chai Ma's spirit entered an extremely tense and extremely calm state. He almost watched the bullet warhead spinning and flying towards him. The high-speed friction in the air lit up the body of the bullet. Ruo Wu's flame trail then disappeared above his field of vision. It's actually the center of the eyebrows. Zhue Ma actually had time to think of such a thought, but unfortunately, the speed of his consciousness was completely out of line with his body's reaction ability. At such a close distance, the pursuer's body had no way of avoiding the attack. The bullet penetrated Zhue Ma's forehead and flew out from the back of his head. The huge kinetic energy blew off his entire skull, and blood immediately gushed out like a waterfall. Zhue Ma seemed unwilling to believe that he died at the hands of an ordinary person. Although it's a rough-looking revolver, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Although my defense is level 2. Well, this ordinary person is really brave. The mind is also full of scheming. Ganemo is right. If he were a person with superpowers, he would dare to kill all alien species, right? Burnt smell. Should I eat? No, I should go to bed first. Chai Ma's brain cells that were not completely dead were thinking randomly intermittently. He was still standing, maintaining his straight posture, except for the chill on the back of his head. He felt that he must be dreaming. Yes, I'm really tired these days. Tired to the point of doubting life. Tread. Footsteps. In Chai Ma's increasingly dim vision, he saw Shin Bei walking step by step. Then a pair of dusty, muddy hands were placed on his shoulders. A word containing coldness and relief reached Chai Ma's ears. May there be no escape from hell. No, this is a death wish. Chai Ma doesn't want to hear it. But his body slowly fell backwards under the push. He stared blankly at the night sky, his right hand slowly reaching upwards, as if he was groping for something. The chasing horse's right hand clenched tightly, like a drowning man finding a straw. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but at this moment, the look in his eyes had lost, and his right hand gradually became weak and loosened. Dying from anger, Shin Bei stripped Zhue Ma clean inside and out, taking away everything he could, then quickly returned to the hotel's high-rise building. There is also a Ganemo here. According to Shin Bei's prediction, Ganemo would be injured by the alarm clock bomb and fall from the building, at least seriously injured. That would be easier to handle. Shin Bei dug out the dying Ganemo from a pile of rubble. Shin Bei squatted next to him, smiling slightly but not smiling. Hello, Ganemo? Chapter 52. Does that leather bag have a compartment? When Ganemo was pulled out of the rubble by Shin Bei, the whole person's face was covered with blood, and his face was ferocious and twisted. He had thought that someone would dig him out, but he never expected it to be Shin Bei. This explains everything. Chai Ma is dead. Otherwise, would Shin Bei have the courage and time to dig himself out? Ganemo spit out a mouthful of black blood and almost fainted. He couldn't believe that an ordinary person could kill a third-level superpower. At this time, Shin Bei was playing with the revolver and emptying the magazine inside. Then insert another bullet into the chamber, spin the wheel, make a clattering sound, and push the wheel back to its original position with a click. The corner of Shin Bei's mouth curled up. His face was like a 1,000-year-old glacier, without any warmth, and he put a gun on Ganmo's thigh. Me? What am I? Killing a third-level superpower is impossible in your opinion. Is it right? Ganemo seemed to be trying his best to suppress the boiling anger and murderous intent, and his voice was hoarse. I understand. You are a cunning person. Oh. In Shin Bei's pupils as deep as the sea, there seemed to be a faint light flashing away. On the battlefield, there is only life and death. There is no despicable and noble. As a person with superpowers, you have forgotten even this most basic common sense. You deserve to die. Not a task. Ganemo had a frightened expression on his face. It was only at this moment that I became aware of Shin Bei's intentions and methods. They used the kinetic armor to sneak away for so many days in the wasteland. From their perspective, it was a pursuit, but from Shin Bei's point of view, the fight had already begun. The entry stages for both parties are completely different. He and Zhue Ma felt that the real fight started before the explosion and only after seeing Shin Bei. But that is not the beginning, but the end. Tell me, what are you looking for? Shin Bei asked in an indifferent tone. Ganmo's eyes were extremely gloomy, and countless complicated thoughts flashed from his heart. Genuine broken blueprint. Snap. Shin Bei pulled the trigger directly. This frightened Ganemo so much that he turned pale and closed his eyes tightly. But fortunately, There was only one bullet in the wheel, and it was not fired. Ganmo's answer sounded like a fool to Shunbei. If you are looking for the drawings of the shattering and reorganization of Jinyuan, why don't you even look at the equipment placed in the room? Do you really think I'm a child? Innocent. You're lucky. You lied and no bullet penetrated your head, but it won't be the case next time. Shinbei's eyes were like a bottomless abyss, and there was no emotion in his tone. If I don't get the answer I want, I will pull the trigger again. You only have 5 chances. When you take a purse, you naturally know what's inside. Tell me, what should I look for? Snap. The revolver hammer went off again. You're so lucky. Shinbei continued with a playful tone. Go on. I want to see if it's your mouth or the bullet that's tougher. Ganmo growled extremely angrily and unwillingly. I have said everything that needs to be said. Snap. Shinbei pulled the trigger again. Still no gunpowder spray. Tisk, TSK. Look, if I were as lucky as you, I could make a lot of money by playing roulette in a bar. Give me a pleasure if you dare. That's because you're overthinking it. Shinbei pulled the trigger and died. Boom. Sparks flew everywhere and smoke erupted. The bullet finally blasted out under the propulsion of gunpowder. The huge noise lingered in the ruined city for a long time. The power of the bullet directly smashed Ganmo's right leg to pieces. Minced flesh, broken bones, and blood splattered all over the floor. Ah! Ganmo's leg nerves were filled with a sea of huge pain. Sharp pain ripped through his thigh like lightning. It was as if a hot piece of iron was embedded deeply into his muscles and bones, instantly causing his whole body to convulse. He could feel every nerve twitching painfully, every cell screaming silently. Hastily, Ganmo rolled on the ground holding his broken leg. Shinbei laughed silently and took out another bullet and stuffed it into the wheel. Shinbei stepped on Ganmo's chest and put the muzzle of his gun on his left leg. Come on, let's continue. I have plenty of time to play with you. Ganmo's expression was the most urgent and ferocious. Fuck you. Snap. Another empty shot. Shunbei smiled, leaned forward, looked directly at him with a very aggressive attitude. Your left leg may be shattered with the next sentence. Then I will sleep again. Tomorrow it's okay to continue. Ganmo's heart was covered with a thick haze. His eyes were extremely cold and deep, and he said nothing. Don't speak? Shinbei's eyes were indifferent. Then I can shoot too. I said. Ganmo's unsustainable spirit finally collapsed. We are looking for the bag. Shinbei made a confused hum. Bag? That's right. Ganmo lay on his back on the pile of rocks with a desperate look on his face. The blueprint of Jinyuan's fragmentation and reorganization is just a deception. What we are really looking for is the leather bag. I rummaged through my bag, but there was nothing there except the drawings. You can try to cut it open and see. Shinbei tilted his head and asked, Is the leather bag a bonus? What is hidden? It's something you don't dare to touch. Ganmo's somewhat maniacal laughter came. Really, Shinbei? We fold it into your hands and accept it. But I want to give you a reminder, the weight of that thing. It's definitely not something you, an ordinary person, can touch. Shinbei's gun was pointed at Ganmo's forehead and between his eyebrows, his eyes filled with contempt. As a person with superpowers, you are not my defeat? You don't need to tell me whether I will touch you or not. You need to tell me what is in that mezzanine. That's it. Why don't you go and see for yourself? Ganmo looked like he was letting himself be slaughtered and would not even say anything about being beaten to death. Shinbei twisted his neck. I hope there is no escape from hell. Bang. A bullet blasted Ganmo's head into pieces. His head exploded directly at the neck, turning into a headless corpse and dying. Shinbei yawned. Search for Ganmo's body. Carrying a sniper rifle, he left the combat scene in the dark. Quite a while. I found a relatively safe house and huddled in the corner. Spread the loot in front of you. 50 intermediate crystal source cores are pretty good. Most other items have no direct practical value. However, Shinbei rummaged through a pile of debris and found a key and a tube of red powder. This key is still the style of Shelter 36. It seems to be the key to the guest house. Didn't check out? Shinbei touched his chin, put away the keys, and packed them alone. The red powder poured out a little, and Shinbei put it under his nostrils and sniffed. It smells like pickled rotten eggs and sauerkraut soup. What the hell is this? Shinbei held up the glass tube and looked at it. There was a label on the back. The content was very simple. Spirit-removing potion used to harm spiritual creatures. Shinbei slowly widened his eyes. This is good stuff. Zhang was worried about how to get some real spirit elements, and they were delivered to his door in the blink of an eye. If he hadn't picked up this thing, even if he killed Shinbei, He wouldn't have known that he needed this thing to deal with spiritual creatures. Afterwards, Shunbei drank some water and his thoughts began to quiet down. Regarding the leather bag, Shunbei was hesitant. Gonamo never said anything about what was hidden inside the leather armor until his death. Do you want to find it back to satisfy your curiosity? Shunbei thought for a long time. The place where he had thrown his backpack looked like a crack in the ground. But the actual interior should be an intercity subway tunnel. You can find it if you look for it. But is it necessary? Shunbei frowned. Forget it. I'll find it again when I have time. Otherwise, it will become a mental illness. But don't worry, you can put other things aside and upgrade the cluster fire disk tomorrow. Shunbei shrank down, always holding the revolver in his hand, and went to sleep with 5 points of drowsiness. Nothing happened all night. When it was daylight, Shunbei left the ruined city and ran in the wasteland again. Chapter 53: The Fright After the Hunt. This time, Shunbei's journey did not go directly towards the ruined city where cluster firepower was hidden. Rather, it is a certain direction of deviation. An hour later, it was a cloudy day with dense clouds, and the light was dimmer than usual. Shunbei slowed down his progress and carefully observed the surrounding environment. This is a desolate, and dilapidated town. Half-collapsed abandoned houses are scattered on the horizon. Several high-voltage towers stand alone in the wind. The twisted steel bars clearly outline the huge power of the nuclear explosion. At the end of the line of sight, you can still see a huge round shallow crater, which was the center of the nuclear explosion that day. Yes, nuclear explosion crater. This is a masterpiece left over from the time when humans were testing whether they could kill alien species. Facts have proved that alien species seem to be high-latitude creatures that cannot be destroyed or eliminated. When this small town was hit by a nuclear explosion, no one survived. Even if it wasn't a nuclear explosion, this town would have been slaughtered by the evil species. But Shunbei heard a statement that the nuclear explosion was not attacking evil, but something else. It might also be a rumor. Shunbei didn't know the name of this town. In this era, all place names have lost their meaning, collectively called ruins. After all, humans can no longer survive in cities, and the only name worth remembering is Titan. Shunbei rested in an abandoned house selected on the edge of the town. He turned and stuck his head out, looking at the sky over the town. Above the town, a strange phenomenon was born. The thick radiation cloud slowly and strangely rotated, with the center of the spin hanging low, almost touching the town's iron tower. It seems that the entire sky is crumbling and may collapse at any time, crushing the small town full of traces of time and wind and frost. Waiting for nightfall, Shunbei sat down peacefully. Ever since they chased Ma Ganmo and fought in the wilderness, Shunbei passed by this town accidentally one night, found several glowing creatures. The flesh and blood of this creature is completely different from other ferocious beasts in the wasteland, but similar to evil spirits. They are all strange spiritual creatures born naturally from special magnetic fields and places where negative energy gathers, such as tombs and cemeteries. They are almost invisible during the day, and cannot be observed by ordinary humans with the naked eye. Only at night does it emit a faint light like glowing fireflies. After Shunbei saw this strange creature, he immediately felt that this thing should reveal the true spirit element needed in the crystal source crushing and reorganization equipment. But because there were chasing horses and Gonamo behind him that day, Shunbei never tried to kill him. Moreover, Shunbei felt that using firearms and bullets might not be able to kill this thing. He was afraid that a bullet would penetrate it without causing any harm, but would alarm this spiritual creature. Now take care of the tail. Shunbei plans to collect some true spirit elements. The most reliable way is naturally to use the spirit-removing potion on the chasing horse. Taking out the spirit-removing potion, Shunbei frowned. How should I use this thing? Apply it to your fists for close combat? Although I can fight, is it really reliable? The word reliable does not mean Shunbei's doubts about the spirit-removing potion. It's about suspicion of spiritual creatures. Who knows what tricks they can use, and the possibility of being discovered before they even get close is extremely high. In this way, the battle will be beyond one's control. Think for a moment. Shunbei got up and left the current ruined hut. He had a gut feeling. When I passed this small town, I ran close to the edge of the town, but Juema and Gonamo would definitely not go around in circles, but go straight through the town. They are bound to run into the spirit creatures in the town. There will definitely be fighting too. As long as you find the place where they fought, you will know how to solve it at a glance. This means that you have to learn from experience and use what you have ready-made. The road into the town has long been destroyed, and only a section of road once existed here can be barely recognized. There is a wooden road sign tree on the roadside, with 5 or 6 road signs pointing to different directions nailed to it. Most of the place names on it are mottled and incomplete. Shunbei searched around the town. Since it was daytime, there was no need to worry about attacks from spirit creatures. You can walk through the streets without restraint. Come to the Heartland. Because no one has been here all year round, the ground is full of dust. Sure enough, Shunbei found 2 rows of footprints crossing the town. Don't think too much. It must be Chaima and Ganmo's footprints. Look along the trail of footprints. Not far away, there was a new crack in the wall of a dilapidated house. Shunbei trotted over. The crack in the wall was caused by an old era steel drill. The steel has been completely twisted and embedded in the wall. And below the wall, in the gap between the rocks, there is a strange light blue crystal. True spiritual element? Shunbei picked it up with one hand. It's cold in my hand, like an ice cube that won't melt. Shunbei stared. A prompt popped up in the corner of my eye. True spirit element, full level, a material with few uses. Shunbei looked happy. It is indeed this thing. This proves that my guess is correct. The ghost-like spiritual creatures in this town can really explode the items they need. As for the reminder being of little use, it is for others, but for myself, it is of great use. You can use the equipment to produce bullet casings yourself. Shunbei is sure now. Back then, Zhue Ma and Ganemo used the flying bullets of steel to kill the spiritual creatures. The most intuitive evidence is that there are no footprints in the corner of the wall. It is a steel ball fired 5 meters away. Shunbei reached out and picked up the coins embedded in the wall, but did not move them. It seems that the strength is not small. Shunbei touched his chin. It's not just a simple throw. It also requires a certain impact, so I can only use firearms. Shunbei's marksmanship was very accurate, but throwing was another matter. Although the armor can also provide similar power. But it's not accurate. It's a waste of spirit-removing potion. Think of this. Shunbei returned to the abandoned hut. Take out the magazine of the sniper rifle and eject the bullets. Apply deodorant to the warhead. It just so happens that there are slight textures on the warhead to allow the agent to adsorb on it. As for whether it will jam the barrel of the gun, what a joke. The sniper rifle has been upgraded and can fire normally even if there is sand in the barrel. About 20 special bullets were made. After Shunbei was ready for all this, he put the remaining things into his backpack and began to close his eyes and rest. Night falls. Shunbei woke up on time. He sucked up a tube of tasteless high-energy nutrients, drank the purified water he carried, got up and left the house. Taking advantage of the darkness, we climbed up to the tallest building in the town, a 3-story building. There was supposed to be a taller building, but it collapsed. The only thing that is strong is this building. Lying on the roof, Shunbei poked the rough but extremely simple sniper rifle out of the parapet. The infrared vision in the armor is turned off directly and cannot be used. The glowing spiritual creature is the best target. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the sky was completely dark, no moon, no wind. I can't see my fingers. Gradually, suddenly some lights flashed in the town. It was as if the town came alive at this moment. These lights are constantly moving. It was a human-like body shape. But if you look closely, you will find that the eyes of these spiritual creatures are dark, and their lower bodies have no legs and are twisted like ribbons. These spirit creatures were moving in and out of various buildings, seemingly very busy. This gave Shunbei the illusion that the peaceful scene reappeared 100 years ago. They are at work, working. Hunt. Shunbei aimed at a spiritual creature. Pull the trigger. Bang. Sharp and swift piercing sounds pierced the quiet air. The bullet flying at high speed drew a beautiful arc in the air. The speed was so fast that the surrounding air was stirred up and tumbled, forming air vortices. Snap. Wow. In Shunbei's field of vision, the target he shot exploded directly like glass. After falling a true spirit element, it turned into a point of light and floated into the night sky, disappearing as if it had become a star in the night. It's so easy. The spirit-removing potion is really easy to use. Shunbei bared his teeth and smiled. It was like he was hitting the target. However, just when Shunbei Gang was about to shoot at the second target, Shunbei suddenly discovered that all the spirit-like creatures in the town were looking at him collectively. Shunbei's expression suddenly froze, and his heart thumped. Without saying a word, he grabbed the sniper rifle, jumped directly from the 3rd floor, and ran away. Chapter 54 Smart Chip? Just when Shunbei thought this was just a game, hitting a moving target, the first shot was fired. Shunbei didn't even think about pulling the trigger for the second shot. It just chose to run away. So much so that when Shinbei jumped downstairs, his bag was scratched and the Jingyuan core rolled into the corner without even noticing. Maybe the gunfire was too loud. As a result, all the spiritual creatures in the town turned back collectively and looked at Shinbei with the same gaze. At this time, Shinbei's hair stood on end and his scalp was numb. Hold the sniper rifle and turn on the armor power module. The power output is full, fleeing towards the town at top speed. But the next second, swish. A spiritual creature almost ignored the distance and appeared directly to the left of Shinbei. After Shinbei caught the light from the corner of his eye, his whole brain almost shut down. Displacement? Shinbei's heart almost stopped beating at this moment. But Shinbei's reaction was not slow either. He tilted and raised his arm, and aimed his gun directly at the spiritual creature on the left. Muzzle powder spray. The bullet instantly penetrated the spiritual creature's optical drive and exploded directly. However, before Shinbei had time to breathe a sigh of relief, light suddenly appeared on the right side again. Shinbei's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to swing his gun and shoot, it was already too late. The spiritual creature on the right suddenly waved his hand. It was extremely gentle, almost like an old grandmother stroking her grandson's hair, passed directly through Shinbei's body. And Shinbei was confused while running. The warframe did not make any damage alarms. There was no bleeding from any wound on his body. Am I worrying too much? This thing is harmless. Shinbei was almost scared to death by himself. He planned to stop and continue his killing spree. But the next breath, Shinbei's mind suddenly went blank as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. Then he lost consciousness in his hands and feet, fell to the ground, and was thrown directly out of the town under the strong inertia. At this time, Shinbei's will seemed to be drained out, as if his soul was suddenly expelled into the void. Everything floats meaninglessly. Perception of the outside world is completely down. A good while. Only then did Shinbei wake up with his head full of confusion. Even the act of opening his eyelids was extremely difficult, as if there was a mountain of stone pressing on his eyelids. He fluttered several times and was unable to stand up even with the help of the armor's kinetic energy. Shinbei raised his head with difficulty, and his vision gradually became clearer from the state of frosted glass. He saw that the spiritual creatures were only 1 meter away, but they seemed to be trapped by an invisible barrier. They bared their teeth and claws, turned in circles extremely violently, and screamed silently, but they couldn't get out. Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief and fell to the ground paralyzed. You're careless. Spiritual creatures are really hard to mess with. Shinbei gasped and said to himself, they will ignore distance and displacement. Once hit, the body will ignore it, but the spirit will be drained. This state is very bad. Shinbei felt as if he was being drilled hard by a vacuum cleaner. Exhausted, tired. It's more tiring than chasing horses and Ganemo in the wilderness. It feels like I have never slept since I was born. No wonder. Zhue Ma and Ganemo chose to use steel to attack spiritual creatures, and their voices were quiet. Shinbei realized something. If it weren't for the spiritual creature being unable to step out of its own territory, its spirit would definitely collapse and turn into a vegetative state after being attacked a few times. Danger after danger. Fortunately, the instant acceleration provided by the armor made Shinbei fall out of the town. If he missed even a little distance, death would be so close. After resting for almost 10 minutes, Shinbei stumbled up with his sniper rifle. Okay, I'm in control now. Shinbei stood outside the town, raising his sniper rifle. Bang, bang, bang. Bright and dazzling fire burst out. The bullet breaks through the air and spins out at high speed. Those fearless spiritual creatures instantly collapsed in front of Shinbei. Soon, kill all the spiritual creatures in front of you. Shinbei stepped into the town again. Shinbei maintained a constant pace with each step and did not deliberately conceal the sound of his footsteps as he walked along the path into the town. Although his steps were very light, the sound of his footsteps still spread far away in the quiet night, just like a stone dropped on the flat mirror-like lake, causing endless ripples. Shinbei picked up the true spirit elements one by one. These are all gains. If you have this thing, you can produce your own bullet casings. Picked up the last true spirit element. Shinbei Gang was about to turn around and leave. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed light spreading from the corner of a building. This building was very familiar to Shinbei. It was the roof of the 3rd floor that he climbed to. Shinbei's eyes narrowed. They've obviously all been wiped out. Why is there another one? Shinbei immediately raised his sniper rifle, intending to shoot him directly. Otherwise, it would feel really uncomfortable if you were caught by it. Sizzling. There seemed to be a sound of electricity coming out. Shinbei tilted his head. The sound of electricity? Not a spiritual creature? Due to the wall, Shinbei could only see light and couldn't see anything else. He poked his head around half a circle and came to the other direction of the building. Look past. This was a false alarm. It's not the light emitted by a spiritual creature at all. It was like a light bulb flickering on a circuit board. Why is there electricity? Shinbei jumped off the wall and took a few steps to the electronic version. Only then did he realize that the electronic version carried a battery module, and the crystal source core he dropped had been absorbed by the battery module, converted electrical energy, and activated the circuit board. But this is not just a circuit board, there is also a small screen on it. Like a mini computer. Shinbei turned over and checked. There were 3 slots on it, but he couldn't see what device they were on. However, Shinbei had a way to get the information. His eyes focused for a few breaths. A text prompt popped up in the corner of my eye. Destruction Class Starship Smart Chip. An ultra-high-performance chip, but it only retains basic functions due to the lack of war database, defense template, and model. Can be installed on the cluster fire disk to add some new functions. Shinbei? What the hell? Starship chip? What does this mean? Don't tell me, there was once a spaceship flying in the sky, but it exploded and disintegrated, and its parts were blown up all over the world. Although the style of painting is a bit wrong, this seems to be the most reasonable explanation. Of course, Shinbei had never heard of starships in this world. Is it because I am ignorant? Shinbei frowned. Right now, I am still in a hazy stage regarding the vastness and mystery of this world. If he hadn't been protected by a battle armor, he wouldn't have gone out into the wilderness alone even if he was killed. It seems that there are still many secrets in this world. Ask Roque if you have time. Shinbei put away the circuit board. No matter how you say it, this is an unexpected surprise. I wonder what functions it will add when installed on the cluster fireflying disk. Things in the town are temporarily settled. Shinbei packed up his belongings and walked through the town. There is wind in the town. Every time the cold night wind blows, it will cause a few street lamps to sway and creak. As a result, the damaged buildings became more excited at this time, swaggering around and turning around. The town behind gradually disappeared into the night. The bright moon disperses the clouds and spreads the silver light to the earth. The whole world is illusory yet real. Shinbei almost trotted all the way, advancing towards the ruined city where the cluster fire disk was hidden. Go round and round, avoiding the territory of the ferocious beast. Arrive at the scheduled location at dawn. You can upgrade the cluster fireflying disk. Shinbei's face was full of excitement. However, before that, Shinbei came to the battlefield where he had picked up the bag. I plan to pick up some iron tools to use as raw materials for producing bullet casings. After all, those discarded guns are made of fine iron. Result. Arriving at the already silent battlefield, there was nothing but blood on the ground. Both the corpses and the firearms were all gone. Someone cleaned the battlefield? Shinbei was a little stunned. You really don't keep anything for yourself? The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched, and he turned around and left without stopping. For iron, ruined cities are a good thing. It's just that the quality is not good. But you can make up the quantity. Chapter 55 Upgrade, New Functions. Although I didn't find any good iron. But Shinbei found a collapsed iron bridge in the ruined city. Although the channel steel above has been severely corroded by the air and is stained with rust, if you scrape off the rust, you can still see some good iron inside. It's enough. After spending a lot of time, Shinbei got almost 50 kilograms of iron from the iron bridge. Returned to the factory. Shinbei placed the concentrated fireflying disk, genuine crushing and reorganization equipment, circuit boards, true spirit elements, as well as the container module, shaping module, and genuine core powder on the linen. The container module and the shaping module have been purchased as early as Shelter 36. Install it directly. The installation method is also very simple. Just open the lid and throw the 2 things in. Close the door. That's it. It's a bit like loading an elephant into a refrigerator. There are several steps in total. Who makes his golden finger awesome and unreasonable? The main thing is incredible and efficiency. Soon, the genuine reorganization equipment information changed. Genuine recombination equipment. 0. A crystal source recombination equipment has acceptable production capacity, acceptable efficiency, acceptable pass rate, and acceptable energy consumption. Various types of bullet casings can be produced by mixing crystal source core powder and steel. Lack of fusion material, true spirit element. After adding 2 things, the only thing missing was the true spirit element. Shinbei put the true spirit elements, crystal source core powder, and iron blocks into the feeding port at once. The equipment blends the raw materials together. A moment's work. The waste slag mouth still spits out some substandard molten iron. Shinbei had expected it, otherwise he would not have been able to get so many iron pieces back. Then, the device supported a screen and allowed Shinbei to output the shell size. For this kind of data, Shinbei is still somewhat involved. Especially in Shelter 36, I saw Chinonji playing with this thing on the computer. It's easy to say simple. There are several parts, including medicine chamber, cartridge, body, connecting cone, cylindrical part, type plug cone, front cone, etc. It's complicated because of the size. However, Shinbei was not worried at all. Take out the toolbox. An original cluster fire frisbee shell is also placed inside. Just use a caliper to measure. After comparing and recording the data, Shinbei entered the data. At the same time, the sniper rifle bullet and revolver bullet shell size data were also made and input into the device. The equipment began to be produced on its own, without Shinbei having to worry about it. Shinbei set his sights on the cluster fire flying disc. The message pops up. Cluster fire frisbee. 0. An aircraft capable of ground-to-surface strikes, with strong firepower, a cruising range of 10 kilometers, increased wireless connection, slightly increased bombing lethality, slightly increased bombing speed, double the ammunition capacity of the ammunition compartment, and can be automatically loaded. Upgrading this thing can take a lot of effort. If you don't have sex, you won't gain experience at all. It's really a pain in the head. Shinbei opened the shell of the cluster fire flying disc. Put the circuit board in and install it. Goldfinger will figure it out. Cover with crust. Shinbei looked over again. Information display. Upgrading. Good guy. I simply can't read it. Is this circuit board so difficult to figure out? Shinbei clicked his tongue a little. You know, Shinbei has added many modules to Jingyuan's reorganization equipment, and the integration installation can be completed almost in the blink of an eye. But as a more advanced cluster fire flying disc, it still takes time to upgrade the digestion circuit board. Shinbei was vaguely looking forward to it. Taking advantage of this time, Shinbei looked at the sniper rifle and revolver information. There is not enough experience to upgrade. Set aside for now. Then stare at the armor. It took almost 7 days to wander in the wilderness. After so many days, 1 experience point per minute should be able to level up, right? Power armor, 10,240. War armor with some uses, increased running speed, improved defensive capabilities, and increased mind connection reaction speed. Each crystal source core can maintain the armor running at high speed for 10 minutes. The armor can change color as the environment changes, allowing it to be better hidden in the environment. Enough. Shinbei has been busy up until now. He hasn't upgraded a single item, but he has gotten one. Upgrade. Power armor, 52.4 million. Extremely useful armor, its defensibility has been greatly improved, and it can withstand a full blow from a third-level power user. Added resistance to magnetic field interference, new resistance to high temperature, and new current excitation. Current excitation. The power module needs to consume an intermediate crystal source core, which can generate 1000 high-voltage current and can be used 3 times. Oops. After Shinbei read the message, he was shocked. Originally, it could only resist a full blow from a second-level superpower, but now it can resist a third-level one. This full blow is not an ordinary attack by a superpower, but a full blow with a big move. Powerful. More powerful. There is also resistance to magnetic field interference, which is also an indispensable new capability. Generally speaking, the more high-precision something is, the greater the threat to it from strong magnetic fields. There is no doubt that the upgraded armor is a high-tech product. Magnetic fields are definitely the killer point. Although I have never fought anyone with powers in this area, at least this loophole has been closed now. Strong. High-temperature resistance is also good. If the armor is upgraded earlier. Facing Zhu Ma, a fire-type superpower, Shinbei dared to fight hand-to-hand. Of course, this is just a thought. Shinbei naturally understood that although the armor could resist high temperatures, it did not mean that it could completely insulate and insulate. Roasting you and scalding you are both forms of harm. Another major upgrade is current excitation. This is a new attack method added after the extended armor can use the power of the second-level power type. This reminded Shinbei of Malbour's ultra-high voltage power grid. A lingering shadow. Can I electrocute people too? Shinbei took a deep breath. Whoever is yelling at me, I will give him a taste of the shadow. Shinbei smacked his lips. However, to activate this current excitation, an intermediate crystal source core is needed. My wallet hurts a little. If you calculate your wealth, compare with himself, Malbour doesn't need to spend any money to release the power grid. He is a real rich man. Those who play with technology are indeed bottomless pits. Shinbei shrugged. However, something is better than nothing. Compared with life-saving, the cost-effectiveness is relatively high. Of course, Shinbei could only sigh at the current upgrade progress. I don't know when I will be able to reach the level of Jarvis armor. After all, the armor would still be extremely hot without the air conditioner. Turning on the air conditioner costs money. The power of money. Have no choice. Although he still has 50 crystal source cores ripped from Zhue Ma and Ganemo in his hands. But I glanced at the cluster fire disk that was still being upgraded. Shinbei felt unsure. Cannonballs need shells, shells need crystal source core powder, and crystal source core powder needs crystal source core to break and reorganize. What a money chain that progresses step by step. Right now, there was a clanking sound from the cluster fire flying disk. Shinbei was stunned. Is the upgrade completed? Gaze over. Information about the upgrade popped up out of the corner of my eye. Chapter 56 Fire Frisbee, Upgrade and Practice. Cluster Fire Frisbee. 0. An aircraft capable of ground-to-surface strikes, with strong firepower, a cruising range of 10 kilometers, increased wireless connection, slightly increased bombing lethality, slightly increased bombing speed, doubled the ammunition capacity of the ammunition compartment, and can be automatically loaded. The newly added Destruction Class Starship Smart Chip, basic version, has designated target instructions, can be equipped with a monitoring system, missing, real-time data feedback, and simple editing instructions. After Shinbei read the information, there was no change in the text description. Later, several new functions were added due to the addition of the Destroyer-class Starship Smart Chip. Moreover, all of them are relatively practical functions. Designated target attack. This was what surprised Shinbei the most. You know, whether it is Shelter 36 or your own cluster fire flying disc. The bombing capability is absolutely second to none. But precise strikes, it really makes my head hurt. In other words, the cluster fire flying disc can only achieve 360-degree bombing with its own radius. As for where the bomb lands, that's up to chance. This is also the reason why Shinbei had to hover above his head when he used the cluster fire flying disc to bomb the enemy for the first time. Moreover, it is necessary to refill the gun. But now, after adding the chip, the cluster fire flying disc has the ability to attack designated targets. The air-to-ground strike is stronger. Shinbei couldn't help but be happy. Shinbei prefers precision to plowing and indiscriminate bombing, like a sniper rifle. Although the high-speed multi-barreled heavy machine gun has a larger damage range, it is still not as interesting as the sniper rifle. Monitoring system, eyes in the sky? Shinbei believes that this is also an important upgrade. You can allow yourself to have a perspective overlooking the battlefield inside the armor. Cameras are easy to get, but the problem is, let the cluster fire flying disc openly detect images on the battlefield, and it will definitely become the target of enemy fire. This is a bit difficult to do. Shinbei knows how hard it is to upgrade a cluster fire flying disc. If one of them is damaged, it will hurt your heart to death. Although you can simply edit the instructions to make the cluster fire disc avoid enemy attacks. But the chip is incomplete, and the computing power is not enough to cope with the ever-changing battlefield situation. It's a bit tasteless. Shinbei shrugged. However, it's a good thing there isn't. At this time, Jingyuan's crushing and reassembly equipment completed its work and spit out 24 shell casings. Shinbei looked over curiously. This cartridge case has a bluish iron-gray appearance. The appearance is very different from the standard shell of Shelter 36. Then, Shinbei kept busy. Take out the high explosives and crystal source core powder and fill them according to the proportion. Soon, the usable cannonballs were processed by Shinbei. Modified cluster artillery shells. The shell of this shell is added with true spirit elements, making it easier to shape and make no sound when fired. The interior is filled with crystal source core fragments, and the explosive lethality is greatly increased. Hiss! After Shinbei saw this information, he suddenly took a breath. Isn't this too perverted? Shinbei never expected that after adding the true spirit element, there would be no sound when it was launched. You know, when any artillery shell explodes, it will go through 2 stages, a loud bang from the barrel, and then a loud bang when it lands. But now, the shells produced by Shinbei actually missed one shot. In other words, if the enemy is blind and does not pay attention to the cluster fire disc in the sky, he will not be aware of the bombing until the shells hit the ground. In other words, the enemy saw something shot out from the cluster fire disc, but didn't know what it was. Cowhide. Shinbei immediately thought, then my sniper rifle comes with a silencer? As soon as this idea came to his mind, Shinbei almost jumped up with excitement. This is the silent ghost hunter. Powerful. No, it's not enough. It's necessary. Shinbei rubbed his hands. The first batch of 20 pieces will be produced. Try what effect. Load the shells into the cluster fire disc magazine. After a clicking sound, the cluster fire disc gun barrels distributed in 12 directions are all automatically loaded with shells. Blow it up. Let's add 20 experience points first. The wireless connection in Shinbei's armor is already ready. The mind control command is issued. The real-time data of the cluster fire flying disc is transmitted to the screen of Shinbei's battle armor. Not a lot of information, but useful. Cluster fire frisbee. Kinetic energy remaining 10. Reloading capacity, 12 bullets. There are 4 pieces left in the ammunition compartment. Terminal wireless connection is 1 meter. Editing instructions, none. Shinbei walked out of the abandoned factory with a cluster fire disc. After there was no human activity in the entire city, those high-rise buildings were submerged under the cover of plants, and there were thick and intertwined vines everywhere, as if they had emerged from another space overnight. Some trees have branches that glow with white light, covered with luminous, flying catkins like dandelions. When Shinbei passes by, he takes them flying in the air. There are also some bright red fruits like strawberries growing on the tops of some trees. Each one is as big as a TV set, emitting bursts of dazzling red light. The road has been cut into thousands of ravines by strange vegetation. The tall buildings all around were wrapped in thick canes, and some plants even stretched out directly from the buildings, revealing branches of different colors. The whole scene looked like an ancient city that was abandoned thousands of years ago. Right now, Shinbei listened and heard some rustling sounds. Yumu looked forward. Shinbei frowned. But see you. A kind of insect with a slender and twisted body, showing a translucent, slightly grayish-green and strange color, with skin covered with fine scales, rushed in like a tide. As if they smelled Shinbei's scent, the collective charge speed became faster and faster. Shadow creep? Shinbei thought of a name. One of the bug's most striking features is the row of slender, flexible tentacles that grow from its back. These tentacles lie close to the body when at rest, but when the shadow squirms or hunts prey, they will quickly extend like a spiritual snake. At the same time, when they gather together, their bodies will rub against each other, making a low and disturbing sound, like the low hum of the earth. If you take out this kind of insect alone, any ordinary person can deal with it. It's probably similar to beating a mouse with a stick. But once gathered together, that is, quantitative changes produce qualitative changes. At this time, the front of Shinbei was densely packed with such insects. The collective growth gives them an aura that even evil species dare to attack. Shinbei did not choose to flee in a panic. Instead, with a thought, he immediately gave the bombing command to the cluster fire flying disc. Anyway, you gain experience points, and everything you explode will explode. It's also a good idea to practice your skills with bugs. Although this kind of bug will not explode the core of the crystal source, it has a crop inside, and the crop contains fragrant liquid, which is the best for making wine. As for how many intact crops you can pick up, it depends on your luck. The cluster fire flying disc responded to Shinbei's instructions very quickly. At that moment, the barrel of the gun was raised slightly. The bombing has begun. Chapter 57 Advanced Command. Flying disc becomes invisible. Boom, boom, boom. Cluster fire volleys of frisbee shells. One shot after another. Although the muzzle of the cannon spit out dazzling fire, it was silent, just like ordinary stones thrown out. Fiery cannonballs pierced the sky one after another, carrying the roar of death and attacking the swarm of shadow-creeping insects on the ground. The insects that originally planned to bite Shinbei showed no fear at all. Boom boom. The next moment, it was like hundreds of thunders exploding together, and the sound of exploding shells resounded throughout the world. The dense shells spanned a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant, and several blazing fires suddenly exploded in the air and on the ground. The calm air was torn apart in an instant, and the strong air flow swept violently, shaking the heaven and the earth. The sky was trembling, the earth was wailing, and the air waves and shock waves generated by the explosion swept nearby sand, rocks, and debris into the air, forming a chaotic storm. In the blink of an eye, the firelight and smoke swamped these shadows. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder smoke and burning, intertwined with the strange smell unique to the shadow-creeping body, forming a disgusting mixture. Under the bombardment of artillery fire, some insects' flesh bodies were torn apart and thrown away on the spot. The insects that were still alive seemed to feel the power of the artillery, and their instinctive fear caused them to start running around and fleeing. Fierce. Shinbei stood on the roof of an abandoned car, watching the rhythm of the concentrated fire disc. I have to say, the modified artillery shells are several times more powerful than standard artillery shells. Huge craters and shock waves. A large area of the surrounding buildings collapsed. The cannonballs I collected and made are not in vain. This fire support is definitely my trump card. Shinbei clicked his tongue in amazement. The other teams faced such hordes of creeping shadows. If there is no fire-type superpower present, there is only one way out, and that is to run. Even high-speed machine guns sometimes miss their target. At this moment, Shinbei relied on one person to kill most of the shadow creeping insects with just a few shells. The other half is still in a state of instinctive flight. It's just that this time the artillery shells were fired. It was different from the previous 360 salvos. The upgraded cluster fire disc knows how to direct its fire at the enemy instead of wasting ammunition bombing other meaningless areas. Whenever a gun chamber has fired ammunition, the cluster fire flying disc rotates at an angle, and the next gun barrel continues bombing. The empty barrel is automatically loaded with shells again, waiting for the second launch. Experience value. Experience value. Shinbei's eyes widened slightly. What? The experience gained from each cannonball is actually 5 points? Accident. What a surprise. Is it because the shells are hard to come by? Shinbei could only guess this way. After all, it is really difficult to produce such artillery shells. There are too many steps in the early stage to achieve it. One cannon shell can hit 5 rounds, which seems to be reasonable. If all 20 rounds are fired, then it can be upgraded. Awesome. Shinbei kept giving orders in his mind and continued to chase and bombard the fleeing insects until the light shines, and Shinbei followed behind and rummaged around for the crops of the shadow-creeping insects. Until the tactical panel showed that the cluster fire disc ammunition bin was empty, Shinbei did not pick up a few intact crops. The shells are too powerful, so it's not necessarily a good thing. Shinbei weighed the dozen or so crops in his hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The crop is not strong at all, and can even be pierced with a dagger. If normal people want to earn this kind of money, they have to be careful when picking up crops. Not to mention powerful bombs. On the contrary, there was an intoxicating aroma floating in the crater. Shinbei looked at the cluster fire disc real-time data again. Cluster fire frisbee. Kinetic energy remaining 5. Reloading capacity, 0 pieces. There are 0 pieces left in the ammunition compartment. Terminal wireless connection, 300 meters. Editing instructions. Tracking target bombing, completed. This time the energy consumption is quite severe. Dropped from 10 to 5. But hovering on standby does not seem to consume much power. Shinbei edits an instruction. Editing instructions. Automatically return to home. In the blink of an eye, the concentrated fire flying disc returned to Shinbei. Editing commands is very useful, as it allows you to avoid being distracted by issuing commands in real time. Shinbei clicked a like. Then, Shinbei couldn't wait to start upgrading. After working so hard in the wasteland for so many days, apart from dealing with Zhue Ma and Gon Mo, everything else revolves around upgrading the concentrated firepower frisbee. Upgrade. Soon, under Shinbei's gaze, the shape of the cluster fire flying disc became larger again. This time the diameter is up to 5 meters. The thickness is also increased by 1 meter. Although it still looks like a flying disc, it feels weird. It's getting bigger and bigger. Shinbei had the illusion that if he continued to upgrade, he could build a starship carrier. Starship? Ever since he accidentally picked up the chip, Shinbei couldn't help but think about it. You won't be able to upgrade after upgrading, but you will finally build a starship, right? Shinbei shook his head and said to himself, what's the use of that? The evil seed will not die and will continue to escape, but the evil seed will also fly into the sky. At this time, new information flashed out of the corner of Shinbei's eyes. He shook off the unreasonable and complicated conjectures and looked at the written records. Cluster fire frisbee. 0. An aircraft capable of ground-to-surface strikes, with strong firepower, a cruising range of 20 kilometers, and a wireless connection distance increased by 3 kilometers. The newly added Destroyer-class Starship Smart Chip, basic version, has designated strike target instructions and can be assembled. Monitoring system, missing, real-time data feedback, simple editing instructions. A new storage bin has been added, where some items can be placed. A new stealth system can make the cluster fire disc invisible, but after the fire system is turned on, it will inevitably show its appearance. Shinbei swallowed. Be good. Cruising range increased. Wireless connection distance has also been increased. This is nothing. The most awesome thing about this upgrade is the cluster fire flying disc can become invisible. This kind of invisibility is not the invisibility that can't be scanned on radar, but direct and transparent. This black technology is very reasonable. Shinbei couldn't help laughing. In this world, some people with superpowers can become invisible. My cluster fire flying disc can become invisible, so there's nothing wrong with it. Moreover, this way, Shinbei would not have to run back and forth between the ruins and the shelter. After all, Titan is always moving, getting further and further away from this ruin. Also, if it is hidden in this place and picked up by some blind human being, it will be a big loss. Now, just make the cluster fire disc invisible completely, and then follow the Titan's movements to protect yourself at any time. At most, it only consumes some crystal source cores. Money is something that ordinary people have to work hard and have courage to make money. As for Shinbei, he is fully equipped and has first-class violence. Compared to people with superpowers, making money is relatively easy. Immediately, Shinbei edited the command. Editing command. Invisibly float for 500 meters and automatically follow. After the order is issued, the concentrated fire flying disc in front of Shinbei's eyes gradually disappeared as if painted with transparent paint. It blends perfectly with the surrounding air. Shinbei looked at the tactical panel. Cluster fire frisbee. Kinetic energy remaining 4. Reloading capacity, 0 pieces. There are 0 pieces left in the ammunition compartment. Terminal wireless connection, 500 meters. Editing instructions. Editing instructions. Invisible floating for 500 meters and automatically following. Okay. Shinbei was overjoyed. After a while, return to the abandoned factory and place the crystal source crushing equipment in the cluster fire flying disc. In this way, his 2 important things are secure. It's time to go back. Shinbei glanced at the south. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know if the shelter was lost. Chapter 58. Inquiring about information is taboo everywhere. Shinbei returned to the abandoned warehouse. After continuing to make some shells and crystal source powder, pack things up. After eliminating all traces, get out of the ruined city, once again into the middle of nowhere. With the help of the armor, Shinbei maintained a constant speed of 30 kilometers per hour and headed towards the location of Shelter 36. Generally speaking, Titans rarely turn corners. Just keep moving forward, and you will see it. The next day, Shinbei returned to the shelter safely. However, what surprised Shinbei was that he couldn't find his home. In other words, the rental house following Titan has disappeared. Shinbei was a little confused. I walked repeatedly among the RVs, looking for rental houses. Really can't find it. I just went to the bar. I happened to see Rock drinking. Shinbei. When Rock saw him for the first time, he looked quite shocked. He looked at Shinbei up and down and reached out to squeeze Shinbei's body. You're still fucking alive? Rock shouted in disbelief. Shinbei sat down with some confusion, ordered a glass of water, and poured it into his mouth to moisturize his already dry organs. Why can't I live? Shinbei asked back. Rock laughed and held Shinbei's hand. You are so lucky. A few days ago, the rental house you were in was attacked by a giant-mouthed Earth Escape beast. The whole house was swallowed up, except for a little boy. Survived, the others, TSK, all gone. Shinbei's eyes suddenly moved and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. No wonder I couldn't find my rental house and was killed by a giant-mouthed Earth Escape beast. This ferocious beast can reach 100 meters in length, and its mouth occupies most of the space on its head, which is filled with sharp and twisted fangs. These fangs seem to be able to tear apart anything, whether it is solid metal or thick stone walls. They are vulnerable to them. It is the ferocious beast that destroys the most houses in the wilderness, except for the beast tide. Every shelter has a record of RVs being swallowed, and it's hard to guard against, mainly because this ferocious beast hides underground. Titan passed by. It was too big to handle. It was as obedient as a dog. But the RV passed by. The giant-mouthed Earth Escape beast hidden underground burst out of the ground, like an arowana leaping out of the water, one bite at a time, crunching and crunching. After swallowing it, it burrows directly into the ground and disappears. Not to mention ordinary people. Even people with superpowers can't even use this thing. Can only hold hatred. Shinbei took a deep breath. He had been in the wilderness these days, but he had escaped disaster. Shinbei calmed down and asked more, who survived? He hoped it would be the landlord who could default on his rent. After all, this guy still has some strength and is building an RV. The main thing is that you can default on the rent. For Shanbei, a bottomless money-burning pit, saving a little is worth it. But Rokei's answer surprised Shinbei. It's a little boy named. The names of this world are so random. Shinbei is not surprised. Not to mention calling her, no one said anything about the name Blue Enchantress. Shinbei had the impression that after the beast wave, everyone else gave him beast meat, and he gave him a pistol. Very lucky. Shinbei nodded. Rokei said with a sigh on his face. That was the kind of luck that happened when the ancestral tomb exploded. When the giant-mouthed Earth Escape beast swallowed the house, the little guy was also in the room, but he fell from the teeth of the beast. Shinbei shrugged. I grabbed the barbecue and started eating. My burning stomach was finally relieved. Every piece of food entering the stomach is like a high-temperature burning furnace, which decomposes the food in an instant. Shinbei ate 5 plates of barbecue in a row before he could stop his hunger. Rock opened his mouth slightly. Are you awake? Generally speaking, the food intake of superpowers is several times that of ordinary people. The way Shinbei eats is obviously beyond the limits of normal people. Shinbei shook his head when he heard this. You know exactly what my situation is. Then why do you eat so much? Rock didn't forget to tease, like a starving man. Shinbei didn't say much. Eat when you are hungry and eat until you are full, not the amount of food. There is nothing wrong with it. The two chatted for a while. During this period, Chaima and Ganemo were mentioned. Although Luoku had some doubts, why the time when Shinbei disappeared was only a few hours different from the time when Jue Magamo left. But he didn't think too deeply about what was going on between Shinbei and Jue Magamo. He didn't even think about it, and he didn't dare to imagine that these two superpowers had been killed by Shinbei. After Shinbei finished eating, he took another sip of wine. He took out the shadow-creeping crops he picked up and gave them to the waiter to pay the bill. This thing is considered a hard item in the bar. According to the merchant's rules, after settling the account, the excess crystal source cores must be settled and retrieved for Shinbei. But the bar owner was very happy to reserve several boxes of drinks and snacks for Shinbei. It made him seem very generous. Rock was a little dissatisfied and wanted to talk to the bar owner. Shinbei pressed his hands. I'm not at a loss either. There are several boxes of wine here. You can come and drink at any time. Rock frowned and rubbed his hands. How embarrassing. There's no point in seeing me outside. Shinbei wiped his mouth and said, Does this world need human touch? Need it or not? Divide people. Blue Enchantress doesn't need it. Her strength is unique in Sanctuary 36. When it comes to losing face, even General Yu Wuchang doesn't care. But Yu Wuchang needs to be humane and sophisticated, especially for other external shelters. Although there are many wilderness areas, there are more teams wandering there, and they meet from time to time. And the relationship between the shelter and the shelter is not so harmonious, and there is even a lot of contradiction between them. There were even wars, killings, and attacks on each other. Shinbei also needs to be humane and sophisticated. A few bottles of wine are worthless, but the results will be quick. I have something to ask. Shinbei lit a cigarette and inhaled it into his lungs, feeling extremely happy and relaxed at this moment. Rock took a sip of wine and said with a smile, Did you know where to sleep tonight? Come to my bed, baby. It's enough for the two of us to have sex. Shinbei. No need. Shinbei blew out a smoke ring, lowered his voice, and asked seriously, Have you heard of the world-destroying class starship? Shinbei was really too curious about this issue. The chip of the destruction class starship was picked up by himself. Doesn't that mean that there were starships in this world? So where are the starships now? Moreover, starships are technology? What kind of technology is this world? It is simply a weakened version of punk, with a serious sense of fragmentation. Where did you hear this word? Rock asked seriously. Shinbei casually said, I accidentally saw this word on a wall in the ruined city. What, is there any problem? Rock knocked on the table and said, Not many people know this word, and you don't need to understand it, let alone touch anything about this thing. This is a taboo, remember it? Huh. Shinbei asked in a daze, You talk about it, but there is no substantive information at all. You have changed your profession to be a magician? Speak more cheerfully. Rock smashed his mouth and rolled up his sleeves. Okay, then I will explain to you clearly that all the rumors and secrets about the world-destroying level are in the Bloody Meeting. Bloody Meeting? What is this? A meeting formed by the leaders of the sanctuary. Rock whispered, Not all leaders are qualified to be members of the Bloody Meeting. Our General Yu Wuchang is not qualified. By the way, let me tell you that the leader of the Bloody Council is the Spider Queen. Shinbei. Chapter 59. One penny overwhelms the heroic man. As soon as the Spider Queen's name was mentioned, Shunbei knew there was no need to continue talking. The name is too taboo and mysterious. At this time, Luoku suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, you still remember Hu, right? Mengshan's so-called good brother." "Yes, he will be on a mission soon." Shunbei snorted. "Does that mean I'm following you for free?" Luoku took a sip of wine, stood up and patted Shunbei on the shoulder. "Do what you want and do whatever you can. After all, Hu has two missions. One is you, and the other is the real mission." After saying that, Rock yawned, stretched, and continued to ask, "Are you sure you don't want to stay at my place tonight? Hotel prices are not cheap." Shunbei smiled. I'm talking. Gone." Rock disappeared at the door of the bar. Shunbei lay on his back on the seat, looking straight at the ceiling. "Hu, are you finally planning to take action on yourself and avenge Mengshan?" Shunbei exhaled a filthy breath. Shunbei is not afraid of fighting with superpowers. "I am afraid that other factors may interfere with the task, such as the task target and other people. You need to be vigilant and careful." Shunbei set a goal for himself. Get up and leave the noisy bar. After walking a few steps, he suddenly found someone following him behind him. Shunbei turned his head slightly. "I found a small figure standing behind me." "Small?" "He is not tall, only about 1.3 meters tall, and his eyes are blank and heavy." "I'm homeless." Shunbei laughed softly. In this world, sanctuaries protect humans from evil species. But it does not include food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Children who have lost the protection of their parents are worse than wild dogs. Of course, there will be people who will adopt these children. As for what will happen if you accept someone else's upbringing, you don't know. In this world, even if you don't even pretend to be perverted, humans with all kinds of fetishes are prevalent. Shunbei waved. "Follow me." Shunbei is not overflowing with love, but he plans to buy wheels and build a house by himself. "And for money, I often have to go out into the wilderness, and I can't do it without anyone watching me. It's easy to get everything stolen." It just so happened that the little boy knew the basics and was worthy of his taste. He took a few steps to stand in front of Shunbei and raised his head. Shunbei touched his hair. The small eyes are no longer as clear as before, and are even a little cloudy, with red and swollen eyes. "Apparently I hid in a corner and cried for a long time." Shunbei sighed. "My food is not good to eat. I won't raise you in vain. You have to look after my home and care for me." Xiao nodded. "You can't speak?" Xiaoyu nodded. Shunbei choked up and laughed. He led the silent little one to the upper level of the shelter. Shunbei went to the research institute. After waiting for a long time, Shinanji finally found time. "Huh." When Shinanji saw it, he made a confused voice. "The armor you are wearing, why is it different again?" "Team leader Chun wants to admit that my skills are good, right?" Shunbei responded with a smile. Shinanji touched his chin and circled around Shunbei's armor. "The transformation is indeed good. At least there is absolutely no obstacle to movement. Are you interested in working in the research institute?" Facing this invitation, Shunbei waved his hand. "I am not a superpower." "Afraid of being looked down upon?" Chun-Anji laughed and continued. "There must be a chain of contempt, even among people with superpowers. This is the world. The law of the jungle is the law of the jungle. If you are born in this world, you have to accept it." Shunbei turned to look at Xiao and asked earnestly, "Have you learned what Uncle Chin said?" Xiao nodded. Shunbei turned to look at Chinanji. "The education effect is good." You. Chinanji said with a straight face. "I'm talking to you. Why are you talking to others?" "The meaning of education is universal. I think you just don't accept it." "What I don't accept is that others treat me as a weakling." When Chinanji heard this, his expression paused, but his eyebrows suddenly raised, and he said somewhat rudely, "I say you are weak, but I am flattering you." Shunbei shrugged and said nothing. "Okay." Chinanji pressed his hand. "Since you don't want to come to the institute, then tell me your current purpose." Shunbei said bluntly, "I want a RV. How much does it cost?" Chinanji touched his chin. "Actually, houses are not very valuable. The cheapest way is to hire labor and buy wood to build one. The more expensive ones are the wheels and chains. It requires a high-grade crystal source core." Shunbei was a little confused. Although the technology in this world is a bit off, but it doesn't mean that even the cost of making wheels is extremely expensive. He thought it was because the cost of building a house was too high. After all, real estate developers in the old days deceived the people like this. One high-level crystal source core is equivalent to 100 intermediate crystal source cores. This is quite a fortune. If the cluster fire flying disc had not been upgraded, Shunbei still had 50 crystal source cores in his body. No matter how hard he worked, he could get the remaining 50, whether it was hunting ferocious beasts or killing people. But now, after upgrading, Shunbei only had one intermediate crystal source core left. Shunbei knew that RVs were not cheap, but he didn't expect them to be so expensive. He might not even be able to get them on credit. It's expensive, isn't it? Chenanji saw Shunbei's troubled expression and thoughts, knocked on the table and said, "You think it's expensive, and I think it's expensive too. Moreover, I can also tell you that neither the wheels nor the chains are expensive. The most expensive thing is the qualification certificate." Qualification certificate? This was the first time Shunbei heard this word. Shunbei vaguely felt that this thing seemed to be the real estate certificate of the old era. Chenanji continued, "You have to understand one thing. To be able to run a shelter, it depends not only on titans, but also on taxes. Otherwise, where will the wages of us non-combatants come from?" In fact, Chenanji summed it up in one sentence. If you don't become a householder, you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are. General Yu Wuchang is going bald. Without a qualification certificate, your RV is not qualified to be hung on Titan. If you dare to hang it privately, the punishment will be unimaginable. Chenanji added. Shunbei stood up with a look of helplessness on his face. "It seems I want to keep things simple. Why don't you come to our shelter to make money? Thank you for your kindness." Shunbei said modestly and continued, "Well, help me build a house that can be assembled. The materials don't matter. The cheaper the better. It doesn't matter whether it is practical or not, just shelter from wind and rain. Your request is too low, far less than wood." "It doesn't matter," Shunbei said calmly. "How many floors?" Chenanji recorded the request. "Are there any other needs?" "Layer." Chenanji was surprised. "On the first floor? Don't you plan to be a charterer? Just live by yourself." Shunbei put down an intermediate crystal source core as a deposit, then turned and left the research institute. In Shunbei's eyes, the material of the house really doesn't matter. Even if it is a paper shell, it can be upgraded into a defensive residence. As long as it is template splicing, it can increase experience points. These are all rules summarized by Shunbei. Don't miss the opportunity to increase your experience points. At night, Shunbei took Xiao to Luoku's residence. He lives on the upper floor and enjoys extraordinary treatment. A detached two-story building. Taking Shunbei in for a few nights is not a problem at all. "You have a tough mouth, but your body is honest." Luoku opened the door and welcomed Shunbei in with a smile. "Reality is really shocking." Shunbei smiled helplessly. Shunbei talked about his desire to build an RV. Luoku looked at Shunbei as if he were a fool. "Innocent, you know it with your toes. It's cheap to build an RV, so who would rent it? Not to mention this, there is one thing I forgot to ask. When will Inhu leave for the mission?" Originally, Rock had so many tasks to handle that he couldn't even remember who was going on a task and when. It's all at short notice. But he was more interested in Shunbei and immediately replied, "I thought you were dead and the mission could be carried out anytime. But today Inhu came over and asked to carry out the mission tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" The corner of Shunbei's mouth twitched. "I won't talk to you anymore. I have to take the time to rest." Shunbei patted Xiao. "Go, find a place to sleep by yourself." Xiao was a little cautious, looking at the messy and rubbish-strewn room. He finally chose a corner and leaned in slowly. "Shunbei." Rock grabbed the little boy by the neck, carried him to the utility room, threw a blanket in, and closed the door. Interesting enough? In Rock's eyes, this kind of child is a burden, and having a utility room to sleep in is already a great gift. At least it's better than wild dogs. Shunbei took off his armor, sat down on the sofa, and yawned. "At least he is better than me and can stretch his legs. Look at me, the sofa is too small. Go upstairs and sleep on the same bed as me." Shunbei said half-jokingly, "I'm afraid I will make a mistake." Rock carried the bottle of wine upstairs and said, "I have to lock the door tonight to prevent you from making mistakes." Chapter 60. Treat them differently. Well, stay here. If I can't come back, I'll call him Godfather, you know? Shunbei put on his equipment and took the time to give instructions to Xiao. Rock was eating his breakfast and almost choked to death, but he said several times, "You are trying to trick me into death. I can't even take care of myself. I don't have the energy to take care of this little bastard." Shunbei checked the firearms and bullets and said with a smile, "He is mute. What are you afraid of?" The corner of Rock's mouth twitched. "Just make fun of me. Come here, little thing. Lick all the remaining food I have. Waste a little, and I'll break off your teeth." Although Luoku said so fiercely, he pushed Shunbei's breakfast to Xiao. Shinbei stretched out the hand holding the food and stopped it in midair. Shinbei, hunger will keep you awake. Rock grinned. Shinbei smacked his mouth, grabbed a piece of barbecue, and stuffed it into his mouth. You don't deserve to be thanked for your advice. This is all my experience. I have my experience. Haha, I've been wandering around in the wilderness for a few days, and I don't know what's going on. Rock put on his clothes and waved, let's go. Before going out, Roque warned Xiao with a fierce look on his face. If you dare to steal my things, I'll beat you to death. Xiao didn't have any fear and ate the food silently. Rock tilted his head and whispered, this little guy, if he can awaken, he will also be a ruthless person. Shinbei looked back, closed the door and said, if you are not ruthless, you cannot stand firm. Cowardly people have been eliminated from this world. Luoku looked at Shinbei with a strange expression. Do you want to be a philosopher? If you can't save lives by studying medicine, what good is a philosopher? I'd feel much better if you talked like that. Arrived at the mission station. There were already many people crowding in front of the door. Rock's temperament changed, his reckless aura fully revealed, and he kicked away the crowd blocking his way. Get out of the way. Don't you have eyes in the back of your head? The crowd made way for him with laughter and smiled apologetically. Boss Luo, you're staying in bed again. Are there any tasks today that are less work but more money? Boss Luo, yesterday's mission calculation was wrong. You didn't include the crystal source cores needed for driving on the road. I'm here to carry out a quantitative task, to do some good work, a small gift, not a respect. Rock pressed his hands in the face of the chattering crowd. Take a deep breath and curse loudly. Fuck your old mother. You only need one intermediate crystal source core to drive several round trips, and you told me you need two? Are you trying to fool me? Damn it, get out of here. You, what the hell did you send? You still want a simple task? It's better not to send it. Who are you trying to embarrass? Then, amid Rock's cursing, he opened the door of the mission center. Crowds of people rushed in. There are quite a few people coming today to carry out quantitative tasks. This kind of mission is a mandatory requirement of the shelter. Every member of the shelter, no matter who they are, must complete a task assigned by the shelter every week. Generally speaking, personnel from the Research Institute also have to go into the wilderness to carry out their missions. But usually, non-combat personnel have lower tasks, which include transporting and cleaning the battlefield. No danger. To put it bluntly, this is a way for shelters to make money for free, which is equivalent to labor. Of course, if you take over the task at the task station, you don't need to do quantitative tasks. Shinbei sat aside and waited. Inhu hasn't arrived yet, so he can't help Rock. After working for a long time, there are fewer and fewer people in the mission. There is no rest in the world of escape. Everyone was like ants, moving in and out around Titan, stocking up on various supplies. No one knows where the Titans will go. Being in a temperate climate is relatively narrow. Once you enter the frozen land, you never know when the Titan will come out. The upper grainland was all scrapped. A lot of wood is also needed for heating. The entire sanctuary will be at a standstill. We can only rely on the reserves of supplies to get through it. Shinbei once heard that a Titan led humans into the frozen zone for 5 years. 5 years later, only Titan was left alive, and everyone froze to death. The tragedy is caused not only by evil seeds and ferocious beasts, but also by the climate. After everyone at the mission was gone, Rock stretched and said, I work 4 hours a day. I work so hard. Shinbei ignored Luo cause showing off and couldn't compare with others. How much will Inhu pay for this mission? You must be excited to tell me. Roque turned on the computer and looked up the personnel list. I just found a high-level crystal source core. But this has nothing to do with you, because you owe a debt of gratitude. Heartbeat. It's heartwarming indeed. Also, my heartbeat is a little too fast. Shinbei is too sensitive to this amount of money. Is it difficult? The task at this price point may not be that simple. We have to deal with origami. Rock said lightly. Shinbei almost fell off the chair. Origami. That is the existence second only to the evil species. The evil species are feared by everyone because they cannot be killed. Although the origami can be killed, the attack power of this creature is no less than that of an evil species. It requires a joint siege by high-priced superpowers to get it done. Inhu leads the team. What rank is he? A third-level superpower. What a joke. Shinbei said directly. Is it still too late for me to defect? Why panic? Luoka stared at the computer, tapped the keyboard a few times, and cursed. Fuck. This guy Luo Qingyuan didn't come to perform the quantitative tasks again. Where are you talking about? Luoku turned to ask Shinbei. I want to defect. Don't panic. Rock pressed his hand. It's just a juvenile. The Research Institute is very interested in this thing. Young body? Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief. The difficulty of the juvenile body is much lower. Does the Institute have money to burn? Is there anything to study? Shinbei asked. Rock lowered his voice. I heard that Sanctuary Number 1 has developed a potion that can allow ordinary people to undergo a second awakening. The raw material is the blood of the Aragami. No one dared to provoke Huangshan before, but now that he has found a juvenile form, Yu Wuchang naturally wants to try. Normally, if an ordinary person is over 18 years old and has not yet awakened his powers, there is almost no hope in this life. And now, technology can enable people to have a second awakening, which is kind of science fiction. Shinbei frowned. Is there no price for the second awakening? Rock opened his hands and blasted with his mouth. Yes, if it fails, it will explode. The kind of explosion where the body will explode into flowers. Shinbei completely lost interest in this thing. It didn't take long. Inhu walked into the mission with a few people. This time, the equipment of Inhu and others was a little different from usual. His whole body was wrapped tightly, and he was holding a gas mask and antidote in his hand. Mr. Luo. Inhu ignored Shinbei and reported to Luoku immediately. Luoku's face looked a little unhappy. You are not interesting enough. You still need a gas mask for Shinbei. It's a pity that the logistics department is gone. Inhu didn't even bother to find excuses, he just made them up. Shinbei. Rock turned to look at him. The place you are going to is the swamp Deadwood Forest. Now go to the logistics department to pick up a set of antivirus equipment. With that said, Rock began to write a note. Without a note, it would be impossible to collect supplies from the logistics department. At this time, Inhu said, there is no time, just leave. Rock slowly raised his head, and his sharp brows suddenly frowned. Is your time valuable? The time in the Institute is very valuable. Inhu was not afraid of Rock's questioning. Rock's teeth chattered. If he had dared to talk back to him like this when he still had superpowers, he would have been beaten violently. But a phoenix falling into the water is not as good as a chicken. General Yu Wuchang may have given Rock some face, but Yu Wuchang's superpowers somewhat looked down on Roque. At this time, Shinbei stood up and said calmly, if you don't need it, just leave. Gas mask? Can that thing be used with a battle armor? Burden. Inhu's face was filled with a vicious and happy smile. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. With that said, Inhu turned around and left with the people. Luoka glared at Shinbei. You're confused. You don't even know how to mix. That's a place full of miasma. If you don't wear a gas mask, do you want to die? Shinbei waved his hand and put his sniper rifle on his back. I'll give you a chance to be a godfather. I'll be your grandma's legs. Rock filled his heart with an indescribable feeling of mania, and he spat. If you can't fucking come back, I'll just throw that little bastard into the wilderness. Shinbei maintained an indifferent attitude, neither appearing serious nor pretending to be relaxed, and changed the subject. I have only one request. If I am the only one who comes back, find a way to do the accounting and use this high-grade crystal source core, get it out. I want to build an RV. Rock? Chapter 61 Arrival, and carry out the mission. Shinbei followed Inhu and others along the hanging board to the garage in front of Titan. A hanging board is a type of hanging board that hangs from the Titan, like a swing attached to it. He staggers when he walks. Shinbei secretly looked at the composition of the team. There were 5 ordinary people, all carrying rifles. It is dominated by the Inhu level 3 superpowers. His weapon is a long whip, which is very powerful. When the beast tide came, he killed many wing-clawed stone vultures. There are also 2 superpowers, one named Fei Shu and the other Suli. Their levels are unknown, and their abilities are unknown. However, Suli was carrying a dark red curved bow, and he should be a combat-type superpower. That's the trouble. In order to kill Zhui Ma and Ganemo, he evaded them for several days and made them upset and angry before killing them. There are 3 superpowers now. However, Shinbei was not afraid at all. Whether it's a battle armor or a cluster fire disc that follows invisibly above their heads, it's enough for them to drink a pot. Soon, everyone came to the garage. Inhu's team was not the only one picking up cars in the garage. Shinbei also saw the Blue Enchantress. Today, she wore a tight-fitting leather military uniform that wrapped her perfect body, and her whole body exuded a thrilling and cold aura. Coupled with a head of blue ice-like hair, it is unforgettable. The Blue Enchantress hooked her fingers. Shinbei pointed at himself. Come over. The blue enchantress still has the same frosty face that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. The tone is very pleasant. Her voice is very clear and shallow, like the autumn wind blowing the red leaves and the vast sea shining on the ice. Is something wrong? Shinbei asked in a neither humble nor overbearing tone. In fact, Shinbei was a little panicked. She was afraid that the blue enchantress would have to calculate the cost of the super modification repair potion with her. That's worth 1 million crystal source cores. Things that can save lives can actually kill people. Where are you going? The blue enchantress tone was cold, but her lips were bright red, glowing with alluring vitality. Swamp Deadwood. Huh. Blue Demon Fairy was very surprised. Why did you take on such a task? Shinbei shrugged. I owe it to General Yu Wuchang. Don't go, come with me. The blue enchantress's eyes were calm and focused. The most deadly thing in that mission is not the origami, but the miasma. Shinbei looked hesitant. Naturally, he knew that the status of blue enchantress was higher than that of Inhu. As long as the blue enchantress opens her mouth, Inhu doesn't dare to let out a single fart. Shinbei asked, what is your mission here? How much money can you make? I can get 5 intermediate crystal source cores in your hand. Forget it. I'd better go to the swamp Deadwood Forest. Shinbei directly rejected the blue enchantress. What a joke. Only 5 intermediate crystal source cores. There is a high-grade crystal source core here. If you don't want to earn it, go and earn some small kalami. Lost the watermelon and picked up the sesame seeds. Although Shinbei didn't know if Luoku had any way to make an account of the money. But you have to complete the task first. Heh, quite stubborn. The blue enchantress looked at him sharply. Just take care of yourself. Shinbei shrugged and returned to Inhu's team. Everyone checked the weapons, vehicles, and other tools, and after confirming that everything was ready, Inhu received the vehicle, everyone boarded the motorcycle, rushed out of the garage, and headed towards the direction of the silent swamp forest. The blazing sunshine struggled to penetrate the thick gray clouds and fell on the black and yellow land. Occasionally a strong wind blows away a small gray cloud, allowing the sunlight to shine through unhindered. Shinbei looked out the car window and saw a tall plant in the wilderness, with pale stems covered with half-meter-long spikes. Whenever the sun shines down, it twists its branches and stems, accepts the baptism of strong light as much as possible, and then grows crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a shocking world. There are only unimaginable and non-existent distortions. In the car, Inhu lit a cigarette and put his legs on the windshield. His eyes shone with frightening excitement, and he smiled eccentrically and said, when we reach the swamp Deadwood Forest, we will divide into 2 teams to search for the juvenile form of the origami. Don't panic, everyone. It's just a juvenile. I can handle it even if I encounter it alone. Shinbei, Fei Shou, Su Li, you guys form a group of 3, the others follow me. After making some arrangements, Fei Shou and Su Li looked back at Shinbei in the backseat and grinned maliciously. There was an imperceptible look in Shinbei's eyes. This arrangement is indeed interesting. They were said to be divided into 2 groups, but Shinbei felt that the ordinary people in the group with special powers were just cannon fodder. If you die accidentally, everyone is happy. If not, then everyone will let themselves die. The corners of Momonga's mouth suddenly turned into a ferocious arc, and he forced Shinbei into a corner with one sentence. As a sniper, reconnaissance of the battlefield is a basic skill, so that's no problem. Shinbei's heart trembled, and he felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. However, Shinbei looked calm, nodded, and smiled with an unknown meaning, no problem. Other ordinary people in the car felt a strong smell of gunpowder. They looked at each other and couldn't understand how this Shinbei offended Inhu. In their minds, if a person with superpowers wants to kill an ordinary person, does he still need to make a calculation? No need. Although the sniper rifle behind Shinbei was so rough and scary, it seemed to be a threat to people with supernatural powers. But people with superpowers can naturally fight better than ordinary people. Small means are still needed. This Inhu is a little too cautious. But for Inhu, he has to be cautious. Shinbei once had a conflict with the third master, and the third master asked about it afterwards. Only then did we learn that Shinbei knocked down Taichung with one shot and killed Malbur. Not to mention Iron Dome. Mao Fujin is even more awesome than himself. If Shinbei is treated as an ordinary person, it would be purely irresponsible for himself. Therefore, there is absolutely nothing wrong with Inhu's arrangement. Let Fei Shou and Su Li test out what kind of weirdness Shinbei has. Is it just that the sniper rifle is accurate? As long as Shinbei's trump card is figured out and Shinbei doesn't have a gas mask, he won't be able to survive the miasma for long. It is entirely possible to let Shinbei explore the road first, squeeze out his remaining value, and pave the way for the mission. After all, Shinbei's investigative abilities are recognized by the Blue Enchantress. In this regard, there are definitely two brushes. Then pump it into mincemeat to avenge the fierce mountain. At this moment, Inhu became angrier the more he looked at Shinbei's armor. He snorted a few times, turned his head, and pecked the cigarette hard. An hour later, the hot wind rolled, smoke and dust rolled up, and the roar of the locomotive echoed in the wilderness. After Inhu and others were flying for 3 hours, a large gray swamp forest covered with fog and smelling of death was clearly in sight. Driving through a flat and moist grassland again, ahead were scattered swamps covered with gray dead leaves and shrubs. Wisps of mist swayed in the wind. Tall and straight deformed gray trees grew among them, forming such a large area that was difficult to see. To the end of the swamp forest, Momonga raised his voice and said, "Captain, there are swamps ahead that are difficult to identify. We can't go any further." Stopping the vehicle at a distance, Shinbei looked at the swamp forest from a distance, which did not look like a good place at first glance, with a flash in his face. The outer area of the silent swamp forest is a flat and open grassland with unobstructed views in all directions. Suli also glanced back and forth. "Captain, where should we start? In such a large swamp forest, we can only rely on luck to find clues about the juvenile Aragami." Inhu squinted his eyes and looked more serious. "Don't rush in yet. Let's look for any traces around here." Momonga nodded, threw a crystal source core into the engine, drove the vehicle at a constant speed, and began searching around the outskirts of the silent swamp forest. Soon, I saw that on the grass in front of me, pieces of grass were turned up, leaving behind a series of irregular mud pits with a distance of more than 10 meters between them, extending into the swamp. Here, Flying Squirrel immediately stopped the motorcycle and started checking the irregular mud pits that were spaced at regular intervals. Inhu jumped out of the car and looked in the direction of the withered swamp forest. The soil has not dried completely, which means it has not been long. This should be the footprint of the wild god Blackbat. Group up and enter. Chapter 62 Crisis. Leave without saying goodbye. In the swamp forest, light gray miasma was floating around, filling the forest like fog. The ground was covered with gray fallen leaves, and patches of swampland were hidden under the thick fallen leaves, seeming to harbor a different kind of murderous intent. In this eerie and murderous atmosphere, 3 figures slowly broke through the fog and walked towards them, trampling dead leaves to pieces, making tiny noises. Shinbei walked at the front. Fei Shou and Suli were a few steps behind, on the left and right sides of Shinbei. Their current mission is to explore the interior of the swamp deadwood forest, looking for the juvenile body of Aragami Blackbat. Suli looked in all directions and listened in all directions. He stopped and turned around and asked, "Momonaka, did you find anything?" The flying squirrel with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks took off the gas mask, closed his eyes slightly, and flapped his nose, as if he was catching something. Cough, cough, cough. Momonga's face flashed an abnormal blush. He quickly put on the gas mask while coughing violently and said in a muffled voice, "There is the smell of blood in 3 directions, 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. However, the smell of blood in the 1 o'clock and 9 o'clock directions is very weak. The smell in the 11 o'clock direction is very strong and has a corrosive feeling. It should be the one left by the Blackbat." "Very good." Suli's eyes lit up, and he immediately commanded Shinbei, "You, direction 11 o'clock, go deep." Shinbei turned his head and glanced at Fei Shou, feeling that his powers were similar to Ganmo's. He is able to capture, identify, memorize, and track all scents within nearly a kilometer. Although this ability does not play a big role in combat, in terms of auxiliary functions, it can be regarded as the top ability of the auxiliary system. However, the poisonous obstacles in the silent swamp forest are everywhere, and even the physique of a superpower cannot sustain it for too long. Although the flying squirrel's hunting sense is powerful, it cannot continue to track it. Just taking off the mask was a verification point, and I choked before taking a few puffs. Of course, Momonga also has another ability, which is extraordinary hearing. He can even sense and distinguish infrasound waves like a bat. Although it is not as powerful as his hunting and smelling sense, it is also very good in exploration. As Shinbei walked, he was thinking about how to complete the task and get the task reward. Getting this, but it requires blood. At this time, Suli and Momonga were also exchanging glances. There was obviously an element of astonishment in their eyes. Since they separated from Inhu, They thought that Shinbei wouldn't be able to hold on for long in the swampy deadwood forest without a gas mask. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated Shunbei's tightly wrapped armor. It seems to be a good thing too. Suli kept gesticulating with his hands, and Momonga understood. He wanted to study the function of Shinbei's armor and see if it had any unexpected effects. Momonga nodded, understanding. At this moment, Fei Shou seemed to hear something, smiled at Suli, pointed at a place less than 3 meters in front of Shinbei, and made gestures. Suli turned his head and looked forward. According to Momonga, if Shinbei goes further, he will definitely be attacked. There will be something good to watch then. At this moment, Shinbei's footsteps stopped. The armor's PA system picked up a rustling sound. This rustling sound is almost inaudible to ordinary ears. Only those with superior hearing abilities can hear. The upgraded armor also has an additional amplification function, which can keep pace with those with superpowers. 3 meters away, there is something under the rotten leaves. Shinbei didn't hesitate at all. The revolver suddenly raised its angle and used normal bullets. The black muzzle sprayed out green smoke in the next second. Bang! The fire flickered and shook the air. At the same time, the ground just a few meters in front of him suddenly exploded like a bomb, with countless mud, dead leaves, and blood exploding horizontally. A strange and miserable sound sounded. Shinbei took a closer look and saw that a leech-like mollusk as thick as a person had been blown into 2 sections. One section was twisting wildly in the mire, occupying most of the head. The ferocious mouthparts are constantly shrinking and struggling, which makes people shudder. It is the notorious killer in the silent swamp forest, the iron thread king insect. This creature is hidden in the swamp covered with dead leaves, cut off from all smell, temperature, and movement, making it extremely difficult to guard against. However, as technology is the primary productive force, Shinbei is obviously not included in this list. At his level, he can use the abnormal module combination of the armor to perceive the external environment in detail. Just any slight movement on the ground more than 10 meters around you can be vaguely detected by the Iron King insect, even if it is hidden in the mire. The flying squirrel behind was also shocked when he saw the speed and decisiveness of Shinbei's shooting. He was even a little unbelievable. How did an ordinary person find out that there was an Iron Thread King insect in front of him? To put it bluntly, in this team, not even Ian who can find him except himself. Weird. Is this just pure luck? Suli was also shocked. If it hadn't been for Flying Squirrel's silence, he would have thought that Flying Squirrel had rebelled and had given Shinbei a signal in advance. Damn luck, Suli said to himself. Click, click, click. The sound of broken dead trees and dead leaves continued to sound, and Shinbei advanced through the swamp forest amidst the faint poison barrier. Behind him, Fei Shou and Suli tensed up, observing and listening for all clues as if facing a formidable enemy. In the silent swamp forest, one moment they were stepping on solid ground, and the next moment they were stepping on the swamp under the dead leaves, and were attacked by the Iron Thread King insect, so the two had to fight to the death. Spirit to prevent being plotted. Unknowingly, Shinbei came to a small open space in the center of the silent swamp forest. There are very few trees here, and the ground is covered with dead leaves and shrubs. Under the seemingly flat terrain, there seems to be quagmire and mortar, hiding murderous intent. At the same time, in the trees on one side, you can even clearly see the traces of some kind of large reptile passing by, as well as a large pool of black blood. Shinbei did not take another step forward, but turned to look at Fei Shou and Suli. I think I can't leave anymore. Should I call Inhu over? In Shinbei's view, Inhu is indispensable if he wants to complete the task. Inhu wants to become cannon fodder. Why didn't Shinbei not want him to be his stepping stone? Momonga took off his gas mask and flapped his nostrils again, distinguishing the smell remaining in the air, with an excited look on his face. Whether it's the footprints or the corrosive smell of blood, it's completely gone here. It all shows that everyone seems to have found the hiding place of the young body of the Aragami black bat. Momonga thought for a moment. His crooked nose looked a little funny and a little ferocious and said, "Why do you think you have found the Aragami black bat? Isn't it a waste of time if you don't see the true form? Keep exploring until you see the black bat." Shinbei's eyes seemed to be covered with a thin layer of dust, so he had no choice but to turn around, flip his wrist, and pull the trigger of the revolver without hesitation. As expected, under the thick layer of dead leaves on the surface of the clearing, there was actually a swamp that devoured all life. Bullets broke through the cover of dead leaves without any hindrance and penetrated deeply into all directions of the swamp. In the blink of an eye, Shinbei finished firing the magazine and then, Boom, 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 boom. 6 muffled sounds suddenly erupted from all directions in the swamp clearing. There is no ripple, just like a stone thrown into the lake. At this moment, Shun Bei's eyebrows jumped involuntarily, and a feeling of uneasiness suddenly emerged in his heart. That kind of uneasiness, as if something extremely evil was slowly awakening in the swamp in front of him, made his soul tremble. He started to jump in the opposite direction, turned around in the air, and ran towards the back. Momonga and Suli were slightly stunned. Shinbei has already leapt behind them. Damn it, why are you running? Get in front of me. Suli roared loudly. Shinbei shrugged. Maybe it's because I've inhaled too much miasma and I'm a little dizzy. Momonga cursed. Stop cheating on me. I'll say it again. If you can't see the true form of the Aragami black bat, you have to get there for me. From Feisho's point of view, Shunbei was just false alarm and cunning. Right now, just hear a crash. The calm swamp suddenly became turbulent, and then mud, dead leaves, etc. rose into the sky like a curtain. There was a tall, ferocious shadow in the swamp, bringing up the mud and dead leaves that reached the sky and suddenly rushed out. Chapter 63. You beat yourselves. I'll watch the show. Shinbei would not expose himself to danger. After the bullets were fired, he decisively started to retreat. When the quagmire rose into the sky, a black shadow covered in mud and not much larger than an ordinary person shot out. But its speed was as fast as lightning. Even Shinbei, who had been staring at the mire, didn't even see the specific appearance of this thing. And when it first appeared, a turbulent sound wave visible to the naked eye was like a stormy sea, sweeping across all directions. Bah! Sound waves swept across, breaking through gold and cracking rocks, emptying and splitting clouds. The air shook with a bang, like boiling water, and countless dead leaves broke into pieces and flew all over the sky. As the first people to suffer the sonic attack, Su Li and Fei Shou both groaned, as if there were dozens or hundreds of gongs buzzing in their heads, causing them to freeze on the spot. Especially Momonga, who was the closest. His special ability was originally superhuman hearing. He was even more seriously injured under such a violent sonic attack. He was bleeding from all his orifices on the spot and stood as still as a puppet. And Shunbei had turned off the loudspeaker module system early, otherwise he would have suffered greater damage from the sonic attack, even more serious than Flying Squirrel. And taking advantage of this opportunity, between the lightning and flint, the black shadow jumped out of the swamp and struck instantly. A pair of sharp claws like blades stabbed Momonga to the core. Ah! Under the sudden attack and severe pain, Momonga's survival instinct caused him to let out a miserable howl and wave his arms wildly. However, before he could desperately fight back, a bloody mouth dropped from his head. A snort. Without even making a sound, the black shadow's bloody mouth instantly bit off the flying squirrel's head up to its neck. The blood spattered crazily in the black shadow's mouth, causing it to let out a childish and cruel cry. Then the headless corpse of the black shadow with a flying squirrel strung on its claws suddenly scurried to the shore on the other side of the swamp, completely ignoring the existence of Shunbei and Su Li as if it could not bear the hunger in its belly, and suddenly he buried his head in eating and started chewing. In the blink of an eye, Momonga, a superpower, died on the spot. Brute. The next second, Su Li, who had recovered from the impact of sound waves on his brain, was stunned when he saw this scene. At this moment, he clearly saw the black shadow that suddenly attacked. It was a black, bat-shaped beast, with afterbirth mucus hanging on its body in addition to mud, and its fleshy wings were wrinkled, even shrunk together and not yet stretched out. Coupled with the afterbirth mucus membrane hanging on its body, it seemed as if it had just broken out of the shell. This is the target they are looking for, the juvenile form of the Aragami black bat. At this time, Su Li roared angrily, with veins popping out on his forehead. Shunbei! You fucking noticed the danger and didn't warn me, and you killed Fei Shou. In Su Li's opinion, if Shunbei had warned him earlier, Flying Squirrel would not have been so close to the young black bat. You can completely retreat with Shunbei. But Shinbei didn't warn him and even lied that he had inhaled too much miasma. That's a few seconds wasted. Shinbei looked innocent. You have too many demands on ordinary people. You. Su Li gritted his teeth and couldn't think more about it. The god of desolation appeared, and it was time to call Inhu to encircle and suppress him. As for Shinbei's problem, we will settle the score later. He first sounded a penetrating whistle. The next moment, the long bow behind him appeared in his hand like lightning. At the same time, the muscles on his two arms rioted, and the three actions of taking the bow, drawing the arrow, and pulling the string were completed in one go. Collapse. Boom. 3 exploding arrows appeared in the hand, and then the muscles of the arm agitated, and the bow was like a full moon in an instant. Whoosh whoosh. Gas explosions and screams sounded, and 3 meteors tore through the air instantly. Almost at the same time when Suli fired 3 arrows, the black bat that was busy gnawing at the flying squirrel's corpse hungrily seemed to have sensed the danger in advance. It immediately abandoned the corpse in front of it and turned into a black lightning that flashed suddenly. Boom, boom, boom. Black Bat's movements were extremely swift, and he narrowly dodged Suli's 3 explosive arrows at the critical moment. The ground shook, and the earth and rocks exploded, forming 3 large pits. The broken body of the flying squirrel was lifted high by the airflow of the explosion, rolled into the mud, and slowly sank. The small black bat that dodged Suli's arrows had already appeared on the branch of a dead tree. It looked down at Suli with its longan-sized black eyes, drooling from its mouth. Its eyes were filled with cruelty and viciousness, and it screamed towards the sky. Screech. Hungry. 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 It felt like a hungry beast that hadn't eaten for several days, vividly showing its extreme hunger, bloodthirsty, and desire to eat. And the food was naturally Suli who attacked it. What are you looking at? Come closer to me. Suli roared. Not only did Shinbei not move closer, but his face pretended to be frightened, but he retreated further and further. If this were applied to ordinary people, they would definitely move closer to those with superpowers. After all, it's easy to enjoy the shade under the big tree. But Shinbei didn't think so. Once he got close and the tree collapsed, he would be cannon fodder. Seeing that Shinbei was indifferent, Suli noticed his fear and immediately changed his tone and said, "A newly born origami is the weakest in its life at this stage. It can't even fly now, so it's a perfect opportunity to catch a turtle in an urn. This beast is just fast and has weird sound attacks." Momonga was just caught off guard and was restrained by the sonic attack before the accident happened. By blocking our ears, we can reduce the impact of the sound waves to the greatest extent. It doesn't cost much for you to cooperate with me. You can take it. Think about it. A complete, larval origami, what a great contribution it is to the shelter. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that cannot be missed, do you understand? Shinbei chuckled in his heart. The deception method is really too low level. Wouldn't it be better if I waited for you both to suffer losses? Shinbei pretended to change his tone and hid behind the tree. I'm scared. Suli groaned, cursed a piece of trash in his mind, stopped talking to Shinbei, and turned around to concentrate on dealing with Black Bat. He blocked his ears with rags. Draw the bow again and aim at the Black Bat. Hiss, hiss. The small Black Bat was still crouching on the dead tree on the other side of the swamp. On its flat, ugly face, its bloody mouth was open and saliva was flowing. Its dark eyes were staring straight at Suli, filled with creepy hunger and greed. The next moment, a black bat swooped down from the sky. Die! Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The bowstrings rang 9 times in succession. 9 arrows whistled through the air, like comets hitting the moon, and burst out from Suli's hands. The air was burned by the intense friction, giving off a burnt smell. The whistling sound from the continuous burst of 9 large arrows was like the howling of tens of millions of evil spirits. The sound was so harsh that it seemed to tear out people's souls. This is Suli's most powerful skill as a psychic, the 9-star chain. Boom, 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 boom. The next moment, a strong wind swept through, and the air currents blew, causing the small open space to shake continuously. Time seemed to freeze. The small black bat was still in the air in a ferocious pounce posture, and had not yet landed. Its throat, shoulders, chest, lower abdomen and other parts were like bombs exploding close to its body, and 6 flowers of fire and blood burst out at the same time. Cry. The young wild god with flesh and blood was naturally unable to resist, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere in the fire of the explosion. He was thrown out with a scream like a rag doll. Click, click. The body of the small black bat crushed a patch of branches and trees and fell heavily to the ground. One can clearly see 6 horrific blood pits on the body of this death-like beast, and even some of its internal organs have disappeared. It is extremely miserable. Although Suli's 9-star chain did not hit all of them, it still directly and seriously injured the black bat. But at this moment, with all his strength, Suli's arms were in severe pain, and he was unable to draw the bow again for a decisive blow. Seeing the black bat flying with flesh and blood and suffering such heavy injuries, Suli continued to call Shinbei from behind. It only has 1 breath left. Don't let it run away. Did you hear that? Come on. Where are the people? Wherever there was Shen Bei's shadow in Su Li's field of vision, it had disappeared long ago. Grass. Su Li was so angry that he felt dizzy and almost vomited blood. Damn it, don't let me see you again. At this time, the severely injured black bat roared and struggled, and suddenly turned over while roaring in pain, dragging his severely injured body towards Su Li again as if all his ferocity was aroused. Chapter 64. It's my turn to harvest. Under the severe injury, Black Bat's movements were far less swift and difficult to prevent. At this moment, Su Li saw that Black Bat did not want to escape despite being severely injured, but instead launched an attack on him. Su Li could no longer pull the bow and arrow. He stumbled and started to escape. While he was angry at Shen Bei, he also complained that Yin Hu's support was too slow. If you continue like this, you can imagine your fate. Right now, Su Li heard a lot of footsteps in the distance. He looked up and suddenly roared with joy, "Brother Tiger, save me!" At this time, the Yin Tiger was running wildly. He was originally searching for Aragami Black Bat in another direction. When he heard the whistle, he immediately brought his manpower to provide extreme support. At this time, Yin Hu saw the severely injured Black Bat running in the opposite direction and immediately looked surprised. "Just leave it to me." A severely injured Black Bat in his hands. Stupid thing. Yin Hu smiled contemptuously, passed Su Li and rushed forward. The two sides are about to come into contact and collide. Yin Hu bent down and stepped sideways, nimbly dodging the Black Bat's attack, preparing to consume the opponent's strength by engaging in a fight. The vitality of this young wild god was strong. Even if it was seriously injured, it was not impossible for it to drag him down with it before dying. Therefore, he had no intention of facing it head-on. Instead, he wanted to temporarily entangle the Black Bat and wait until Su Li recovered his strength. Then the two of them would naturally kill it easily with the combination of the two. However, although the idea was beautiful, the next development of the situation was beyond his expectations. A fishy wind blew past, and after the Black Bat missed its attack, it did not continue to chase as Yin Hu had expected. Instead, a huge, thunderous sound suddenly erupted from its broken body, and then the short black hairs on the Black Bat exploded and stood up like steel needles. A huge warning suddenly arose in Su Li's heart as he was recovering his breath. Not good. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The next moment, it was as if thousands of arrows were shot out from the body of the small Black Bat, and countless steel needles and hard hairs shot out like a storm, covering an area of dozens of meters in radius, the sky and the ground, the front and back, and all 365 degrees. The sky is covered with steel needles, and their bristles are shooting out. There is nowhere to hide in the sky or on the ground. Their speed is faster than bullets. Yin Hu, who was closest to the enemy, reacted extremely quickly in the horror. The whole body suddenly changed. The original skin began to condense into a thick, bark-like defense, wrapping it up. Ding ding dong dong. A large number of steel needles were blocked outside the bark. However, Su Li, who was not far from Yin Hu, and the ordinary people who came to help were not so lucky. Su Li realized something was wrong, so he immediately reached out and grabbed an ordinary person, barely blocking the door, but hadn't yet adjusted it to cover his own body. The next moment, more than 50 parts of the body, including arms, chest, abdomen, legs, were pierced and penetrated by the hard bristles of the steel needles, leaving only hundreds and thousands of blood holes as thin as pinholes. Gosh, gosh, gosh. In just a moment, Su Li's whole body trembled violently, and then countless blood gushed out of his body like a sieve. He staggered to the ground, still twitching. On the other hand, other ordinary people did not react at all and avoided suffering a wider range of attacks. The steel needles attacked like a rainstorm, and dozens or even hundreds of tiny blood holes appeared on their arms, shoulders, heads, and other parts of their bodies. The pain was as severe as if it was burned by flames, and they fell to the ground screaming, "Save me! It hurts! Captain Yin Hu! Save me!" In a moment, these ordinary people were silenced. Not a single one was left, and all of them died under the attack of the Black Bats. Black Bat's method of attacking with its body full of bristles is just like a 360-degree indiscriminate and all-angle torrential rain of pear blossom needles. Its speed, which is faster than a bullet, gives it unparalleled penetrating power. Even the combat leather armor they wear cannot withstand the amazing penetrating power of the steel needle's bristles. More importantly, All the bristles of the steel needles that entered his body were stained with the extremely corrosive blood of the black bat. This blood invaded his body like a strong corrosive toxin. Although it was not fatal, it made his body feel as if it was filled with lead and he could not move. Even an awakened one would find it difficult to resist, let alone an ordinary person. This shows how potent the black bat's venom is. Right now, Inhu was the only one who still retained his fighting power. Suli was already seriously injured. If it weren't for the strong physique of a superpower, he would have died long ago. Even so, after wasting a few hours and not being able to get treatment in the shelter, the only outcome would be death with hatred. And those ordinary people didn't even qualify as cannon fodder. They all died in the first encounter. Roar. At this moment, the black bat, which was bald with its black skin exposed, let out a cruel cry, revealing its extremely tenacious vitality. It stretched out its sharp claws and pounced straight towards the Een tiger, which was covered with thick bark, with a ferocious rage. Damn it! Inhu didn't even have time to take a look at the situation behind him. A foul-smelling wind blew in his face. Inhu's veins bulged, and his muscles and bones vibrated. He barely avoided the black bat's extremely fierce attack, but several deep wounds that could be seen to the bone appeared on his chest. At the same time, half of his body was hit by the black bat's iron-like body. He flew backwards like a cannonball, crashed into a dead tree as thick as a man's embrace, and fell to the ground. The black bat beast was even more excited. It stopped suddenly and then dragged its broken body towards the direction where Inhu landed. This beast. One wrong move and the whole game is lost. At this moment, Inhu, who fell to the ground, felt severe pain all over his body and felt as if all the blood in his body seemed to have solidified. The cruel, excited and ugly face of the black bat approached rapidly. The shadow of death attacked violently. Inhu, who was half kneeling on the ground, had a twisted face. The energy in his body violently erupted, and he suddenly bounced backwards. He flipped his wrist, and a whip emitting a strong green light appeared in his hand, slithering like a poisonous snake. The next breath, Inhu took a series of steps, and his speed was so fast that he left a trail of dark green afterimages behind him. While rushing wildly, he swung the whip in his hand violently, and it was like a sword that slashed through the air, creating long and narrow streaks of light that looked like a full moon, and burst out with the force of a comet hitting the moon. Bang, 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 bang. Wherever the green full moon's aura passed, whether it was rocks as big as millstones or giant trees as thick as two people could hug, all of them broke apart like tofu, but the remaining momentum of the aura continued to crush all obstacles in front of it. Beast. Die. Next second. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were several dull air explosions in succession, and the long whip in Inhu's hand spewed out a cold light, as if it were a living creature, rapidly moving through the void. Go straight for the black bat. With a puff, the black bat was hit hard and blood was gushing out. At the same time, its powerful forward momentum was easily hooked by Inhu's whip in one hand, and then it was swung in the opposite direction with great force and thrown out directly. The next moment, Inhu didn't give Black Bat any chance to react. He raised his hand again like lightning and slapped the air fiercely. Suddenly, a green light flashed in the air. In the rolling and exploding airflow, a 1-meter square green palm print formed in the void, crushing the air at an unimaginable speed and crashing towards the black bat. Boom! The next moment, like a thunderclap out of nowhere, a cannonball exploded in the air, and the ground within a radius of more than 10 meters shook violently. The black bat, who was already at the end of his strength, had no ability to avoid the Een tiger's violent energy bombardment. Amid the deafening roar and the strong wind, Black Bat couldn't even hold on for half a second. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if he was hit by a speeding train, and was sent flying backwards with a series of bone-breaking sounds like firecrackers. When it was in midair, it was hit by an unimaginable force, and a large amount of blood was squeezed out from the wounds on its body that were already shot by Suli, and the blood spilled into the sky. With a splash, the black bat finally flew more than 30 meters away, and then fell hard to the ground. Its body was in a state of dilapidation, shaking uncontrollably as if it were sieving chaff. It struggled a few times, was unable to stand up, and finally whined and died. Death. Pooh. Inhu wiped the wounds on his body and cursed secretly. I almost capsized in the gutter. Inhu turned to look at Suli, panicked, and ran over quickly. But Suli was already in an extremely weak state. His whole body was glowing green, and he was obviously very poisoned. Inhu's eyes were gloomy. Damn it! Where is Face Squirrel? Su Li's face was sad, dead. Shinbei. Ran. However, Su Li had just finished speaking. Shinbei proved with actual actions that he did not run away. It was a silent but penetrating sniper rifle bullet that shot through Su Li's forehead. I'm here. I'm always here. I'm everywhere. Shinbei squatted on a tree in the distance and muttered to himself. The next moment, point the gun directly at Yin Hu. Chapter 65. Guns and cannons fired. Sorrow and joy filled the sky. Dead. Su Li's forehead exploded. The still warm brain along with the blood splashed across Yin Hu's face. Yin Hu slowly widened his eyes. My heart was shaking. He clearly didn't hear any sound, but he saw a bullet shot into Su Li's head. How is this possible? Yin Hu's brain reacted very quickly, and he immediately realized that Su Li was shot to death. It was Shinbei's masterpiece. He was the only one carrying a sniper rifle. But what made his scalp fall off and his whole body tremble was why there was no gunshot. Could this bullet have been shot with a slingshot? This kind of silent firing of bullets is something that only high-level superpowers who specialize in shooting can do. And Shinbei is just an ordinary person. Firearms need gunpowder, and firing makes a sound. He swallowed, feeling that Shinbei was in more trouble than he expected. The next moment, Yin Hu had no time to think, nor could he take care of the already dead Su Li, and he had no intention of dragging the young black bat body of the mission target. He dodged directly. His body burst into emerald light, and he plunged into the soil. The surface of the ground was like water, and the Yin tiger disappeared like a fish entering the water. For Yin Hu, because he didn't hear where the gunfire came from, he couldn't tell where Shinbei was. Hiding behind any tree risks giving away your position, far less safe than drilling into the ground. At the same time, it can also make Shinbei lose his target. As long as Shinbei searches, he can be caught. When Shinbei, who was squatting on a dead tree in the distance, saw this scene, his expression was slightly startled. This ability is really unexpected. Shinbei squatted on the tree without moving, but turned on the loudspeaker system. At the same time, the level 5 bullet is ejected from the chamber. In Shinbei's expectation, he planned to use level 5 bullets to kill Yin Hu with one shot. Even if Yin Hu reacts quickly enough to hide, he can still take advantage of the bullet's ability to turn, as shown in the Xiaolong scene above. But the facts exceeded Shinbei's expectations. This guy went underground. However, this is not a problem for Shinbei. Immediately connect with the consciousness to focus the firepower flying disc. Cluster fire frisbee. Kinetic energy remaining 98. Reloading capacity, 12 bullets. There are 24 rounds left in the ammunition bay. Terminal wireless connection, 500 meters. Editing instructions. Invisible floating for 500 meters and automatically following. Shinbei quickly set the command. Advance 1,000 meters, cruise. Quietly, slight fluctuations appeared in the air, and the still invisible clustered fire flying disc hovered over Su Li's body. And Shinbei jumped off the tree. Switch to a revolver that is more practical at close range. At this time, the entire swamp deadwood forest was so quiet that there was not even a breath of wind. There is a faint green mist in the air. Not taken dozens of steps, Shinbei's PA system suddenly heard a rustling sound. It was the sound of something moving underground. It's heading towards you. Shinbei looked calm, naturally knowing that Yin Hu was planning to launch another unexpected attack from underground. But he thinks too much. The next second, the cluster fire flying disc in midair suddenly became invisible. The barrel drooped slightly. There was a sudden flash of fire without any sound, like a plastic bag dropped from a tall building. But the next breath, the shell exploded in the swamp 800 meters in front of the sinking north. A powerful shock wave swept through the entire swamp instantly, stirring up the originally peaceful mud. The mud mixed with water spray formed mud pillars that soared into the sky like the roar of a swamp. Under this huge force, the plants in the swamp were uprooted, and with the splash of mud, messy tracks were drawn in the air. The vibrations caused by the explosion made the ground around the swamp tremble, as if the entire wetland was shaking angrily. When the mud fell, it made a dull sound, and the splash of water fell back into the swamp again, causing ripples and circles. The air was filled with a strong smell of earth and gunpowder, but there was no smell of blood that Shinbei wanted to smell. Shinbei frowned. The cluster fire flying disc's artillery shells have been modified, although there are no carved lines. In fact, Shinbei tried to use bullet patterns to draw on the cannonballs, but failed. It seems to be acclimatized, and the plugin does not give any prompts. But not to mention modified artillery shells, Even the Institute's standard high explosives can blow out Inhu. But Shunbei didn't see any flesh and blood. Some are just fried pieces of flesh from the wire kingworm and other creatures. Shunbei tilted his head, staring at the bomb crater in front of me. In a short moment, a humanoid arm was found. But this humanoid arm is not made of flesh and blood, but a wooden stake. It's like a prosthetic limb. Seeing this, Shunbei's pupils suddenly shrank. You underestimated him. Shunbei immediately thought that the rustling sound just now was not Inhu crawling underground. Instead, the prosthetic limbs he created using his superpowers were crawling. Shunbei didn't hesitate at all. Directly command the cluster fire disc to carry out all-round bombing on the battlefield, since we don't know where Inhu is. But he must not be able to run far in such a short time. In other words, he didn't bother to run. After all, he is a superpower. How can he be scared off by an ordinary person? Boom boom. Cluster fire discs rain shells. In this gloomy and dangerous hinterland of the swamp, artillery fire once again tore apart the long-lost tranquility. The cannonballs full of destructive power were like doomsday meteors, cutting through the dense miasma, dragging blazing tail flames straight into the mud. The rolling mud and water vapor intertwined into a chaotic world. Shunbei's eyes kept scanning. A hellish scene danced on his face in the light and shadow of the explosion. Under such intensive artillery bombardment, Shunbei didn't believe that Inhu's body couldn't be exploded. Really, artillery shells plowed the ground and bombed, just one round. A black shadow leaped out of the swamp mud 300 meters away from Shunbei. Inhu, Mengshan misses you very much, right? Haha. Shunbei's voice was strange and loud, seeming to make the endless smoke and water vapor boil, as if he was jumping for joy and cheering. At this time, Inhu was like a silent stone, bearing the tide of pain from all over his body. A bloody hole was opened in his abdomen, his internal organs were shattered, and the spine on his back was deformed and bent. His face was a mixture of blood and mud. He never expected it. Although Shunbei has many tricks, his firearms are very powerful. But Inhu's plan to escape from the ground and plan a sneak attack unexpectedly failed. This is nothing. What shocked him the most was the fire-flying disc hovering above his head. Isn't this the weapon of the shelter? How could it be in Shunbei's hands? Moreover, the appearance becomes larger and the firepower is stronger. This shouldn't be the case. This kind of bombing weapon will automatically return to the research institute after being used. Also, when did Shunbei bring this thing? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out at all. Shunbei. At this time, the Een tiger is like a blazing flame in the cold current of the ice ocean, and like a dying beast in a desperate situation, painful and cold, silent and ferocious, crazy and tenacious. You want to kill me with your heat? You are thinking too much. Even though Inhu's body was broken, he still rushed over at top speed. This is his final madness. If he can't catch Shunbei again, he can't afford it. Especially the fire-flying disc in the sky is a huge threat. Shunbei raised his pistol calmly. You are overthinking it. You know nothing about technology and have no awe at all. Tada! The dull sound of gunfire sounded like a violent storm, and a flurry of bullets flew towards Inhu at an astonishing high speed. Shunbei's shooting speed was staggering. It seems to ignore the huge recoil of the revolver. The bullets fired from the muzzle were like multi-barreled machine guns, spitting out a meter-long tongue of fire. At the same time, the cluster fire-flying disc finished loading the shells and bombarded Inhu with one shell after another. At this time, there was a burst of gunfire, and bullets and shells were flying back and forth. Inhu was surrounded by a rich life force, and the bark defense created by his supernatural powers seemed unbreakable, but that only referred to the Research Institute's shells. But in the face of Shunbei's ruthless artillery fire, it was ultimately unable to bear the burden. The violent shock waves continuously penetrated the bark shield, throwing him into the air again and then falling heavily to the muddy ground, covered with wounds and scars. Finally, when the last shell exploded near him, the bark shield could no longer withstand the destructive force and collapsed completely. Inhu was knocked over by the huge air wave and fell to the ground. He struggled feebly and just got up. My forehead felt hot. That's the heat of the barrel. Inhu's face was covered with blood, and his eyes showed infinite resentment and resentment. Who are you? I have never seen anyone in the wilderness who can use hot weapons to become a threat to people with superpowers. There was a hint of ferocity at the corner of Shunbei's mouth, and the murderous intent in his eyes was as real as ever. You have to stand at attention when you are being beaten. There is no point in asking for more details. May there be no escape from hell. You. Bang. The swamp deadwood forest returns to tranquility again. Chapter 66. Oops. The evil seed blocks the way. Shinbei squatted next to Ian, whose head had been shattered. He stabbed his mouth with the muzzle of the gun. Oh, I thought your head was so hard, but it's just a head of iron. Clean up the battlefield. From various personnel, we can find more than 10 intermediate crystal source cores. You're not poor. Who's going out to do the mission? Shinbei smacked his lips. Then, drag the Black Bat body into the vehicle. This is the goal of this mission. Without it, Shinbei couldn't get the money. As for the bodies of Yin-Hu and others, Shinbei didn't even look at them. In this world, wherever one dies, there is his grave. No matter who died, even if General Yu Wucheng died in battle, no one would collect the body. Some even party. The whole world is a natural cemetery. Shinbei got into the vehicle. This is his first time driving a modified car in this world. Checking the power compartment, Shinbei was relieved that there was still remnants of Jing Yuan's core energy inside, and he could drive back to the shelter. Stepped on the accelerator. Boom. You can still feel the power and madness of the oncoming vehicle's engine. In any case, the capabilities of specialized off-road vehicles in this world are by no means comparable to those of the vehicles of the past. After abandoning all kinds of safety facilities to protect the people in the car, as well as the fancy color TV and large refrigerator, the main focus is performance. It's not just four-wheel drive. It's not just strong power. It's the suspension system that can be adjusted freely from 10 centimeters to 100 centimeters above the ground, the explosion-proof wheels that can each turn 180 degrees freely, and the ability to maneuver on special terrains. Crawl mode, this is the essence of new era vehicles. Shinbei took one last look at the swampy deadwood forest. Light a cigarette. Take a deep breath. With a kick of the accelerator, the vehicle ejected and sped away. It was now approaching dusk, and the sky had begun to darken. The clouds above the wilderness were blown away by the strong wind, revealing beams of red sunlight. But the scenery and colors throughout the wilderness are still very monotonous. After about 10 hours of running, Shinbei saw the squirming titan in the darkness. Back. However, the next second, Shinbei realized something was wrong. Historically, electricity has been an extremely valuable resource in shelters. Even if there are generators that use crystal source cores as kinetic energy, the output ratio is obviously at a loss. Usually only the upper floors can afford it. But now, the entire shelter's extremely power-consuming searchlights were turned on, shining everywhere in the wilderness at night. Seems to be looking for something. Right now, someone shouted a few times. All the searchlight beams shone on Shinbei's vehicle. Shinbei raised his arms to block the dazzling light. A trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to jump out of the car door, he heard chaotic roars coming from the shelter. Run! What are you still doing? Evil seed. There is an evil seed behind you. Shinbei listened to intermittent roars floating in the air, like the eternal cold wind blowing from the Arctic ice sheet. Horrifying. The hair on his whole body was standing on end, and his soul seemed to be frozen. Shinbei felt an extremely depressing and forbidding aura coming from behind him, like a substantial tide, coming from all directions. Shinbei's neck was extremely stiff, and his hands were sweating and slipping while holding the steering wheel. His head trembled, and he slowly looked back. In an instant, Shinbei felt as if his throat was being strangled by an invisible hand. His breath was suffocated, and he could no longer speak. But see you. Under the searchlights, a giant demonic beast that looked like it had broken out of its shell from the deepest depths of hell appeared in front of him, less than 100 meters behind the car. The size of the evil species is huge enough to cover the sky and the sun. Its body is like a twisted and deformed black mountain, covered with a hard shell as hot and cracked as lava, inlaid with countless wriggling eyeballs and sharp bone spurs, each of which flashes a netherworld light, making people shudder. Beneath its gigantic body, countless tentacles coiled and danced like greedy poisonous snakes, each one covered with extremely sharp barbs and glands dripping corrosive liquids. Wherever they passed, even the hardest rocks would turn into pus. At the end of those tentacles hidden in the darkness are bloody mouths, ready to devour any creature that dares to approach. The central part of the evil seed is a heart that never stops beating. It beats madly, making a thunderous sound. Every beat releases evil energy waves that make the surrounding space tremble. Although scarred and mutilated, the evil seed can always grow new tissue from the wound. This immortality makes any attack pale in front of it. The ultimate chaotic body. Shinbei struggled to spit out his name. a terrifying creature that seems to be cursed with eternal life. For a moment, Shun Bei felt as if his life had been stripped away. Shun Bei dared to fight with ferocious beasts and those with supernatural powers. But facing the evil species, all his methods are useless. Shun Bei, what the hell are you thinking? Run. Suddenly, Rock's roar came. Shun Bei was shocked all over. Run. If you don't run, you die. 300 meters. As long as you run within 300 meters, you will be within the protection range of Titan. 300 meters between life and death. Shun Bei stepped on the accelerator, feeling as if he was stepping into the power compartment. The wheels of the off-road vehicle were spinning in place, and gravel was flying. Whoosh! An afterimage almost appeared in the corner of Shun Bei's eyes, and the off-road vehicle flew out. Step on the gas. Don't let go, step hard. Hold the steering wheel. People on the shelter kept waving their arms and shouting. In the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle, Shun Bei was sweating profusely, breathing rapidly, and his hands holding the steering wheel looked very stiff. He really didn't understand why it was so difficult to drive at this moment. Before returning from the swampy, deadwood forest, he felt like a western cowboy wanderer. I'm still in the mood to shoot some vicious beasts. But now, when I was escaping, I was extremely nervous, and the movements of my hands and feet couldn't be coordinated at all. It was as if every part of his body started to do its own thing as soon as he touched the steering wheel, and his judgment of space, speed, and distance would frequently make errors. Fortunately, the armor is an exomechanical skeleton. Shun Bei wanted to prevent the steering wheel from deflecting at a distance of 300 meters. Directly cut off the power module, leaving the armor in a dead state, and rely on mechanical power to keep a tight grip on the steering wheel without letting go. The off-road vehicle is getting faster and faster, but the limit is only 50 miles per hour. After all, off-road vehicle performance is about handling complex wilderness terrain, not speed. What's more, there was Black Bat's body behind it, which weighed more than 3 tons. 300 meters, 280 meters, 250 meters, 200 meters. Close. Getting closer. People inside the shelter were also chanting. The evil seed has not moved. It seems that it is not interested in you. Lucky guy. Shun Bei, you can even stop and provoke the evil seed, haha. Shun Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing everyone's shouts. Thoughts swirled in my heart. Is this still a polite, evil species? It's really rare. But his relaxed mood only lasted for a second, and a sudden change occurred. The huge body of the evil species' final chaos body directly pressed down on him. Like the collapse of Mount Tai, the waves rolling in the air fell lightly, directly across the road that Shun Bei must pass through. Squeak! Shun Bei immediately activated his armor and stepped on the brakes. The speed of the vehicle does not decrease due to inertia. After stopping, only 10 meters away from the evil species, the occurrence of this scene immediately shocked the personnel in the shelter. Rock even beat the fence and stamped out the cigarette butts. The spark that disappeared in an instant was like Shun Bei's life dimming. He cursed secretly, "Fuck, call me Godfather." Xiao raised his head, looked at Rock, and then turned to look at the vehicle that had been completely obscured by the evil seed. Shaking his head firmly, "Little bastard." Rock cursed again, turned and left. At this time, other people in the shelter also shook their heads and left one after another. This time, no one can spare Shun Bei's death. In this world, the most valuable thing is sympathy. Numbness. That's the main theme. But only Xiao was holding on to the fence, with his feet up, looking forward to seeing through. Chapter 67 Crazy Escape. Facing Shun Bei, who could reach the safe area of the shelter within only 200 meters, he was intercepted by the evil species. The staff at the shelter shook their heads one after another, but no one responded with pity or sigh. As if a play had come to an end, the restaurant was closed, and the building was empty. No one thought Shun Bei could survive. With the words, "May there be no escape from hell," all the residents left. It's time to eat, it's time to drink, it's time to have fun. In this world, anyone's death is simply death. Fleeing is still fleeing. It won't change because of who appears or disappears. Everyone's blood is cold. It really can't get hot. Even Luo Ku, who has a good relationship with Shun Bei. Only Xiao was still clinging to the fence, straining his neck to look around, his eyes flashing with tension and depression. At this moment, the road to Shun Bei was completely blocked. The countless tentacles of the evil seed's final chaotic body melted into the darkness. Instantaneous time. All the vertical pins on the tentacles lit up, like light bulbs floating in the sky, or falling stars. Confusing and fantastic. Grass. Shinbei cursed secretly, but did not give up hope of survival. In this world, the evil seed is an immortal existence. I don't know if it's because the superpowers don't do enough damage or for other reasons. Anyway, he can't be beaten to death. But this does not mean that the evil species will instantly kill all humans in one encounter. The black smoke-like evil spawn did not kill more than 30 people after chasing them for a while. Thinking of this, Shinbei felt that he still had hope and could not give up or be frightened by the evil seed and lose his mind. The off-road vehicle roared again. Immediate body reaction is quick. The brake pedal was pressed to the bottom, and the tires rubbed violently against the ground. A cloud of white smoke instantly rose up, like the thick mist of magma spewing out during a volcanic eruption. The tires emitted a harsh and sharp roar, like the cry of a beast before its death. The car body shook violently and the engine roared. The rear wheel skidded wildly, and in a posture that violated the rules of physics, it just grabbed the ground, stalled, and grabbed the ground again while rotating at high speed, leaving deep tire marks on the ground. At that moment, the entire car was sliding sideways almost against the ground. The body showed an extremely exaggerated roll posture, as if it was about to overturn in the next second, but it regained its balance within a millisecond. With Shinbei's extremely precise operation, the off-road vehicle danced a gorgeous arc in the air like a sharp sword, quickly and smoothly completing a 180-degree U-turn on the spot. With a beautiful drifting movement, he rushed directly towards the night wilderness. The off-road vehicle driven by Shinbei has veered off the road countless times. There are no roads in the wilderness, or in other words, when fleeing, any direction is a road. An hour later, Shinbei took the time to look back. The evil species still spread its huge figure, chasing and covering it like a big net. Hurry, hurry up. Shinbei kept stepping on the accelerator. But the speed of the off-road vehicle is obviously not that high, always hovering moderately at 50 miles per hour. And that evil species, with its body that covered the sky and the sun, was obviously running faster than the off-road vehicle, and it came over like a tide. Beads of sweat fell from Shinbei's forehead, feeling like a mouse being teased by a cat. It is extremely unwise to circle back to the shelter. The further you go in circles, the closer you are to the evil seed in a straight line. You can only maintain a straight line distance and maximize the distance. However, the moment of truth. The engine of the off-road vehicle that lacked maintenance and was traveling at high speed suddenly emitted white smoke. The speedometer began to fall off a cliff. Shinbei Yawazi felt pain. The speed was not enough to begin with, but now the engine malfunctioned. The next moment, Shinbei-ji was decisive and took out the intermediate crystal source core and threw it into the armor's power module. The armor's power system buzzed. Full power. After Shinbei's consciousness issued the order, the visual panel flashed red. Even Shinbei could feel the heat generated by the full power operation of the power module and the kinetic energy that had nowhere to vent. In the next breath, Shinbei kicked the car door open and jumped out of the car. His figure suddenly rolled out to the left. At that moment, time seemed to be stretched out. The space twisted and deformed around him, and the energy light bands on the armor flashed fiercely with his movements, as bright as stars exploding. The moment he landed, Shinbei used his strength to roll, setting off a dust storm on the hard ground, just like the huge shock wave caused by a meteorite hitting the earth. Several consecutive tactical rolling movements, coupled with the close-fitting and repeated movements of the armor, resolved the huge inertial impact force. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for the dust to settle, he immediately stood up. Under the powerful propulsion built into the armor, his figure instantly turned into a swift shadow and rushed forward. Running at full speed, Shinbei's feet passed through a wilderness of broken rocks and withered vegetation, and each step stirred up dust and sand. The power module of the battle armor has pushed the speed to the limit, reaching a speed of 60 per hour. Every time Shinbei jumped, it seemed as if he was challenging the constraints of gravity, leaving afterimages looming in the air. The visual panel flashes red. Shinbei directly shielded, and would rather burn the power module of the armor than stop running. This is life-threatening. The only good thing is that the running speed of the armor is much faster than that of the off-road vehicle. Take a look back. Like a nightmare, it is an evil species, flashing with numerous bloodthirsty eyeballs, still pursuing it. But the speed of both sides seemed to be stretched. Shinbei felt relieved, but did not relax his nerves. Continue to run wildly. I don't know how much time passed. The eastern horizon is dyed with a touch of rose color, which is the shy outline of the early sun when it has not completely broken free from the shackles of darkness, soft and full of power. The morning glow gradually unfolds, like a huge watercolor canvas, relighting the wasteland that was once silent in the night in a dreamlike way. Shinbei raised his head and glanced ahead. The ruins of the dilapidated building outline modeled figures in the dim light. The rusted iron frames and broken concrete shine with a cold and mysterious silver-gray luster in the morning light. Shinbei's body tilted a little now, bypassing urban ruins. If you plunge headlong into the city, the large number of ruins will become a hindrance to your speed. Within a few breaths, he would be overtaken by the evil seed and end up dead. Until the sun fully rises, the whole world brightens. Shinbei also bypassed the ruins of the city and ran into the wilderness again. On the road to escape, Shinbei continued to add intermediate crystal source cores to the armor's power module. Burn money. An absolute waste of money. Compared with life, Shinbei felt that it was not enough, and wished he could stuff a high-grade crystal source core into it to stimulate the armor's more powerful kinetic energy. But Shinbei knew that the advanced crystal source core was useless because the level of the armor limited the maximum speed. About an hour later, Shinbei crossed a mountain and rushed down, when a group of humans suddenly appeared in his field of vision. It should be a team coming out of a certain shelter to hunt ferocious beasts and obtain meat. There were 4 cars in total, all in tatters. The green Jeep at the head had iron sheets welded everywhere, and there were graffiti on the doors in front of the car. The Jeep was driven by a man with dreadlocks. The co-pilot was a bald man with a wrist the size of a pear, holding his shoulders, and seemed to have seen Shinbei's running figure and stared at him eagerly. The sound of cars came. The shouts, whistles, running Jeep tires, demon-like thugs, magazines tied to the chest, and wildly dancing carbines all indicate that they are not good people. Hey kid, come over and play. Don't run away. Your body is exhausted and your butt is not safe. Robbery. Hand over the crystal source core. Which shelter? However, just a few seconds after they discovered Shinbei, their originally arrogant expressions suddenly stopped. One is that Shinbei is moving too fast. The second thing is behind the mountain, a dark and strange shadow appeared. When the strange figure climbed up the mountain completely and revealed its true form, everyone was stunned. For a moment, boundless fear overwhelmed the entire audience. Some people even lost their footing and fell from the car to the ground. Damn it, that's an evil seed. This guy is sneaking evil seeds. Turn around. Don't run towards us. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The carbine was spitting flames wildly, leaving a row of bullet holes on Shinbei's path. This threat is insignificant to Shinbei. In fact, Shinbei's running speed didn't stop, and with a twist of his steps, he headed straight towards them. Bringing them to the funeral can also reduce the speed at which the evil species can catch up. A dead Taoist friend will never die, but a poor Taoist. Asshole, you are turning around. Damn it. Let's run. Go back to the shelter quickly. The Jeep that was originally swaying suddenly accelerated and began to turn. Due to terrain restrictions, 2 Jeeps collided at high speed and stalled completely. The overturned Jeep drew a parabola in the air and crashed down with an eye-opening wind sound. It made a deafening muffled sound and plowed back more than 6 meters of rolled dirt. Those who were thrown out screamed and wailed. The remaining 2 cars speeded away without caring about their teammates who were left behind. Those 10 people were completely dumbfounded. He stood there stunned, at a loss. They didn't react until Shinbei passed by them. Angry, he picked up his rifle and started shooting at Shinbei. Shinbei didn't have any thoughts of entangled with them. He moved a few moves and disappeared directly from their sight. Right now, a large shadow pressed down in the air. The evil seed is coming. Chapter 68 is not over yet. Prepare to fight. Help me. Cluck. When the evil species descends, feelings of panic, fear, and even malice and unwillingness surged in their hearts like raging waves. Suddenly, countless tentacles of the evil species pierced the bodies of those humans who had no time to escape. A sharp pain as if their souls were being torn apart suddenly came from their minds, causing them to scream at the top of their lungs. They curled up on the ground like shrimps, rolling and struggling frantically. The evil tentacles seemed to be hollow, and they sucked them into mummies in the blink of an eye. As the tentacles threw the mummy away like garbage, it fell to the ground. The corpses were shattered into pieces like broken glass. The hungry greed of the evil species seemed to be satisfied, and it stayed in place for a while, then drifted away towards the north. At this moment, Shinbei stopped in the south, watching the evil species leave completely. His tense nerves suddenly relaxed and he fell to the ground. He lay on the wilderness, panting. The long run was close to 3 hours. Although he had the help of the armor, he was still tired and dizzy. If his life had not been threatened, this kind of high-intensity running would definitely not have been possible. He panted violently for more than 10 minutes. Shinbei finally recovered a little from the terrible soul-rending pain. He lay on the ground in a mess, then raised his head with difficulty, drank a sip of water, and chewed food quickly. Tired internal organs began to receive nutritional supplements. Shinbei stood up again. He knew that the hunt was not over yet. Although the evil species is gone, but it implicated a group of human beings and brought them an unprecedented disaster. Naturally, I will not let it go. Moreover, this location must be very close to the group's shelter. After all, we met them when the sun had just risen, which meant they had not been out for long. The two jeeps that escaped would soon return and take revenge on him. It is useless to reason with them and explain your helplessness. That's like pushing yourself into the fire. In this world, reason cannot fill your stomach, nor can it bring the dead back to life. No matter who you are, you know in your heart that to escape to this world of famine, you must first harbor some resentment in your heart. What an absurd thing. Let's suppress them first. Then just do it if you don't accept death anymore. Negotiation? No negotiations, just bullets. Of course, there is also the possibility of negotiation between shelters and shelters. For other people who cause such things, it is all delusion to reason and ask for forgiveness. With a thought, Shinbei issued an order for the armor to conduct a self-examination. After all, the armor is always running at high load, and you can even smell a burnt smell. The situation is probably not objective. Self-checking in progress. At the same time, pull the cluster fire disk data. Cluster fire frisbee. Kinetic energy remaining 38. Reloading capacity, 12 bullets. There are 24 rounds left in the ammunition bay. Terminal wireless connection, 500 meters. Editing instructions. Invisible floating for 500 meters and automatically following. Shinbei took a look. Fortunately, the cluster fire flying disc still has kinetic energy left. I was really afraid that it would not have enough kinetic energy and fall directly from a high altitude. It's not fun if you smash it to pieces. Currently, there is no problem in returning to Shelter 36. Right now, a message pops up on the Warframe's visual panel. Self-test completed. Upper body frame, including head support unit, shoulder assembly, chest armor plate, back support structure and spine simulation device, shoulder joint module, elbow joint actuator, wrist joint and hand exoskeleton, etc. in good condition. Lower body frame, damaged. The list is as follows. Hip joint component, damaged 30. Knee joint module, damaged 50. Ankle joint drive device, damaged 50. Foot thruster, damage 90. Power module, damage 70. Control system, including sensors, neural interface, etc. intact. Life support system, including oxygen supply, cooling system, heating device, and waste treatment facilities, etc. intact. Skeleton structure, minor damage. Power transmission cable. The infrared vision cable is disconnected, but everything else is intact. Go through the information carefully. The problem isn't that big. The upper body is not affected in any way, but the body movements of the lower body may be stiffer. After knowing what was going on, Shinbei knew how to deal with the following pursuit. Take a look to the west. Sure enough, there were dust dragons rolling on the horizon. They were dust kicked up by jeeps, heading in this direction. Shinbei activated the armor again, and the power module output reached its limit again. Even if the power module is burned, I have to run into the ruined city, otherwise I will be a target. Shinbei's figure suddenly paused, rushed, and ran out in the direction he came from. There were an unknown number of Avengers chasing after them, including several people with superpowers. Fighting in the wilderness is definitely at your own disadvantage. Only in the lane battles of the Steel Forest, solving them one by one is the right choice. Damn it, Captain Black Fong, we lost a lot of people. The bald man sitting in the car had a cruel light in his eyes, and he screamed in extreme annoyance. The man called Black Teeth was a man with dreadlocks. The look on his face was cold and solemn, forming a large haze of extreme depression and gloom, as if a disaster was coming, covering the car. They had just escaped and returned to Shelter 12. After reporting the situation to their leader Chi Yunlai, they saw that the evil species had already left. Immediately asked Chi Yunlai for instructions and asked for additional manpower to pursue and take revenge. According to Heiya's description, Chi Yunlai became very interested in Shinbei's armor, and without any hesitation, he asked to take the armor back and send it to the Research Institute for research. At this time, Heiya roared, "Hurry up, Chase! Don't let this guy escape!" The driver stepped on the accelerator and the speed climbed again. Blacktooth turned to the bald man and said, "Sure, Xian. There's no need for you to talk nonsense. When I catch that guy in the armor, I will definitely beat him to pieces." The bald man Sure Xian gritted his teeth and said, "This is the first time someone dares to sneak away from evil. What a brave guy." Black Fong snorted and looked straight ahead. "It's just that this evil end chaos body is not fast enough and has been injured. Otherwise, why would it be like a dog being walked by humans?" "Injured?" Sure Xian was suddenly shocked. "How did you know?" There was an undisguised sarcasm in Haya's eyes. "Were you so frightened at first that you didn't even observe carefully?" Sure Xian's mouth twitched and he couldn't speak. He was almost scared to death the first time. There are many evil species in the wasteland. But because the wilderness is so small, the shelter is always moving, and the probability of encountering evil species is not high. This was the first time he encountered an evil creature face to face outside the shelter. Naturally, I was a little flustered, so I had no time to observe anything. Black Fong's eyes were extremely deep, and his face showed no joy or sadness. He slowly said, "The heart of this evil creature is covered with scars and even exposed. Although the wounds are healing, it looks like it has suffered serious damage." Sure Xian took a deep breath and his head started buzzing. The other people in the car were also shocked. "Injured? The evil one was injured? Doesn't that mean?" Sure Xian asked excitedly, "Aren't evil species immortal? How could they be injured? Did it mean that evil species can also die?" Black Fong shook his head. "I don't know why this evil species was injured, but one thing is clear, the evil species is not dead, and this record has not been broken." At this time, an ordinary person holding a rifle said, "I heard that someone saw the corpse of the evil species. It must have been killed by humans. Only naive people like you would believe that the corpses of the evil species were destroyed by us humans." Black Fong said bluntly. Everyone lowered their heads when they heard this. What's wrong with believing this? Who wants to escape famine for a lifetime? Black Fong took a deep breath, exhaled and said, "It's useless to think about those nonsense. The current task is to avenge our brothers." This one sentence directly ignited the depressed mood in everyone's hearts, and they all cried out, "Damn it, I don't even know which shelter this person is from. He is just trying to bring trouble upon himself. We'll be done with him. There are more than 10 of us, and we can't take him down. Don't kill him yet. I want to get him." Everyone was emotional and indignant. For them, bullying others is a normal thing. If others bully them, they are rebelling against Tiangang. This cannot be tolerated. They kept urging the driver to increase the accelerator. They didn't want to wait for a moment and wanted to cut the culprit into pieces right now. But Blacktooth still had some rationality. He pressed his hands and said, "This man is wearing a suit of armor and runs at an alarming speed. He must be equipped with equipment beyond our expectation. We can definitely catch him with more people, but we must be careful not to drain him." The boat capsized and the hand was lost. Everyone nodded with understanding. Chapter 69. Shoot first and take the lead. Shin Bei was almost at the point when the power module was about to burn out. Finally rushed back to the ruined city. Shin Bei is here to completely eliminate the Avengers who are chasing him. There is no possibility of reconciliation between the two parties. There is no such possibility. For Shin Bei, the only thing to blame was the misfortune of those who died tragically at the hands of the evil species. And the Avengers who are chasing him are seeking their own death. Of course, Shin Bei can also continue running all the way back to Shelter 36. But if you don't shake off your tail, there will still be endless troubles in the future. Therefore, the roots cannot be left behind when cutting the grass. Shin Bei chose the ruined city as his battlefield. After stepping in, Shin Bei seemed to have awakened the fighting gene. The blood is rushing and the heart is beating rapidly. The palms of my hands were itching, and my nostrils were eager to smell the smell of blood. Moving along the road, the skyscrapers that once stood high in the clouds seemed to have been mercilessly eaten by the beast of time, leaving only their dilapidated skeletons standing crookedly. In the streets and alleys, abandoned vehicles are piled up in disorder, like thrombus coagulated in the blood vessels of the dead city. Shin Bei's steps stepped between the gravel and the ruined walls, making a slight friction sound that echoed in the chest of this dead city. Observe every possible favorable terrain that may become a sniping location. He silently calculated the wind direction, light, and sight obstruction in his mind, trying to find the best position that would allow him to hide himself and launch a fatal blow to the enemy. Shin Bei walked for about 10 minutes. Climbing through the cracked building, the figure was as agile as a cat, sometimes hanging on broken beams, sometimes flashing between broken glass windows, and finally stopped at the top of a half-collapsed high-rise building. The view here is wide, and the surrounding ruins form a natural barrier, which just provides him with an excellent ambush point. Apart from one public building and a small church, there are only a few dozen houses. Obviously, even in the old times, this was not a prosperous place. He took out the Barrett sniper rifle and assembled and debugged it skillfully. Then he ordered the armor to change color and blend into the background silently, like a shadow waiting for prey to appear. It's a little cold today, with low temperatures. Shun Bei lay on the cold, broken wall, looking at the city below that had long been turned into ruins. The wind kept passing over him. Because the armor was damaged and the ceiling was not good, the chilling wind was forced into his armor. Shinbei's body temperature has dropped to exactly the same level as the environment, and the wind will not make him feel colder. But Shinbei still doesn't like the cold, which makes him very uncomfortable. Low temperature will slow down the blood flow, as if he and the world are slowly solidifying. It didn't take long. More than a dozen people appeared in Shinbei's field of vision. Shinbei saw two familiar faces, a man with dreadlocks and a bald man. The two people walking at the front of the team were obviously experienced hunters. Their sights were covered like a finely intertwined net, scanning for any suspicious traces in their field of vision without missing a beat. Their team is very open and organized, and they have obviously undergone rigorous training, although they look like a bunch of uncivilized savages. But the tactical cooperation is much better than what Shinbei has encountered before. A dozen of them were nearly a kilometer apart. In Shinbei's field of vision, some people could not even see clearly. There was only a blurry black spot. Shinbei sniffed. The armor still needs to be upgraded. I hope it can be upgraded next time to help magnify the vision. At this time, far away, there were two people among them who kept looking towards the low mountains on both sides. They were obviously experts in long-range sniping, and their eyes swept over possible sniping locations again and again. Shinbei felt that the eyes of these two people passed by his hiding place several times, but they should have been unaware of it. Most of the time, when a sniper with a special ability specializing in firearms looks for another sniper, he relies on his infrared vision ability. This is a must-awakening ability for firearms specialists. But Shinbei lowered his body temperature to the point where it was exactly the same as the surrounding environment. It was thousands of meters away, and the appearance of the armor completely blended in with the surroundings. It was far from the red armor they had seen before. With their preconceived ideas, it is naturally difficult for them to detect it. He wouldn't even imagine that his armor would change color. I'm afraid that in their eyes, only red objects will arouse their alertness. Black Fong and others quickly entered the ruined city. This guy is not a man at all, Sure Exine said carelessly. He actually ran all the way into the ruins. Black Fong looked at the people ahead, searching various areas, and replied calmly, "This is a cunning fox. When the evil species left, he anticipated that we were going to hunt him down, so he ran here and hid in advance." "What's there to hide?" Sure Exine laughed, full of contempt. "It's just delaying his death. I remember this guy was carrying a sniper rifle. He must be a sniper." Black Fong looked around, searching for clues. A good sniper has a strong point of patience. "It may take us some time to catch." Black Fong hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly a chill passed through his heart, so strong that he couldn't help but shudder, and immediately shouted, "Everyone takes cover." In an instant, he grabbed Sure Exine and rushed into the opposite house as fast as lightning. Bang! A slightly dull gunshot echoed over the ruined city, but what fell in response was a sniper occupying the bell tower of the chapel. The first gunshot still echoed over the abandoned town, and another gunshot rang out soon after. Before the sound of gunfire reached everyone's ears, the second sniper expert who set up a sniper position on the second floor of a house fell down. The extremely powerful bullet blasted directly through the wall, entraining Ash and blasting half of his chest to pieces. A bloody arm flew out of the window at the other end and fell to the central square below. This time Shinbei cleared the approaching targets with ordinary bullets. There are silent bullets, but not many. It must be used at the critical moment when the enemy is caught off guard. Even if these small fish and shrimps expose the gunshots, it will not harm the overall situation. It was a bullet fired from 1,300 meters away. Sure Exine's face turned pale after hearing the gunshot. After taking shelter in the house, he leaned against the window and looked out, and the sniper expert's arm fell straight down right in front of him. "It's 1,410 meters. Black Fong corrected the error in Stoneheart's estimation, but his expression was very ugly. After all, he was a 4th-level combat ability user in the combat system. The main strength is close combat. Long-range sniping is not his strong point. At this point, it doesn't take too much complicated analysis to see that they fell into a trap. The nearby terrain was not complicated. Shinbei occupied a favorable position, and the two sniper experts on his side were killed immediately. It can be said that the situation of this battle has become a loser for ordinary people. He could only rely on himself and Shirexien to break out and pursue him. Just when Haya was calculating how to quickly reach Shinbei's location, sniper gunfire sounded continuously, and people fell from the roof one after another. Screams of exclamation rang out one after another in the ruined city. They were looking for a safe place while cluelessly trying to determine the direction of the sniper. However, Shinbei's shooting speed was really fast, so fast that he hardly looked like a sniper. As long as someone looks around, a bullet will immediately be drawn. The thin walls of these houses, which have been eroded by time, provide no protection at all. The muscles on Blacktooth's face kept beating, and every gunshot sounded like a blow to his heart. In a short period of time, Shinbei had fired 13 bullets, killing at least 8 people. After seeing the fate of the second sniper expert, he no longer had any hope of survival for those who were hit. The power of the bullet clearly leaves no one alive. Every death means his team's strength is weakened. He is an ordinary person. Shirexien came to a conclusion. Heya glared. What the hell do you need to say? The firearms used by those with special abilities in firearms are all different. In other words, the gun used is a small cannon, and Shinbei on the opposite side is just an ordinary bullet. Right now, a teammate was very experienced and brave. He raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Gunshots rang out one after another. The first shot opened a big hole in the broken outer wall in front of Blacktooth. The second shot was shot through the hole, completely piercing the floor and blowing up a large amount of dust on the next floor. Broken wood dust even sprayed out from the window. In an instant, an extremely agile figure came out of the window along with the smoke. As soon as he hit the ground, he immediately bounced and rushed like a cheetah towards another house that was suitable for hiding. Blacktooth watched helplessly as the figure jumped out, shouting, "Nice job! Forced him out. Come on." Heya was the first to rush out of the house and rush towards Shinbei. Chapter 70. The advantage is mine. All you have to do is accept death. After Shinbei was forced out, Blacktooth suddenly burst out with a strong desire and joy to kill. He immediately called Shirexien and rushed out. As long as Shinbei shows up and is surrounded by everyone, there is only one way to die. Shirexien ran faster, and the dilapidated streets beneath his feet began to break into spider web cracks with every step he took. Just at this time, in Heya's field of vision, a black spot suddenly appeared in the house where Shinbei disappeared. What's that? Blacktooth was puzzled. It looked like a bullet. During the flight, ripples in the air were caused. It was the high-frequency vibration caused by the bullet flying towards him. Bullet? Blackteeth was almost dazed. How could it be? How can there be bullets without gunfire? Stoneheart, be careful. Heya also didn't think about why Shinbei, an ordinary person, would shoot silent bullets. Very fast verbal reminder. Although Shirexien's defense has reached level 3. But if you are hit by a sniper rifle, although you will not die, you will still be injured. At this time, Shirexien was a little disdainful of Heya's reminder. So what about a sniper bullet? He won't shoot himself to death. Most injured. In the wilderness, injuries are commonplace. But Shirexien's hatred for Shinbei spilled out of the screen. He also wanted to capture Shinbei alive and impose the most horrific punishment and torture on him. Therefore, Shirexien still chose to avoid it in a short moment. His movements were very fast, and he suddenly flew forward and sideways, then rolled and reached the edge of a house, where he could immediately hide in the blind spot for shooting. At this moment, another bullet quietly penetrated the air and flew over. Just right, shot at the foothold of Shirexien's flying attack. In an instant, a large amount of blood suddenly spattered on Shirexien's body, and his whole body flew off the ground. After rolling several times in the air, he fell heavily to the ground. The body that landed on the ground had no signs of life at all, because almost half of his waist was missing. In fact, Shirexien's tragic death did not even utter a single cry. He died so neatly and without any pause. And all this happened in just 2 or 3 breaths. A third-level superpower is dead. Blacktooth looked at this scene in disbelief. I felt ice-cold from head to toe, and I stood there blankly in the open space, almost forgetting that I was on the line between life and death. He knew very well that Shinbei was far more cunning than he imagined. Shinbei first used one bullet to cause Shirexien to dodge, and then the second bullet was the skill of a real killer. This kind of calculation and scheming is as terrifying as a computer. How could, how could he penetrate Sher Xion's defense? At this moment, Heya couldn't imagine. What kind of bullet did Shinbei use? This power has far exceeded the limit of damage that normal gunpowder bullets can cause. Puzzling, confused, creepy, horrified. All kinds of emotions filled his mind, endlessly. This seems to be an ant. Usually when I see it, I don't bother to step on it. And Shinbei, the ant, actually killed an elephant in front of his eyes. This is more powerful than the impact of a lion killing an elephant. An ordinary person with a sniper rifle, even if a god comes, can't kill a third-level superpower with one shot. He suddenly woke up. His face was cold and solemn, and he also revealed a vague uneasiness. Blacktooth saw the flashing muzzle flash on the ruins opposite, but still couldn't lock onto Shinbei. He yelled and picked up a rifle dropped by his teammates next to him. Holding the muzzle of the gun, he fired wildly at the place where Shinbei might be hiding. His finger pulled the trigger hard, and in an instant, the rifle let out a deafening roar, like a thunderbolt tearing through the silence. Tongues of flame spurted out from the muzzle, and tracer projectiles flew toward Shinbei's hiding place like an angry swarm, forming a fiery and deadly trajectory. The surrounding dust stirred and rolled due to the violent impact of fire, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder smoke and burnt steel. Every gunshot was accompanied by flying gravel, and every impact carved new wounds on the ruins. After the bullet is fired, Blacktooth bowed his body and rushed towards Shinbei's sniper position amidst the ruins and rubble, using the cover of various buildings and obstacles. Meter distance, he needs close to 1 minute to charge. However, as long as he was allowed to get within 500 meters, he would be confident to suppress Shinbei's firepower. In other words, he still needs to cross 1,000 meters accompanied by death. Blacktooth leaped forward rapidly, using various incredible tactical moves to close the distance with Shinbei. Shinbei continued to fire, bullets whizzing past Heya. However, instead of being grateful for the deviation of the trajectory of these bullets, his heart sank deeper and deeper. Screams kept coming from behind him. It was obvious that Shinbei's target was not him, but his teammates who were still hiding in the ruins. Walls or roofs could not stop Shinbei's bullets at all. 4 targets behind obstacles, the shooting mode was very standard. He killed the targets one by one. The frequency and switching speed of shooting broke through any sniper rules he knew. Heya was once again shocked by the unimaginable power of Shinbei's bullets. This penetrating power is too fantastic. It was as if the walls were made of paper, maddening and scalp-tingling. When Heya continued to advance and was less than 800 meters away from Shinbei, except for the 2 cowards who hid in the basement, all the people Heya brought died under Shinbei's gun. At this time, Heya saw that Shinbei's armor had turned into an earthy color, like a camouflage combat uniform with large patches. Color-changing armor? Blacktooth's eyes suddenly fluctuated. There is also a rifle whose shape is obviously different from the firearms of the old era, and the alloy gun case hanging on the side of the leg, which makes it look so different from other snipers. People in the wilderness have a simple and effective way of recognizing strength. In their eyes, unpatched clothes, smooth and charming metal objects, and strange-shaped firearms all represent unmatched strength. Of course, the most representative of strength are various combat vehicles. Shinbei's car was abandoned in the wilderness long ago, but the equipment on his body was enough to show his strength. Most of his appearance was still hidden under the mask, but those calm and cold eyes shone with the deepest gaze in Heya's eyes. Shinbei was even half-kneeling, holding the crude and simple Barrett sniper rifle and no longer concealing his figure. In front of Heya, he pulled the trigger. The fire from this gun was particularly dazzling. A particularly high-pitched scream suddenly came from the ruins. It was the heart-wrenching voice of a teammate who wanted to cooperate with Heya to outflank Shinbei and ran from the basement. Blacktooth turned around in shock and saw that a big hole had been blown out of the outer wall of his teammate's building. The young man was lying on the ground, howling, and his whole buttocks were stained red with blood. Shinbei turned his gun and pointed it at Heya, forcing him to dodge several times in a row, and finally hid behind a boulder in the landscape before he felt at ease. "Boy, you are making an enemy of Sanctuary number 12. Blacktooth, who was leaning behind the stone, shouted sternly. He hated it so much that he had lost almost all his men in the battle just now. Only one person left, or ordinary people, and Shinbei's bullets and marksmanship were so overbearing that he couldn't even lift his head. At this moment, he even suspected that Shinbei was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. "Can you represent Shelter 12? Shinbei's voice was cold and vaguely disdainful. At the same time, the muzzle of the gun swung slightly, and the whole body was scanned by the boulder. However, the boulder was too thick for bullets to penetrate. As long as Heya dares to show his head, he will shoot his head with one shot. Of course, Shinbei wouldn't mind using level 5 bullets if Black Fang didn't come out for a long time. Listen to me. Our leader Chi Yunlai is very interested in you. We might as well talk. Bang! Shinbei fired directly, and the bullet shattered on the boulder, causing the stones to fly. This was Shinbei's answer. Talk? No need to talk. If a person's residual value is drained out, and he is still in the enemy's territory, there is only one end. The corpse wilderness. But Black Fang seemed not to give up, and kept roaring behind the boulder. From time to time, he would poke out a branch to tease Shinbei. This is not a pointless waste of time by Black Fang. But another teammate took this opportunity to touch Shinbei. Chapter 71. Close combat. You're still not close enough. Just when Heya tried to shout, let Shinbei give up resistance and go to Shelter 12. And Shinbei was stimulating the other person to get out of the boulder. Both sides were extremely afraid. Heya was afraid of Shinbei's weird shooting skills and bullets. Shinbei also didn't want Heya to fight in close combat. So far, Black Fang has shown no supernatural powers. If you can't touch the opponent's trump card, the giant sword hanging above your head cannot disappear. Just as the two were in a stalemate. Unknowingly, an enemy almost like a cat touched behind Shinbei. It has to be said that the combat quality of this ordinary person is definitely inferior to that of an ordinary person in the 90s. He was practically crawling with his chest on the ground. Every move is slow and light. Like a lizard waiting for an opportunity to hunt. You can tell at a glance that he has received very professional training. Just when the enemy was only 10 meters away from Shinbei, suddenly I touched a transparent silk thread. In an instant, there was the sound of a can shaking out of thin air, making a harsh clanking sound. That was a simple early warning device buried by Shinbei. Simple, yet difficult to detect. At this time, Shinbei suddenly turned around and shot blindly. Bang! The enemy also reacted very quickly. As soon as the can exploded, he rolled sideways and fell to the ground to avoid the bullets. When the enemy raised his gun and was about to fight back, his hand was only halfway extended when he had to freeze in the air because a dull saber was already placed on his neck. Shinbei's right hand slowly raised, and the enemy had to raise his head and stand on tiptoes. From the slight tingling on his skin, the enemy could feel the sharpness of the saber. He did not dare to make any movement at all, and could only tiptoe upwards following Shinbei's arms. Under the threat of death, his throat trembled sharply, and despite the cold weather, large drops of sweat had already appeared. Shinbei's right hand suddenly raised, and the blade of the saber passed against the skin of the enemy's throat. The extremely sharp blade shaved off the stubble, leaving a smooth strip of skin on his neck. In just 1 second, the enemy's face was covered in sweat. He only saw the flash of the sword, and then a chill on his neck. Then I saw red blood spraying. At the same time, the body temperature also dropped sharply. It seemed like something was being ruthlessly stripped away from the body. Just as he was about to scream, Shinbei's left fist swung out like lightning and hit him squarely on the nose. This tall and strong man flew out as lightly as a weightless doll, hit the wall of a shed heavily, broke a big hole, and fell into it. Take out the sneak attackers easily. Just when Shinbei was about to continue dealing with Heya, then there was a roar. A wall was shattered by brute force. Blacktooth's figure collided directly like a high-speed train, accompanied by a shocking and ferocious laughter. You bastard! Let's see how you can still run away. Black Fang collided with his terrifying physical strength, showing extreme violence. Coupled with the strong movements of his arms, the veins bulged out, and it was like a ferocious iron whip being smashed down. Boom! Shinbei was caught off guard and was whipped away by Heya with one arm. It was thrown away like a rag doll. Boom! Shinbei smashed into countless stones and rubble and was buried among them. Even the sniper rifle slipped out of his hand and disappeared without a trace. Tread. Black Fang's energy in the body moves at an extremely violent speed, vibrating the internal organs and rubbing against the muscles and fascia. A cold, chilling energy that seemed to freeze one's blood quickly spread into the void. The corner of Heya's mouth curled up, revealing a different kind of bloodthirsty. After all, he is an ordinary person, so vulnerable. Blacktooth snorted. I have to dig you out and bring you back. I have lost so many people, and I have to give an explanation to the leader. Just when he thought Shinbei was doomed by his collision, among the pile of rocks, a piece of gravel rolled down. It was obvious that there was an upward force pushing it up inside the pile of rocks. Soon, one piece, two pieces, countless rubble began to roll down. Heya stared at the pile of rubble that looked like a tomb from the old era, squinting his eyes, feeling as if a demon was about to break out of the ground. Still alive? Heya was a little surprised. With this impact, even if Shunbei was wearing armor, he would still be killed. He would be disabled if he didn't die, and he would have absolutely no power to resist. But now, the situation once again exceeded his expectations. The defense of the armor is very advanced, right? Blacktooth's eyes changed, and his heart suddenly surged, and he couldn't help but have a suspicion that even he couldn't believe. The next moment, wow, Shunbei's arm struggled out from under the heavy rubble. That arm was covered with iron-black armor, and the light path on it flickered faintly, as if it was flowing with strange and mysterious vitality. There was a low and powerful friction sound from the joints of the armor, like the roar of an ancient demon breaking free from its restraints. Immediately afterwards, more gravel flew everywhere. Shunbei's body began to slowly squirm from the pile of rocks. His shoulders, chest, waist, every armor plate stood up tenaciously against the heavy pressure. His body squeezed out bit by bit among the broken stones, like the door to hell opening and the devil breaking out of the ground. Finally, when Shunbei climbed out of the rubble, he stood on the ruins, bathed in the blood-red sunset, as if he was supporting the world. He slowly raised his head. His clear and calm eyes met Heya's gaze, and he said calmly, "You are very powerful, but you are not close yet." A cold, ferocious light flashed in Heya's eyes. He suddenly laughed wildly. His laughter was unexpected, surprising and joyful. "Very good. You are the most cunning and tenacious ordinary person I have ever seen. I have experienced countless things. They are either cowardly, tough, submissive, or conceited. But no ordinary person has ever made me so embarrassed. To say that you are an ordinary person is definitely underestimated. I think you are a bit stronger than a person with superpowers." What a coincidence. The coldness and fierceness in Heya's eyes seemed to have condensed into substance. "I like novel challenges." The next moment, Heya raised his backhand, and a wave of energy spread throughout the field. This is one of his powers, aura locking. In close combat, it can form a force field area centered on itself, increase its own attack speed and defense, reduce the enemy's speed and hit rate, and put the enemy into a passive situation of being beaten. For Shunbei, who didn't have any firearms in his hands at this time, this ability alone was enough to solve the problem. In Heya's opinion, Shunbei's armor has good defense, but can it be beaten? It's just a target after all. Black Teeth licked his lips. He wanted to know which one was better, superpower or technology. And Shunbei Gujing Wubu's eyes fluctuated violently. Close combat. This was Shunbei's first time. And he also wanted to know whether his fighting skills in the previous life, coupled with the support of the armor, could kill a superpower. Shunbei directly took out the intermediate crystal source core and inserted it into the power module. Extract energy for later use. Next breath. Heya didn't say anything nonsense. He stepped hard and the soil flew up. He took one step forward, like an arrow leaving the string, and rushed in front of Shunbei the next moment. He punched out, and the person behind him was knocked out of the vacuum. The air exploded, and the strong wind swept towards Shunbei. "You haven't been beaten before, have you? Then enjoy it." Blacktooth's wild roar came rolling in along with the rumble of the air. Chapter 72: The Collision of Life and Death. Faced with the attack of Black Fang, Shunbei didn't even have time to draw his revolver. In fact, Shunbei's first thought was not to shoot with a pistol. At this distance, the pistol is not very effective, and the threat is far less than 10 meters away. Shunbei did not resist forcefully. Instead, his body was as fast as a whirlwind. He twisted to dodge and suddenly flashed to the side. With a step of his feet, the foot thrusters once again exploded with strong kinetic energy, pushing the body sideways. When Blacktooth's blow missed, Shunbei had already jumped 10 meters away. At the same time, he already held the revolver in his left hand. At the moment of landing, pull the trigger directly. I saw the 6-chamber rotating cartridge at the muzzle rotating rapidly. With a low and powerful click sound, the bullet in the bullet nest was ruthlessly pushed into the endless dark barrel. A flash of light suddenly appeared at the muzzle, as if a spark ignited grease and was ready to go. The sparks generated by metal friction are like stars in the dark night, short and dazzling. As Shunbei's fingers clicked to the bottom, bullets shot out from the narrow muzzle of the gun. The muzzle spurted out blazing flames and billowing smoke. Bang! The bullet left a burning trail and splashed large sparks on the ground. At this time, Heya was no longer where he was. It disappeared so quickly that Shin Bei was speechless. It's one of his powers, instant dodge. This is a way that at the moment the opponent launches an attack, through perception and prediction, the character can briefly enter a subspace state. It makes the enemy's attack seem to pass through nothingness, thus achieving near-perfect dodge. At the same time, in this state, Heya can also quickly adjust his position and go around to the enemy's side or behind to counterattack. However, this ability can only be activated once in a short period of time, and the displacement distance is only 10 meters. Shin Bei stepped back a few meters, and a black shadow passed in front of him. It was Black Fong moving at high speed. Its terrifying lethality can be felt from the faint sharp whistling and the wisps of cool wind passing over the face. Who do you think you are if you have to dodge bullets? It's really embarrassing and a loss of face. Shin Bei tried to stimulate Heiya's weakness with words, and Heya ran around Shin Bei at high speed. He responded while laughing. It's better to put away such low-end tricks. Your bullets are extraordinary. Only fools will not avoid them. Shin Bei pursed his lips and immediately maxed out the output of the power module and began to output kinetic energy to the maximum limit again. It also began to move at high speed, changing directions from time to time, but Shin Bei could not aim at Heya, who was also moving erratically. During high-speed movement, the wind blowing against your face also becomes colder and harder. The two men chased each other like lightning, flashing from one house to another, and even entered an abandoned house and kept walking around. While chasing and dodging, the two continued to attack each other. Shin Bei was not simply dodging. He was trying to lock onto his opponent while avoiding his opponent's attack. The revolver in his hand was ready to go, but it never fired. Blacktooth was obviously very afraid of the revolver in Shin Bei's hand. Once he was caught in the muzzle of the gun, he would decisively give up the attack and quickly get out of the way, giving Shin Bei no time to shoot. Shin Bei is patient. Heya is also patient. This kind of patience is based on competition and consumption. Black Fong's high-speed superpower also requires energy consumption. Once the energy in his body dries up, he will become like an ordinary person. But Shin Bei had no way of predicting how long Heya could persist in this pursuit. But Shin Bei was a little anxious. His armor was already in a damaged state after being chased by the evil species. If it were a peak-level battle armor, Shin Bei would be able to consume it with Black Fong as long as he had as many crystal source cores as he could. No matter how much energy the superpower has, it cannot be more than the crystal source core. But now the situation is very unfavorable for Shin Bei. He urgently needed to find an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to Black Fong. The chase has been going on for more than half a minute. In a fight at this distance and speed, the disadvantage of the pistol is actually very obvious. The short time from aiming, pulling the trigger to firing the bullet is enough for Blacktooth to react. Shin Bei held the revolver in his left hand and lowered his body. Supported by the high load of the armor, he moved between the buildings like a ghost. And Black Fong's posture is lower, and more often than not he even uses his hands and feet together, like an extremely fast reptile. At this time, Shin Bei observed the surrounding environment. His brain was working rapidly. He suddenly jumped up from the ground, bounced to the outer wall of a building, and then went around the corner as quickly as possible. At this time, the Blacktooth was like a cannonball, shooting from the roof more than 10 meters away, making a soft sound, and stuck tightly to the outer wall of the building. He was lying sideways, and then like a gecko, he crawled along the outer wall at a much faster speed than Shin Bei, and rushed to the corner of the building in an instant. But Heya seemed to have an idea, and did not rush into the corner rashly. But with a flip of his hand, a thin line with almost no shadow shot out, curved in the air, and was drawn to the blind spot behind the corner. This seemingly inconspicuous thin thread is actually very powerful. In a building with a brick and wood structure like this, it can easily leave a cut mark more than 10 centimeters deep with just one pull. Before the thin line was drawn, he had already rushed out of the corner. It seemed that he was very confident in the power of his weapon. However, his confidence was met with the deep and bottomless muzzle of the revolver. Blacktooth screamed strangely, and the thin thread flickered in the air, stabbing towards Shin Bei's arm like lightning, and then his own body used the force to pop back at the same time. This is the best response to the current situation, both offensive and defensive. Obviously, Heya is well aware of the power of the revolver and understands that this kind of brick wall cannot block the bombardment of bullets. It is definitely not a good choice to retreat to the corner. As for the thin line he swung, he did not expect to be able to contact Shin Bei. Body. To his surprise, The thin thread easily pierced Shin Bei's armored arm and then penetrated deeply into the wall. However, he was not happy at all, because Shin Bei's arm was still holding the revolver steadily, and the crosshair was always aimed at the black tooth that bounced back, and Shun Bei's right hand had already grasped the piercing gun. The thin line that crosses my left arm. There was a loud bang and the revolver roared again. Black Fong had already been ejected to the ground at lightning speed, and then ejected sideways. The bullet missed again. Heya felt happy for a moment and dodged away. However, at the moment when he had lingering fear, there was a sudden tugging force on his arm. Heya suddenly raised his head, only to see Shin Bei pulling on his silk thread and pulling hard in the opposite direction. The next moment, before Black Tooth could cut the thread, the whole person seemed to be sucked in and flew up, and Shin Bei also jumped down at this time, with his right fist fully drawn, followed by a deafening roar like Hong Zongdalu. It's over. As Black Fong flew upwards, an extremely intense light suddenly erupted in his eyes. As he gestured, he clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand into a fist, and the entire fist was covered with a layer of violent energy, red and dazzling. This is his strongest attack, Pulse Blast, a power that rapidly vibrates its own energy to instantly burst out with powerful power, forming a high-density energy wave that directly hits the enemy's interior, causing irreparable internal injuries and killing him on the spot. At the same time, Heya's entire spine was also driven by energy, trembling violently, just like a hidden dragon trying to soar into the sky. Even through his clothes, it gave people an explosive feeling of shock. This is why you're looking for death. You actually gave up your pistol to fight me. You bastard will die. But you deserve to die. Heya's expression was fierce, and the violent murderous intent in his eyes seemed to have condensed into substance and was about to escape. In his opinion, Shun Bei was simply seeking death. No longer rely on the speed advantage and pistol threat provided by the armor. He actually jumped down and hit himself with a fist falling from the sky. It makes me laugh so hard. Moment. Shin Bei fell from the sky. Black Tooth flew head-on towards Shun Bei. The two of them were in midair, about to fight fist to fist. However, just when the two of them hit the earth like a comet, Shin Bei's right fist suddenly shone brightly. It was like thunder cracking. A dazzling electric current burst out from the palm of Shun Bei's armor. It was a wild and blazing torrent of energy, just like Shun Bei, a dragon that had been dormant for a long time, breaking free from its restraints in an instant. This current instantly illuminated the surrounding area, flashing with blue-white arc light. It was like countless dancing snakes, weaving a bright and dangerous network of light in the air. The electricity crackled and the sound was clear and exciting. Black Fong just glanced at it. My scalp suddenly exploded. It was as if my brain had been hit hard by a siege hammer, and it went blank in an instant. The current was extremely violent, like a ball of lightning rising from Shun Bei's hand. What the hell? Black Tooth clearly saw the dazzling electric current, but his eyes suddenly went dark. Chapter 73 Ending in Death. Boom! Heya was in great astonishment. Their fists collided in midair. Although Heya was a little surprised, he was extremely sure that the current in Shun Bei's hand did not come from supernatural powers, but that his armor could also provide current attacks. Although it was a bit scary, Black Fong didn't care at all. How strong can a mere current be? At most, it's just being electrocuted and tickled. And Shin Bei couldn't bear his own punch. The next moment, the moment the two fists connected, the electric current raged like a violent lightning storm, and the dazzling blue light instantly illuminated the air. Every vein of electric current was jumping, expanding, and exploding wildly, with sparks flying and crackling, like thousands of sharp arrows piercing through the silent night sky, leaving behind a series of speeding light tracks. At the same time, the red energy on the edge of Black Fong's fist was also venting energy. With a loud bang that shook the earth, a blazing fire exploded in the air. The calm air was torn apart in an instant, and a strong airflow swept violently. A hot wave, accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, stirred up smoke and dust like an overwhelming sandstorm, rising into the sky, accompanied by a gorgeous bloom of scarlet flames. A series of violent explosions were heard in the air. These were the sounds of the air being forcibly squeezed and expelled by unparalleled ferocious, pure force and speed. Time seemed to stand still. In Heya's eye sockets, countless electric currents were like winding little snakes, clinging to his body. In this breathtaking moment, the Black Tooth felt as if it had touched the cold and ruthless fingertips of death. The electric current instantly penetrated the air and invaded the unprepared body with the force of thunder. The whole scene was like a symphony of horror that intertwined visual and auditory senses. A strong electric arc erupted in an instant, presenting a strange and gorgeous blue-white light. It twisted, jumped, and spread, like a violent and greedy light snake tightly wrapped around Black Fong. Its brightness is enough to pierce even the deepest corners of darkness. The surrounding air seemed to be scorched by the blazing energy, making a hissing sound, and a strong smell of burning and smoke filled the air. Black Fong's entire body twitched violently due to the shock of electric current, and his muscles spasmed to the point of being twisted and deformed under the high voltage. The surface of the skin was charred and cracked by the electricity, and bright red blood was flowing out. His facial expression was frozen in extreme pain and horror, and his pupils were infinitely dilated due to fear, reflecting the unspeakable inner horror. His body seemed to be transformed into a temporary lightning conductor. Every pulse challenged the limits of life, and every tremor was like a wail on the edge of life and death. Haya never expected it. The electric current released by Shin Bei was so violent. It's like a 1,000-volt high-voltage power grid. How is this possible? How is this possible? Blacktooth's eyes were twitching wildly. His eyes were red and his mouth was wide open. Even if I break my head, I can't imagine why a small armor can provide such violent electric energy. What is the difference between this and a small power station? We can no longer stand up to each other. You will be electrocuted or stunned. Fainting in a ruined city is a joke. You can easily be bitten to death by ferocious beasts that sneak in. Haya couldn't help but be shocked. His heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a huge hand, and he felt an unprecedented and incomparable danger and crisis. At this moment, he was enduring the extreme pain of the electric current crawling in his brain. His face was bright red and ferocious like a ghost. His big teeth were protruding. His muscles were knotted and flashing with a strong luster, and he was full of explosive power. He screamed with all his might, "Die!" Boom. Black Fong once again squeezed all the energy in his body. His scarlet fist glowed brightly. The thin line of air suddenly twisted, and sharp crimson shock waves suddenly formed, like a bomb explosion. The scarlet shock waves suddenly spread out, and everything that blocked its path broke silently. Then a red shadow covered the entire alley, and the earthen buildings on both sides instantly shattered and collapsed like tofu. And Shin Bei was also knocked away by Heiya's blow. The figure flew upwards uncontrollably, formed a parabola, and fell heavily to the ground. Squeak. Shin Bei slowly got up from the ground, and there was a stiff friction sound at the joints of the armor. Touching the armor gently, Shin Bei couldn't stop smiling. This is indeed an upgraded armor. It can really withstand his strongest blow. Superpowers are great, but technology is even better. He walked step by step towards Heiya, who was lying on the ground, twitching and foaming at the mouth, picking up his revolver casually. Taking a leisurely stroll in Shin Bei's courtyard is like walking in the void. As he glances around, his eyes seem to be filled with nostalgia and emotion. Some people are waiting for death, some people are running from death, and you chase death. At this time, Heiya opened his bloodshot and protruding eyeballs. A charred face, the charred and necrotic skin kept slipping away, revealing the flesh and blood that were almost cooked. His veins were bulging, and he stared at the approaching Shin Bei with a look of horror and disbelief. "You? Who are you? Why are you?" Shin Bei pressed his hands and hissed, "This doesn't mean anything to you." Shin Bei raised the muzzle of his gun and said calmly again, "Life and death, wealth and honor are all determined by fate. Look, what happened now? Everyone will be buried with him in the end. Why bother? Do you regret it? Give me a reason not to kill you." Shin Bei finally asked. Finally, under Shin Bei's gaze, Heiya smiled helplessly and sadly. "Oh, it can save a bullet. Is this an acceptable reason?" Shin Bei originally had murderous intentions, but this man's words stunned Shin Bei himself. He stared at the ugly smile and laughed dumbly. "You think you are very humorous, don't you? I won't spare you a bullet." Blacktooth's eyeballs shook violently, indicating the intense changes in his inner emotions. He said in a humble tone, "I regret it. I really regret it. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Spare my life. Let's not offend the river." From Heiya's point of view, as long as Shin Bei softens his heart, he can crawl back to the shelter and still be alive. As for what happens next, it's not too late to settle accounts in the future. After all, this matter is all Shin Bei's fault. How could these things happen if Shin Bei didn't attract evil seeds? Therefore, Heiya believed that as long as he surrendered, Shin Bei would definitely not shoot. However, Shin Bei shook his head. his eyes full of cruelty with unknown meaning. No, you don't know that you are wrong, but you know that you are going to die. In an instant, Blacktooth's resentment, rage, and even panic and horror suddenly broke out. How dare you? You are the enemy of Shelter 12. May there be no escape from hell. Bang! The gunfire shook and echoed in the ruined city. It didn't take long. Shinbei walked out of the ruined city. There are more than 30 intermediate-level crystal source cores on his body. This is the loot collected by Shinbei. All the way west, Shinbei started trekking at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour. Warframes can no longer be overused. It will be completely scrapped, and it may even fail to use force to walk. Underfoot is a carpet of silence intertwined with long stretches of yellow sand and rusted mechanical remains. The ruins of a once prosperous civilization have now been eroded by time, leaving only broken skeletons, as if telling the elegy of escape from a distant era. The sky was a dull and depressing lead gray, and the thick clouds seemed unable to carry the resentment of this world. It started to rain sparsely. The rainwater is drinkable but may cause gastrointestinal infections. The only safe source of water in this world is the purified water in the Titan's huge stomach pouch. Shinbei had no shelter from the rain, still walking alone with a gun on his back. About 5 hours later, Shinbei raised his eyes, put his palms on his forehead, and saw a vehicle hitting a big tree in the distance. Found it. That was the vehicle used by Shinbei to escape. On it is the corpse of Shinbei's important mission target, the young black bat. It's up to Rock to get an RV license. Check the vehicle. The engine is intact, but it cannot be activated. I got under the car to check and found a hole in the floor. One of the wires was completely smashed and broken into several sections, with no possibility of reconnection. Shinbei broke off a thin branch, soaked it in a puddle for a while, and connected it as a wire. Launch. The engine roared to life. Nice little trick. As soon as Shinbei turned the steering wheel, he took the black bat's body and hit the road again, speeding through the wilderness. A few hours later, Shinbei returned to the vicinity of Shelter 36. Suddenly, it was discovered that Titan was crawling around corners with its huge body squirming. Huh? This direction is north. Chapter 74: Obtaining an RV License. After Shinbei escaped death twice, he finally returned to the vicinity of Shelter 36 with the trophies and the body of the black bat. At this time, Titan was turning a corner. It was originally moving eastward, but now it is deviating to the north. If Titan drives straight to the north, it will enter the northern winter zone. This is not good news for Asylum 36. The whole shelter was already busy. A large number of people began to leave the shelter and went into the wilderness and dense forests like ants, cutting down wood and branches as reserves for heating. No one knows whether Titan will enter the Northern Territory or when it will come out after entering the Northern Territory. Therefore, a large amount of heating wood is the most important material needed for a shelter. When Shinbei appeared in the garage and returned the off-road vehicle, the faces of the busy residents showed an expression of disbelief and extreme shock. They stared at Shinbei, feeling like they were seeing a ghost. I couldn't help but exclaimed, "His Shinbei? No, he is still alive? Am I dazzled? How is it possible? This is the first time I've heard that ordinary people can escape from evil species." For a time, wherever Shinbei went, there were waves. But Shinbei turned a deaf ear completely. People with superpowers can indeed outrun evil species, but it is also the choice of ordinary people to divert trouble to the east. It doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white. As long as it survives, it is a good cat. Shinbei first dragged the black bat corpse to the logistics department, sent the mission target there in exchange for a storage slip. Generally speaking, for collection tasks like this, the materials are sent to the logistics department first, and then the rewards are settled at the task station. Corruption can be avoided to the greatest extent. After all, the shelter is not everyone's, but the private property of General Yu Wuchang. In other words, until no one defeats General Yu Wuchang, everyone is a subsidiary of Sanctuary. Any surreptitious behavior is actually cutting Yu Wuchang's flesh. Return to the mission. Rock, who was still dozing, suddenly woke up. He pretended to rub his eyes, as if he suspected that he was hallucinating after seeing Shinbei. There was a moment of astonishment, and then he burst out laughing, and his laughter became even crazier. Rock clapped his hands and made a snap. Okay. I knew the goddess of luck would favor you." Shinbei slapped the storage list on the table. "I am the goddess of luck." "Oh," Rock patted Shinbei's shoulder with a lewd smile on his face. "When did you change your gender? Do you mind if I play with our relationship?" This joke is really cold. It's not funny at all. just like someone exclaiming that all evil species will be wiped out. Luo Ke looked at Shinbei up and down, then grabbed the storage list and clicked his tongue. It's unbelievable. You used to be just an ordinary person who followed others, but now you have grown to a point that I can't imagine and understand. Shinbei heard this and said, You always have to grow, or you need a little miracle. This is no longer a matter of miracles. Roque shook off the storage list. It's that you are creating miracles. If nothing else, don't you have a trace of fear in your mind when faced with evil beings blocking your way? Fear can make people lose the courage to resist, and it can also make people fall into hysterical madness, and those who always fall into the former will become the excrement of vultures and rotting wolves in the wilderness. Shinbei leaned on the seat and spoke lightly. Rock touched his chin and nodded knowingly. Luo Ke was not interested in how Shinbei survived when the evil species blocked the road and chased him. All he knew was that he could get rid of the title Godfather. He looked outside and saw the residents in a hurry, all busy stocking up on wood. Luo Ke lowered his voice, changed the topic, and asked, Tell me the truth, Inhu and the others. Rock's meaning is obvious. Shinbei brought back the body of the mission target, but Inhu and others did not show up. It seemed to indicate that something unpleasant happened while they were encircling Black Bat. Shinbei was generous and calm, with a confused look on his face. I don't know. Inhu asked me to be on guard outside. When I went in, Inhu and others were gone. I tried to look for them, but no one was found. Do you think this excuse? Rock paused and exhaled again. Can you Wu Chang believe it? Shinbei suddenly realized it and hurriedly added, My words are flawed. I did not find any living people, but there are still corpses, and there are still a lot of craters on the ground. Bomb crater? Rock tilted his head. Bombing crater? Shinbei nodded. Rock was a little confused. To encircle and suppress the Black Bats, in the presence of superpowers, no bomb assistance is needed. How come there are craters? Did other shelters attack by surprise? Rock asked, tentatively. Shinbei still admires Luo Ke's brainstorming. As for Shinbei, he was not afraid of Yu Wuchang's subsequent investigation. Investigation is useless. In the entire scene, except for Inhu, almost everyone else was killed by the Black Bat in one blow. Su Li and Inhu were shot in the head by him. But Shinbei didn't forget to use a cluster bomb on the two of them before leaving, blowing them to pieces. There were no signs of bullets being fired at all. What's more, Shinbei picked up all the bullet casings that fell on the ground. It is still difficult for General Yu Wuchang to grasp his own handle. You can't doubt that you killed your teammates just because you are alive and others are dead, right? Who will dare to go on missions in the future? At this time, Luo Ke was filling in the details in his mind, checking and filling in the gaps in the entire process. At least when reporting, General Yu Wuchang could not find faults. As for why only Shinbei came back alive, Luo Ke had an idea. Only the winner deserves to breathe and have a beating heart. But he still has deep doubts about Shinbei's method of killing people with powers, just relying on the firearm in hand? This is a bit incredible and unimaginable. Do you really think that people with superpowers are targets? Roque doesn't think about it either. He can't understand or figure it out. It's just a waste of brain cells. But Rock still persuaded her with sincere words, Shinbei, you must always remember that you are an ordinary person. Maybe you can still deal with the current superpowers. Once you encounter someone like the Blue Enchantress, stay in awe and lower your head. No shame. Shinbei's lips curled up. You'd better find a way to make an account of the mission rewards for me. I suggest that if there can be a breakthrough in this research institute. Luo Ke ignored Shinbei for the time being and continued. You can try to have a second awakening and become a superpower. Shinbei's expression moved. I think Rock's suggestion is quite pertinent. But Shinbei didn't want to gamble his life. There is a half chance of awakening and a half chance of death by explosion. There is no room for maneuver, and the risk involved is too great. Here, a high-grade crystal source core. Rock threw the mission reward into Shinbei's hands. Shinbei slapped his mouth. So fast? No need to do accounts? Rock shrugged. As long as one person comes back alive, you won't get any mission rewards. Now that everyone is dead, even though you are doing the mission for free, the mission reward can only fall on you. Shinbei grinned. The logic is perfect. Rock waved his hand. Take your little one away. What's wrong? Damn it. There was a hint of displeasure on Rock's face. He actually did it behind my back dash. Shinbei's eyes widened slightly. Did the thief steal something? He actually cleans my room. Damn it. I hate being spotless and orderly. There is no warmth in such a house. Rock almost growled. You understand? There is no temperature. Shinbei. Shinbei stood up slowly, took a deep breath, and patted Roque on the shoulder. It seems that you need a woman. I mean a woman who can give me children. Rock was stunned. Looking up again, Shunbei had left the mission station. He lit a cigarette, took a deep sip, and said, "Having a child? Oh, why should future generations suffer in this damn escape?" Shinbei came out of the mission station, went to the service center. The so-called service center is the central department of the shelter. Whether you are a person with superpowers or an ordinary person, you can come here to handle any matter. For example, payment of various fees, immigration matters, policy issuance, etc. The main building of the service center is made of scrap metal plates, concrete prefabricated parts, recycled wood, and other materials, showing a rough industrial style. At the same time, the windows are designed to be small but strong bulletproof glass or iron grill windows. Shinbei paid a high-grade crystal source core here and obtained a RV license. With this permit, you can build an RV, hitch it to the back of your Titan, and escape with the shelter. Leave the service center and come to the research institute. At this time, Chinonji had already made all the assembly templates for the wheels and the RV and piled them aside to collect dust. After paying another fee, Shunbei theoretically owned his own RV. Just need to assemble it. Looks like you need to hire a few people. Chinonji appeared behind Shunbei wearing multifunctional work clothes and goggles. At the same time, the rubber gloves of his hands were dripping with red and smelly blood. Shinbei? Blood? Chapter 75, Building an RV and Bad News. Shinbei looked at Chinonji's hands in surprise. If I read it correctly, it should be Black Bat's blood. You? Chinonji shook his hands. Haven't you seen blood? Shinbei shrugged. I thought you were only studying manufacturing. Chinonji was slightly disdainful. Combatants need to be specialized, and we researchers also need to be versatile. Otherwise, how can we be worthy of the salary? Is there any progress? It's hard to say. Chinonji washed his gloves and said, the information we got here is not complete. How Shelter 1 uses the awakening potion still needs to be studied, but I have a vague feeling that it may not be that simple. I think you can afford the salary, Shinbei said calmly. This sentence reached Chinonji's ears, as if Shunbei was mocking their nonsense. But Chinonji was not angry either. You have to admit that your skills are inferior to others. I was thinking that if you really can't find anything through research, could you suggest that General Yu Wuchang dig some holes? The corners of Shunbei's eyes twitched. This is a bit too much. A war between shelters could easily break out. Chinonji's face suddenly darkened and he sneered. War will make people progress and is the driving force of this world. There's nothing wrong with what he said. Shinbei rubbed his nose and said, let's talk about my RV. Chinonji pointed to the building blocks of the house and said simply and clearly, the so-called RV is supported by 4 movable wheels, achieving the perfect combination of housing and mobility. If you are willing to spend an extra genuine core, you can choose better materials to construct the module, which has good thermal insulation, waterproof, and moisture-proof properties, and is lightweight and durable. The module is filled with high-efficiency thermal insulation materials, and the exterior is covered with UV-resistant and weather-resistant. The modules are made of strong composite plastic layers and are spliced to each other through precise butt joints to ensure seamless sealing and rapid assembly and disassembly. But it's a pity that you only choose the cheapest one, which only has one function, shelter from wind and rain. Shinbei interjected, that's enough. Chinonji spread his hands and continued. The house part has wall modules, glass window modules, roof modules, and basic living facility modules. The glass window module ensures the stability of the window when it is moved or subjected to wind pressure. The roof modules are designed as streamlined lines, and waterproof buckles are used between the modules to ensure there will be no leakage in rain or snow. The basic living facilities module is a simple bed and chair. There are no cabinets, so you need to pay separately. Shinbei said it didn't matter. You can add it slowly in the future. Then, Chinonji introduced the installation method. It's not difficult, just remember the general order. If you pile up the wood, you can usually do it. In a short while, Chinonji had to go to the laboratory to do some work, while Shunbei carried materials from the upper floor to the lower floor alone. As for Chinonji's suggestion of hiring people, that is definitely not allowed. The assembly of any module is an experience value. No less hands-on experience will result in less experience points after the RV is completed. This makes it impossible to upgrade. Even Shunbei never called Luoku and Xiaobang. Make enough food and clothing by yourself. In the past, every time a new RV was born in the shelter, it would attract a lot of onlookers. On the lower level of the shelter, there are only 2 things for the residents to be happy about. One thing is a new RV, which means the shelter is growing and can accommodate an increased population. Another is the birth of a new baby. Because of the recent turn of Titan, which may lead to the cold winter in the north, everyone is busy stocking up on wood. There are not many people watching the construction of Shunbei's RV. They just take a look from a distance and then go about their own business. The sun shines through the devastated sky onto this desolate land. Shunbei began the first step of assembling the house. Put the wheels down and hang them on the public iron rope. Shunbei's RV is located very far back, extending 5 kilometers away. Shunbei jumped off the ground, holding the chain with one hand and the wheel with the other. After a long time of effort, he hung the RV foundation on Titan. The moment he hung it up, words popped out of the corner of Shunbei's eyes. House construction. Experience value. Experience points are very stable. The next step is to build a house on the RV site. Follow the order of construction from bottom to top and from outside to inside. Ensure that the connections between each module are tight and crack-free to prevent the structure from loosening due to severe bumps. Generally speaking, RVs are generally made of wood and can use a variety of connection methods, such as nails, rivets. Modularity only has card slots. If the card slots are not tightly fitted, if the Titan enters the ruins in the future, it will fall apart after a few bumps. This is why shelter people don't like modularity. However, this is not a problem at all for Shunbei. Shunbei began to firmly install the chassis components on the wheels. Every screw and every panel is carefully fixed to ensure the stability and durability of the overall structure. Soon, the wall modules were embedded board by board and seamlessly connected to form a closed and warm space. Large area window modules made of transparent plastic are embedded in them to introduce valuable natural light into the interior. The internal wiring and conduits are also laid in advance. Although the electricity bill of the shelter is high, the Institute also reserved this option when designing the house. For Shunbei, these are all experience points. House construction. Experience value. House construction. Experience value. Until 3 hours later, a RV full of primitive and rugged feeling was completed. Shunbei carefully checked every link and only nodded with satisfaction after confirming that all modules were not missing. The internal space is not too big, more than 100 square meters, divided into 2 rooms, living room and kitchen. No need for toilet. The wilderness outside the shelter is a natural toilet. Shunbei went out and bought 2 quilts. A simple home, even if the construction is completed. Shunbei sat cross-legged in the RV and lit a cigarette. It's better to be a family with 4 walls than a family with 4 walls. Shunbei looked at the RV and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Then, Shunbei focused on the RV. Information about RVs pops up. RV with a false appearance, 200. This RV only exists in a literal sense, with an area of 113 square meters. The construction materials are low and the stability is worrisome. It is similar to a tent. It can only protect against wind and rain, but the air outlet design is unreasonable, which will lead to rain. The high temperature is like a steam oven and the low temperature is like an ice cave. It does not have any defensive function or any comfort. Tread lightly, or it will fall apart. Shunbei. This evaluation is a bit excessive. It's obviously a pretty good RV, but why is it so bad in the description of the plugin? Is it evaluated according to the standards of all-terrain steel chariots? Shunbei sniffed. It's a bit exaggerated. I can't imagine how terrifying it would be for this RV to be upgraded into a huge mobile fortress. Don't think about it that much for now. Shunbei thought, upgrade? A halo of light invisible to others spread along the RV. A RV with only false appearance, 0. This RV only exists in a literal sense, with an area of 113 square meters. The design angle of the air outlet has been improved to prevent rainwater from entering. The door lock cylinder has been upgraded to improve security. The joints of the RV building modules have been strengthened and the stability has been improved. The building module materials have been upgraded, and the durability and defense have been slightly improved. After reading the information, Shunbei took a deep breath. Sure enough, the upgrade is awesome. Although I choose the lowest grade building materials with the upgrade, I can also reach the level of alloy steel defense. At the same time, there is no change on the outside, but there is a huge change on the inside. Cool. Shunbei stood up and stroked the RV. I feel that this RV is probably the most important existence after the sequel Beam Fire Frisbee. You guys must have a surprise when you get to the end, right? Shunbei muttered to himself. Afterwards, Shunbei started cleaning the room. Sweep the dust for a while. Shunbei simply gave up his job. Cleaning the room doesn't increase experience points. Then how can we continue to upgrade in the future? Shinbei touched his chin and couldn't figure it out for the moment. There must be a road before the car reaches the mountain, no matter what. Right now. The door rang, and Rock walked in with Xiao. Rock looked around and said with some complaint, "Why don't you inform me, and I will do some work for you?" Shinbei grabbed the broom and handed it to him. "It's not too late." Rock. Rock threw the broom to Xiao and patted him on the back of the head. "Go clean." Little Ziren knew that this was their new home, and they were so excited to work on it. Shinbei took off his armor and hung it on the wall. Shinbei began to check the parts that needed to be replaced and recorded them one by one. "Get ready to do some shopping." Small. When Shinbailin went out, he ordered, "If someone breaks in, shoot him with a gun. Don't talk nonsense, okay?" Rock glared, "This is a shelter. Who dares to kill people? In the end, it's just sneaking around. Just give him a warning." Shinbei shrugged. The two of them walked towards the Titan's body. Rock coughed and lowered his voice. "I have 2 pieces of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Shinbei. Am I hallucinating? Shouldn't it be 1 good news and 1 bad news? Chapter 76 Radio Liaison Meeting. Confrontation. Upper level of the shelter. A car passed rows of dilapidated factory buildings and chimneys emitting thick smoke, and after a moment it stopped in front of the only neat manor surrounded by walls and containing a villa. The villas in the manor are large in size, clean and elegant, and are undoubtedly luxurious compared to the low-rise bungalows in the territory that are full of old industrial style. In addition to luxury, the manor is also patrolled and guarded by gunmen, and the motorcade has just stopped at the gate. You can see people dressed as servants and housekeepers waiting respectfully. When the car stopped, they even lowered their heads and greeted them. "Welcome back, General." At this moment, the sleepy minions in the car had already woken up, and all of them were looking at this magnificent manor with great envy and yearning. Compared with the lower-class people who were pale and thin and poorly dressed, even the servants in General Yu Wuchang's manor were in good spirits and neatly dressed. The living conditions of the two were like heaven and earth. After General Yu Wuchang got off the car, someone stepped forward and took his cloak. A man who looked like a butler stepped forward, bowed and said, "General, Inhu, Su Li, Fei Shu and others are dead." Yu Wuchang's temples twitched slightly, but his face was full of smiles, and you couldn't tell at all. Life and death are unpredictable. The word impermanence is Yu Wuchang's life creed. Everything is impermanent. They will all become part of the world of escape. Although Yu Wuchang felt a little distressed, he still looked quickly. He further asked, "How was the mission completed?" As long as the mission can be completed and the awakening potion can be developed, combat-type superpowers like Inhu can still be cultivated artificially. The Research Institute may need to poach the number 1 Shelter Research Institute. There is no final decision or plan yet. Please let us know in advance. The housekeeper paused and continued. As for Black Bat's body, Shinbei brought it back. Moreover, he was the only one who came back alive. Shinbei? Yu Wuchang was shocked. This guy encountered an evil species and survived? "Very lucky indeed," replied the butler. Yu Wuchang didn't pay attention and seemed to have made up his mind. Sniper is dangerous and safe, just a good life. What did Rock report? What Rock conveyed was that Inhu and others were under shelling. Artillery attack? Yu Wuchang was stunned. They didn't bring any cannons? The butler shook his head. Yu Wuchang's face darkened. "Send someone to investigate the scene. Focus on the shell and see which shelter is so ignorant." The butler nodded and said, "General, we will have a radio call shortly. Radio communication conference. It is a way for people in today's famine-stricken world to communicate across distances. Under ideal conditions, such as using extremely high-power transmitters, efficient antennas, and suitable communication frequencies, and in an open, unobstructed environment, radio waves can theoretically span thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers. However, in the world of refugees, especially surface communications, taking into account the influence of various complex factors, the coverage range of radio communications generally ranges from tens to thousands of kilometers. At certain times, each shelter would contact each other, initially to confirm each other's existence. By now, it had almost become a place where the leaders of the shelters cursed at each other from a distance. Yu Wuchang's frown relaxed slightly. Boring. Having said that, Yu Wuchang stepped into the manor. Came to a study. Lift up a tarp. A weathered old radio device stood quietly on the dilapidated workbench. The outer shell is no longer the mirror-like black color it once was, but is covered with thick layers of dust and rust, as if it were wearing a mottled camouflage coat. Those originally smooth edges and corners have now become rough and uneven, covered with traces of bumps and wear. Although the knobs and buttons are badly worn, Their original function labels are still clearly visible. The wires are exposed, and the joints have turned patina due to oxidation, but this old radio device is still working tenaciously. Every time the knob is turned to adjust the frequency, it can still send out electromagnetic wave signals, penetrating the silence of the refugee world, trying to find a possible response from afar. Soon, a huge antenna was erected inside the manor. The radio is powered on. The staff on one side started operating the radio. The noise of the electric current soon turned into a human roar. This is shelter number 25. Are you still alive, Cubs? Haha. This is shelter 8, and in the name of the Spider Queen, I tell you to shut up. Okay. This is shelter number 12. Leader Chi Yunlai is looking for a human, male, unknown name, 180 centimeters tall, features, wearing red armor. If any shelter protects this person, it will be an enemy of shelter number 12. This is shelter number 36. General Yu Wucheng solemnly warns all shelters that sneak attacks are shameful, and shelling our personnel will cost you in blood. This is shelter number 20, looking for our personnel. Zhuema and Gonmo features. Zhuema's hands are withered bones, and Gonmo's eyes are completely white. This is shelter 22. The leader informs shelter 20, greetings to all the women in your family. Shelter number 20. Our team encountered your personnel, they are dead. I repeat, they are dead. The entire radio liaison meeting once again turned into a war of spitting. There have always been constant frictions between shelters, and the leaders are used to it. Only when the Spider Queen of shelter number 8 speaks can everyone calm down. At this time, the voice of the Spider Queen was transmitted via the radio. Although her voice was somewhat distorted by the electric current, it was still clear and aloof and mysterious, with a kind of otherworldly beauty, like a sweet spring on a snowy mountain. Anyone who hears this voice can imagine her stunning beauty. However, when you want to possess this heavenly sound, you find that it is out of reach and is accompanied by black death. Shelter 36 is particularly unpredictable. Yu Wucheng was called and immediately picked up the intercom and responded, yes. Shelter number 12. Chi Yunlai. Chi Yunlai quickly replied, I'm here. The Spider Queen said again, you two have reported the Evil Seed's chaos body. According to the description, the Evil Seed has injuries. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Yunlai immediately knew where the man in armor came from. He suppressed his anger and replied, according to our personnel's description, it is indeed like this. Yu Wucheng. Yes. Yu Wucheng quickly replied, there is indeed a wound in the heart that cannot be healed. The Spider Queen was silent for a moment and said, the last direction of disappearance. Yu Wucheng didn't say anything. He had no idea where Shun Bei was leading the Evil Seed. But Chi Yunlai knows. When the Evil Seed appeared, it was not very far from Shelter 12. As far as the eye could see, the Evil Seed turned into black spots and advanced towards the north. Chi Yunlai reported the situation. After the Spider Queen received the message, she remained silent for a while and said calmly, then I will make a move. Just a few words. From the perspective of other leaders, the 15th level Spider Queen is going to chase after the evil end chaos body. Chi Yunlai trembled all over. Spider Queen, can you kill her? The Spider Queen answered decisively. It is absolutely impossible to be uninjured. As long as you are injured, it will be fine. How did the evil creature get injured? The Spider Queen sighed and said, that is a power from deep space that we can only look up to. So, you two can chat. After the Spider Queen went offline, there was a buzz of noise coming from the radio, discussing what is the power of deep space. For those who are not members of the Bloody Conference, it is a bit difficult to understand this rhetoric. In other words, it's not that it's difficult, but that I dare not think about it. At this moment, many leaders looked up at the sky, confused. Right now, I hate your uncle Yu Wucheng. Chi Yunlai directly named and cursed. Yu Wucheng felt perplexed and looked unhappy. He went into battle in person and spat at the intercom. Chi Yunlai, if you are too presumptuous, you will waste your life. Your people killed a whole team of mine. Who is so presumptuous? Skills are inferior to those of others, life and death are unpredictable. Although Yu Wucheng didn't quite understand what was going on, but after taking stock of the details, the person Chi Yunlai pointed to wearing the red armor was most likely Shin Bei. Only Shin Bei connected to the evil species' final chaotic body. But no matter who it is, as long as they enter the wilderness, they will face death at any time. If you die, you deserve to be reincarnated directly. Therefore, Yu Wucheng naturally did not tolerate the other party's bad habits. But what Chi Yunlai wants is not compensation, but the armor on Shun Bei. In Chi Yunlai's view, Yu Wuchang most likely did not realize the value of the armor. The two of them were quarreling in the distance, amidst the discussions among other leaders. At the end, Asylum Number 1 said, "Any poaching behavior will be a devastating blow." Yu Wuchang made a sound and turned off the intercom. He touched his chin, waved his hand, and said to the butler, "Go and invite Roque. We are definitely wrong in Shen Bei's estimate." An hour later, Rock came out of the manor. When I came to the lower level, I met Shen Bei. Now there are two pieces of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Chapter 77. I may be exposed, but I won't die. The first bad thing. Rock's face was a little heavy as he continued. Titan may have to march into the northern winter. Shen Bei was not surprised when he heard this. So far, Titan is slowly turning, and the route into the north is something that everyone can feel. Now the entire shelter is busy collecting wood, and it still has experience in dealing with it. Nothing. Shen Bei replied calmly. The second thing. Luo Ku stared at Shen Bei and took a deep breath. I just came back from Yu Wuchang Manor. The leaders of each shelter held a radio contact. Qi Yunlai from Shelter 12 is eyeing you. This news made Shen Bei's eyes suddenly focus. How is this possible? He Ya's team had clearly been killed by him. He never revealed which shelter he came from, so how did Qi Yunlai target him so accurately? Thinking about everything, Shen Bei thought of a very absurd possibility. That is, the evil seed's final chaotic body. As long as Shelter 36 and Shelter 12 communicate with each other about the movements of evil species, Qi Yunlai can easily think of himself as coming from Shelter 36. Rock continued, according to Yu Wuchang, you killed an entire team from Shelter 12 by yourself? When Rock said this, his face was filled with an incredible look. Not to mention that Shen Bei is an ordinary person. Even if he is replaced by a superpower, it would be quite energy-consuming, time-consuming, and labor-intensive to chase down a team and annihilate them all. But Shen Bei not only escaped from the evil species, but he also killed a team with ease. It's evil. Who was the evil seed? When Luo Ku heard the news at first, he didn't believe it at all. He even argued with Yu Wuchang and insisted that it must be Shelter 12 who was the one throwing dirty water. But the housekeeper on the side also confirmed the conversation on the radio. That must be the stone hammer. At this time, Shen Bei did not hesitate for too long. After weighing it, he answered with a very firm tone. It doesn't matter. We are far away from Shelter 12, and the Titans will also enter the Northern Territory. In a short time, there's no way you can take advantage of me. Did you really do it? Kill the superpower with one shot? Rock asked with wide eyes. Shen Bei's face was filled with a malicious smile, and he said slowly, it's true that they are fearless. Isn't it unusual for bullets to kill people with superpowers? Rock showed an expression of relief, relaxation, and a little appreciation. It seems that as Yu Wuchang said, he underestimated your fighting power. This is a good thing and a bad thing. How to say? If you go on another mission in the future, the difficulty will inevitably increase. Shen Bei shrugged. Risk is directly proportional to return. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Rock yelled, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. You just have to know your own strength. No, your own firearms. High-level superpowers are not afraid of hot weapons. You must have a bottom line in your heart. Run away decisively. Don't hesitate. That advice is worth buying you a drink. No need. I'm very busy these days. Oh, what's the matter? Rock looked around and saw that there were only two people nearby. He lowered his voice and said, two things. Yu Wuchang may set up a biological research institute and organize a team to poach people from Shelter 1. Shen Bei had heard some rumors about this matter from Chenanji. Shen Bei asked tentatively, then, we are not allowed to fight? So, Yu Wuchang asked me to study what kind of manpower to organize. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you take this risk. Shen Bei frowned. Rock continued. Another thing is that before we enter the cold winter in the north, other shelters will send multiple teams to gather here. Shen Bei was very surprised by this. For shelters, other shelters, and even transactions are outside Titan and within the wilderness. Only a small number of people, such as Zhue Ma and Ganemo, can enter the shelter for a short rest. Putting a large-scale organized team into the shelter is simply sending the enemy's sharp knife into the heart with your own hands. If people from other shelters cause trouble, they can't be suppressed. What is this for? Shen Bei's face was full of questions. Roque's face was cold and frightening, and he said word by word, the cold winter in the north is not silent. On the contrary, there are many people active in that area, and there are even top-secret information hidden in the ruins. This time, several shelters are going to jointly launch a mission. Mission, get ready to explore. Shinbei's heart filled with gossip. Top secret information? Please elaborate. Rock stretched and waved his hand. I can't go into details. Your current task is to collect wood. Just your broken RV? Ha, I am not disparaging. It is not useful. Once we enter the cold winter in the north, it will be a mobile refrigerator. Looking at Rourke's leaving figure, Shunbei curled his lips. From Luoku's mouth, Shunbei got several important information. Chi Yunlai stared at himself. The shelter may hold a poaching war. The last poaching was by chasing Ma and others, and many people died. The other is a joint mission between shelters, and I don't know what secrets to explore. These are not things Shinbei can participate in. Shinbei's current task is to upgrade the RV to prepare for the cold winter in the north. The other one, taking advantage of the time, ran south and took out the leather bag that Zhue Ma and Gonemo were looking for from the subway tunnel. After Rock left, Shinbei went to the research institute to order some damaged parts of the armor. Then we went to the weapons store. The weapon shop has been updated. The first thing that caught Shinbei's eyes was a large caliber sniper rifle with a rough shape. It was completely black, with a body that was over 1 meter tall. The black edges and corners exuded a gloomy and violent flavor. When the weapons store owner saw Shinbei looking at the sniper rifle intently, he immediately took it off with a standard salesman smile. The boss's calloused fingers flicked the barrel of the gun and introduced to Shinbei. The new product I made is named the Death Series. It is a semi-automatic sniper rifle. It uses 30 high-explosive, armor-piercing bullets. The magazine is 5 rounds. It has a double-chamber impact muzzle brake, a detachable spike-shaped bipod, a standard Type 3 accessory rail, and equipped with the latest optical ranging sighting system produced by the Institute. Shinbei scratched his eyebrows. Can it be simpler? The owner of the weapons store glanced at Shinbei with some disgust. This thing is designed to deal with armored tanks, missile launchers, and even low-flying fighter jets. It can easily penetrate 50% of the enemy within a range of 2,000 meters. Special steel plates. Many shelters are now researching genetic arms to attack the so-called 4th-level superpowers. Wait a minute. Shinbei was shocked and said, tank? Fighter? Genetic arms? Shinbei was stunned. These new words are familiar yet unfamiliar. The weapon shop owner tilted his head. Are you okay? Don't you know tanks? That's right, they rarely appear. But we have several in the shelter, and they are still gathering dust in the garage. The firepower is indeed not as good as the cluster fire frisbee. Fighters are just like helicopters. The core energy of the crystal source is too wasteful, and fierce beasts are flying all over the sky. This thing rarely appears. Genetic troops are just what we call them. The official name is the Second Awakening. Shinbei sighed, thinking that the research institute was tinkering with some novel technology, but it was still the same old technology, and it was just used by the owner of the weapons store to compare firearms. The weapons store owner curled his lips. This gun will make those self-righteous brats happy. In this day and age, a good gun is more important than your dick. I'm talking about hot weapons. I suggest you replace it with a sniper rifle. Your firearm is really terrible. Whether it's intangibility or power, it can't be compared to the Death Series. Shinbei said, my dick expresses dissatisfaction. Weapon shop owner. Shinbei's eyes focused on the gun body. A message popped out of the corner of his eye. Reaper Anti-Material Sniper Rifle. 0. The range is 2,000 meters, and it can launch multiple types of ammunition including grenades and armor-piercing projectiles. It has huge lethality. Shinbei felt that this thing was boring. Although the starting damage is much stronger than Barrett's level is not comparable to this sniper rifle. But Shinbei still asked one more question. How much is it? Basic model, without other accessories, 80 mid-level crystal source cores. Bullets are not included. Shinbei's eyes flickered. Let me ask, can this thing kill evil spirits? The weapons store owner glanced at Shinbei. It's best not to make this kind of joke happen again. Shinbei laughed after hearing this and hugged his shoulders. You were the one who teased me with such an expensive thing in the first place. It is the Master of the Reaper series. It has a long range, high accuracy, high power, many types of ammunition, and perfect performance in all aspects. If you can make choices about the performance requirements of the gun and lower the standards appropriately, I will recommend it to you other. Shinbei thought about it for a while. He actually had no desire to covet this sniper rifle. The reason was simple. There were too many pendants. The more complex the firearm, the more harsh the environmental conditions. Otherwise, even in the era of escape, the series is the king of civilian firearms. Its resistance. Then, Shinbei's eyes searched back and forth on the iron shelf, and with a startled glance, He looked at the other gun, giving information from the corner of his eye. Finally, Shunbei's eyes froze. He pointed with his hand. How can I sell this gun? Chapter 78 New Weapons. What Shunbei was talking about was a firearm with an extremely peculiar shape. It is only more than 20 centimeters long, with brass and silver colors interwoven, and the diameter of the muzzle is more than 15 centimeters, comparable to a large apple. This makes the whole gun look top-heavy and extremely weird, similar in shape to the early Germanic hand cannons of Earth. This gun in particular had stains and obvious signs of wear and tear, making it look particularly shabby and ugly among all the other guns. This gun. The owner of the weapons store seemed to want to laugh. He tilted his head and said, "It suits you very well." Shotgun. 0. The gun was created by the owner of a weapons shop. There is only one gun, and production was abandoned due to the extremely poor reviews of no accuracy, too much recoil, ridiculous range, too much muzzle load, and it will be scrapped after a few uses. Because of its age, it has been damaged. Even when it is intact, there is a high possibility of explosion. The drum magazine can hold 3 bullets, and all bullets will be fired at once after pulling the trigger. Shunbei has long stopped pursuing the accuracy of firearms, and instead pursues simple and direct destructive power. There is a sniper rifle at long range. There is a revolver at close range. Only mid-range shooting has shortcomings. And it's a shotgun. That is what ordinary people think of as a big troll. Shotguns can fire clusters of projectiles, have strong firepower, high first-shot hit rate, and good quick response capabilities. They are mainly used to kill close targets in complex terrain encounters such as jungles and towns, and in sudden battles such as ambush battles. Generally speaking, shotguns have thick tubes, large calibers, and no rifling. The bullets are mostly composed of more than a dozen or dozens of small projectiles. They make a loud sound when fired. When a target is hit at close range, it will form a honeycomb shape and can kill an enemy in a large area. This is the mass destruction that Shunbei has been eagerly pursuing. Of course, cluster fire discs can do this too. But the range of cluster bombs is too large. If a bomb hits you, you may even be affected. The shotgun has a fan-shaped bombardment, which makes up for this shortcoming very well. But don't blame me for not reminding you. This thing is broken and can't shoot bullets. The weapon shop owner kindly reminded me. In his opinion, he still wants to recommend the Death Series sniper rifles. After all, they can make a lot of money. Shunbei picked up this weird-looking hand cannon. Without raising his head, he asked, "Is it bad? Then I can only keep it as a collection. Please give me a price. If you want this thing, 10 intermediate source crystal cores are enough. It's expensive. I'll give you another 100 rounds of ammunition." Shunbei didn't hesitate at all and directly threw out 10 crystal source cores. If nothing else, although this shotgun is in a damaged state, the problem can be solved by upgrading it. The shotgun shells alone are worth it. You know, shotgun bullets are different from rifle bullets. There are only 3 main types of conventional shotgun shells: birdshot, buckshot, and single-point shot. The structure is the primer cartridge case and holder projectile. The difference from other bullets is that a holder in the cartridge case isolates the warhead from the gunpowder. Taking pistol bullets as an example, there is no barrier between the bullet and the gunpowder. Therefore, the production process of shot shells is still more complicated than other bullets. A broken gun with bullets is a great value for money. While the weapons store owner was looking for bullets, Shunbei quickly disassembled the shotgun. Smoothbore barrel, automatic machine, firing machine, magazine, aiming device, butt, grip, etc. At the same time, the magazine of this shotgun is a wheel-type magazine, not a pump-action magazine. It doesn't matter. Just be able to shoot bullets. Start assembling. Experience value. Experience value. After a while, Shunbei reassembled the shotgun. Shotgun. 10. Upgrade. Compared with the beginning, this gun does not seem to have changed much, except for some aging parts, which seem to have been polished with the help of plugins. Shotgun. 0. A shotgun with average performance and can fire bullets has a magazine capacity of 5 rounds. After pulling the trigger, all the bullets will be fired at once, which is enough to cause fatal damage to ordinary armor. After upgrading, the magazine capacity increases. Moreover, the power is also increasing, which can pose a fatal threat to ordinary armor. This is an important upgrade for mass damage weapons. Delightful. In the future, when faced with being surrounded by more than 10 people, the sniper rifle cannot be used, and the single-point disadvantage of the revolver is obvious. With this shotgun, you can mow down an enemy in a matter of seconds. Just thinking about it makes you excited. Shunbei stroked the gun body and became more and more happy. Strong. Put away the bullets sent by the boss. Shinbei buys a small amount of sniper rifles and revolver bullets. Although Shinbei can produce bullets himself, but the cost is too high. Shinbei once calculated that a bullet produced by himself would cost almost an intermediate crystal source core. The price of bullets has fluctuated recently, but 5 bullets only require 1 crystal source core. Whether it is true spirit elements or crystal source powder, they must be used sparingly. To deal with ordinary enemies, there is no point in using expensive bullets. Leave the weapon shop and return to the lower level. Just as he arrived at the lower level, a message suddenly popped out of the corner of Shinbei's eyes. RV experience value. Shinbei made a confused hum. Experience points for RV? Shinbei thought about it and realized that he had done nothing but clean the room. Naturally, his experience points would not increase. After thinking for a while, Shinbei looked at the time and suddenly realized, is the experience value automatically increased according to the hour? Yes. Shinbei was ecstatic in his heart. This kind of upgraded RV is really wonderful. It's simply easier than upgrading a battle armor. The power armor must be worn on the body before it can be upgraded. Extremely uncomfortable to sleep at night. But RVs are awesome. Every hour, experience points are automatically increased. Luxury. Shinbei laughed loudly. Then, he went along the boardwalk to a second-hand store and bought a fireplace to use as a heating stove. Moved back to the RV. Xiao was cleaning the room, and he didn't know where he got furniture made from scrapped vehicle parts and old maps as wallpaper. The beds are made from discarded car seats, the tables and chairs are made of iron pipes and wooden boards, and simple storage racks are hung on the walls, with tools, food cans, and water supplies on them. There are also messes filling the empty room. The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched. The aesthetics of humans in this world. The style of painting is amazing. After installing the fireplace, Shinbei began to repair the armor. The toolbox is spread out, including various high-strength wrenches and screwdrivers, arc welders and laser welding guns, soldering tin, etc. Will it increase experience points? Before Shinbei took action, a question arose. If the experience value can be increased, it can be used by Shinbei. But it turns out, Shinbei worked hard for half an hour, and even after replacing all the parts, he still didn't get a single experience point. I'm overthinking it. After Shinbei completed repairing the armor, he stretched and started the self-test. Soon, self-test completed. All component modules and pipelines are in good operating condition. Shinbei focused his eyes on the armor. The message pops up. Power armor, 100.23 million. Nothing much to say. During this period of time, 5 or 6 days passed in a flash after returning from the wilderness. To the time when the rented house was occupied, the mission was carried out, the evil species was escaped, and the Black Fang team was wiped out. The total experience value for one day is 1440. There are more than 5,000 experience points left from the last upgrade. With the experience points gained from these, you can upgrade again. Upgrade. If you don't upgrade for a day, you will feel uncomfortable all over. Power armor, 230,000. A power armor that allows the wearer to fight against superpowers. Its defensibility is effectively improved and can withstand a full blow from a 4th level power user. A new field of view magnification module can enlarge the field of view of objects 5 kilometers away, and a new adsorption module can climb vertically on walls and glass surfaces. Shinbei took a breath of cold air. Since entering, the new abilities of this armor have become more and more abnormal every time. Night vision ability, excitation current, resistance to magnetic fields, resistance to high temperature, resistance to low temperature, needless to say amplification system. Yesterday I was thinking about zooming in, but this time I did it directly. May all your wishes come true. Another new ability is also excellent. It allows you to climb regardless of gravity, which is absolutely useful at critical moments. Strong. At night, Shinbei lay lazily in the room. The little boy rolled his legs and chewed the barbecue strips slowly. Shinbei stood up and remembered the leather bag Ganemo mentioned. It was time to pick it up and find out what secrets were missing. He lit a cigarette, his face hidden in the smoke. Small. Shinbei called out. Xiao put down the meat strips, straightened his posture, and looked back. I'm going out tomorrow. You can collect some wood and come back to prepare for the cold winter in the north. Xiao nodded obediently. For Shinbei, at this young age, he should still be in school on Earth. But in this escape world, there is no distinction between men, women, old or young when working, and there is no distinction between age and age when dying. The truth is that it cannot fill your stomach. Chapter 79. Moving forward in the cracks. Shinbei is still sleeping. The sound of many people trampling on the boardwalk could be heard in my ears. Shinbei took a look and saw that a faint fish belly white quietly appeared on the edge of the sky, heralding the arrival of another morning. The sun has not yet completely broken away from the horizon, but the power that is ready to go has already shed a faint but firm dawn through the gaps between the clouds. People outside start a new day of work. The main task is to collect wood. One can be used by oneself, and the other can be sold to residents of the upper class. Social classes exist at all times. Some people are too busy to have enough to eat. Some people spend their leisure time cultivating big fish and meat. Xiao Zhao got up relatively early. When Shinbei walked out of the room, Xiao Zhao had already walked out of the shelter with the large army. Shinbei was not in a hurry. I ate some meat strips and dried fruits and vegetables, and added a little energy paste that tasted like a torn rag that had been wiped with vegetable juices. Putting on the power armor, there is a revolver on the right side of the waist. Place a dagger on the left side. Put the sniper rifle on your back and walk out the door holding the shotgun. It doesn't matter whether the door is locked or not. Beware of gentlemen, but not villains. There are no gentlemen in the desert world. This rare breed of human beings has long since died. There is no education to recreate gentlemen. Everyone can hang out for one day. Shinbei's RV was at the very back of Titan. After walking a few steps, he saw the slowly retreating wilderness scenery. Shinbei calculated the distance. The place where the bag was abandoned was 50 kilometers away from Titan. Now the Titans are on the move. The distance increased by almost 30 kilometers. The total mileage is about 80 kilometers. It's probably at night that you can reach the cracks in the subway. Shinbei jumped off the shelter, planted his feet on the ground, steadied his body, and ran away from Titan. About 10 kilometers ahead, you can still see residents of Shelter 36 coming and going, hauling wood. Both adults and children carry dead trees and branches on their backs. After Shinbei traveled another 20 kilometers, there was no sign of human activity at all. There is only a vast wilderness and ferocious beasts that keep appearing. There was a faint but steady sound of mechanical operation inside the armor, and Shinbei's pace gradually accelerated. If you can get around the beast, go around it. If you can't get around it, shoot him from a distance. Finally, before nightfall, Shinbei is only 2 kilometers away from where the bag was abandoned. Along the way, Shinbei never encountered anyone except ferocious beasts. After walking another 2 kilometers, Shinbei can complete his mission and reveal the secret of the bag. However, Shinbei stopped and hesitated. At this time, he was standing on the top of the mountain. In the night wind blowing in his face, Shinbei seemed to smell the smell of blood. Shinbei was actually very clear. He didn't see any signs of anything strange at all. The night wind was very cold, with a cold aura common in the wilderness, but there was no smell of blood in it, not even a trace. This is the feeling of danger, and it is a physical feeling that reminds Shinbei in this way. Shinbei tried his best to look into the depths of the night. But in the thick darkness of the night, even if the armor gave Shinbei the ability to see at night, amplify the field of vision and other enhanced perception abilities, the range he could see was far smaller than during the day. Looking at it this way, Shinbei found nothing. He took out his battle armor mask and zoomed in on his vision, scanning the mountains under the night again. But after switching all modes, Shinbei still couldn't find where the danger came from. Shinbei deeply doubted whether he was overthinking things. After all, it is not impossible for shelter number 12 to target him and send manpower to guard him. But no matter how he looked around, he never noticed anything unusual. At least, within sight, everything was quiet. Just when Shinbei thought his feeling was wrong, a red light suddenly lit up on the distant mountains. Then there was the scream of a human before death, and the last thing that came was the dull sound of a gunshot. Sniper! Shinbei suddenly turned around, his pupils shrinking sharply. There are 2 groups fighting around here? Shinbei frowned even more. Along the way, there was no fighting anywhere else, but it happened to be close to the bag? Such a coincidence? Soon, at different locations, red lights lit up one after another, followed by screams and gunfire intertwined. More than one sniper. Moreover, bullets were flying randomly, and one bullet even almost hit Shinbei. Shinbei lay on the top of the mountain, observing the light spots of gunfire. The toothache is... The 2 groups were shooting in the direction that Shinbei must pass. Moreover, it appears to be moving towards the cracks in the subway. The goal is the same as mine? Shinbei's mind was a little confused. Shinbei didn't remember that there were no high-value items worth searching for in this ruined city that was almost buried and fractured in all directions. If there is, it is just a leather bag. But even Jue Ma and Ganamo didn't know the location of this leather bag. How did these 2 groups of unidentified armed men know? Shinbei took a deep breath, took off the rifle from his back, and rushed into the vast night. Under the night, only a faint silver glow could be seen flashing, and then everything returned to darkness. Shinbei put all the complicated things behind him and didn't think about why these two groups appeared here. He concentrated on walking silently in the darkness. But Shinbei's mood was vaguely strange and joyful. He liked the current moment, in the dark, in the wilderness, and fighting alone. Before he traveled through time, he was a special forces soldier in the first few years and a mercenary in the next few years. The change of identity does not affect bullets and fighting. This is the world he is familiar with. Shinbei threw himself at the sniper who was the first and closest to the flames. His whole body seemed to be integrated with the darkness, and he seemed to be able to feel the pulse of the earth and even the entire world. Until the well-hidden sniper was less than 1,000 meters away and Shinbei had vaguely sensed his position, the sniper had not discovered Shinbei yet. At the same time, Shinbei heard their shouts to each other through the loudspeaker system. After just listening to a few words, Shinbei frowned. These two groups of people turned out to be combatants from Shelter 20 and Shelter 22. The defecting researcher was from Shelter 22, and Juema and Ganemo were from Shelter 20. Shinbei can be sure that these people must be here for their bags. But even more confusing is, how did they know the location of the bag? Location transmitter. Shinbei thought of this possibility. Now, Shinbei is even more curious about the items in the mezzanine of the leather bag. The defection of a researcher has not ended yet. It can only show that what Ganemo said is true. The contents inside the mezzanine of the leather bag are priceless. If you want to get your things back, you have to kill them. At this time, Shinbei stopped behind a rock, set up his rifle, and aimed at a mound halfway up the hill in the distance. The sniper was hiding behind the mound, still searching for the location of other enemies. The other snipers were either evacuating or moving, but the guy who fired first didn't move. A rookie. Shinbei said something contemptuous of a veteran ruffian. Those who have been on the battlefield many times without dying, their words are vulgar and vicious, but many times they are sharp and sharp. To become a good sniper, accurate marksmanship is only one of the most important things. But like Shinbei, becoming a dancer in the dark requires more things. Bang! The moment the gunfire sounded, Shinbei had already started moving. The mound of soil in the distance was completely blown apart. Even if this soil was very solid, it could not withstand the power of the Barrett rifle in Shinbei's hand. Flying up together with the broken soil were large pieces of flesh and blood and half of a calf. Shinbei's shot only hit the sniper's lower body, but did not kill him. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but he wanted to make the dying sniper a distraction and a target for attracting attention. It's like lighting a lamp in the dark. No matter how focused a person is, he will always take a glance at it occasionally. The sniper kept rolling and screaming. Shinbei's shot completely amputated both of his legs. This huge pain was unbearable. Although this kind of injury is fatal, he will not die in a short time. So this light in the dark night is destined to stay on for a long time. On the battlefield of life and death, Shinbei's heart became as cold as a solid stone. His methods were as fast as thunder and dark fire. He was strong and ruthless, and he could do anything. The moment the sniper's screams spread far away, two fellow snipers stopped and turned to look. Just such a difference between movement and stillness allowed Shinbei, who was sneaking in the darkness, to lock their whereabouts. In the wilderness, only a sniper can deal with another sniper. This statement is at least partially true. Shinbei silently touched one of the snipers. The distance of more than 1,000 meters only takes a few minutes. The chaotic fighting became more intense as Shinbei entered. Chapter 80 Equal Opponents. Shinbei began to clear out the enemies on his path. That was a sniper from Shelter 20. The enemy quickly chose a new sniper position and lurked. This group of snipers in Shelter Number 1 are well-trained and cooperate with each other tacitly. Some move forward, while others set up sniper positions to ambush. After about 10 minutes, we moved forward again, looking for the next position. Under the cover of night and mountains, this would have been a very good tactic, but unfortunately, Shinbei was also a master of sniping. The sniper quickly found a new target and steadily put the opponent into the crosshairs of the scope. At this time, his opponent, the enemy from Shelter 22, still knew nothing about it, lying on the ground, searching hard but in vain for the enemy. The sniper's breathing was calm and steady. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a hand suddenly grabbed his mouth and nose, pulled his head up, and then twisted it with force. The sniper's cervical spine immediately made a clicking sound. There was a soft sound, and his whole body went limp. I wish you and Chimagamo a happy time. Shinbei half-crouched next to the sniper's body. It was only after more than 10 seconds that he was sure that he was dead, Then he hunched over and sneaked towards the other sniper who had been targeted. In the blink of an eye, Shun Bei had quietly eliminated 4 snipers from Shelter 20, and each of them had their neck bones broken by him from behind. In the darkness, Shun Bei rediscovered his loving feeling. His movements became smoother, faster, and lighter, as if the night wind was also gently supporting his body. It's been a while since I've seen a sniper shot from Shelter 20. On the one hand, more than half of the personnel in Shelter 22 had been killed, and on the other hand, many snipers in Shelter 20 had also died in Shun Bei's hands. At this time, a red light flashed on the distant mountains, and then the death screams rang out in the night. Shun Bei looked at the azimuth and distance, raised his sniper rifle, and locked onto the sniper who was moving his position. According to Shun Bei's judgment, the enemy from Shelter 22 wanted to shoot him, but his shot went wrong and killed the enemy from Shelter 20. It's really good luck. Shun Bei pulled away and set up his sniper rifle. The gun's body was dark and smooth as a mirror, reflecting the brightness of the moonlight and the dimness of the stars. On the precise sight, the crosshair was firmly locked on the distant target. In an instant, a dull and shocking gunshot tore through the silence of the night. The bullets were like meteors piercing the sky, heading straight for the target with thunderous momentum, leaving behind a flash of fire and a deafening echo. The sniper's body suddenly shook, and his head suddenly exploded, along with most of his shoulders. After firing a shot, Shun Bei began to move sideways at high speed without even looking at the results. He must race against time to enter the subway passage and pick up the bag. Shun Bei put away his sniper rifle and started moving at high speed under the cover of darkness. The rugged terrain became his best cover. 2 minutes later, 2 more enemies had their neck bones broken by him. At this time, Shun Bei was less than 800 meters away from the subway crack. He looked towards a hill a kilometer away. I always feel like there is a sniper somewhere, or someone with superpowers, aiming at me. Boom. On the hills in the distance, in the darkness, a gun muzzle flashed with a deep and fascinating blue light. A bright blue energy bullet burst out from the barrel of the gun in an instant, piercing the night sky like a meteor, carrying a terrifying power that could rival an artillery shell and heading towards Shun Bei's position. This blue energy bullet sped away at a speed beyond what the naked eye could detect, and the air tore apart a subtle but shocking sonic boom trajectory under its violent impact. The foot thrusters under Shun Bei's feet suddenly exploded with particle impact, and the recoil made Shun Bei's body look like electricity, and he suddenly jumped sideways. In an instant, it had deviated from the original aiming trajectory of the blue energy bullet, narrowly passing by the destructive energy torrent. Although he successfully dodged the energy bullet that directly hit him, the powerful shock wave it released spread quickly like ripples, sweeping through everything around him. Although Shun Bei was not hit directly, he still could not completely avoid the aftereffects of this raging energy. His body shook slightly, and the sand and gravel under his feet instantly scattered in all directions. His figure staggered slightly, as if he was hit by an invisible huge wave. Shun Bei rolled forward several times. Then it used its hands and feet together, crawling erratically like a spider, but at an extremely fast speed. In just a few turns, Shun Bei had moved dozens of meters. Shun Bei began to accelerate, like a night wolf, taking advantage of the wind, scurrying around in the darkness. Shun Bei's speed was getting faster and faster, and just when he was about to reach the top speed of the armor, he suddenly shivered, as if a basin of ice water had been poured on his head. Shun Bei's body bowed and flicked, then suddenly stopped. Less than 1 meter in front of him, a large cloud of dust suddenly exploded, and sand and gravel hit his face and shoulders, causing burning pain. This is a powerful long-range sniper energy bullet for a person who specializes in shooting. If Shun Bei hadn't been suddenly alert, he would have been hit. Shun Bei immediately looked along the trajectory towards where the bullet came from and saw another flash of blue light. Without thinking, Shun Bei immediately jumped out to the right, rolled after landing, and then ejected like lightning. However, while he was still in the air, Shun Bei's whole body was shaken, as if he was hit by high-voltage electricity, and he fell heavily to the ground. Behind him, another large pile of soil bounced up. Nearly 1,000 data were gathered on the visual panel of the armor in an instant. Shun Bei immediately knew that another bullet had just passed over his body and shattered the armor on the outside of his left arm, taking away a large piece of flesh. If it weren't for the armor's defense, this shot might have destroyed half of his body. Fortunately, the remaining muscle fibers can still support the movement of the left arm. Shun Bei squatted on the ground and aimed at the direction of the bullet. But there was no one anywhere as far as the eye could see. How could? Shun Bei frowned, quickly moved behind a boulder and then lay down on the ground, constantly adjusting the color of the armor, swimming like a lizard, almost blending in with the surrounding environment. At this time, Shunbei knew that the shooting expert was blocking his progress. This is a short distance of less than 800 meters. If you forcefully break through, you are likely to be shot, which will explode the armor and break the spine. That would be big trouble. Shunbei thought for a while. Just as he slowly poked his head out from the ridge, searching for the whereabouts of the shooter who specializes in shooting, another bullet almost passed by Shunbei's head. The armor on his head shattered again, and a few strands of burnt hair fell in front of Shunbei's eyes. He saw the sniper's position again, but it was too late to fight back. Shunbei quickly retreated against the slope and then moved sideways. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, a spring of earth suddenly erupted from where he had been lying, and sniper bullets drilled out of the soil and flew into the vast night sky. This shot used the power of a sniper bullet to penetrate the soil on the peak of the ridge. If Shunbei was still lying on the spot, the gun would hit his chest. This was his second brush with death. Shunbei lay on his back on the back slope of the hill. All the muscles in his body were trembling slightly, and his body began to feel fear. Shunbei suppressed the fear in his body and thought hard. The sniper rifle has long been wrapped with camouflage strips made of composite materials, and his movements are irregular. Under the night, it is difficult to find Shunbei's whereabouts, whether in low light or infrared mode. How was he discovered? How to lock the other party? He hurriedly turned on the internal cooling of the suit, allowing his body temperature to drop to the same level as the surrounding environment. If the enemy keeps locking on itself, it is probably similar to a thermal imaging ability or a life detection ability. This was the first time Shunbei encountered such an enemy. Shunbei has seen many powerful people in the past. This was the first time he had seen someone who could suppress Shunbei so completely in the wilderness and sniping. Traditional sniping and counter-sniping methods seem to be completely ineffective against this opponent. This is an opponent with outstanding athletic ability, excellent concealment skills, and plenty of patience. The moment he fired, Shunbei could still lock onto him, even if it was only for a short moment. Shunbei decided to play a dirty trick. Almost as soon as he emerged from the ridge, the muzzle of the gun on the opposite side turned around and was aimed here. Then there were 3 consecutive shots. One shot pushed Shunbei back, and the other 2 shots passed a few meters away from the left and right. If Shunbei moved to the side and exposed his head, he might be hit. Fortunately, Shunbei simply stepped back. Then, Shunbei directly connected wirelessly to the cluster fire flying disc that was invisible and on standby in the night sky. Explosion is art. Shunbei borrowed someone's famous lines.